Okay, telling me to sit back down. Not gonna help. I had no idea that I was even live. Go figure. Had a little bit of coordination to do on the Team DuckBricks side. But here we go. I think it's going well. Okay. Mr. DuckBricks, if you're in the stream, can you let me know if everything sounds okay? You can text me. Please don't type in the chat. My eyes. This is my first time streaming on YouTube. So I'm a veteran of that other channel, that other site, that we're not going to talk about. So now we are DuckBricks fans. We are on YouTube. We will be streaming on YouTube a lot coming soon. So get excited. I know you guys are all excited to see me watch Bionicle for literally 9 hours straight. To the person that was just concerned about me sitting here in one position for 9 hours, that will not happen. All right, so here's the thing. DuckBricks told me that I had to watch for 9 hours. Did not give me any other information other than I can't sleep. Okay, so I can't nap. Audio sounds like a Skype call. Okay. Yeah. Well, Skype quality. Also, I have fans blowing on me. I'm hot and cold right now, so I apologize. Also, I don't have my mic set up. I'm using whatever garbage comes out of a Dell XPS. So no one had to guess what I'm running on right now. Oh yeah. So bathroom breaks. I'm gonna use the bathroom when I feel like it. I might get up, walk around, reposition. I'm gonna build Lego. I'm going to do my nails probably at some point. Um, Eat some food. Yeah. Um, you literally are going to sit here and watch me watch Chris. Like that this is what you have signed up for. You wanted this, which I'm not gonna lie, I cannot believe over 2,000 of you wanted to see this. Well, you asked for it, so here it goes. If I'm looking off to the side, I'm trying to read chat. I want to be able to read what everyone's saying, so I might be looking off to the side. I'm gonna try not to talk all that much because when I talk, I don't focus. So I'm gonna chat. We're gonna chat. I'm gonna try and retain some knowledge. Now, Chris and I have a deal. So here's the deal. So this is my first time streaming on YouTube, so I don't really know how this works. But there's something called super chats. Somebody can explain them in the chat. I'll eventually read it. I don't know how super chats work. I know they're related to money. If somehow, by the grace of Metru Nui, you guys can raise $1,000 through whatever this form of donation is, I will take another quiz, but one for the 9-hour version and not of the 30-minute condensed version. This will cause me so much misery. Um, I don't even know what to say other than misery. I cannot promise that I will retain as much as you want me to out of this. So yeah, this is gonna be kind of crazy. Um, I'm excited. Please, if you want me to be sane, um, you don't have to super chat. You could just enjoy me in pain. You don't have to make me take a quiz, but I will take like an actual like standardized test version, like the real deal. So, with all that being said, um, here we go. Are you ready? All right. I even have a blanket, Minecraft bee blanket. I'm ready. I'm ready to, snuggle on in. You guys wanted this, remember. You wanted this.
Listen again to our legend of the Bionicle. In the time before time, DuckBricks started a Bionicle Retold series, recapping the entire Bionicle storyline, from the beginning to the end. And now, all journeys must come to an end. A prologue, 10 chapters, and an epilogue, the Bionicle Retold story is completed. And so, in this one final video, we will be combining all of the entire Bionicle Retold story in one massive video. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy, and listen again to our legend of the Bionicle.
Congrats on your cardio session. I would literally rather do 9 hours of cardio.
Prologue, the Cold
Guys,
War.
I was
Our
at
story begins on a planet called
BrickCon
where
today.
most of the action in the Bionicle storyline
I've,
begins
I've had a
and
busy
ends.
Sunday.
This planet was occupied by three major types of sentient beings: Glatorian, who were physically adept warriors and protectors; Skrull, who were incredibly militaristic warriors and biologically different from Glatorian; and Agori, who were smaller in stature than either Glatorian or Skrull and made up the vast majority of the population. In LEGO set terms, the Agori were basically your small sets, and the Glatorian or Skrull were the larger sets. These characters had incredibly long lifespans, living for thousands of years unless skilled. This was in part due to a refinement they had made to their bodies. Despite being completely organic creatures, they had metallic implants and a completely metallic
I
bone
will have
structure.
my brain
The
melted
best way
after
of
3 hours. Thank
reconciling
you.
this is by thinking of stuff like cyberpunk or humans in the far, far future, where mechanical implants and technological upgrades have almost completely overtaken the organic body, despite having an organic core. This society of workers and warriors was divided up into 8 tribes, based on the regions they lived in and the color of their armor: fire, water, jungle, ice, rock, sand, iron, and earth.
I need a
These were
lot.
generally
I
made
need
up
a
of
lot of
Glatorian and Agori, except for
support
the
right
rock
now.
tribe, which was mostly exclusive
Keep
to
me in your
Skrull.
thoughts.
During the early days of the civilization, a Lovecraftian-like being known as Inanna roamed free, feeding on the dreams of the Agori. Those she fed on were eventually driven mad and rejected from society en masse. At the same time, certain members of the population began to mentally evolve, quickly rising to prominence. Superior in intellect and
9 hours straight
creativity,
cardio
these
does
people
seem
left
better
behind
than
the
this
confines
video.
of tribal
At least I'd be
society
like
and
working
solely
toward a
called
physical
themselves
goal
a
of mine.
totally
I
not
had no
egotistical
mental
title
goal
of
to
greater
retain
beings,
Bionicle
seeing
lore.
themselves as vastly superior to the rest. Eventually, these great
If
beings
you would
became
have
the
told
scientist
me a
kings
year
of the planet,
ago that
with
I would
all other members
be sitting on my
assigning
couch
power to them.
watching this 9 hour
The minds
video,
of these
I'd
great
laugh
beings
in your
became so
face.
much more advanced than the other members of the planet that over thousands of years and cycles of evolution, they became biologically different than Agori and Glatorian, almost constituting as a brand new species. The closest analogy that I can come up with here is...
I think the problem is that it's my friend telling the story. Like, if this was a normal person, I'd be like, oh, this is cool. This is DuckBricks. This is my crazy friend.
The great beings, she was beaten back. Due to the fact that they had biologically evolved past normal Glatorian and Agori, she was unable to...
I guess if I do want to be part of Team DuckBricks, I will have to know the lore. I am drinking the certified white girl drink of the fall. This is a pumpkin spice latte. I will probably have at least 6 more shots of espresso because I'm not allowed to sleep, and I love taking naps.
To navigate nearby star systems and explore the known universe, furthering the spread of their civilization. Unfortunately, they were unable to find a stable power source for the robot, and upon attempted launch, it exploded into several pieces across a vast desert. Keep this in mind, because this is basically a Deus Ex Machina that will be relevant for not only just the end of this episode, but the end of the entire Bionicle storyline as a whole. Just remember, the prototype robot exploded due to an unstable power source, and littered all across the desert are the remains of this massive robot. But this happiness was not to last, because after over 50,000 years without her presence, Inanna grew hungry again. At this point, she had faded into legend, and few still passed on the tales of warning about her. Inanna chose to specifically target one tribe in particular that were susceptible to her attacks.
Yeah, I don't even know how to pin comments, so I'm just gonna keep throwing it out there. If I got $1,000 in super chats, I will take another test. Standardized. It will be an entirely separate video, and I will have to like really try. But by the way, I did really well on that last Bionicle video. If you did not watch it, leave this stream, go check it out, come back here. It's only an hour long, so hypothetically, you can watch it 8 more times, and I'll still be here. But I did really well for knowing nothing. And the other two, Rob and Jake, have lots of Bionicle lore. They have heard about all of this before from Chris. Chris never really told me about Bionicle lore. So, I'm just saying, I'm a learning girl, guys. Like, I'm just trying to learn.
She used her telepathic abilities to expand the mental powers of the female members of the Skrull species, hoping they would use their newfound telepathic.
Am I a fan of Blackpink? Will it hurt your soul to know that I'm a supporter of all music and all bands alike, but I'm not a specific Blackpink fan. Yeah, there's a couple of songs that I'm a fan of, but I don't really follow groups all that much. I have a couple bands, like a very few number of bands, and a couple artists that I'm like super loyal to, but I don't follow too many bands. I find that I get too excited about so many different types of music at once to just listen to like one genre or one type of band.
And instead decided to take a step back from the politics of ruling to focus on their scientific experiments.
The quiz video is on the channel. It's one of the more recent videos, maybe from the last like day or two. I'm gonna start building a set. I'm gonna assume that you can see it.
Now known as the Element Lords, were assigned as the rulers of their individual tribes.
This is from the August release.
As the Element Lords ruled Spherus Magna and all its inhabitants, the great beings began to fade more and more into obscurity and legend. They spent this time experimenting on the native animals, and even Glatorian and Agori, transforming the Sand Tribe into mindless beasts as who would survive
5 stages of grief.
and imbuing the massive
This stages Christopher Lee. Okay. Remember, guys, I have to be very careful opening up these boxes.
And giving us LEGO fans a killer set at the same time. It was around this time where everything began to go wrong. As the Agori delved deeper and deeper into the core of Spherus Magna, they uncovered a substance now known as energized protodermis. This discovery spurred on the central conflict of the Bionicle story. When energized protodermis was discovered by the Ice Tribe, the first Agori to touch the substance with his bare hands was instantly vaporized. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. When animals and other objects were exposed to the substance, they not only were just disintegrated, some actually were mutated and transformed into fantastical new creatures.
I'm plugging this on the Instagram.
The limitless potential for such a powerful substance, the Element Lord of Earth advised the Lord of
Please
Ice to
watch
bear it in
me
his territory, refusing to share it all,
suffer.
except of course with the Earth Tribe, and ordering all Glatorian
I am listening.
land at all cost. This understandably angered the rest of the Element Lords, who naturally assumed the Lord of Ice would share it with the rest of them.
I think that we should promote peace. I'm just gonna say, I think that we should promote peace, and we shouldn't be fighting.
The mining of energized protodermis, which came from the core of the planet, caused the planet to grow unstable, with the protodermis bubbling up onto the surface of the planet all across the globe, only further fueling major conflict over these hotspots. The Agori and Glatorian began to attempt to study the energized protodermis, turning it into weapons and major forces of destruction. Absolutely horrified by the state of society, the great beings attempted to step in. But since so much time had passed since their dominance, their calls for peace were largely ignored, with almost every single tribe succumbing to the war. Taking advantage of technology developed by the great beings, the Agori began to even modify animals for war, fusing organic creatures with mechanical implants to hone them for battle. As the battles raged, this proved to be one of the bloodiest conflicts in the entire history of the Bionicle story. The power of the Lord of Jungle caused hundreds of warriors to be fused into trees and plant life, creating an eerie forest of blades and corpses. Even warriors who had grown disillusioned of fighting were soon pulled into the conflict, with very few remaining safe havens left on the entire planet that hadn't been touched by the conflict. Even innocent Agori who were non-combative were inadvertently killed in the senseless fighting over this resource. During this conflict, the great
DuckBricks always
recruit Agori to serve them in the name of peace. Some of these Agori were tasked to gather samples.
I'm not taking notes.
And send them
if you think I'm going to take notes, you're absolutely crazy. I was so good of a student in college. Here's my tip. If you are in college, when you go to a lecture, watch like this and just take like high level notes. Review those notes and see like where there's like little holes in your knowledge, or if you can't complete a thought, like, oh yeah, this idea I didn't really get. Go back later to the professor's notes or the recordings and go through it again. And then the third time when you do your homework, you learn so much that way. I cannot retain 9 hours at once. College classes are an hour and a half, like long at most. This is ridiculous amount of content to put into my brain. After a day at BrickCon, you guys didn't know about BrickCon. I knew I was going. I knew this was gonna happen, but my brain does not want notes. I want to build Lego.
Which was more of a long-term solution.
Without breaking this box.
Viability of the planet, the great beings drafted this much more extreme plan.
I like my job.
That prototype robot designed to map out star systems and expand civilization that was ultimately abandoned because they couldn't figure out a good, stable power source? Well, the great beings decided to resurrect the project, fueling a
you guys are so funny
version of the robot with energized protodermis, which was the only substance powerful enough to keep it afloat and stable. The goal of this new project, dubbed the Great Spirit Robot to signify the fact that it carried the spirit of Spherus Magna, was to survey other worlds, learn more about other cultures and planets, and after 100,000 years, return to Spherus Magna.
I use an iPad, so I have like written notes that are, I guess, digitized, easy to share.
40 million feet high and contains its own internal gravity and weather systems that could be.
I guess it varies based upon college, but yeah, my college had recordings and their professor note posted usually.
The great beings made an entirely new.
My favorite Bionicle? I can tell you my favorite Bionicle at the end.
Like the Glatorian and Agori, but they also weren't fully robotic like the Batera. They were essentially the perfect blend in between, and most similar to some of the most advanced great beings and the advanced Glatorian who had become more machine than man. These were similar in scale to Agori, but their minds were completely artificial. At
You
least
know,
at the start.
it's kind of smart of them. They were
Beginning,
like,
they were little more than robots.
real
Some
life stuff
organic
isn't going to
life
last forever. Let's
operating
throw some
entirely based on
artificial
the
stuff on
programming
us too. I
directives
mean,
to
isn't
fulfill
that what
certain
we're trying to
tasks,
do?
like maintaining the power source, executing repairs,
Kind of
and so on.
crazy.
During construction of this robot, the great beings use advanced science and biological experiments to create a being known as Tren Krom to oversee construction and govern the Matoran as the Great Spirit was being built. Tren
Halfway
Krom was
through,
completely
I'll give
organic,
my favorite
featuring
Bionicle
no
update.
mechanical parts whatsoever,
I'm
and had
working on it.
advanced
I need to
telepathic
know.
abilities to
I
be
know
able
there's
to
some like
govern the minds of
backstabbing
all
somewhere
Matoran
in
in
through
his
here, and
vicinity
that's kind
and
of
keep the
neat.
workers on task.
All right, there's four okay, there's four options, many variations. I'm gonna go for like the original version
With tentacles
for
and
this
barbed
modern
hooves
art
sticking out of
set.
every end of him. He has just 2 eyes inset into a gelatinous skull, but had the ability to grow extra eyes anywhere around his body so he could be all-seeing, and he could also shoot frickin' laser beams from his eyes.
He can shoot freaking laser beams from his eyes.
I'm just trying to paint a picture
It's
here,
not
so when
crazy.
Tren Krom appears later on in the story, you'll maybe be able to better understand why some characters literally go mad just by seeing him. He's that horrendous. But anyways, after construction of the Great Spirit robot was done, Tren Krom's usefulness was over, and the Great Beings placed him far away from the proceedings at the center of the robot, confining him to an island of his own where we wouldn't see him in the story until much, much later. Meanwhile,
Okay, I'll
as
keep that in
construction
mind.
of this
We'll
robot
hear
was
from him
occurring,
later.
the core war raged on. At this point, some tribes had formed uneasy alliances
Who
with each
made
other.
these
The Earth tribe had been
graphics?
essentially
I want to
shut and
know.
systematically killed
They're
off
really
so they
good.
could keep what
This is
had
like
started to
comic
spawn
art.
by manipulating the Lord of Ice to take the protodermis for himself and them.
Pretty
In a pivotal
sweet.
battle that ended the war, a legion of Skrull, fresh from a major victory over the Jungle tribe, routed the Ice tribe from their mountains, giving the Fire tribe a chance to break through the northern Ice tribe flank and finally seize control of the original spring of energized protodermis, which caused all this fighting to begin with.
We're winning the
Fire
war.
tribe then proceeded to foolishly drain the wellspring of all its energized protodermis, significantly advancing the planet's decay and causing earthquakes to break out all over the planet. The great beings, observing this destruction, hastily
I could watch nothing comfortably for 9 hours straight. Unless I was like really sick.
One major thing. Despite what the legends may say, the great beings were far from benevolent gods. Sure, they all did want what was best for society.
I'm not a TV person. Like I find that streams, and videos, short form content, those are the most interesting forms of content to me. I don't find like shows or things that you have to like closely follow along, because I'm usually like doing something else when I want to watch a show, so I don't want to feel like I'm missing out or I have to like rewind.
In the final moments before launch, Veliga essentially pushed a software update to all Matoran.
Oh, there's a game. There's a Bionicle game. Okay. We would have to hit some crazy goal for me to watch, for me to play a Bionicle game after watching this for 9 hours.
Back on Spherus Magna. He did this not out of the goodness of his heart, but with a plan to later reveal himself as the source of their free will. It hopes they would choose to worship him because of this. Because what really is the point of having a mindless army of robots worship you when you could give them sentience and have them choose to worship you out of their own free will? Now that's what Veliga's talking about. It was this sentiment that caused every single inhabitant of the
free will.
to gain full
What an insane concept. Do we have free will?
About their daily tasks. As time went on, they became more and more
real human behavior.
As unique individuals with personalities, hopes, fears, and dreams. Veliga had, whether intentionally or not, just created a new sentient species. And as this great spirit robot blasted off into deep space, carrying a brand new, fully intelligent species on board, the core war ripped the
everyone that's saying OMG is this actually happening? What did you think was gonna happen? Like I just was never going to go live? That's so funny.
Bara Magna, now a vast post-apocalyptic desert wasteland which housed the vast majority of surviving Agori and Glatorian. And
we weren't misleading.
Planet with no surviving
the intention was always to go live.
The stage was set for an epic
I'm
journey
committed.
as the
I'm a woman of
inhabitants
my
the great
word,
spirit
and I will
world
sit here
slowly
and I
gained
am watching
sentience,
this.
all while having no knowledge of their origins and original purpose. As life on Bara Magna began to regress into nomads wandering the desert and the robot launched forth into the universe, we now have reached the end of the beginning and the start of a new chapter in Bionicle lore. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Prologue, the Core War. Extinction. Thousands of light years away, battles rage across a planet known as Spherus Magna over energized protodermis, a mysterious and powerful substance with the ability to create or destroy.
There's a recap.
Elemental tribes clash.
There's a
Unaware
recap?
the planet is nearing destruction with the mining of this substance. Scientist kings known as great beings devise a last-ditch attempt at survival, sending a colossal robot hurtling into deep space. Its mission to survey and collect data on other worlds, societies, and technology, with the hopes of returning after thousands of years to repair the planet. As this great spirit robot launches from the planet's surface, the war for protodermis splits the planet in 3 chunks, forever altering the future of society. The fate of Spherus Magna and all its inhabitants lies in the hands of a burgeoning species created at the heart of the great spirit robot, only just beginning to seek out their own place in the world. This is Bionicle Retold.
The music's really good. I'm intrigued. Why couldn't I just watch the recaps?
Chapter 1. Beginnings.
Alright, chapter 1. I'm on to the real stuff now. I feel like I didn't really get much of the real stuff.
Into space, carrying a new hybrid species aboard called the Matoran. In the Matoran language, Great Spirit translates to Metru Nui, and at this stage in the universe, to its inhabitants, the Great Spirit robot was known as just Metru Nui. This microcosm of a universe served as the primary mystery, driving 8 years of the Bionicle storyline from 2001 to
Are you talking about the Percy mock from the Discord? Yes, I love Percy. Attacking Lego. Floating. I think Percy's like one goal right now is to just stare at me straight until I cry.
And the great beings are still working to develop and build this Metru Nui robot.
I do like, I think I'm gonna have beef with all the cop cars that go by today.
Was the lifeblood of the robot, with internal gravity systems keeping everything secure and in place.
Let me let y'all know. I don't have anything against Bionicle. I think it's really cool that there's so much thought put into a universe. I like Star Wars. I think Star Wars is really cool. So I think it's a similar idea. You know, that there's so many people passionate about that lore.
Mechanical swarm-like robots known as the Borak swarms.
It's just something new, right? Like it wasn't as accessible as Star Wars was growing up.
Satellite known as the Red Star to calculate
Percy will come eventually. He's vibing right now. He knows he has a long day ahead of him.
Created by the great beings were known as the Matoran, hardy builders and workers, similar in size and ability to the Agori. Unbeknownst to the rest of the great beings, they had gained full sentience and free will.
I hope someone has like a playlist of all the Bionicle music somewhere, maybe on YouTube or something, so I can like jam out. After hearing it for 9 hours, I want to just, I'm in like a week from now, I'm just gonna be jamming in my car. Like, yeah, Bionicle music.
They were built to possess some innate elemental abilities. To perform the vast degree of functions and roles in the Matoran universe, 15 elements were chosen for Matoran to be divided into: fire, water, air, ice, stone, earth, light, magnetism, lightning, plasma, gravity, sonics, the green, iron, and psionics. I just want to note that out of these 15 elements, I know it sounds like a lot, but really only 7 and arguably 6 are really too relevant to the main storyline. The other ones just play supporting roles You can probably guess which ones are the most important, and I'll be going over them later in this video. And
There's a
another thing
dictionary.
I want to note is that the Matoran have their own language. They basically have their own dialect separate to the English language, where a lot of words in English translate directly into Matoran universe words. A key proponent of this language is the use of suffixes and prefixes as well. So for example, the prefix ta means fire. So a Matoran of fire would be a ta Matoran. A village of fire would be ta Koro, with Koro meaning village. A region of fire would be ta Wahi, with Wahi meaning region, and so on. And don't worry if this is a little bit confusing, I've linked dictionaries down in the description below, and I'll also be explaining every single word as they come along in the stories. So don't worry about getting too confused, because I will be explaining every single word I say. Just keep in mind that if I say the word Matoran and have some prefix behind it, then that necessarily means that element. So Ga Matoran water, Le Matoran air, and so on. The first Matoran ever brought into being were the Matoran of Light, or Av Matoran. It was their job to maintain and power the heart of the Great Spirit robot, and as such, were equipped with minor elemental light abilities to ensure the power source of the robot remains stable. Situated in the realm of Karda Nui, the world that feeds the world, these Av Matoran were the first to work amongst the Matoran universe and sustain its artificial heart. Upon
I'm
reaching
so
the end
ready.
of their life cycles, or if needed, Av Matoran could be forcibly evolved and transformed into the Borak robots created to cleanse the surface of the robot, losing their personality and
Remember,
memories
you
in favor
chose
of a
to spend your
singular will.
Sunday here with me.
Remember this for a future chapter. You may
Please
be able to guess where
enjoy.
this is
Please
going,
continue
but
to
a
chat.
swarm of mindless robots with one core directive to cleanse the surface of Mata Nui would prove to be, let's just say, problematic in the future story.
If you have
Core
watched
to
this
the
video
functions of the
before,
Great Spirit
I
robot
want to
were the
know,
Kanohi
how far
masks,
have you
highly
gotten?
advanced technological
How
objects
far?
that granted
Tell me.
powers and abilities to any Matoran
Be
who
so
wore them.
for real. Tell me how you got, how far you got in your first
These
ever
masks represented an additional
pass
secondary
through of this
power
video.
boost in addition to the wearer's primary element. There are 4 major types of Kanohi power levels: powerless, noble, great, and legendary. Yes, these were the collectibles of the LEGO theme. You gotta have them in any original action-adventure theme LEGO puts out. Powerless masks are worn by every member of the Matoran species, and essentially served as power sources of the Matoran. Despite being unable to access the secondary power the mask would normally provide, without a Kanohi mask, Matoran lapse into a comatose state. There would also be some extraordinary Kanohi
mask!
that possess powers far beyond a normal mask, known as legendary masks. Only 3 exist: the Kanohi Vahi, the Mask of Time, the Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life, and the Mask of Creation, whose true name has been lost to time. These masks cannot be worn by ordinary users and often require special circumstances for their power to be accessed. These were planned to be brought into existence by the Great Beings to fulfill extremely specific and incredibly powerful duties. The Vahi could be used to slow time around a specific segment of the universe, allowing for quick repairs before major damage was dealt to the robot. The Mask of
5
Creation
hours
allows
first
its user to
time.
imagine a completed product from raw
Yeah.
materials and learn how to construct it, or make it out of thin air if it was already envisioned. And finally, arguably the most important of all, the Ignika, Mask of Life, was only to be used in the most dire of emergency situations. Should the power source of the Great Spirit robot ever falter,
You know,
the
if I
Ignika
got
could
to
be worn
watch
by
this
the
over the
inhabitant
course of
Matoran
time,
universe to kickstart
would
it back to
probably be
life,
more enjoyable.
sacrificing that inhabitant in the process.
Kind
This
of like
mask
a
also
TV
had an
show.
incredibly
You know, like you
dangerous
watch
and
different
powerful
episodes,
failsafe. Should the
but
advanced
all at
AI of the
once.
mask deem the Matoran universe and in turn the Great Spirit
This is
robot
going to
as
be
a whole
interesting.
beyond saving, it would activate a death countdown, instantly killing
Thanks for
every
watching
inhabitant
along,
of the universe
everyone.
at once to prevent the technology of the
I
Great
hope
Beings from falling into the
watching this however many times through now,
seeing the success
whether
of
this
the
is your
Av
first
Matoran,
time or
the
your
Great
5th
Beings brought
time,
forth many more Matoran to
you learn
populate the
something
land,
new or
each
pay attention
imbued
to a
with innate
detail that you
elemental
haven't
abilities
before.
that can manifest in a weak
I'm
way
always
to
big
perform
on
certain
the
tasks.
growth
The main
mindset
6 that
aspect.
continually crop up in the story were Ta Matoran, Matoran of Fire who could tolerate extreme heat and work in intense conditions, Ga Matoran, Matoran of Water who could hold their breath for a long period of time and could repair any water damage to the robot,
That's
Le
kind of
Matoran,
sick.
Matoran of Air with great ability in
Repair
splitting
water
metal
damage?
structures, Co-Matoran, Matoran of Ice that tolerate immense cold and
Cool.
can repair breaches from the vacuum of space, Po-Matoran, Matoran of
Anyone
stone with
who's
incredible
saying I'm
strength
not
and
paying
physical prowess
attention,
were the heavy lifting jobs of the universe.
you
And Onu Matoran,
missed that
Matoran
I'm
birthed by
building
red vision
Lego
and enhanced
because
strength
I
and
can't
poise in
sit
the darkest
still
parts of
and
the
stare at this
universe.
for 9
After the
hours.
creation
I'm gonna
of
distract
Matoran,
myself
the
a
great
little bit
beings created two kindred beings to
with
serve
my
diametrically
hands so that
opposed
I can use
roles.
my brain to
Artaka,
focus.
who ruled over a land of the best Matoran
I'm building
crafter's
the modern
creators,
art
who
set
churned
from
out
that
rare
August
artifacts and
release. I know
powerful
it's
tools for the whole
September.
universe. And
That is
Karzani,
because they didn't
the
get
ruler
around
of
to
a
it when I
realm
was
where
building the
broken
car
and
last time.
malfunctioning Matoran were sent to be repaired. While both started with noble intent, Velika's meddling gave all members of the universe sentience, not just the Matoran, and as time progressed, some of these realms devolved into stuff much, much darker. Immediately after their creation, the great beings pitted Artaka and Karzani against each other in a competition to earn the legendary Mask of Creation. Artaka eventually
Are we
emerged the
still
victor after months of
contributing
battle, claiming the
to
mask and leaving his
Bionicle
counterpart,
Lore?
Karzani,
Like,
with the Kanohi
are
Olisa, the
we
great
keeping this
mask of
going? Is
alternate
this
futures.
fan written now?
This left Artaka with
Guys,
the
I
power to
promise
create literally
I'm
anything he
learning.
wanted,
I don't know
and
a lot
Karzani with the
still.
power to
I'm trying to
print
learn.
visions
And I
of
want to know
alternate futures
if
on
there's
substance.
somebody who's still making
cool
this
power,
lore,
but not literally create
how
anything
I
you
can
want.
get
You
myself
can
to
understand how
add like
Karzani may be a
little
little
something in
jealous of his
there.
brother.
You get my
With
own
the
mask or
sentience Velika
something.
bestowed upon the members of the Matoran universe, Karzani grew deeply resentful of Artaka and slowly began
This
his
was
descent
meant for
into
kids?
darkness.
There's no way that this was
Meanwhile,
meant for
the great
kids.
beings
There's
continued to
no way.
experiment and create. In an
Sentience?
attempt to gain full expertise over great
Aomi was
pre-organic
not
materials,
really thinking about
something they first
sentience.
attempted with
I'm not gonna
Trilogy,
lie.
the great beings inadvertently unleashed twisted and hideous lizard-like creatures known as the Zyglak onto the Matoran universe. Escaping from the labs of the great beings, the Zyglak
It's
embodied
funny
an
to
evil
think that
nature
this
in
was
true
for kids.
opposition to the
Maybe that
Matoran,
was the intention, but this
significantly
seems a
impacting
little
worker
dark.
productivity as they rampaged across the insides of the robot. And so, with a new threat on the horizon, the great beings decided to create a protecting force to defend the Matoran against evil and violence. It was in these early days of prehistory that the Hand of Artaka was formed, featuring an array of defensive soldiers such as the mighty Axon and weapons master Hydraxon. Operating from the realm of Artaka, this group soon exemplified principles of justice and courage, again thanks to Velika giving each inhabitant free will to develop their own moral code. With the Zyglak held at bay by the Hand of Artaka, the great beings could refocus on further development of the universe. And so, a city of legends was born. Rising from the central
Yes,
of the great
custom Birdie mask. I don't know. Listen, if I have to sit through all this, I might as well just like jump right in. I'm here. I'm part of this now. You can't get rid of me.
It was then that the great beings sought to improve and evolve the Matoran species.
I have no idea who they are. I did not get their names. If by chance you are one of the two gentlemen who had the really cool Bionicle booth at BrickCon, let me know. You guys were so much fun to talk to, and it was so much fun seeing your collection, because it was slightly different seeing it all laid out than DuckBricks shelves and shelves.
Toa fulfills their duties, they can choose to surrender their power and become Turaga, transitioning from warriors to elders with an active hand in guiding Matoran society. The first Toa created was Toa Helrix. Hailing from the land of Artaka, Helrix was sent to
Listen, I'm not doing a quiz at the end unless I get $1,000 in super chats, which is so unrealistic, but it's just how it's gotta be. So unless there ends up being a crazy super chatting experience, I'm not taking a quiz. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna turn off the stream. I'm gonna lay in silence probably for a little while, and then I'm gonna sleep for like 8 hours. I think that's my goal, to like reset my brain. My brain's gonna be mush.
And to even southern islands at the legs and arms.
But if for by some chance we hit the goal, I'm going to take the quiz, but at a later date, because I think it would be funnier to see not only how much do I retain after watching the video, but like days later.
The
Like,
mask
right?
of
Because
life housed the
you
power
can
over
memorize
all
things,
life-giving
right, in the
universe,
moment,
and
but
its fate could
after a
shape
couple
the
of
destiny of
sleeps,
all the great beings'
how much do you
creations.
really, like, how
As
much did I
Matoran
learn
mingled throughout the
rather
universe,
than
two
memorize?
great
Or be
beings
like,
brought
oh
the
yeah, I
Bionicle
remember
down to
that.
the southern continent, where they hid it in secret on an island known as Nui, where it was preserved safely for many ages beneath the volcano Mount Valmai, guarded by a new being named Umbra, waiting for its destined wearer to arrive and for its own destiny to be fulfilled. It was with this final act of creation that the great beings completed
DuckBricks
the
is
universe
still
they had
probably
begun,
going
and
to
departed,
give
perhaps
me
forever.
some form
All
of,
except,
like,
of course, Velika, who
funny,
continued to
what did you
masquerade as a
learn
Matoran to influence the development of a
type
species he considered he
experience,
had the
but
right
I'm
to lead.
talking about,
And
like,
as the
a
great beings
standardized, like,
departed
a
the
full
universe,
test.
they
Not a
kickstarted
quiz,
the
a
dormant
test.
AI
A
of
test
Mana
of
Nui to
knowledge.
govern the entire universe
I
with
think
their
that would be
spell.
really
Awakening, the
painful.
great spirit Mana Nui assumed
And that's
control of the
why
robot and
I'm
directed
really
it to the
hoping
parts
we
towards
don't
Magna, right at the
reach
brink of the
that
shattering
goal.
and bringing us back to where we left off at the end of the prologue. As Mata Nui flew deep into space, beginning the great work of categorizing and gathering data on other worlds and species, members of the universe began to diverge from their loops and develop their own personalities and motivations. In these early days of the
Develop their own
burgeoning universe,
personalities.
the
So I don't
Matoran
remember that
lingered in
part.
darkness and lived in sorrow. The best among them were sent to the realm of Artaka. Known as the Great Refuge, this was a glorious place to work safely and happily in the light.
Bionicle SAT.
Malfunctioning Matoran were
That
sent
would
to
be
Karzani,
so funny.
whose original
That would
purpose
be.
was to
The
repair
names
Matoran
are
and
also,
send them
like,
back better than
fairly
before.
similar.
But the
Like,
realm of Karzani
similar
was a
enough
harsh
to
and
where
unforgiving
I'm
place,
like, we
and
could
without
have
the
we could have
governing
used
hand and
different
supervision
letters
the
of the
great
alphabet
beings,
to start
Karzani
off this
soon
person's
realized he was
name.
ill-equipped to repair the Matoran on his
I
own.
would have been more
Instead,
helpful, but
any
thank
attempt he
you.
made to rebuild the Matoran resulted in them being reshaped into weaker and more misshapen forms than the ones they arrived in,
I like when
and
Mr.
given
Duck
them
is
weapons to
happy
compensate.
and not
In his shame,
not
Karzani began to send these poorly rebuilt Matoran to
screaming
live in
Bionicle Lore at
seclusion
me.
on
So
the
I'm
southern
I'm
continent.
I'm kind of doing this
As Takanuva
in
all
my own
across the Matoran
terms
universe
because he's
began
on
to
the
realize
screen,
that no Matoran sent to Karzani
but not
ever
in front
returned,
of me, being
they barred off
scary.
all paths to his land, further driving Karzani into a rage and twisting his mind. As the years passed,
Was
Karzani
anyone
became
here at
bitter and angry,
BrickCon
blaming the
today?
Matoran for his failures, deluding himself into thinking that they were not destined to be repaired. Karzani then held captive what Matoran he had left, enslaving them and subjugating them to grotesque experiments in order to fortify
Bionicle
his
name,
own realm
yeah,
for his now
plus
sinister
Taka.
purposes, and awaiting any stray Matoran who may wander into his traps. A passage from Bionicle
This is the most canon event
describe it as a
of
place
my
where
life.
fire provides no warmth, while the touch of ice burns.
Like,
Dust
this is
falls
so
cascade over
canon.
mountains, while pools of water sit unmoving.
I will
Thunder
never
makes
be
no
the same
noise.
after
The
this.
sound of a gentle breeze can be deafening. This is a realm of shadow, of famine, plague, and blight. A world of darkness where there is no place for light, and the ground screams at your very steps. In case it wasn't already obvious,
Here, he's back, guys. Pay attention. He's back on the screen.
The equivalent of heaven and hell, where the good Matoran are sent to Artaka to work in peace, and the bad ones who do not perform their jobs correctly are sent to Karzani, basically hell. In fact, it was a common insult for
Okay,
Matoran to
well,
use against each other.
so while I think heaven and hell is kind of a big thing for them to be, I don't know, pushing in lore, if this is for children, I mean, you start learning religion at a fairly young age, especially depending on your religion and who you're surrounded by, so I guess it's really not that different. Definitely, in my opinion, a little dark, but
joining together into the Brotherhood of Makuta, these new beings had the important role of creating new Rahi in the absence of
can I tag out? You are so funny. I wish I could tag out. I don't think that's an option.
As these Makuta experimented with viruses, organic material, and liquid protodermis itself to create beasts of burden, laborers, repairers.
I'm unironically excited for Ninjago. I think I'm gonna play the card game at some point.
Alongside the Toa, both with the creation of Rahi beasts bred for battle and defense, and by upgrading their own bodies to make them suitable for war.
I think that's gonna be really fun.
Finally, the first alliance of Toa into a cohesive team was then made, a tradition that would endure for the rest of history, and the first Toa canisters were built by the Matoran as a primary means of transport for the Toa. If the Toa canisters look familiar, it's because they literally were the packaging that the toys came in. Pretty good grand story integration, if I do say so myself.
That's pretty
Despite
neat.
the rise of more Toa and the Brotherhood of Nakuda, the Zyglak continued to pose a major threat to the Matoran and Toa, and in a critical moment, the leader of the first Toa team, Lesovic, hesitated, and as a result...
Okay, if you have no idea how I ended up here, you have a lot that you missed. My last stream, I was like, haha, if I get 1,200 likes on the Instagram post that I'm going to post later this week, I will watch the entire Bionicle video. And I laughed about it because I did not think anyone would like the post. And then Atrioc, we got like 800-ish, maybe like 700, something like that, likes, and it was slowing down. So I was like, you know what, I might be safe for maybe a month, like maybe it would eventually get there, but I'd have some time. And then Atrioc showed it on his stream, and it immediately got 400 likes, which, by the way, my phone was not on Do Not Disturb. Just spam my phone. Could not use my phone. Could not use it. I was like, what the heck's going on? I go onto Instagram, like, 1,300 likes. That's awesome. Now I have to plan this stream. Thanks, guys.
Impatient of their endless training and yearning to learn more of their intended purpose, Tahu, leader of the team,
yeah. This is,
the first Toa.
This is, yeah, so this is my own doing. Like, I did in fact sign myself up for this, unintentionally though. The intention was like, ahaha, there's no way that I would get the likes that I needed. I underestimated you guys. I really did. I really did underestimate, and I take responsibility for that. And now I'm spending 9 hours watching this video and building Lego. So feel free to throw this in the background if you have homework to do, if you have work to catch up on, got a hobby. If you want to build Lego along with me, I'd love to know what you're building. I went to my first Lego convention ever today. If you want to know about my Lego convention experience, there was a Lego Masters Season 4 signing event. That was really cool. And some really cool boots. So, be here for 9 hours.
Pivotal moments that plunge the universe into conflict and change the course of the Great Spirit Robot forever. But that's all for next time, and with 2 major failsafes.
My lesson in this to you all is be careful what you promise, because you'll have to follow through on your promises.
Birth of a new universe. After a catastrophic extinction level event that split.
Alright, everyone, pay attention to these recaps.
A colossal robot rockets away from the destruction, carrying a hybrid species so technologically advanced that they are indistinguishable from fully sentient species. The body of this Metru Nui robot houses several spheres with climate-controlled islands and unique ecosystems within.
Is anyone a football fan? I'm going to be watching the Cowboys game alongside this in about an hour. So.
Noble Toa warriors protecting the Matoran, and wise Turaga elders guiding society. The sparks of sentience fan a flame of diverse development, with the Order of Metru Nui keeping a watch
this is like
universe, while working with
genuinely really well made. Does anyone else think that? Am I biased? Maybe I'm just biased. I'm actually really enjoying the story so far. I can't set it to not 0.2 to 2 times speed. I was told that that would be considered cheating. And you know what I'm not trying to do? Get canceled. Not trying to do that. I'm not trying to disrupt the flow of the community right now. I don't think that Chris is going to review this footage. To be honest, he has a lot of other
With the
things
Kalamata
going
Phil
on.
deep in slumber and the completion of the great
But
city
I
of Metru
do
Nui,
assume
housed
that
in the
there's
Great
going to
River
be a
Road,
video
construction on
recap
the
of
internal
sorts,
workings of the
so
robot had finally come to an end.
I think he
The
will
Matoran
pull
laborers spread out
parts,
amongst the outer realms
highlights,
were separated,
definitely,
isolated
parts
to
of
their own
chat
homelands and regions.
too.
And
So,
to maintain order and unite all disparate aspects of the Matoran universe, the Great Spirit
but
Mana
that's
Nui
the
saw
cool
fit
thing,
to
you know.
bring
We just make
6 new
we
prime
both make
species into
content, and we
existence.
both really like
Perfect
doing it.
physical specimens who radiated beauty and absolute power, these rulers were known as the Baraki, which in the Matoran language translates directly to warlords. The Baraki consisted of Pridak, the strongest and fastest
I
of them
think I
all,
need to learn
Kalma, the cool and
the
emotionless ruler,
script
the
language,
secretive and
or like read
isolated
up on a
Mad Max,
dictionary.
Elec, who was once the most brutal of them all, Karapar, an incredibly powerful
I know there's
physical
lots of
force,
resources
and
out there.
Takadox, a cunning and treacherous warlord with an eerie hypnosis ability that held his armies in his thrall. Just a side note, the images shown on screen like this guy right
Not
here
the Ivy League plug.
are actually 4 mutated versions
Boo.
of the Baraki. Of course, these are not the prime specimens that they once were, but as to why they were
This
mutated,
is definitely
well,
a form
you're
of
gonna have to wait
torture.
and find out for that.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, we do not have any images of the Baraki pre-mutation, so any images shown on screen here are for the post-mutation Baraki. They're the same characters, just underwent a bit of a physical transformation, which we'll delve into much later in the coming chapters.
Much
The
later.
Baraki lasted for nearly 1,000 years, resulting in a massive military campaign to form an empire.
Also, these
most
are kind of
known
scary
universe.
looking.
After each of the 6 Baraki maintained
You know,
peace over their own sector of the Matoran
meant for
universe,
kids, kind of
they
scary.
banded together in an
Low-key
alliance
nightmare
known
fuel.
as the League of 6 Kingdoms. Led overall by Pridak, this league lasted for
And
more
you
than
can't say I swear to
14
God. I
millennia
guess you
before
say I
it was
swear to
dissolved.
Mana Nui?
But
Maybe?
absolute power corrupts absolutely, and as the Baraki exercised their power as some of the most prominent political and military figures in the universe, it became apparent that some of
That
the
map
methods
was
they used to
helpful.
accomplish their goals were
It
far
was
from
a helpful
peaceful,
map.
and arose instead from a desire for the acquisition of wealth, tyrannical domination, and yet more sinister, the overthrow of the Great Spirit himself. Monitoring the political situation intensely, the Brotherhood of Makuta, sworn guardians and defenders of the Great Spirit Mana Nui, paid off the treacherous Takadox to act as their spy on the inside of the League of the 6 Kingdoms.
This is
reporting
torture.
back to them with troop movements
I
and
think
plans.
I will
The
review
League's main focus now twisted from the preservation of order to the
Bionicle
complete domination of all
sets
life. The Matoran
at some
universe was
point
under
as like
complete totalitarian
an
state of
ode to my entrance into the community. I think it's fair, right? Once I like know more and retain, I'm also gonna definitely debrief and ask questions. I'm one of those people that needs to ask questions. I'm such a why person.
With the Baraki succeeding.
Like I understand like certain events are going to happen, but I'll probably miss little cues. So I'm definitely gonna have to follow up with Chris and be like, okay, I get this, but why? Why are we here? Why did we do this thing?
Prepping their armies to overthrow the Great Spirit Mana Nui himself. Seeing these warlords had gone too far, the Brotherhood of Makuta, led by the powerful Makuta Mizrax, summoned their own armies to pour forth from their colossal fortresses. Partnered with every available Toa team, they were led in battle by Makuta Pterodax, a high-ranking lieutenant of the Brotherhood.
Chris isn't here because we were at BrickCon today, and I actually left BrickCon early to be able to get the stream set up for everyone. We were filming at BrickCon. Got a ton of fun content, met so many amazing fans, but I did have to leave early to be able to get the stream ready for everyone. So Chris is finishing up with BrickCon, and it has some other behind the scenes stuff that's going on that's really cool. So he couldn't be here to watch this. Also, he's already technically explaining it to me. Plus, he'll be around. He might even jump into chat at some point.
The rest of the Makuta, the Order of Mana Nui had a far worse fate planned for the Baraki. To punish them for their failed revolt, these secret servants of Mana Nui tasked Botar to teleport the Baraki to a massive prison known as the Pit, where they would spend the rest of their eternal lives imprisoned in the darkest depths of the universe. And so as energy bonds wrapped around the Baraki and they began to vanish before Pterodax's eyes,
The Baraki has been through it. Is anyone going to acknowledge that? They've really been through it so far. We're only on chapter 2, and they've been through a lot.
The first seeds of what was to one day become the darkest and most destructive plot in the history of the Matoran universe. Part 2. Rise of the Dark Hunters. A time of subdued chaos followed these momentous events. With the fall of the League of Six Kingdoms, one of the most powerful and influential forces in the universe, a vacuum of leadership was created. In this vacuum of order and power, trouble began to brew on distant islands throughout the universe. On a secluded island in the southern realms of the robot, a being who would later be codenamed Ancient revolted against the government of his home island, doing dirty work for the highest bidder. Ancient's actions quickly plunged this island into chaos, starting a bloody civil war that resulted in most of the island's population to be wiped out. And as the dust settled, Ancient was approached by another being.
Yeah, I mean, the Baraki, they play a large role, right? But
doing dirty work for good.
Don't go through it.
Thus, the idea of the Dark Hunters, one of the most infamous organizations in history, was born. Conquering a small island called Odina and establishing a massive fortress on its shore, Ancient and the Shadow One began to rapidly recruit displaced warriors from the disbanded armies of the League. This group would quickly grow in number, consisting of corrupted beings, rogue Toa, bestial tyrants, sadistic murderers, convicted criminals, insane wanderers, and anyone else corrupt and crazy enough to join their ranks. Bit of a fun fact here. The vast majority of the Dark Hunters, like Ancient here, were actually fan models that were canonized in a major contest that the LEGO Group ran in 2005 to put every single Dark Hunter in a guidebook made up of mocks of different characters and builders in the community. You can actually check out all of these models because I'm doing a weekly review series called Bionicle Fan and Reviews, where I'm reviewing every fan created
Not the plug.
model,
Not the plug.
So if that's the kind of thing you're interested in, please feel free to go check it out. Part 3. The Great Disruption.
The Great Disruption. I had to put some of these events in order, by the way, guys.
Malcontent and disorder spread across the lands, reaching into the very heart of the Matoran civilization, Metru Nui itself. Thus, 500 years after the defeat of the Baraki, the period known as the Great
obviously there needs to be war crimes if there's war.
The Great Disruption.
What is war without war crimes?
With no more Baraki present to keep the Matoran in check, it wasn't long until things began to spiral out of control. It all started with a minor dispute between Po Matoran, the builders and workers of stone, and Ta Matoran, the crafters and smelters of fire. A small skirmish over trade boundaries and legislation resulted in more and more malicious acts, with angered Po Matoran sinking.
There's lots of skirmishes in history, okay?
By allying themselves with
we're not new to this idea of territory and skirmish.
These attempts were unsuccessful, and soon all work in Metru Nui ceased as the city was engulfed in
especially
a
if you're
full-on
American.
civil war. Onu Matoran of Earth joined
Screech.
with Gon Ta Matoran as the Lei Matoran of Air and Ko Matoran of Ice banded together with the Po Matoran. With the city descending into violence, the main hub keeping the Great Spirit Robot active and functioning was essentially offline, causing a ripple effect through the rest of the universe. The best way to imagine just the sheer amount of damage done to the rest of the robot, and in turn the Matoran universe, by Metru Nui going offline, is probably by imagining what happens to your own body when you get severe head trauma, or say your brain just decides to shut down. Definitely not a good thing for all of the rest of the systems of the body, especially if the head
Definitely not a good thing. Thanks for being insightful, Chris.
What was happening while the Matoran were busy fighting each other instead of performing their tasks. For 400 years, the Matoran
Maybe they were
raged across Metru Nui,
tired of
the rest of the universe
doing their job.
Once again,
You gotta keep it spicy, right? Or else you don't have a story.
De facto defenders of
I get it.
The universe to remedy the situation. With Makuta Pterodax leading the military forces yet again, a drastic plan was enacted. Remember how one of
my
the
brain very melty. Thanks for asking.
Archives of information about animals, creatures,
very melty brain.
While a vast majority of these animals were contained by force in the great archives of Onu Metru, or underground tunnels.
My building is going great though, if anyone wanted to know.
Discovered thus far, including some of the most vicious Rahi. And so, in a severe act to stop the civil war, Makuta Pterodax and his forces rounded up many of the most militaristic Matoran, sealing them in the archives and unleashing the vicious animals within to purge the survivors. The Matoran leaders who spurred on the conflict were yet again teleported to the pit by Botar, just like the Baraki before them. While this traumatic event known as the Archives Massacre did its job to terrify the Matoran into subjugation and stop the civil war, the damage was done. Additionally, the bloody methods employed by the Makuta, lacking any thought for the preservation of life, sparked enduring distrust between the Matoran and the Brotherhood. The consequences of the Great Disruption were far more widespread than anyone realized. The Great Spirit had been so greatly weakened by the events of the Civil War that he now neared death. Recap time! In Chapter 1 Beginnings, we explained that there were 3 legendary Kanohi masks, the most important of
DuckBricks'
which
job
was the
is to
Kanohi
cause
Ignika, whose
Birdie
important role was
trauma.
to kickstart the Matoran universe and the Great Spirit's life should its life force ever
Well, that's a
dwindle.
full-time job,
The way
guys.
it works is
Oh,
that any member
there
of
is
the
a
Matoran
Percy.
universe can wear the Ignika on their face, thus absorbing their life energy and sacrificing themselves to kickstart the universe, thus saving the entire world and Matanui's life. So it was that a Toa of magnetism called Jovan was charged with leading a group of his fellow Toa to the heart of the southern continent, to the raging volcano of Mount Valmai. Beneath the fiery mountain, Jovan and his team discovered a maze of passageways filled with a host of trials, and were tested time and time again by the guardians of the mountain's secret. They proved themselves worthy, and at last came to the Chamber of Life, in which waited the Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life. Placed there by the great being long ages ago, the Ignika had waited for one destined to take it and use it, and its bearer had come. The group of Toa took the Ignika from its chamber, and traveled even farther down beneath the surface of the continent, eventually arriving in Kata Nui, the core of the universe. The Toa who was destined to wear the Ignika did so, fearfully,
Would you
and with
be a
regret in
Toa
his heart,
or an
and
Ignika?
was consumed by the energies of the mask. His life energy was channeled through the mask and used to replenish
No.
the life of the dying Great Spirit. The death of their fellow Toa and the fearful
Do you not know
power of
yet?
the Ignika shocked and terrified the remaining members of the group, who hurriedly returned the mask to its chamber and left in fear and awe. Only Jovan, leader of the group, chose to stay, giving up his power for the greater good and becoming a Turaga. He settled amongst the Matoran who lived near Mount Valmai, his destiny fulfilled and the utter destruction of the universe averted.
No, you have to stir the fry. You can't let it be stir-fried.
And so, with one
Percy
major
is the real
catastrophe put
MVP.
behind them, the
Percy
Matoran
Taka.
universe settled into a period of rebirth and rebuilding. Metru Nui was slowly rebuilt, and while distrust and prejudice between
Taka.
certain sects of the Matoran still remained, for the
Taka!
most part, all
No!
evidence of the
You
Civil
can't
War
eat
was swept
Lego!
aside to the history
We already
books. In
agreed.
the meantime, the Brotherhood of Makuta focused
He
on
agreed he
damage
wouldn't eat
control
any
and
more
anticipating
Lego.
any
I
upcoming
don't know what he's
threats,
trying to do.
as they had allowed the 2 previous
We
major
talked about
threats
this,
to
my
exist
son.
for far too long. A member
No
of the
Lego
ranks named
eating.
Neutron was tasked with ensuring the entity Tren Krom from the early days of the universe did not remain a threat. Here's a bit of recap from the Prologue, the Core War. Tren Krom was a being created by the Great Beings to govern the Matoran universe while it was still being constructed, far before the time of Artaka, Karzani, or even the Great Spirit Matanui himself. Tren Krom was a horrendous reptilian organism who featured incredible telepathic abilities, using his powers to bridge his mind between himself and any member of the Matoran universe to uncover their secrets and to be able to control their will. Upon discovering Tren Krom's island, Makuta Mutron was immediately seized, while Tren Krom bridged their minds, catching up on all the events of the universe that he had missed. In return, however, he inadvertently shared some of his memories with Mutron, namely that everyone was created by the Great Beings, and the Great Spirit Matanui was, in fact, a colossal
You can give
AI
up.
controlling a robot
Actually, you
hurtling through
should give
space,
up.
and it was possible to overthrow the Matanui AI consciousness. However, Mutron
I
was
can't.
expressly loyal to Makuta Pterodax, not the true ruler of the Brotherhood, who was Makuta Miserix. Since Pterodax had led them into battle as Miserix's lieutenant time and time again, Mutron's true loyalties lay with him, and immediately after returning to the Makuta fortress on Destro, Mutron conveyed what he had learned from Tren Krom directly to Pterodax, who immediately
Percy's
called
trying
a
to
major
eat Lego.
convocation, something no Makuta
Not
other than
good.
Miserix was allowed to do. With all the members of the Brotherhood of Makuta gathered in
No,
one chamber,
no cat.
Pterodax gave a grand speech,
Wrong.
urging them that with this knowledge, the Makuta had the power to take over the entire universe, arguing that since they did all the dirty
Trying
work
to
for
trick
Mana
him
Nui
into
anyways,
thinking that
why not have them be the ones in control?
the pieces that I need are not the ones I
leader of
need.
the Brotherhood, stood firm in his values, arguing that Pterodax's crazy plan could end up destroying the entire universe, and this was all a bid by Pterodax to overthrow him. And so after a brutal fight between the two, the Makuta were called to a vote. Pterodax as their leader, or Miserix. While Miserix still had some staunch supporters, more and more Makuta were swayed to Pterodax's side, with the remaining defenders of Miserix being forced to side with
Want my
Pterodax
cat
to go
to not eat Lego.
Two members of their ranks, Makuta Spiria and Makuta Krika, were then
Listen,
ordered to kill Miserix.
if it is 1 a.m.,
neither had the heart
you can give up.
Instead, sneaking him off
It's
the
okay.
island and faking his death.
I need sleep. Everyone needs sleep. I don't think that you should be hard on yourself. You can probably eat. Oh, no, please don't eat that. Probably sleep an entire good night's sleep, and then come back and I'll still be here. I want you to prioritize you, but I will be here. And so if you are in a time zone where this is like a reasonable time, chill, hang out with me. Learn about Bionicle.
Who he saw fit to alter with viruses, granting them powerful laser vision and even elemental abilities when two Skakti worked.
I'm having a great time.
After this newfound evolution of the Skakti, Spiria left them to their own devices, leaving some Rahi of his own design.
Definitely a hilarious turn from stop eating. From the 5-hour stream from last time.
Their newfound abilities defeated the Visorak guards and started to slaughter each other in bids for power. Not only did he amplify their abilities too much, but he instilled in them a sense of violence and conquest to make them uncontrollable by the Makuta. As a result, Spiria was banished from the Brotherhood for killing a race, replacing them with horrible monsters who did nothing but destroy. Of course, we'll see this band of vicious murderers and psychopathic criminals.
If you need to sleep or take a nap,
for the later chapters.
I will be eagerly waiting you to come back and join the flock.
Organizations in the universe, the Order of Mana Nui grew
We will miss you dearly.
of the secrecy surrounding their latest ideas.
Percy trying to eat Lego is not a bit.
As a primary power source,
that is a very expensive vet bill that I don't want to have to pay.
Were to transform into Toa of Light. Prematurely acting out of suspicion, the Order of Mana Nui removed several of these Matoran of Light from their homeland as a failsafe, hiding them from the Brotherhood and disguising them as Matoran of other elements to conceal their true nature and brainwashing them into thinking they were ordinary Matoran of other elements. They were then
brainwashing is crazy,
decentralizing the main hub of Av Matoran. And so, after this task was completed, Mana Nui erased the memories of the previous 6 months from everyone in the Matoran universe, save members of the Order. This led to a gap in recorded history known as the Time Slip, where most Av Matoran vanished, unbeknownst to the population en masse. And as the years passed, the Makuta species began to slowly evolve, shedding the need for robotic parts and transmuting into a gaseous substance now known as antidermis. This evolution did come with a significant weakness. Should the robotic armor of the Makuta be breached, the antidermis containing the essence of the Makuta would seep out, eventually killing the Makuta within. However, this evolution gave the Makuta new abilities, such as the power to possess any
I think this evolution's always good and bad.
Part 5. Tale of Toa Likan. During all these events, the grand city of Metru Nui operated in a period of relative peace, under the firm but just rule of Turaga Duma, an experienced elder who had served as a Toa for more than 2,000 years. Under the leadership of Turaga Duma, Metru Nui became a center for innovation and invention. The archives of Onu Metru, a massive museum and catalog of all known species and objects in the universe, were expanded and improved. New technologies such as
New Age
base materials to make new Kanoki masks were invented, along with improved methods for forging Kanoki. Security and peace were maintained with the invention of robotic order enforcement squads called Vaki. Duma was also directly responsible for the mentorship and journey of one Matoran named Likan in his transformation into a Toa hero, protector of Metru Nui. Soon after his creation,
like a vigilante?
Wary of the Brotherhood of Makuta, carving a stone tablet in secret that detailed the powers of a Makuta, their locations, and other essential information. Alongside some other Toa he trusted, They then hid this Makoki stone, detailing the powers of a Makuta, their locations, and other essential information within a heavily guarded fortress, unknowingly close to a camp of
You can
vicious
tell
robbers
time
called Frostelis.
with those
When word of the
scripts.
stone reached the
How's it
Dark
going?
Hunters,
I'm
the Shadow
vibing.
One sent some hunters to raid the fortress and seize this incredibly detailed and valuable tablet of information for themselves.
I've been going for what, like an
Amidst all
hour
this
now?
chaos, the neighboring Frostelis chose to strike the fortress and claim it as their territory,
Fair.
resulting in the Makoki stone being lost to the Dark Hunters, and all of Lycon's teammates and friends being killed. As Lycon fled the fortress, he swore to never run away from anything ever again. Eventually, the Dark Hunters split the Makoki stone into 6 parts and auctioned off each part, with all 6 components eventually being bought out by the Brotherhood
Bonkle
of the
forever,
themselves,
baby.
who sought to be the ones to hold all their secrets close at hand. But as it turns out, Lycon would soon have another chance to prove himself in the defense of Metru Nui. As the ambitious Shadowed One, leader of the Dark Hunters,
Right.
bent his thoughts on the conquest
Frame
of
is
Metru Nui.
done
He unleashed a
for the
monstrous
art
Rahu
set.
called
I gotta
the
put this
Kanohi
to the
Dragon,
side.
an icy prison deep beneath
And
the
now
waves of the Silver Sea, where it
I
had been
take
trapped
these
countless
pieces,
millennia ago. Awakening
and
from
I'm
its
on
regal
to
slumber, the enraged dragon emerged from
the
the depths in a
next.
blast of heat and flame, burrowing up from the bottom of the archives and wreaking havoc amongst the tall towers and buildings. Eventually, the beast made its way to the great furnace of Metru, where it settled to rest and absorb the immense heat. Taragaduma immediately sent out messages calling for help,
What are you
and
doing?
summoned Lycon and all available Toa to confront the terrible monster. The Toa arrived just in time to save Taragaduma from 3 Dark Hunters who were attempting to blackmail Duma into securing a base for them within the city. The hunters escaped, leaving the Toa to confront the Kanohi Dragon alone. And after a long and tiring battle, they succeeded. 4 Toa of ice froze the Kanohi
Thanks for coming to
Dragon in
hang
an immense
out.
block of ice, putting a final end to its destruction. The subdued dragon was
This is
taken
a
to the
lot of
island
learning
Zero,
at
where it was
once,
given to the
everyone.
Vortex species
So I
for
really
imprisonment.
appreciate
11
if you
Toa, now led
came
by
to go through
Lycon,
this with
then
me.
decided to remain in the city to defend against the growing threats of the Dark Hunters.
I'm gonna
This
ask
new team of
again.
Toa,
Was
dubbed
anyone
the Toa
at
Manga,
BrickCon?
served as the prominent protectors of Metru Nui,
See some new
warding
people
off most of these Shadowed One's attempts to
in the
breach the city
stream.
walls. During this time, a rash of inexplicable Matoran murders occurred in Metru
I
Nui.
hope that
At this time,
there are
only
more
3 Toa were
conventions
left to
that we
protect the
can
city.
meet everyone at.
Lycon, Toa of Fire, Nidiki, Toa of Air, and
It was
Tuyet,
really
Toa
so
of
much
Water.
fun.
As a state of emergency was declared in Metru Nui, the 3 Toa set out to hunt this serial killer on the loose. Discovered with the bodies of the murdered Matoran
Took
were
so many
tablets
photos.
inscribed with the name of one Toa,
Like,
Toa
so many
Tuyet.
photos.
After confronting their comrade, Lycon and Nidiki got Tuyet to confess that the Dark Hunters were blackmailing her, believing her to be in possession of an incredibly powerful artifact known as the Nui Stone, created by unknown beings in the universe to absorb the powers of any Toa in their area and bestow their powers to the user. Each day that Tuyet refused to give the stone to the Dark Hunters, they would murder a new Matoran. Claiming to not actually have the stone,
Percy is
Tuyet
trying
joined
to
Lycon
eat
and Nidiki in flushing out the Dark
now
Hunters,
the
with
plastic
Lycon and Nidiki
wrapper
successfully capturing
that
a few
the
Dark
Lego
Hunters
pieces
that they
come in.
discovered lurking around the
I guess
area.
he's pivoted from actual
To their
Lego
dismay,
pieces,
the
which I
murders
don't mind
continued,
as much.
even
I
with
really
the
don't
Dark
mind.
Hunters imprisoned. Immediately realizing Tuyet must be behind the murders, Lycon
There's so
immediately
many
went to
small
confront her.
pieces in this bag.
Tuyet then
I'm
revealed
trying
that
to
she did in
speed
fact
through.
possess the Nui Stone, and used its powers of Toa absorption to enhance her elemental abilities.
And
She
the
attacked
void.
Lycon, intending to use her powers to set
Oh,
herself
this
up
is
as the sole
so
ruler of Metru Nui.
complicated.
But this attack was
Oh,
in
this
vain,
is
as
so
Nidiki and
intricate.
Lycon together were
I know
able to
that this
defeat
is
her,
Lego
blasting
art,
the
but
stone
like,
with fire, destroying
ah,
as was the case with all
intricate.
prior insurrectionists, the teleporting being known as Botar appeared to
No,
teleport Tuyet away to
no,
serve her
Percy, you
sentence,
cannot join
and
us. I'm
this was not the
sorry.
last time we would see of her. Tune into sometime around chapters 7 or 8, where Tuyet and the Nui Stone became very, very relevant to what we call the main story. Until then,
The
just
main
file this
story?
information away in your mind,
We're
because
not
it's
at the
not gonna
main
be relevant
story
for the
yet,
next several
guys?
chapters. I'm just giving you this information now because it takes place
What?
at this particular point in time to fit with the timeline. The events of Tuyet's shocking betrayal and the chaos now gripping Metru Nui prompted the Shadowed One
Insane.
to strike, bringing on a great Toa Dark Hunter war. As
Nah,
the Shadowed One
too-
sent his forces
too
to
much
seize
to-
Metru
to
Nui
think
for his own
about
nefarious
for
purposes.
this not to be the
Despite
main.
the war being fought valiantly, with many Toa giving their lives for Metru Nui,
Nope.
the Dark Hunters eventually overwhelmed the city, beating down the Toa as a constant barrage. During this volatile time, a Dark Huntress
All
named
right.
Lariska
Air
convinced
jail.
Lord Nadiki to betray his brothers and join the Dark Hunters, promising to spare him and even allow him to rule parts of the city once the Dark Hunters inevitably overthrew Taragaduma. Little did Nadiki know, but Likon had been secretly listening in on this deal, and after Nadiki made major moves to betray his fellow Toa, Likon struck back, surprising the Dark Hunters and Nadiki, winning a conclusive victory over their forces. Honorably, Likon let the enemies go, with the promise that they never return to Metru Nui, and they take the treacherous Nadiki with them. Following these events, the Shadowed One inducted a reluctant Nadiki
Main story starts at hour 3.
unintelligent Dark Hunter Kreka to keep him in line, knowing his penchant for betrayal. And as the time passed, Nadiki grew weary of his membership in the Dark Hunter ranks, seeking any way out he could
First
find.
he's going to jail.
As it turns out, opportunity struck with the arrival of a mysterious stranger named Rudaka on the island, who sought to be trained by the Dark Hunters and increase her fighting prowess. Nadiki immediately approached her, promising to train her in return for a ticket off the island. But Rudaka was a dishonest and traitorous being, much like Nadiki himself, and at the first opportunity, she backstabbed Nadiki, selling him out to the Shadowed One.
The colors for Toa of Stomachs and Nightingale has been lost?
So as a cruel punishment, the Shadowed One
are they just like colors that aren't made, or
Toa once and for all. Rudaka then
we just don't know?
On Nadiki,
or is that like part of the story not developed?
Bereft of his elemental powers,
Do we get to decide as the fans? I have so many questions already.
Part 6. Corruption of the Makuta. For many millennia, the Toa Haga, an elite Toa team, were tasked as Pterodactyl's personal bodyguards, with their job to protect this leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta from harm.
There should be like a yearly Bionicle convention where we all just get together and talk about the lore.
The Makuta had been directly responsible for a series of mysterious and dark attacks and misdeeds in recent history. In a massive strike force against the holy city of Artaka, the Makuta, who was originally tasked to protect Artaka, turned against it, stealing the powerful Kanohia Voki, the Mask of Light, from Artaka's fortresses with an army of robotic Exotoa armor, Visorak spiders, and Rakshi, particularly devious Rahi loyal to Makuta. The Makuta also had been partnering with the Dark Hunters, funding
some colors and parts got discontinued? No. How dare.
And even held
How dare Lego.
The vicious Visorak hordes, long thought to be an uncontrolled
that's not very swag.
Gone wrong. At once, the Toa Haga launched a raid on the Brotherhood fortress at Destro, where they stole back the Evoki and Makoki stones, but not before 4 of their members were captured by the ruthless Rudaka, who was now working directly for Pterodax after receiving the favor of the Shadowed One for backstabbing and mutating Nadiki. Rudaka used those same
Bionicle Day
to transform the
like a convention where like people hang out all together,
for their grotesque appearance resembled
like in person, in real life.
Members of the Haga, Norik, Toa of Fire, and Toa of Air, managed to escape after
Bionicle Day sounds really awesome. Well, there should be a day. There should always be a day. If something's important enough, there should be a day.
Struck them in the back as they fled, mutating them too into Rahaga, but not before they were able to escape with the Evoki.
That was recent too. That's actually kind of cool.
As the former Toa Haga, last defense against the Makuta, fled deep into the archives, Pterodax was free to
making progress.
Afraid of the Toa's potential to damage their armor, the Makuta began a covert genocide of all Toa of Iron, wiping them off the face of the map. And now, with the treachery of the Brotherhood
exposed, is this like the first real mass genocide?
Infecting the Great Spirit Madanui with a virus, which would gradually render the Great Spirit comatose. Its effects
there's definitely like Bionicle gatherings at brick conventions, but I think one specific. I feel like Bionicle has enough to it for there can be something specific.
For over a year and a half. During this time, Pterodax, under the guise of the benevolent Taragaduma, gradually called all Toa away
a random thought,
where they were killed by a hired Dark Hunter Eliminator. Pterodax also hired Nadiki and Kreka, who helped him with various tasks in Metru Nui. And so, with all the Toa Mangai wiped out, only Likon remained. Growing suspicious of Taragaduma, who had conveniently sent all his comrades to their deaths, Toa Likon readied himself to choose 6 Matoran to become new Toa in his stead. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 2, Rise of the Brotherhood.
This
Corruption!
place.
Deep inside the heart of the Matoran universe, the Brotherhood of Makuta, once the protectors of peace and justice, have secretly turned dark. Plotting to overthrow the great spirit Metru Nui and led by the ambitious Makuta Pterodax, the Brotherhood's tendrils spread across the universe, stoking the flame of conflict between Metru Nui, the brain of the robot, and the Dark Hunters, ruthless bounty hunters with their eyes set on this city of legends. While noble Toa once protected the city and the universe from harm, many have met their fates in mysterious accidents, out on mission for the wise elder Turaga Duma, who is secretly Pterodax in disguise. Now, the fate of Metru Nui and the world falls into the hands of one battle-weary warrior, Toa Likon, as he urgently seeks to transfer his power into 6 new worthy Matoran, creating the next generation of heroes. This is Bionicle Retold.
Okay, so now we're getting we are getting to the like main story. I think this is where I left off in the I'm going to just tell you everything all at once 30 minutes recap. I think that ends at the main story. So now this is new information.
Chapter 3, Legends of Metru Nui. Part 1, Fist of the Vaki. Under the leadership of the false Turaga Duma, Metru Nui slowly fell from a beacon of light and order to a dark Orwellian police state. Matoran were forced to work longer and longer hours, with those who refused meeting grisly fates. With oversight from the false Duma, the Vaki police force were retrofitted with staffs of suggestion, tools that could bend the mind of even the most strong-willed Matoran, and force them back to work. Vaki Nurak used staffs of command to fill their target's mind with a single overriding command that was obeyed until the effect wore off. Vaki Bordak used staffs of loyalty to fill the target with a strong desire for Duma's sense of order, causing them to betray even their closest friends for minor infractions. Zadok used staffs of suggestion, turning the Matoran against each other and using them to convince troublesome comrades to return to work. Vaki Kirak used staffs of confusion, scrambling their target's sense of time and place to prevent troublemaking. Rorzak used staffs of presence, allowing them to see and hear what
So much visual stimulation.
These powerful staffs also allowed the Rorzak to detect any rebellious thoughts Matoran may hold, quashing them before they ever got to act on their thoughts. And worst of all, the Vaki Vorzak used staffs of erasing, temporarily eliminating their target's higher mental functions, leaving intact only motor skills. The targets of all these staffs were called Shamblers, Matoran wandering aimlessly through the streets of the Metrus. With the Vaki police force, the false Duma kept a firm grip over the city of Metru Nui, punishing any infractions incredibly harshly and modifying the Vaki's AI processing units to use extreme force and brutality whenever possible. While the staffs never physically harm Matoran permanently as to not decrease productivity, the mental ramifications of the Vaki's abilities cause the Matoran workforce to live in constant, perpetual fear, forever watched by the Vaki that lurked above. Even beyond this powerful police force, new threats lurked in the outskirts of Metru Nui. Makuta Pterodax, operating incognito throughout the city as Duma, unleashed a vile, intelligent plant known as the Morbuzak on the edges of the city. Stretching its vines deep within Matoran civilization, the Morbuzak was designed to push the Matoran into the center of the city, making them centralized in one place. Don't worry if you're confused. You're gonna find out exactly why Pterodax wanted all of the Matoran of Metru Nui in one centralized
Thank you for
location
acknowledging that I'm
this chapter,
confused.
so don't worry about that
Awesome.
and sit tight for now. The Morbuzak's first known action was to grow vines in the area of the Great Furnace and drive the Matoran away, allowing it to grow its king root in the center of the massive building, fueled by molten protodermis and the flames. From there it spread its vines all throughout the city, attacking structures and Matorans seemingly at random, although of course mostly keeping to the edges of the various Metru. The Matoran and even some Vaki fought back, but it was clear that the Morbuzak was too strong for them to defeat. This extreme rising threat of the Morbuzak, coupled with Duma's push to a dystopian police state, caused Toa Likon, sole protector of Metru Nui, to grow deeply suspicious of its leadership and form his own plans. Part 2. Faithful Matoran to Mighty Toa. After many long years guarding the mighty city of Metru Nui alone, Toa Likan secretly stole 6 Toa stones from the Great Temple in Ga Metru, transformative objects with the power to grant a Matoran incredible strength, fighting prowess, and elemental abilities, becoming a Toa themselves. Just as he ready to leave, a massive blast rocked the temple, and Likan found himself face to face with his former comrade turned traitor, the Dark Hunter Nidiki, and Kreka, the brutish and hulking Dark Hunter assigned to keep Nidiki in line. Escaping after a short skirmish, Likan hurried himself to grant the 6 stones to 6 Matoran he deemed worthy of becoming Toa. And yet, in an ironic twist of fate, Makuta Pterodax himself used his mental abilities to influence Likan's decision, twisting his mind to pick 6 Matoran who were quarrelsome, discordant, and overall not fit to be Toa. But little did Pterodax know, but the Order of Metru Nui, who had been secretly watching all these events unfold, had personally tricked Pterodax into influencing Likan to pick the correct set of heroes, whose flaws would later take them on an emotional journey to grow into the true guardians of the city.
I'm getting reeled in, guys.
In the Ga Metru School District, Likan delivered the first stone to Nokama, a teacher who was wise beyond her years. Moving to Po Metru, the second stone went to Onua, a stubborn carver and craftsman in the quarries. Next was Ko Metru, where a scholar named Nuju received the third stone. In turn, an archivist named Wanua from Onu Metru was granted the fourth, and a test driver named Matau from Lee Metru was given the fifth. Finally, Likan descended on his home region,
Birdie.
Ta Metru, bearing the final stone to a Tamatoran forger named Vakama. When Likan discovered Vakama, he was deep in the midst of crafting a mask.
I'm really
using the most
enjoying
powerful
so
discs
far.
available
I'm like
to him to
actually
forge
reeled
the
in right now.
legendary Mask of Time. Just a quick
First he's trying to
recap
eat
of the events of
my
the Prologue
Lego
in Chapter
pieces
1
to make this
begins.
interesting.
The great beings who are the
I
people
promise, Percy,
responsible for
eating
creating
Lego
this
will
entire
just
Matoran
result
universe
in a
actually
really
drafted up
bad
plans to
vet.
make 3 legendary Kenoki.
Vet trip
The
for
Kenoki
you.
Pika, or the Mask of Life, was the failsafe placed within Mount Valmai to restart the heart of the Great Spirit Metru Nui. The Mask of Creation was given to Artaka, which allowed him to create literally anything. The Kenohi Vahi, which was the Mask of Time, was originally created to allow users to slow or speed up time in certain areas of the robot, but unfortunately, due to the events of the Shattering, the Great Beings never actually got to make this mask, instead being forced to abandon their plans as the robot left the planet of Spherus Magna. What's really significant about this is that certain members of the Matoran universe, namely Vakama, actually have the ability to create a legendary Kenohi such as the Vahi, which means that their minds are about as sophisticated as some of the great beings were, which definitely goes to show just how far the sentience Velika gave them has gone. In Ta Metru, Likan snuck into the forge, granting Vakama with the final Toa stone and leaving him with cryptic messages to rescue the city from the grip of the Morbuzak, and something far darker.
I think
With all stones delivered and instructions given
we
to the
should
Matoran
give
to go
credit
the
to our
Great
short
Temple,
kings.
Likan's final task was done. But
Saying
before he got a chance to leave, Likan's revelation
they make
to
them
Vakama
seem
was
like little
interrupted when
guys.
Nidiki sprung
They're
from the
fierce
shadows of the
warriors.
forge along with Kreka. After a short fight, Nidiki dangled the helpless Vakama over the burning furnace, forcing Likan to throw down his weapons and surrender himself, or else watch Vakama burn. As Likan was bound by the Dark Hunters and Vakama barely escaped alive, the grip of the Morbuzak tightened around Ta Metru, forcing a widespread evacuation to the center of the city. With its sole protector in chains and a false leader commanding the Matoran, these were dark times for Metru Nui. And so, in the temple in Ga Metru, these 6 Matoran gathered to fulfill their destiny. They were stubborn, harboring ill will towards each other with the remnants of long-past Matoran civil war still influencing their bias.
Destiny, I
Struggling to
guess.
keep the peace among the newly assembled group, Nokama attempted to reconcile the Matoran as their Toa stones began to glow, activated by their presence in the temple. 6 tendrils of energy burst from the raised Suva, striking the bodies of the Matoran and imbuing them with Toa energy. And so, they were transformed, and that day signaled the solemn end of their Matoran lives. No longer were they humble craftsmen. Now they were powerful warriors, new protectors of the city. Vakama, Toa of fire. Nokama, Toa of water. Matau, Toa of air. Nuju, Toa of ice. Oniwa, Toa of stone. And Wenua, Toa of earth. Together, they would become the Toa Metru, icons of peace and justice across the city. But they were far from a cohesive team yet, and a series of trials and tribulations awaited them. Part 3.
Drama.
The Great Search. As the Toa observed their new forms in awe, Vakama was struck with a vision of the Great Discs, 6 of the most powerful Kanoka discs in existence. While standard Kanoka discs were plentiful and could be used to form many masks around the city, the 6 Great Discs were something special, created by Artaka himself with the intent to be fused together into a disc of time. Each Great Disc represented one of these 6 elemental Metrus across the vast city. Beyond this, the discs were the only objects with the power to eliminate the king root of the Morbuza.
Listen, it's not me eating the Lego. Listen, if I want to take a bite, a little chomp, on a Lego piece, I can do so. You know why? Because I won't swallow it. You know who will? My cat. And that's who I'm yelling at.
And belittling what he saw.
I really don't want him to chew down on some Lego. He cannot digest plastic. He's a cat. And that will mean I will have to go stop the stream and go to the vet. Nobody wants that. So I gotta keep telling him to stop eating the Lego.
That being said, if you are interested in this setting or in these characters, I actually would highly recommend that you go and check out the Search for the Matoran and the Search for the Masks, which were comic and book arcs, which covered the story that I've summarized in very, very quick format here, which especially details the Toa Metru learning how to use their elemental abilities, trying to work together as a team, and really gives a lot of characterization to each member, some of which I'll barely even mention throughout this recap. So if you are interested in these characters and want to learn more about their personalities, definitely go check out those books and comics.
So there's stuff that isn't even covered in this 9-hour video. So there's a potential for this video to be longer.
World-breaking stuff that we'll have to officially discuss in these recaps.
This is insane.
As the Toa sought out the discs and grew into their new forms, they were deceived by the treacherous Po-Matoran Akmau, who had been paid off by Nadiki to ensnare the other Matoran who knew the locations of the discs and confuse the Toa into wasting their time and running into traps.
Furry Child was on stream.
This is not the last we'll see of this slippery character in many more stories to come. Just remember, Akmau is kind of a devious guy. Blaming each other for this deception, the Toa were forced to fight to overcome their differences, banding together to use the disc to eventually destroy the Morbuzak in a climactic battle, resulting in the utter annihilation of the vines and the vicious plants' grip on the city to diminish. Triumphant in their first great quest, the Toa Metru turned to the Colosseum, where they would show that they were indeed heroes of Metru Nui. But before being able to claim their victory and present the great disc to Turaga Duma, the Toa Metru were sidetracked in Onu Metru by a crowd of panicking Onu Matoran, urging them to descend into the depths of the archives and help seal an underwater leak that threatened to flood the entire district. In the darkness of the archives, the Toa struggled to act as a cohesive team, constantly bickering and interrupting each other's elemental attacks. Little did they know, but they were being stalked by a highly intelligent shape-shifting Rahi known as Kraka, who was angered by their intrusion into her territory, but also deeply
An hour and a half
of the Toa. Observing their discordance, Kraka used their conflict to her advantage to confuse the Toa and further her agenda. Sowing seeds of distrust and conflict in the group, the Toa Metru came close to killing each other before Nuju stepped in to calm the team, uncovering the crafty shapeshifter's plots. In a climactic battle with the Kraka, Nokama managed to trick her into assuming a combination of the bodies of all 6 Toa Metru, overwhelming
this being a TLDR is bonkers. You cannot try and convince me otherwise.
With the battle behind them and the cracks in the archive sealed, the Toa returned to the surface of the city, with an important lesson in trust learned. Part 4. Trials of the Toa Metru. In the Grand Colosseum of Metru Nui, the Toa Metru finally made their first public appearance to the assembled crowd. Presenting the Great Disc to Turaga Duma, the Toa Metru prepared to be officially sworn in as the protectors of Metru Nui. But little did they know that
they're kind of cute. I'm not, you know, the more I watch, the more I realize they're kind of cute.
Belittling their quest for the discs and decrying them as useless, Duma ordered the Toa to pass a great test to prove they were not imposters and deserved to be the guardians of the city. Yet again, the Toa failed to show unity, tackling the task individually and refusing to work together. And so, as Duma ordered the Vaki to swarm the Toa, 3 of their rank were captured: Nuju, Wanua, and Onua, while only Vakama, Matau, and Nokama managed to escape. With the remaining Toa Metru framed for Likon's disappearance and the Vaki on high alert, Pterodax prepared to enact his final plans, still in the guise of Duma. And so, after many confrontations with the
I may be in Bionicle pain, but I'm rocking the Legoland hoodie.
Toa Metru slowly and painfully began to learn
Got the
to
drip
work
and the swag.
as they unlocked their mask powers one by one. Nokama using her mask of
And a lot of
transformation
Lego to build.
with a rampaging Rocky horde, and Matau using the mask of shapeshifting to fool Nadiki and Kreka, using similar tactics the shapeshifting Rocky Kraka used on him to sow discord between the Dark Hunters. All this time, Vakama continued to be beset by twisted visions of the future, foreseeing a vast web covering Metru Nui, his own face contorted into a monster, and a failure to save his team and the city. Throughout these adventures, the three Toa encountered yet another monstrous, intelligent Rocky known as the Tatarak, who emerged from a crevice in the ground demanding an answer to a mysterious question. After temporarily incapacitating the mysterious speaking Rahi, the battle-weary trio sought refuge on a Vaki transport in Po Metru, still seeking to find the missing Lekon and free their missing comrades. In the meantime, Nuju, Onua, and Wenua strove constantly to free themselves from their cell, but continued to fail yet again due to their non-stop bickering, with some even giving up, accepting their fate. It was then that a mysterious figure emerged from the depths of the prison, a Turaga, who simply told them that they could easily get out, if only they activated their unique mask powers and worked together as a team. Under the instruction of this strange figure, the three Toa began a journey of self-discovery of their own. Meanwhile, in the scuttling Vaki transport, Vakama, Nokama, and Matau discovered a multitude of eerie spherical storage containers. Upon placing his hand on the surface of a container, Vakama was struck with another vision of a Matoran sealed within, her eyes gleaming a crimson hue. Awakening from his reverie traumatized, Vakama opened the containers, revealing only emptiness within. Before they could investigate further, they were beset by the Dark Hunters, skirmishing with them across the fields of Po Metru before narrowly escaping with their lives. At this time, in the prison of the Dark Hunters, Wenua and Onua ceased their work and argued amongst each other, frustrated with the trivial task given to them by their Turaga. It was then that Onua's mask power inadvertently activated, commanding his comrade to take a seat, and discovering his mask.
I mean, every time someone asks me to start over, a little tear will come from my face. No, we're not starting over. You, good news, as I have been informed, the main story just started.
The caverns of Po Metru and find a route out. It wasn't long until the Toa Metru were finally reunited at last, sharing tales of their exploits. The Elder then revealed himself to be Lekon, his power drained and fully transformed into a Turaga after he had transformed the 6 Matoran into Toa Metru. While Vakama believed they had completed their mission and saved what he believed to be the heart of Metru Nui, Lekon was disappointed in the Toa. In all their bickering, conflicts, and side quests, they had failed to address the root of the problem and uncover
It's Bionicle time! I'm going to Bionicle all over you!
All his attempts to weaken the city, from the brutal Vaki to the vines of the Morguzak, and even to the capture and detainment of the Toa, had resulted in a populace ready and willing for subjugation and control. And so, deep in the catacombs of
Percy would be a mean-looking Vonkel, I think.
Turaga Duma was an imposter, and the real Duma's body was kept in suspended animation in one of the mysterious metal spheres. Part 5. The Great Cataclysm. Rushing to confront the false Duma, the 6 Toa Metru alongside Turaga Lekon sped towards the Grand Colosseum. But they were too late. The robotic Vaki had rounded up all the Matoran, placing them in hibernation within the many spherical pods they discovered earlier. Upon confronting the false Duma, they learned he was Pterodax in disguise, and his plan to take over the Great Spirit was well underway. As a note,
I am allowed to eat, and I will be eating, don't worry.
Spherical pods, which would induce amnesia and make them forget everything about their lives in Metru Nui, so that when Pterodax eventually woke up these Matoran, they would only know him as their ruler. As another side note, these are actually the lids to the canisters that the Toa Metru came in, which is some more pretty fun toy set integration even where the packaging is concerned. And yes, you can fit a full Matoran inside this.
My arm was done by DuckBricks today.
Virus to render the Great Spirit
important information
had taken grip over the Matoran universe, causing the now slumbering Great Spirit robot to plummet from its orbit. In a cruel twist of fate, the robot was ready to return to the star system that started it all, the remains of Spirus Magna.
You can rewind the stream.
Celestial bodies. But as it orbited
Rewind the stream and watch it at 2 times speed. I'll still be here. Don't you worry.
Waves of the ocean planet. Massive earthquakes struck the entire Matoran universe, with widespread devastation wreaking havoc on the internal mechanisms. In the destruction, Pterodax began to siphon and consume Metru Nui's power source for himself, prepping to take Mana Nui's place as the prime intelligence in command of the robot universe. The events of this great cataclysm were widespread, resulting in several major and climactic events to simultaneously occur across the universe. Some of the events I'm about to describe relating to the Great Cataclysm aren't too relevant for the story as a whole. Just keep them in mind because I'm saying
he's back.
They chronologically take
He's
place
here.
At this time. And don't worry, I will mention Great Cataclysm in the future when they become relevant again. I'm just telling you them now because it happens in chronological order. The most important of these is probably what happened to the Baraki, which we're about to get to. If you recall from last chapter, Rise of the Brotherhood, the Baraki were the 6 warlords who were basically perfect physical specimens, who once ruled over the League of 6 Kingdoms which united the lands of the Matoran universe, although eventually they were captured and sent to the massive jail which was the Pit. As the robots struck Aqua Magna and shockwaves cascaded over the world, the great prison of the Pit was smashed open, with the prisoners being engulfed in the black waters.
Yes, this is like a second language.
Leaked from the damaged
this is so new.
Waters of the ocean.
So new.
Substance affected the prisoners,
Also, I'm bad with names. I'm getting clowned for not knowing names. I've never said I was good with names, ever.
Mutated into grotesque, animalistic monsters, cursed to lurk the depths of the ocean. As the Baraki escaped, they murdered Hydraxon, who was the warden of the prison and member of the Order of Mana Nui who trained the Toa Mata himself. Elsewhere in the universe, the southern
I do remember the Cataclysm. That's what I was saying. We're at the part where I still remember words.
Breaking away from the mainland and skyrocketing upwards, bursting forth.
We haven't gotten to like new information. Like this is all vaguely. I vaguely remember a lot of this.
Aqua Magna's ocean. The villagers who survived the harrowing events came to call this island Voya Nui, for Great Voyage.
We're bonkling.
Sadly, Taraga Jovan, the former Toa of Magnetism and member of the team who saved the Great Spirit, perished in this ascent. On this island, 2 agents of the Order of Mana
$1,000 on super chats, and I will take a standardized test.
The Great Spirit had either perished or abandoned the
Promise.
And his companion
but you don't have to. I encourage you not to.
One day return. Despite their disagreements, both warriors stood guard in secret over the Mask of Life.
My brain is going to be absolute mush.
Karda Nui, the heart of the universe,
in 7.5 hours.
Water spilled into the dome, filling the base of the heart of the robot with a great swamp coalescing on the ground of Karda Nui. Stalactites on the ceiling of Karda Nui were dislodged as the remaining Avmatoran, who had once lived.
I'm paying attention, but I need to do something else with my hands.
And established villages upon the surface of Karda Nui. Even the Makuta fortress on Destro wasn't safe, with massive damage being dealt to the Brotherhood headquarters, and some Makuta, specifically Makuta Icarix, began to question Pterodax's grand plan, which thus far had resulted in chaos across the universe. In the aftermath of the Great Cataclysm, the Great Spirit Robot's camouflage system was accidentally triggered, forming a dense jungle island on the face of the robot, which would come to be known as the Island of Mana Nui. Pipes inside the robot's head leaked its fuel source, energized protodermis, which spurred plant growth and created the island's diverse climates. If you recall back to the prologue,
I'm not taking notes.
Was the substance that sparked the war between the Glatorian, causing the core war to start.
That is abusive.
It had pretty amazing and magical transformative properties as well. Now, this energized protodermis leaked out across the universe, mutating many of the animals and species within. Many Rahi who had been roaming free around Metru Nui also escaped to this island refuge in the chaos. And finally, in a last-ditch attempt to save the system, the Toa Mata, protectors of Mana Nui, were launched from the heart of Karda Nui in their canisters, ready to awaken from their slumber and spring to action to restart the core of the robot and perform their duty as a failsafe against a cataclysmic event such as this. Tragically, they were launched too late, and the damage done to their canisters from the fall caused them to malfunction, sealing the Toa Mata inside the dormant canisters and plunging them to the ocean of Aqua Magna around Mana Nui, where they would lay in slumber for another 1,000 years, slowly losing all their memories and forgetting their training. But most grievous of all, the tremors reduced much of Metru Nui to ruin. The archives were destroyed and the Rahi within.
Oh, I'm not pausing this. I'm never pausing this. We are not pausing. This is going straight through. If I walk away, I'm walking away.
Metru's schools were ravaged by the quake as well.
I can still hear it. Even if I'm wearing headphones.
The temple of the Great Spirit,
the last thing in my ear,
was nearly completely destroyed.
I get no peace.
Much of Ta Metru was overcome with molten protodermis, and the Metru knowledge towers fell to ruin.
He's sleeping. Don't worry, he'll be back to eat Lego probably in another 30 minutes or so. I don't usually get much peace.
Vaki and Dark Hunter pair still in pursuit. In his greed, Makuta Pterodax activated a shadowy absorption power, sucking in both Rahi and Dark Hunters and absorbing their essences. And so, the former Toa Nadiki met his fate beside Kreka, combined and overridden with Pterodax's will, guilt in his heart. As the Toa fled the city, Vakama came to a revelation. Combining the 6 great discs, he was able to forge the legendary Mask of Time, right when he received yet another vision showing him the way to the newly created island.
Listen, I promised I would watch the video. I never said I'd be excited.
Pterodax blocked off their escape route in a new
Though,
winged form.
To those who keep asking, I am enjoying myself.
To buy his team time, Vakama confronted Pterodax with the newly created Mask of Time, placing the mask over his
I'm learning a lot.
bid to slow time around them. Unfortunately, Vakama was overwhelmed with the power of the mask, unfamiliar with how to operate it and slowing time around both himself and Pterodax. Likon appeared at that moment, blocking Pterodax's shadow hand with a shield, sacrificing himself for Vakama. The resulting blast was fatal for the Turaga, and the Vahi fell from Vakama's head into the ocean. Pterodax, freed from the mass power, dove from the wall after it. And so, with his last breath, Likon gave Vakama his mask and uttered his final words. I am proud to have called you brother, Toa Vakama.
That's so sad.
Vakama discovered his mask power, that of invisibility, and went once again to confront the winged dark entity.
Okay, listen. The Baraki still went through it. Villains or not.
In the final battle against this evil force, the 6 Toa Metru, having finally learned unity, sealed Pterodax in a temporary Toa seal to buy time for their retreat. With the battle behind them, the Toa set out for a new refuge, sailing through a new crack made in the robot's external shell. It was Matau who had flown ahead of the transport and first beheld the new land above. Nokama carved small images of the Toa Metru into stone to document their journey, as they last left the winding, darkened tunnels and sailed onto a gleaming ocean, dazzling with an island that would come to be
Should have said no.
Part 6.
They did it.
Mutation. With Metru Nui destroyed and its Matoran population in slumber, the Toa Metru were defeated, only able to celebrate a small temporary victory over Pterodax. Their most monumental tasks still lay ahead. To return to the broken Metru
The visuals are really sick, though.
Preparing them for a new life on the island of Mana Nui.
Cannot disagree.
On their return to Metru Nui, the Toa yet again faced many trials, combating the much more intelligent prototype to the Morbazak plant that Pterodax had discarded, and learning much more about the mysterious powers of energized protodermis. Yeah, again, I'm really skimming through these adventures here. The Toa actually had quite a lot of adventures before.
What do you mean skimming?
I'm just jumping to the most important ones, but definitely, if you want the full experience, be sure to go down to the links in the description below where I've linked some of the major compilations of the Bionicle storyline. I think the one that I'm describing right now is actually the plot to one of the Game Boy games, where the Toa faced off against the prototype plant for the Morbuzak, which was actually named Karzani, and there was a lot of really interesting character stuff that went into that, even faced some sort of a Rahi Nui that would become relevant later on in the story. But it's just so much to talk about right now. We gotta move past the most important events. So again, check those out if you are interested in these characters and learning more about their personalities. As the Toa Metru made their way back to Metru Nui,
learn more. This is like having to teach yourself curriculum outside of the classroom. Incorrect.
Summoned by Pterodax to free him from his seal and conquer the city, the Visorak hordes descended on Metru Nui, led by the devious Rudaka and Sidorak, the so-called king of the Visorak. As a quick recap from last chapter, Rudaka was the devious woman who transformed the Toahaga into Rahaga, and in turn gained the favor of Makuta Pterodax, and now serves as basically his right-hand woman. As they advanced towards Metru Nui, the Toa saw a large number of Rakshi, Rahi, and webs covering the dark and crumbling city. The city's archives had been broken, and the Rahi were roaming free around Metru Nui, left to their own devices.
Chat, I hope you're enjoying this. I really
The ship
do.
was struck by a fierce storm that capsized the crew.
I believe you now. I
The tornado
believe that
washed
this
the
is the
shore, and their
TLDR, but I
transport
didn't
was
want
utterly destroyed
to.
in the process. Still prowling the city but cut loose from their original programming, the Vaki remained an ever-present threat. But the real danger was up ahead. As Vakama brazenly led his team into the heart of the city, they
So
were
much
ambushed by the Vizrak
knowledge.
spiders using their paralyzing weapons. Hung high above the great Colosseum and cocooned by the Vizrak, the Toa Metru were bit by the vicious Rahi, injected with Vizrak venom, and mutated into half-Toa, half-Rahi freaks called Hordika. No longer Toa Metru, these were the Toa Hordika, nightmarish versions of themselves who struggled to retain a grip on their sanity. As the Toa Hordika were released to plummet to their deaths by Rudaka, they were saved at the last moment by the former Toa Haga, using their nimble Rahaga forms to navigate through the sky and seize the Toa as they fell. They took them into the ruins of Ga Metru, where the Rahaga told the Toa that the Hordika venom they had been injected with needed to be neutralized, or else the venom would make their mutations permanent. Their only hope was a fable, highly intelligent Rahi spoken of in myths and legends called Kitangu, a powerful Rahi gifted in the knowledge of venoms and their counteragents, and possibly possessed the
He's
power
just a
to
guy.
wield the Toa. Just
The guy knows some stuff.
On to the next section. In part 2, I described the powerful Kanohi Avoki, the Mask of Light, which the Rahaga stole from the Brotherhood Fortress on Destral and fled before being transformed into Rahaga themselves. They actually stole this alongside the Makoki Stones, which was a tablet detailing the powers and abilities and weaknesses of the entire Brotherhood of Makuta, which had then been split into 6 parts in a bidding war led on by the Dark Hunters. Basically, all you need to know is that the Toa Hordika go
That's
on
just
a grand
basically all
quest
you
to
need to
find
know.
all 6 pieces of the Makoki Stone to unlock the Kanohi Avoki, which the Rahaga had hidden away in order to prevent from falling in the wrong hands. For all intents and purposes, this is basically a team-building exercise which has no major ramifications on the story, and essentially is just a tale told to show the Toa Hordika getting accustomed to their new bestial forms, and even learning how to fight as part animals.
I would literally rather be strapped to a gaming chair and have to listen to walkthroughs of Calculus 3 and play League of Legends. But I'm having a great time.
They are there, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it over some of the other more gripping Bionicle material. Part 7. Betrayal. Over the course of their adventures as Toa Hordika, these newly mutated heroes had to become
I'm
accustomed
going to be
new
dreaming
forms,
about,
perfecting the
yeah,
power of
I
their
am going to be
ritualistic
dreaming about
weapons,
Bionicle
and
for like
focusing on suppressing their animal instincts.
weeks probably.
However, while some of them, like Nokama and Nuju, excelled at using their new forms for good, Vakama, whose mental and emotional state was deteriorating rapidly, frequently left the group for long walks, consumed by his guilt over failing to save the Matoran and his team. Egged on by snideful remarks by Matau, who blamed him for their transformation, Vakama was plummeting into despair. On one of these walks, he was ambushed by the Vizrak, who paralyzed him and brought him before Rudaka. Taking advantage of his emotionally vulnerable state, Rudaka convinced Vakama that his friends no longer cared for him, playing to his insecurities, and promising him the
That's not
loyalty and
nice.
power of the Vizrak horde should he choose to lead by her side. Little did Vakama know, but this was all a ploy to usurp Sidorak, the king of the Vizrak horde, give the horde to Vakama, and then free Pterodax with the elemental powers of Vakama's team members. But so, with his mind muddled with Hordika venom, a confused and angry Vakama succumbed to Rudaka, pledging his loyalty
This
to the
is
horde
canon.
and allowing
This is
his
a
venom
canon
to take
video.
over his mind. Under the leadership of Rudaka, Vakama's first mission was to ambush his former friends and capture
This
the
is
Rahaga,
canon because
which
I
he
will
successfully
never be the
accomplished.
same.
Leaving only Norik barely alive to tell the
That's
tale,
why this is
Vakama
canon.
returned to the Colosseum with the captured Rahaga, now the leader of the Horde. However, just before they were captured, the Rahaga managed to parse the location of Kitangu from inscriptions within the Great Temple, conveying to the Toa Hordika where to find the mysterious Rahi. Underneath an icy underground mountain beneath Metru Nui, Kitangu revealed himself, agreeing to help them if only they could prove themselves using their Hordika forms. And so the Battle of Metru Nui commenced. Breaking through the Colosseum's defenses, the 5 remaining Toa Hordika converged on the Horde, with Matau grabbing Vakama and dueling him one-on-one. Meanwhile, the behemoth Kitangu smashed through the throne room, confronting Sidorak and Rudaka. The devious Rudaka slipped away, revealing her betrayal to Sidorak, but only a moment before Kitangu smashed Sidorak to the ground, damaging his body beyond repair and utterly killing him. Meanwhile, Matau and Vakama battled
No,
alone,
I'm
with Matau
completely
apologizing for his
sober.
harsh words and asking Vakama to rejoin the team. In a
Ah!
moment of hesitation, Matau seemingly plummeted to his death, but coming to his senses, Vakama saved his teammate, redeeming himself and rescuing Matau seconds before his demise. As the rest of the Toa Hordika freed the Rahaga and joined the fight, Vakama used his newfound command over the Vizorak horde to disperse their ranks, leaving only a cornered Rudaka. Preparing to end the fight, the 6 Toa blasted her with their elemental powers. But, to their dismay, this was exactly what Rudaka wanted. As the Toa funneled their elemental power to defeat her, a piece of the seal they had used to bind Pterodax broke off from Rudaka, causing a ripple effect to eventually free Pterodax himself. Pterodax's shadow projection enveloped her body, whisking her away for further misdeeds. And yet, despite Pterodax being unleashed and Rudaka escaping, the Toa Hordika had proved they had overcome their differences and worked
Yeah,
as a
this
team,
is
leading
some
the
kind of
fate
lecture.
Kitangu, who reverted them back to their original Metru forms with his special anti-venom. And so, with the Vizorak threat demolished and the Matoran capsules free for rescue, the Toa began the long and arduous process of transporting the Matoran to their new home. Part 8. Fate of the Vahi. As the Toa made their way back to Mana Nui on airships carrying the slumbering Matoran, Vakama held back one final
Alright guys,
mission
we're making
forefront
it
in his
through.
mind,
We're making
to search for and
some
retrieve
progress.
the missing
We're almost
Kenohi
2
Vahi,
hours in.
Mask of Time, which was lost during
This
the
is
battle with
over
Pterodax
9 hours
many
long.
years ago. Meanwhile, the Shadowed One, leader of the Dark Hunters, was furious with the loss of 2 of his most valuable assets, Nadiki and Kreka,
This will
who he
be
assumed had
a
been killed
permanent
by
source of
Tormentor.
trauma.
And so, with the Vizorak hordes gone, the Shadowed
I don't
One
know
made
if I'll ever be
preparations
able
return
to
Metru Nui
listen
in person to get revenge for the loss of his 2
to his
agents.
voice again, ever,
Accompanied by
in
his
peace.
bodyguard Sentrak and a time-sensitive Dark Hunter named Voparak, whose sole purpose was to track the Vahi, he left under the cover of night and sailed for what remained of Metru Nui. Just a quick fun note about Voparak. He was created by the Shadowed One in order to detect the Mask of Time. It was literally his only purpose. The Shadowed One made him from an experiment to be time-sensitive and detect the Kenohi Vahi, or Mask of Time, wherever it may appear. Unfortunately, this came with a very dangerous side effect. Voparak's skin emitted temporal radiation, which means that if you touched him, even just for a few seconds, you would be aged thousands of years, making him literally have a living death touch and essentially becoming a living weapon. As such, he was one of the most feared Dark Hunters, although he was rarely let out on mission other than to track down the Kenohi Vahi. And you sure bet that this power is definitely going to backfire at some point. Just wait and see. After searching through the rubble and waves, Vakama finally recovered the Kenohi Vahi, which had been damaged in the battle.
I don't think that I could spell any of them, but I think that I would know more names than I did after the original quiz video that I did from the other day. I mean, I really couldn't remember anything name-wise. The story-wise, I like, it makes sense. Like the history and like the time of events. Okay, like, you know, this happens, so then this happens, so then this happens. That makes sense to me. But like remembering names and being like, oh, you know, this person did this. Brain did not want to remember. I was trying so hard though, but I think now I could probably at least come up with names that even sound remotely intelligent. I promise I'm trying to learn. I've also never seen any of this like written down on paper, I think if I
Hercule relayed
read
to
like
Vakama
a
crucial
lore
information.
page,
Without
it
his
would
Toa
I would
Unica,
retain the information. I
Hercule
was
would never
never an
become a Toa, and his
auditory
defense
learner.
against the
I'm like
dark
a
forces would not ever
writing and like
become to pass.
reading type
Just a
learner.
quick note here,
So
the organic creature that
this
affixed
is
itself to
hard. This is
Vakama's face
hard.
is a very special time-sensitive Rahi. When placed on your face, it can give you flash forwards to the future and even open a path of communication between yourself and someone in the possible future.
I will not
As
be
Hercule
putting this on
placed it
2
there and
times
why it
speed.
attacked Vakama
No matter how
specifically,
much I would
all of
love
those
to put
answers
this
are
onto 2
coming
times
later, and
speed,
honestly, they're not too relevant right
I
now.
can't.
This exists in this
And that's
particular
okay.
story for 2 main reasons. Number
I will
one
get through
is
this.
so Vakama can have some sort of
I will come out a stronger
understanding of what's to
person.
come, so he can help advise the next teams of Toa, specifically the Toa Inika, which were just mentioned. And number two,
It's hair
again, it's
wash
classic
day.
sequel bait, giving a character a flash forward of something darker yet ahead.
Do you know what that
and showing some
means?
sort of Toa team or heroes
You know
will
that
face
shower's gonna
darkness
hit.
sometime in the future, literally just teasing what's to come. This specific vision would not really come to pass until several chapters later in chronological order. We'd actually see this at around chapter 5 or 6 if my calculations are correct. So just stay tuned until then and I will be referencing it. As to what exactly this creature is and who placed it there, the explanation is also coming, but one thing the Bionicle writing team liked to do was seed things
Every
really early
time
in
Chris
advance
says,
and then pay
this
them
will
off
come
years
later, or
later.
this is coming, or
This
whatever.
often
No,
happens
tell me right
years
now.
later,
Give me the
so
information
just
right
sit
now.
tight
I
for
want to
now.
make it make sense.
Understand that there's some sort of special time-sensitive organic Rahi that can give people visions and connections to the future, and if you can accept that, then you're all good. Before he got a chance to finish, however, the creature was ripped from Vakama's face, and he found himself face to face with Makuta Pterodax once again, who after a short altercation informed him that the Vahi was in the possession of the Dark Hunter Voparak, who had knocked Vakama unconscious when Pterodax stumbled upon his body. This forced the Toa of Fire and the Master of Shadows to work together to retrieve the Vahi. As Vakama and Pterodax made their way to the Dark Hunter's camp inside the Great Temple, Kitangu emerged from the shadows to challenge Pterodax to combat, sensing his dark presence, leaving Vakama to infiltrate the lair of the Dark Hunters and combat the Shadowed One's bodyguard, Sentrak, alone. As the two battles raged inside and out of the temple, Kitangu began to buckle under Pterodax's blows, while Vakama succumbed to Sentrak. Just as Pterodax was about to deliver the killing blow to Kitangu, a powerful blast rocked the temple, sending all 4 combatants flying at the feet of the Shadowed One. Quickly chaining Kitangu and holding Vakama and Pterodax at bay, the Shadowed One challenged Vakama, saying he would pay for destroying 2 of his most
Hair wash day.
It was then that Vakama urged the
Yes,
Shadowed One to
DuckBricks
take a
attended
closer look
UPenn.
at Pterodax, revealing that in
He
fact,
does not hide that
Pterodax
information.
had been the one to kill Nadiki and Kreka, not the Toa Metru. After seeing elements of both fallen
The
hunters and
college
Pterodax's
I
army,
attended is
a pair
also
of powerful
vaguely
villains began to battle. The Shadowed
public
One's disintegrating items
information.
destroyed much of Pterodax's chest plate and
But I
both
don't
of his wings.
shove it in your face.
Vakama saw
Just
his
saying.
moment and took the Mask of Time from the
Just
Shadowed
saying.
One by surprise, swooping down from the air using his jetpack launcher. Blasting a laser from his eye-beams, the Shadowed One shot Vakama, sending him falling to his apparent death. The Shadowed One wanted to head after the fallen Toa, but Pterodax threw him at the fallen Voparak in his surprise, causing the Shadowed One to age
I'm
several
laughing at
thousand
pictures
years just
being
in
posted of
contact with
me
Voparak's skin.
from
Barely escaping with his
today.
life, the Shadowed One vowed
It's
war on the
hilarious.
Brotherhood of Makuta and Pterodax himself, kickstarting a major conflict between the 2 evil organizations that would have major future ramifications in the universe. Vakama barely had a moment to flee the scene of the battle when Pterodax caught up to him, cornering him in an old reclamation chamber. With no other options, Vakama threatened to destroy the Mask of Time, which would cause all reality to become undone.
Yeah, he's putting that Ivy League education
Vakama
to
struck a
work.
deal with Pterodax, proposing that he allow Vakama to depart
No,
with the mask and
Go
leave
off,
the
King.
Matoran, Kitangu,
Absolutely.
Taragaduma, and the Rahaga in peace for one whole year. Naturally, Pterodax was outraged.
It's a cool
with
fun
no other
fact.
options and weakened from his battle with the Shadowed One. He agreed to the terms, vowing he would descend upon their island home 1 year from that day to threaten
So
the
did
Matoran with
Robert.
darkness once again.
So it's really
As
funny
Vakama warily
to hear them
retreated
talk
to
about
Metru Nui,
UPenn
Pterodax
specific
came upon an
things.
abandoned Matoran sphere, which contained the shifty Po-Matoran Akmau, who had betrayed the Toa Metru for money long ago. Awakening him from his slumber and feeding his
Brickcon
mind
was
with
really
lies
fun.
and twisted tales, Pterodax gained himself one new, faithful servant, Akmau, who would go on to
Boiler
infiltrate the
up.
island of Metru Nui and prove to be a troublesome
Purdue
thorn
grad.
in their side for all of civilization. Eventually, all of the Toa Metru
Go
reached
Midwestern
the new island of
schools.
Mana Nui, safe
Corn.
from Pterodax's wrath for 1 year.
Corn.
The Rahaga, Kitangu,
That's all I
and
can say.
Taragaduma agreed to stay behind in Metru Nui, preparing it for their eventual
There's
return
only so
and
many
rebuilding the
options
city
once
brick
you
by
find
brick.
out that Chris and
However,
I are
the Toa
engineers.
Metru had one
Only so
final
many
problem.
options of schools, to
The
be honest,
Matoran were still
that you can
comatose
guess
in the
through.
ponds. And so, Vakama sacrificed his Toa power to awaken some of the Matoran, becoming Turaga in the process.
Just saying
The other
Aatrox,
Toa
I think, is
followed suit
hilarious.
until all
Yes.
of the Matoran were awakened.
Please,
The
if
effects of the seas
Aatrox
caused
starts
the newly
streaming
awakened Matoran to lose all
and
their memories
he
of Metru Nui,
sends people
including
here,
those of the Toa
make me
Metru
aware.
and
I want to
Pterodax.
know. I want to be able to
Newly
call it out and be
transformed
like,
Turaga would
and
tell them a false
give him a
story
piece of my
concerning
mind.
why they were on the island of Mana Nui, in order to protect them
Because
from the Makuta who had arrived there
his
a year later.
reaction,
To
while
honor their
absolutely
dinosaur people and
hilarious,
respect the power of nature,
was like,
Turaga Nuju chose to
don't
never
laugh
speak
at, don't
Matoran
laugh at
again,
this. Don't laugh
communing
at my
only in the
history.
language of the Rocky, and using the efforts of a
He
translator
caused
named
this to
Matoran to
happen.
communicate with the rest. Waiting for the prophesied Toa Mana to
All
come,
in good fun.
the Turaga and the Matoran
NC
began to live
State.
in the era known as the Dark Times.
I don't know your mascot.
But
I
that's a
should.
tale for next
I'm
chapter,
I'm
and with that,
I'm gonna
we
get
conclude Chapter 3, Legends of Metru Nui.
that's gonna be a point of contention later in my
Previously
life.
on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 3, Legends of Metru Nui. Dystopia. Under the fist of Makuta Pterodax operating incognito as Taragaduma, the great city of Metru Nui, or the brain of the robot, once a beacon of safety and light, has been transformed into a cruel surveillance state.
Having a split house for IU and Purdue is like so hard. One of my best friends was split. And so game days are always really fun. And when we have the bucket game, it's always really hard at the tailgates.
In a pivotal battle between the Makuta and the Dark Hunters, a fragile one-year peace with Pterodax is earned. And on the shores of their new home, the island of Mana Nui, the Toa
We
Metru
finally made it to 2001. Oh, phew.
transforming into Turaga elders to mentor the next generation of heroes. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 4, Infection.
The Midwest.
Prologue.
What a time.
Aftermath of the Cataclysm. With the Toa Metru's courageous rescue of the Matoran,
It'll always be, you know, a place where I think back upon fondly, but I'm not a Midwestern girly.
But without a workforce to be influenced and controlled, he was left the ruler of an empty city. True to his word, he left the island of Mana Nui alone for 1 whole year, during which the Matorans
Big Carolinas fan.
as they established their own
I respect it. I respect it.
Matoran guard posts and constructed villages across the island. All this time,
I have a random question if anyone knows how tall
vibrant island paradise full
are the
of
bonkles?
beauty. During this time, the corrupted Matoran
Like in
Magna
human feet?
ingratiated himself with the other villagers,
Are they like
integrating
3
into
people
society
tall?
as a
Did I
secret
miss
agent
that?
of Makuta, his mind
I'll
filled
take
with
responsibility if I missed that.
1 year
Now I'm just
after
curious.
Pterodax's confrontation with Vakama over the Vahi, his attacks began in full force. From a shadow plague spreading across the land to infected Rahi turning vicious and assailing the Matoran, Pterodax did everything in his power to keep the Matoran in the dark and prevent them from rediscovering Metru Nui. This period came to be known as the Great War.
If I had to be strapped down for 9 hours to watch a show, I think I would pick
100 years into this dark time, the Matoran
Dance
villagers
Moms.
of Voya Nui,
because I danced my entire life. And it's funny to watch the drama. Or like Jersey Shore. That's like, it's terrible comedy, but it'd be hilarious.
The landmass containing Mari Nui sank beneath the waves.
And nothing too dense, right? I want to be able to like follow along
of their own, directly beneath
and just have
Nui,
fun.
which was utterly destroyed during its descent. Just a quick refresher from chapters 1, 2, and 3. So the
Hands
Baraki
up.
warlords were a group of people who tried to overthrow the Great Spirit Mata Nui during their time as rulers of the League of Six Kingdoms. Of course, this revolt was thwarted by Makuta Pterodax himself,
True.
and these people were sent to the
Mr.
pit, which was the
Pterodax?
massive prison. Unfortunately,
He
during
had bad
cataclysm,
things up there.
the robot sunk into the seas of Aqua Magna, and the pit was ripped open, which allowed all of its inmates to escape. During this time, the radiation from the energy source for the robot mixed in with the black waters of Aqua Magna, changing it into a mutagenic substance which transformed the Baraki from prime beings who were the height of their power into these grotesque monsters. It also, however,
The Baraki have really been through it. I'm gonna stand by that.
Water and made them resemble sea creatures, like Kalma here representing a squid. The massive impact released air bubbles from the nearby airweed fields and encased the city, allowing the Matoran
7'2"? Oh wow.
During the brief time
Tall.
these Matoran were exposed to the mutagen in the waters, their bodies became bigger and stronger, undoing much of Karzani the Mad Titan's works. After this
9-hour kitchen nightmares would be absolutely hilarious, but there's not as much lore. Like, there's more of individual like episodes. At least that's what I thought. Whereas Dance Moms has like continued lore.
In the meantime, the war between the Dark Hunters and the Brotherhood of Makuta raged on, with some of the brutal, modified Skakti being drafted into the Dark Hunter force.
I was a Chloe fan on Dance Moms.
Quick refresher from Chapter 2, the Makuta experimented on the Skakti people, transforming them into brutal and violent warriors. Many of these Skakti warriors were actually drafted into the Dark Hunters due to their fighting prowess. One of these Skakti named Zaktan found an encrypted record of Pterodax's plan. Zaktan then learned the intricate details of this evil plot and vowed to make use of that information. On yet another island in the universe, the co-Matoran Mazika and his mentor worked as scholars on the Trenkron Peninsula, studying many fundamental questions about their universe and the nature of the Matoran species. Among their discoveries was the location and nature of the Makuta species, uncovering their secret anti-dermal forms.
Julia. Hi, Julia. Did you also watch Dance Moms?
All of the Makuta that you see are actually robotic exoskeletons.
So girly pop coded for real.
Spirit inside, which is called antidermis. For all intents and purposes, they are just like ghosts. They need to possess these mechanical skeletons to even move around and create actions. However, if they are outside of this armor for too long, the Makuta will die. So they essentially need a robotic skeleton so they can contain their antidermis essence inside the bone.
No, this is a unique video. This is like this is all unique content for 9 hours straight.
Murdering the mentor to gain the secrets of the Makuta for himself. In his grief, Mazeka vowed revenge on Voltraz, sparking a vicious rivalry between the two Matoran.
The Dance Mom lore video.
Razor sharp crystals. Mazeka impaled Voltraz on a spike.
I would literally.
Knowing that Voltraz had
I won't, because I've already committed to this, and now I'm on a mission to learn.
To revive Voltraz and induct him.
But I could have paid like if I could have paid like $100 to change this to Dance Moms, I would have. I still would have.
Who was given a job protecting the Matoran.
But now I'm here, and I got to see this through.
Mazeka saved a Matoran of Sonics named Krakua.
I feel like
to join the order in time.
There are people counting on me learning.
Toa Vakama in Metru Nui received a vision of the future from a being known as Toa Krakua.
Also, if I'm going to be working with DuckBricks, like, and there's one thing I learn, it should be Bionicle Lore. And then next is the Ninjago card game. I think those are two good places to start.
And how his path towards the Order of Mata Nui is going to take shape. Part 1. A New Homeland. Welcome to the island of Mata Nui. A paradise home reclaimed amidst the darkness, Mata Nui was home to diverse elemental climates, thanks to the transformative effects of leaking energized protodermis from the robot's power source.
Percy is yelping.
Was home to a
He's being so silly.
In the center of a volcano, the great castle of Ta Koro was erected, the heart of Mata Nui. On the highest slopes of this volcanic mountain range was
I don't know why. He wants attention. He's being so silly right now.
This was the Kokoro village. with knowledge sanctums and passageways through the ice carved throughout the mountains.
That music be loud, boy.
Dense jungle at the base of the mountains is the region of
My.
featuring the treetop village of Lake Horo, home to the Matoran of Air who tamed mighty gecko birds as flying steeds. Connecting Lake Horo to the center of the mountain was a great tunnel to Onuwahi, where an underground mining village called Onukoro stood firm as the refuge of the Matoran of Earth. As the tunnels reached the surface of the island, they branched off to Powahi, a vast desert where the sculpture artists and craftsmen
when you turn this experience into a drinking game.
And finally, stretching out from a great waterfall on the bay,
I cannot condone drinking, especially underage drinking. But if there was to be a game made for, hypothetically, a shot of hot sauce as a punishment, every time Chris says Metru Nui, you take a shot of hot sauce. And I think that alone would be an awful punishment and would leave your stomach hurting very much.
Ever-present red star, the booster pack satellite to the Matoran universe that was merely a mysterious celestial object to the Matoran. Most interesting of all, however, was that the island of Metru Nui held a secret. The base terrain was generated by the automatic camouflage system of the robot's faceplate, accidentally triggered during the Great Cataclysm. In the center of Metru Nui was a grand temple named Kini Nui, which, unbeknownst to the Matoran, was created and installed by the great beings during their construction.
You know what, you're right. It is because Percy can't hear the lore. But if I don't have headphones in, then the sound gets all weird. And I want to make sure the sound doesn't get all weird for everyone.
Informing him of surface events while he was observing a planet. Deep within the Kini Nui was also a safe tunnel for members of the Matoran universe to enter or
I feel like I'm becoming a more intelligent human by building Lego. You know, my brain is working.
I just want to start
it's counteracting this video specifically.
In a preemptive strike against the Brotherhood of Makuta, the Order of Metru Nui secretly stashed away several Av Matoran, or Matoran of Light, in the hopes that the Brotherhood of Makuta would not realize where they went because they pose significant threats to the Makuta, who are beings of shadow. And since they're Matoran of Light, they could transform later on into Toa of Light, which would make them big threats against the Brotherhood. During this time period known as the Time Slip, the Order of Metru Nui took several Av Matoran and scattered them across the Great Spirit Robot and Matoran universe, altering the color of their armor, although sometimes
I think that there should be something like this for Ninjago.
Of ever being Av Matoran or
everybody, go spam DuckBricks.
Matoran was named Takua. Right now,
give him peace of your mind.
Despite his blue mask, which again was because he was an Av Matoran, so they didn't really alter the colors correctly, kind of stands out on a Ta Matoran, or Matoran of Fire, to have any blue components. Takua genuinely
there's a cat coming.
He's also the closest thing to a main character Bionicle has had throughout several different years, so definitely remember his name. He's secretly an Av Matoran, or Matoran of Light, but he doesn't know that at this point. Over the many years of his life in Takua was dissatisfied with his role. Unlike his close friend
I think he's my favorite so far.
Fighting prowess and named captain of the Takoro Guard, Takua was always more interested in exploration and adventure rather than fighting or staying in one place. Seeing a steep decline in his work, Takua was banished by Turaga Vakama, who did this almost as a favor to Takua, who knew he would have a much more fulfilling life wandering around the island as a traveler. Over his many adventures, Takua met with each Turaga of each village.
He's just a little traveler for real.
Various traps set by pterodax and gaining their trust. Over the course of these many adventures, Takua activated an ancient mechanism within the Kini Nui temple, where a massive burst of energy shot forth from the temple and blasted him backwards, giving him a significant amount of head trauma and causing him to yet again lose all his memories. Little did he or even the Turaga know, but he had inadvertently reactivated the Toa Mata failsafe, summoning the 6 Toa canisters that held the Toa Mata, which had been aimlessly floating in the oceans of Aqua Magna. The legendary Toa would soon arrive, heralding the end of the Dark Time. Just in case anyone is confused, at the end of Chapter 1, I described the Toa Mata, an elite team of Toa whose sole mission was to protect the Great Spirit and prevent him from any takeovers, kind of like what's happening right now. They'd been trained directly by the Order of Mana Nui, specifically Hydraxon, in order to defend Mana Nui from any attacks, and were sealed within special Toa canisters to launch from the heart of the robot in order to be immediately transported to any area that needed repair.
This was all told
However,
in
unfortunately,
flashback.
these Toa
Oh,
canisters malfunctioned during Makuda's
but there was
takeover
some
during the
history
Great
to it.
Cataclysm, and as such, the Toa canisters were launched all the way up into the air and crashed down into the ocean of Aqua Magna, where they would lay floating in dormant status for thousands of years.
Yeah, we already went through
Part
this.
2. Quest for the Masks. The 1,000 years floating aimlessly in the ocean had taken a toll upon the Toa Mana.
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars lore is like, I mean, pretty well
this long hibernation
enthused.
also left them with amnesia, forcing to rely on
I think Star Wars, you know,
so,
has I mean, an insane and it's so impressive group of fans that I think does overlap with some Lego enthusiasts as well. I think Bionicle and Ninjago both have some room to develop.
Fire and leader of the group awoke powerless on the beach until he donned his Kanohi Hao mask of shielding. Just then a rush of energy came over him, and his elemental powers awoke. Sensing the heat and warmth of Takoro, he rushed into the charred forest. Mistaking him as a threat, Jaller and the captain of the guard attempted to trap Tahu, but before any major conflicts, Taraga Vakama stepped in, bowing to Tahu.
It's actually really funny. I also have a Lego book that I need to read soon. I'm like a physical book reader, usually, and I have a Lego book to read. If I had to make a 9-hour,
fending off her attacker and swimming to Gakora.
I don't know.
Headed straight for the treetop jungle of
I don't follow.
From the branches as he discovered his mass power,
probably like
the Kanohi Miru, and command over the element of air.
On like
Taka, cold
maybe
Toa of ice, cautiously explored his surroundings.
Taylor Swift or like Kelsey Cutler's rise to fame and lore.
Brought to Taraga Nuju, Kopaka was the first,
or maybe like educate Chris on like all the different forms of dance and the history of dance.
And thanks to his friendly nature, had already introduced himself to the village of Pokoro, who hailed him as a hero.
No,
and Onua,
the book is called Brick by Brick. It was given to me as an initiation into the DuckBricks team a very long time ago. Percy is messing with bags right now, if anyone hears that. I mean, but he's having fun, so I'm glad he's having fun.
Much like the Toa Metru themselves faced many trials and tribulations to learn to work as a team. And so,
9 hours of Percy footage, just straight Percy.
More mass that he had scattered across the island of Mana Nui for each Toa. With the special power to wear multiple Kanohi masks at once, and taking advantage of all their powers, these Toa Mata were especially equipped to seek out these masks, and gain all 6 mask powers throughout the whole team. Collecting all these masks had an added bonus. The Toa Mata had the ability to unlock.
Stop calling me Bully Birdie. I'm nice and sweet. I'm so sweet and nice. Nice and sweet.
The powers of all 6 great Kanohi at once. Specifically, these were the Kanohi Hao, Mask of Shielding, the Kanohi Kaukau, Mask of Water Breathing, the Kanohi Miru, Mask of Levitation, the Kanohi Akaku, Mask of X-ray Vision, the Kanohi Kakama, Mask of Speed, and the Kanohi Bakari, Mask of Strength. Each of the 6 Toa Mata began their quest with one of these 6 masks for each of them, and they each had to collect all 6 for themselves to unlock their golden Kanohi. Setting off on his quest, Pohatu Toa of Stone sped through the icy landscape of Kowaki on the hunt for his next mask. In his hurry, he barreled into the irritable Toa Kopaka at super speed, who saved them both from an avalanche. With Kopaka reluctantly agreeing to let the friendly Pohatu travel with him, who insisted they be efficient as a team. This began the start of one of the most enduring friendships in the story of Bionicle.
We'll learn it. What a funny guy.
Pohatu and Kopaka stumbled upon the rest of the Toa Mata, who had
He's such an entertaining lad.
get to know one another and
Such an entertaining lad.
Despite Tahu and Onua arguing to stay together, the Toa split apart. Just then, a large earthquake rocked the earth and the ground split, with rain and hail falling around them. the Toa realized this was the work of Makuta pterodax and immediately began a search for their masks. Meanwhile, Takua awoke on the shore.
Yeah, we're actually not gonna be on Twitch anymore. We're gonna be hanging out here, keeping everything central to YouTube. So
seized the opportunity to assault the village and test the strength of the Toa one by
if
one.
you are
arrived in Gakoro by boat to find a capsized house, which he worked
excited
hard to bring back to the surface and rescue Turaga no Kama and
for
the
more
rest of the Gamatoran.
streams, be sure to hype
As
up.
the terrified Matoran fled,
Hype
Takua
up
watched as the powerful Toa Gali emerged from the ocean, trading
definitely
blows with
the
Tarakama and
YouTube.
pushing it back in a great struggle.
There's
So,
gonna
over
be
the course of many months,
more
these Toa
streams coming up
embarked on their
before the
great
end of the
quest
year,
for the masks,
definitely.
sometimes
I
working
think
together, sometimes
maybe
alone.
more
During this
frequent
time, Takua
than usual.
continued to wander
Not
around the island
quite
of Mata
sure
Nui,
yet,
his memories slowly
100%,
returning
but
as he learned more and more
definitely
about each
wanna get some really
the
good
stony village of
content for the
Pokoro,
live as
Takua
well.
encountered the entire populace in the
I mean,
grip of a
videos
plague,
are
which he discovered had been spread by an
we're working for that quality. You know, there's always a new video coming out, and always trying to think of what will be fun and different and exciting.
The
So
source of the disease was Akmau, the devious Pomatoran who had conspired with pterodax to infect
yeah, it is the case. We will be here on YouTube. It's actually a really exciting change for the team.
Village of Lakoro, which was under ambush by the insectoid Nui Rama Rahi, controlled by pterodax to test the fortitude of Toa Liwa. In a stunning attack, Liwa was defeated by the swarm of insects, with his Kanohi mask replaced with an infected Miru, placing him under pterodax's thrall. In the ensuing battle, the lame Matoran riding Gecko birds were brought down and captured by the Nui Rama. And so, in a climactic battle, Onua Toa of Earth bursts through the walls of the nest, battling Liwa one-on-one and finally managing to free the Toa of Air from his mind control. As this was happening, the other four Toa Mata continued their quest for the masks, also discovering and collecting the hidden Makoki stones in the process to gain knowledge about their enemy, the Brotherhood of Makuta. The first sparks of conflict began to fly between the Toa, with Tahu lighting an entire tree on fire to retrieve one single Kanohi mask, much to the dismay and anger of Gali, who had seen him destroy the habitat of several nesting birds. At the same time, Takua continued to meet new Matoran, like Matoro, translator to Turaga Nuju and keeper of the Turaga's secrets, and Nuparu, chief engineer of Onukoro. Of course, he continued to stay in close communication and contact with his friend Jaller, captain of the Takoro Guard. Along his journeys, Takua encountered the mighty Toa as they fulfilled their own quests, witnessing epic battles and even assisting some of them in uncovering mysteries and claiming their own masks. So just a quick note here, the story content that's being covered now was featured in a game called the Mata Nui online game. This was many fans' very first introduction to Bionicle all the way back in 2001, and is considered to be one of the best examples of Bionicle storytelling. It was essentially a choose-your-own-adventure game where you played as Takua as he explored throughout Mata Nui, going to the different villages and meeting different characters, and essentially witnessing the story of the Toa from a second-hand view. It was a really, really great game that unfortunately I've kind of had to gloss over really quickly in this analysis, especially because there's so much content to get through. So definitely, if this interests you, if the world seems interesting, you can actually play the Mata Nui online game on a website called Biomedia Project, which I've linked below in the description. So
see, another point where I need to go learn more things.
Pieces of Bionicle content ever, and I feel really bad for summarizing it in a few sentences. Part 3, The Void.
The TLDR
after
killing me.
For the masks, the Toa Mata successfully collected their 6 masks of power. As they headed for the great temple of Kini Nui in the center of the island to claim their powerful golden Kanohi, Makuta Pterodax rallied his forces for a counterattack, sending his infected Rahi in swarms to assault the temple. But the Matoran were ready, and years of defending their villages had sharpened their combat skills. In his many journeys, Takua had assembled a group of Matoran from each village to fight alongside him. Known as the Chroniclers,
2.5 hours? Is that how far we're in? I've lost sense of all time.
Makuda's lair beneath Kini Nui, in the passageway from the face of the robot to
almost 2.5 hours. We're doing it. We're doing it.
aided by Jowlers, captain of the guard, and Onukoro's Usuri forces, fought on.
I'm so proud of us, everyone.
Upon entering the gate to Mangaya,
We're
the Toa
surviving.
were attacked by two Modest crabs, powerful, infected Rocky that served as personal guardians of Pterodax's lair, deep within Mangaya. Just then, the Toa recalled ancient visions they had seen along their journeys, urging them to remember who they were and merge together into the powerful Toa Kaida. Tahu, Pohatu, and Onua combined their energies to transform into the towering Toa Kaida Akamai, Avatar of Valor, while Liwa, Gali, and Kopaka merged to form the Titan Toa Kaida Warua, Avatar of Wisdom. Now, look, I know what you're probably thinking. What on earth are these, and why did they just come out of nowhere? Well, unfortunately, the thing
I asked that same question.
To summarize this story relatively quickly, a lot of these story seeds that hinted at this being possible were just kind of glossed over. So let me just give you the quick and dirty version of it. Essentially, every inhabitant of the Matoran universe has the power to form a Kaita, which is the Bionicle form for a combination or some sort of greater being. So these Toa Kaida are actually three Toa coming together: Tahu, Onua, and Pohatu.
We need a Chris TV show for sure.
The other one. This ability was programmed in by the great beings to allow certain members of the universe to form together, essentially combining their collective force to solve any problem which required, say, physical strength or extreme unity. And yes,
Why,
you may
Duck?
have guessed this already, but these are essentially the set.
That's his brand,
bestie. I think it's something that's pretty cool because in universe, you're literally combining three of the sets, just as you are in the set form themselves, to make these larger Titan characters.
Me being Birdie is another story, though.
Crabs, utterly defeating them and clearing the path to the lair of their ultimate enemy, Makuta Pterodax. Just then, a wave of destruction swept across the Toa Kaida, separating them back into their original forms. Before they got a chance to confront Pterodax himself,
the blurry video is really killing me, guys.
Reflections of the Toa Mata themselves.
This is really killing me.
Fighting valiantly, the Toa realized that
I had to do this times two.
And the true test was to accept that darkness, hatred, and evil was as much a part of them.
This is hilarious.
Being. By acknowledging their shadow counterparts were a part of them, the Toa were able to absorb them.
Okay, but that's a really good depiction.
And proceeding to confront Pterodax. In the meantime, with the combined efforts of Takua's Chronicler's company, the Takoro Guard, and the Onukoro Usuri, the Rahi were beaten back.
I'm a Takua stan.
Peace outside the temple. In this
saying.
Turaga Wanua was escorted to the surface, giving Takua a tip about a secret passageway into Mangaya from Onukoro, so he could watch the Toa battle Pterodax and tell the tale of their exploits.
I actually was Birdie beforehand. I talked about this a little bit on the last stream, and I called, you know, so we have DuckBricks, but obviously I call him by his real name in real life. And he is just always silly, like so silly. And so I would call him a silly goose, which ended up in just me calling him Goose because he's just perpetually silly, which I think is hilarious. And so in turn, he was like, oh, you're not like a specific bird, you're just like bird. You're just bird, like I'm bird-like. Which I was never sure if that was a compliment or not, but I accepted it. And then that is how I became Birdie. You know, he just called me Birdie and I called him Goose, and that's how we lived life. No.
Surrounded by the discarded parts and damaged rubble from the battle.
Cat.
Taking the path back to the surface, he noticed a separate passageway, a secret tunnel to a massive subterranean network of hives and ponds.
No, he was Duck before Goose, but it's still really funny.
Slowly awakening the horrors within. Barely managing to escape through an automated portal system, Takua was ejected onto the beach of Metru Nui, still reeling from the battle he had witnessed and unaware of the threat to come. Little did he know, but the discovery of this hive signaled Makuta Pterodax's next attack, and peace would be short-lived. Part 4. Terror of the Swarm. Weary after their recent fight with Pterodax and uncertain of his next plans, the Toa Mata emerged on the surface of the Kininui Temple. Before a moment's chance to breathe, a Matoran burst from the shrubbery, terrified and traumatized from a mysterious attack. He would only utter one word from his mouth, over and over again: Bullrock.
People call me a bully because Rob is afraid of me, and that is because him and I, we banter, and so I got dubbed bully because I win. Percy's not going to give up. He is not going to give up.
It just lays flat and lets its face stick out above the water.
No, you can't eat Lego.
Cool.
No.
Essentially, the metal faceplate of the robot is covered by an artificial layer of foliage and sand, which allows it to stay hidden.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
However, the main thing is that once it is time to take off, as I mentioned in previous chapters, there is a full-on cleansing mechanism to wipe all of this foliage and sand off of its face. To do that, the Mana Nui robot employs these small robots called Borak.
Yeah, the Borak cleaned the face. That was in the quiz video. Didn't get that right. Don't worry about it.
Now is the island Mana Nui. The Borak also have a secret. As I mentioned in chapter 2, all Matoran who achieve their destiny, like our friend Takua here, transform into Borak. So essentially,
Percy's just writing lots of things right now.
Could be transformed into a Borak should they be needed to be called upon by the swarm. This also wipes all of their memories and personality, leaving behind only a robot, which is a husk of its former selves. It's a pretty effective way of
my ginger cat needs to take a nap.
Just in case any Borak.
I would love if he would just lay here, but he's just being orange.
Deep within the catacombs of Mana Nui, Makuta Pterodax uncovered an ancient mechanism to prematurely awaken the Borak, triggering their cleansing protocols to wipe the face of Mana Nui clean.
Oh no, that was not good. Please don't do that.
With the horrible entity Tren Krom and discovered the secrets of the Matoran universe? Well, if you don't, that's why I'm here. When he relayed this information to Makuta Pterodax, not only did it lead to Pterodax's revolt and eventual takeover of the Great Spirit robot,
he is a huge boy. He's a good boy, but he is a huge boy.
Exactly
and he loves to play. He doesn't know that he is disrupting. He just thinks that he's playing.
And so all over the island, thousands of Borak with unique elemental abilities awoke with a singular mission. Tanakh with fire abilities burnt large swaths of forest, with Galak summoning flood tides and Parak shattering stone foundations. Levok used acid attacks to channel dangerous streams of poison, while Korak manipulated the element of ice to weaken even the hardest of substances. Finally, the dangerous Nuvok
ice does not come to play.
Out sinkholes and swallowing entire villages whole. While the Borak were all simply mechanical shells, the real danger were the Krana, the brains of the Borak, created by the great beings by exposing Matoran remains to energize protodermis.
I think he just thinks that because I'm playing with it, he wants to play with Lego. But I'm not sold he knows why I'm playing with Lego, or really what Lego is.
Any Matoran or even Toa to use their powers to accomplish the
No, Percy.
Finally, deep within the robot itself lurked the Bara Queens, controllers of the Borak and directors of the High.
No, it's okay. We still love you. It's not when you're eating my Lego.
To bypass the seal and override the hive mind being a complex mechanism requiring 48 different Krana from each of the 6 Borak types. As you might be able to guess, these Krana were the main collectibles for the year of 2002. And boy, were there a lot of
2002 was a crazy year.
6 types of Borak had 8 different Krana, and each of those 8 had 2 different forms based on whether they were active or dormant. So really, that's a lot of Krana in total. The other thing that I want to make very clear here is that the members of the Matoran universe at this point do not know that they're living inside a giant robot. So while they kind of have
and now you're going to jail,
are used to control the Borak based on some sort of hive mind, they don't really understand where the Borak came from, why their mission even is to cleanse the surface of the island, or that they were once Matoran. Really, all they know is that the Borak are trying to destroy their
I'm getting attacked. I love you, Birdie, please.
Something positive for the Great Spirit of Nui to cleanse its face, but Pterodax triggered it early, which is causing all this problem. Meanwhile, as the Toamata rushed to Takoro to save the village, they found it overrun by Borak. released by
This
Makudetarians
Barbie?
immediately after their confrontation in Mangaya.
She knows some Bionicle lore now.
Unlike the Rahi or Makuda's other pawns, the Borak made no moves to attack or harm them at all. They would simply defend themselves if attacked. Nevertheless, the Toa sprung to action, Gali and Liwa combining the power of water and air to create an immense cyclone that swept through the first wave of Borak, leaving only the Krana behind. Turaga Vakama then emerged from the shadows and shared his knowledge.
Where do you wait until I get busy?
Explaining that they needed to seek out 48 different
has it in his mouth.
The hive and shut down the invasion.
Ow.
So the Toa set off on a two-pronged quest to delay the destruction
Please,
while disabling and collecting each Krana to put an end to the Borak threat. Part 5. The Borak War.
You're going to...
Over the course of several months, the Matoran and Toa staged a great fight against the relentless Borak.
No.
Scavenging destroyed Borak parts,
Jail.
the Boxor and burst through the tunnels of Onuwahi, devastating Borak as he went. Throughout this struggle, Pokora was invaded, and its entire population evacuated to Gakuro in a major upheaval. All along the way, Takua followed the Toa on their quest, chronicling their actions and heroic deeds. In the treetop village of Lakoro, disaster struck. In a surprise attack and conversion from the Borak, nearly the entire population, including Turaga Matau, was assimilated by the Borak's Krana, becoming slaves to the hive mind. Despite his lone attempts to free his village,
I'm not rewinding,
Krana,
ever.
Then confronting Onua deep within the jungle. The wise Onua laid his weapons down, telling Liwa that his will was stronger than the Krana, and he should prove himself worthy.
If you are sleepy, you can nap. I'll be here.
All the willpower he could summon,
I promise.
Liwa overcame this obstacle, and together with Onua, Nuparu's Boxor vehicles, and even the help
for another 7 hours,
freed the village of Lakoro. Finally, with all 48 Krana collected, the Toa agreed to descend into the Borak nest and end the threat of the Borak once and for all. And so, as they journeyed into the depths of the nest, the Borak readied to wipe Gakuro off the face of the map, taking the evacuated population of the Po-Matoran with it. The brave Jaller and Takua led the Matoran counterattack, defending Gakuro from the ever-increasing threat. Despite the efforts of the Matoran and Nuparu's Boxor inventions, the threat was dire, and with the Toa deep underground, the Matoran were fighting a losing battle. Meanwhile, as he traveled deep into the tunnels, Tahu grew wary of Liwa, suspicious that he was still influenced by the power of the Krana, although Onua had faith in his fellow Toa's willpower. But so, after facing many trials to strive towards the center of the nest, Liwa proved his allegiance time and time again, and the Toa finally made it to the center of the hive. Placing their 48 Krana on the slots in the floor, they unlocked the inner nest, opening 6 passageways into the dark. Within these tunnels, the Toa Mata discovered mighty Exo-Toa suits of armor, remnants of the great beings.
This is very detailed. I knew it. I knew this was coming.
It's because that throughout the Brotherhood of Makuda's actions in chapters 1, 2, 3, they actually use these Exo-Toa to replicate the strength of a Toa and fight in their armies. Essentially, the
Mr. Duck was finishing up at BrickCon and then has some super cool things in the works, so he's not joining us today.
The Toa Mata, now wearing full Exo-Toa armor, finally encountered the Barog, queens of the
Don't worry, he'll be popping in and out of the chat to say hi and check in, see how everyone's doing.
With their strongest members trapped fighting illusions projected by the queens, and the remaining Toa barely being able to use their elements against their opponents.
He also wants me to suffer, obviously.
Exo-Toa armor gave them incredible strength and fighting abilities. It also consumed and hindered their elemental power, which was the key to the Barog's defeat. And so, in a climactic blast, the Toa sealed the Barog in a cage of protodermis, disabling their connection to the swarm.
I mean, no sane person wants to watch this for over 9 hours. Okay, we keep saying 9 hours. This is more than 9 hours. This is like 9.33. It's an extra 20 minutes.
Symbols appeared atop each of the Suba. Turaga no Kama, awed, told the Matoran that the Toa had succeeded, and the threat of the swarm was over. Back in the nest of the Borak, the Toa felt a rumble.
Why would you want to watch all this in one day?
Gave way, the Toa Mata were thrust into tubes of bubbling, energized protodermis. You might recall this
Sounds
from the Prologue,
unfun.
but energized protodermis was the mysterious substance that had the incredible power to create, transform, or even destroy. This was the
Not
substance that
me just
sparked
like
the core war and arguably the
accidentally
entire
snapping a piece
Bionicle
of Lego.
story itself,
And nobody
because it was the
tell
major
Chris.
resource being fought over in Spherus Magna. Submerged within
You're
the
not
mysterious
sane.
energized protodermis, the Toamata were physically
Takua is my
transformed,
favorite
evolving into beings far more
Bionicle so
powerful
far.
than any Toa in existence. Armed with powerful new masks,
My
weapons, and
bonkles.
solid protodermis armor, they became the Takanuva, rising from the ground in their striking new forms. As boulders of earth rained down
If
upon them,
Atriarch had to be admitted to an insane asylum, could you imagine what they're gonna have to do with
He
me?
was surprised to discover that he had shielded not only himself, but his entire team. As the Toa slowly came to the realization that their new forms allowed them to share mass powers amongst each other, Liwa activated the Mask of Levitation, the Metru Nui, while Puhatu used the Mask of Speed, the Takanuva, to propel this newly transformed Toa team from the depths of the hive back out to the surface. In Gakoro, with the fight over, the Matoran busied themselves with repairing the land. Krana were harvested and placed in a massive pit where they cannot infect any more minds. With the mindless Borak now acting as mere robots, Matoran were able to use their powerful tools to reconstruct what they had destroyed.
I'm the world's most insane Bionicle fan.
In the aftermath of the battle, Takua
I'm
and
going
Jao
insane, I guess you could say.
Celebrating with the Gamatoran and Pomatoran, specifically Huki, who was leading the Pomatoran Guard, as well as Holly, one of their Gamatoran companions.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch this over the course of like days or weeks or even like a month, and I think it'd be sane behavior. But I think watching all of it at once is absolutely insane. It's definitely not ideal for retaining the information like at all.
Chapter 4: Infection. Danger on Mana Nui. After the great cataclysm wiped the minds of the Matoran of Metru Nui, Turaga and Matoran seek refuge on the Paradise Island.
Having a great time building this art set, though.
Summoned by an ancient mechanism, the Toamata arrive on the shores of the island, their memories fragmented from centuries adrift at sea. The brave Toamata battled
they were
the darkness of
drifting.
evil Lakuta Tiridax and the terrible menaces he unleashed that threatened the Toa and the world. In the depths below the island, the Toa faced their greatest threat, the Borak swarms, an ancient safeguard.
So coming soon, I'm gonna be able to get some stats for maybe some upcoming videos. What sets do you guys recommend? Not Bonkle or Ninjago related, but just like general sets that you had really fun building or you think are really interesting. Give me some ideas of sets to get. I don't even know where to start. I love the botanicals, so I'm thinking of like closing out my botanical set, but honestly, other than that, I'm not really sure. I'm always learning that there's a new Lego set for some theme that I just wasn't aware of. No human brain was made to have to retain so much at once.
Across the island of Mana Nui,
I need to go on strike.
With the threat of the Borak behind them and the Takanuva more powerful than ever, Matoran in every village began the slow process of rebuilding and retaking the land from the wreckage. As Toatahu returned to Takoro, Turaga Vakama took him aside and secretly gave him the Kanohi Vahi, the powerful Mask of Time to be used in emergencies only. In this time of peace and rebuilding, 6 mysterious objects appeared atop the Toasuvas, symbols of the elemental power each Takanuva held. So to give some context for this, the Takanuva are not like normal Toa. They're one of a kind, and their elemental abilities are so powerful that they don't actually work the normal way. Instead of just being innate to the Takanuva themselves, these elemental energies are fed to the Takanuva from these special Nuva symbols. If these symbols are in friendly territory, then their elemental powers remain, and they're much stronger than any normal Toas. But there's a catch, because if these elemental symbols were to ever be removed from friendly territory and stolen by enemy powers, then the elemental powers would vanish, leaving the Takanuva powerless.
I just did a oopsie
for the Toamata to be upgraded one day, which is why they even exist in the first place. It's kind of a catch-22. They give the Takanuva awesome powers, but at a cost. As the Takanuva trained and honed their newfound increased elemental abilities, they were unaware of a growing threat. With the Barak, queens of the Borak, sealed in stasis deep underground, a failsafe was automatically activated in the
Fixed
form
it.
of the Borak Call. 6 elite Borak with unique elemental abilities and personalities of their own. Their
Bricklink.
sole mission
I
was to
have the
free
orchid
Bara.
set.
As they awoke from their chambers and emerged onto the island, they encountered the Nuva symbols, whose innate elemental abilities
Harry
were the
Potter
key
would,
to
I think,
unlocking
be
the Borak
fun.
seal. And so,
I don't
as
have
the
I
Borak Call
have
split
the
up to split
orchid
the
and I
symbols of the
have
Matoran, the Toa Nuva
the
began to lose
bonsai.
their powers one by one over
And then
the
I
island,
have a couple
confused and afraid.
Minecraft sets
Soon,
that I
these now
own. So I'm
powerless
looking
Toa Nuva
to
would have to face the
expand a little
combined
bit.
might of the Borak Call, with only their own strength and skill. And these elite Borak were a formidable force. Takanuva wielded the element of electricity, striking at the
I
top
think the botanicals are such like an innovative set line. Like the way that they utilize pieces that are outside of typical use, I think is really interesting.
Parakal wielded plasma, melting his way through to Bahatu's symbol. Nuva Call controlled gravity, hurling massive
You guys have the best ideas. Thank you.
The strongest of them all was Korak Call, who was
I need to do some research, but I need to, figure it out relatively soon. And honestly, I didn't even know where to start. I haven't really explored much of like Bricklink yet. Because I've been told it's an addiction. And so I've been very hesitant.
To capture the popularity of the original 2002 Borak, the LEGO Group just basically did the same thing, but in silver. Essentially, for all intents and purposes, they were literally identical models. And as you can probably guess, the Borak Call didn't quite sell as well as the original Borak, because most fans were wanting something new. That something new would come later, but for now, that's why the Borak Call even exists in the story. And so, with their powers stolen, the 6 Toa Nuva set off on a quest to regain their elemental Nuva symbols and stop the Borak Call from reawakening the Barag and the Swarms. Along their journeys, the Toa Nuva collected new sets of Kanohi Nuva, hoping to supplement their abilities with the elemental powers now drained. Throughout these journeys, Gali discovered a carving of the Toa Metru, the first evidence to them that they were not the first Toa on the island. But that mystery was a story for far later, and soon the confrontation with the Borak Call was nigh, and as the 6 powerless Toa Nuva descended into the Borak nest yet again, they were met with a ferocious battle raging before their eyes. The Exo Toa armor suits had been automatically
I did put it on the wrong place. That's where I just built this. Okay, guys.
As the mechanized guard succumbed to the power of the Borak Call, Tahu summoned the Kanohi Vahi, slowing time around them for just long enough for Gali to formulate a cunning plan. Using all of her willpower and joining forces with the other Toa Nuva, Gali and the others connected to their Nuva symbols mentally, flooding their elemental power into the symbols and into the Borak Call. Not built to handle the full might of the Toa Nuva, each Borak Call succumbed to their own abilities gone haywire. Takanuva was trapped in a never-ending field of electricity, while Leva Call
financially
into the air from a blast of air. Magnetic fields hurled half-destroyed Exotoa parts through the air, crushing Gala Call. Nuva Call's immense gravitational abilities crumbled his body inwards, creating a miniature black hole. Para Call melted far below the ground in molten plasma, and devastating sound waves ripped Korak Call apart. Exhausted, the Toa Nuva collapsed to the ground, their mission complete and Nuva symbols reobtained. With the threat of the Borak Call finally over and the swarms behind them, the Toa emerged back onto the surface of Metru Nui, weary from their trials. Part 2. A Time of Peace. Following the defeat of the Borak Call and the triumph of the Toa Nuva, celebrations yet again rang out across the island of Metru Nui. In a great ceremony, the Turaga honored key Matoran who were vital in the defense of their villages over the course of the Rahi and Borak attacks. This naming ceremony continued a long-standing Matoran tradition, where certain Matorans' names were elongated and modified to signify great achievements, which was a unique cultural aspect of the Matoran. Alongside these new names, the Matoran were also rebuilt.
What's the difference between the original canon sets and the fanon sets? Oh no.
So here's why this actually
There's more.
Back in 2001, when Bionicle first launched, LEGO designers drew from the Maori culture in New Zealand, essentially taking words from their dictionary and translating them directly into Bionicle terminology. Unfortunately, not all of these translations were 100% accurate, and many of them were offensive to the Maori culture. One cultural appropriation lawsuit later, and we have Naming Day, an in-universe event to slightly change the names of certain characters, just enough so they remain recognizable, but enough so that they do not fall under exact Maori words. For instance, Jala, spelled J-A-L-A, becomes Jalur, spelled J-A-L-L-E-R, and so on and so forth. They also use this as a justification to upgrade the Matoran builds. Originally, the Matoran, or the Tohunga as they were first called, were released as Happy Meal toys, so they were pretty small and admittedly pretty cute, but didn't have too much articulation. Well, in 2003, 2 years later, LEGO actually made full-on
Wow.
Matoran sets, and so they actually managed to include a full-on
Good on them
upgrade in the
for
story itself to justify
it not being present day and them
I guess it kind of makes sense
recognizing
in universe, and they
that
didn't mess
was
them up too bad to change
wrong.
the names, although it
I
is
don't feel like a lot of
admittedly
companies
little
did that very
During the
often.
ceremony, Matoran honored included Jalur, brave captain of the guard and defender of Takoro, his companion, the chronicler Takua, and Huki, Po-Matoran Koli sports champion, among many others. As the Takanuva continued to train and hone their skills,
I'm gonna make my own knock. No one can stop me.
work on their daily tasks, preparing for a grand Koli tournament to celebrate the Takanuva. A unique sport developed on the island of Mana Nui, Koli started off as a simple game with weighted rocks and balls, and over the years was altered and improved to include specialized staffs and tools to compete in the game. Every Koro across Mana Nui competed in Koli, and for the upcoming Grand
Listen,
Tournament,
I'm getting
competitions were held
mansplained in building
several times
Lego.
across the island
You
to
think
build
that this
massive
doesn't happen on a
competitive
daily
games of the top
basis?
3 tribes. One of these competitors
This
was
is
a
just
Ga-Matoran named
my
Bara,
normal
who
day,
participated in the
but
defense of her village against the Borak
slightly
and
longer than
honed her
usual.
skills to become a champion of Koli. Having spent a
I get
considerable
mansplained all
amount of time
day.
with Jalur
Alright?
fighting against the
This
Borak,
is
Koli
nothing.
knew exactly who she'd be up against in the Koli tournament, and spent the following months honing her body, mind, and willpower, training in tests of stamina, speed,
Bionicle
strength,
W
and
for
fury more
not
across
gaining
the many villages.
negative
Over the
legal
course of these adventures, Kali
attention.
competed in the regional tournaments with her partner Maku, eventually earning Gakoro a place in the upcoming Grand Tournament. During these journeys, she met fellow Matoran like Kongu, airman of the Gakko Bird Force, Nuparu, the engineer who built the famed Boxor vehicles, and Matoro, translator to Turaga Nuju. As a recap from Chapter 4, many of these Matoran played a pretty significant role in Takua's
You've been here
across
for
the
only
island of
2
Mana
minutes.
Nui, where he met different villagers
I mean,
and got
you
to
know
meet
what?
different cultures across the island.
Understandable.
And keep these names in
Understood.
mind, because
Me
some
too.
of these Matoran would become much more relevant in the future chapters of this story. As the Matoran busied themselves in preparation for the tournament, the Turaga delved deep into discussion about when would be the right time to reveal their origins, and potentially start a mass migration back to Metru Nui to rehabilitate the great city of legends. On the eve of the tournament, a decision was made. After the game was over, the Takanuva would be summoned and told the great tale of Metru Nui, learning of the true origins of the Matoran and the Turaga's
I'm doing some
past lives
reinforcements
as
on my
the
build.
Toa Metru. But of course, if you've been following this series, you've already heard the tales of the Toa Metru in Chapter 3 Legends of Metru Nui. Part 3 Quest for the 7th Toa.
For the 7th Toa? Bruh, calm down. We got 6. We're good.
Searching for his partner Takua. With the entire population of the city housed in the massive Koli arena in preparation for the game, Jalur had free access to the deepest caverns and normally restricted tunnels of lava.
Gravity makes me think of like spacey stuff, so I think like a darker color.
Boiling river of lava. Distracted by his newfound discovery, Takua failed to realize he was late for the tournament, and that the lava levels were steadily rising. In a volcanic blast,
I'm really glad that this video provided you some joy in a dark time, because it is doing the opposite for me. I had an amazing day at my first ever LEGO convention, and then I came home to this.
On his island as a safeguard in case the Brotherhood of Makuta, who used Shadow as their primary weapon, ever turned evil, which of course they did, so he definitely was in the right to create it. It remained on Artaka's island for thousands of years until, of course, the Brotherhood of Makuta turned evil, and one of their agents, Makuta Kojal, stole it during a raid on Artaka and brought it back to the Makuta fortress in Destro. There it sat for hundreds of years until the Toahaga, as we mentioned in the previous 2 chapters, raided the Brotherhood of Makuta fortress.
I quite literally have 7 more hours to go. I'm like not even kidding you.
The Kanohiovoki remained in the possession of these Rahaga until
this is so based, I know.
Chapter 4, where the Toa Metru transformed into Toa Hordika and had to unite the Makoki stones to claim the Kanohi Evoki from the Rahaga and bring it back with them. And if you're not confused already, the Toa Hordika transformed back into Toa
No, we
Metru,
are.
went to the
Don't
home of
worry,
Mana
Chris.
Nui,
We are
and
confused
placed the
already.
Kanohi Evoki in safekeeping in Takoro until it was discovered by Takua just now. So
Does anyone like American sports?
It's an ancient artifact. The Turaga stored it in Takoro, and Takua just now found it. You really don't need to know the other backstories if you don't really care. Although it's pretty interesting to know the history behind this artifact. The other thing that you may or may not have forgotten about
cheering on the Cowboys right now
is that he is not actually a Ta Matoran or a Matoran of Fire. In fact, he's an Av Matoran or Matoran of Light in disguise, and was displaced from his original home when the Order of Mana Nui secretly hid Matoran all across the Matoran universe in preparation in case the Brotherhood of Makuta...
Yeah, that makes sense for gravity. Also, sports fun.
Takua himself doesn't even know he's an Av Matoran, and for all intents and purposes, he just believes himself to be a Ta Matoran. But just remember,
you can program while having the stream on. What do you mean? You cannot code in silence. That is not good for you. You need to stimulate your brain.
He has a lot of blue armor, so it's a little bit confusing, and that explains it.
Sports probably has way more than 9 hours of lore, and I would never want to invite a football fan to give me the lore for 9 hours or more. I like my piece.
The Mask of Light. Tahu gave the two Matorans strict instructions to present the mask to Turaga Vakama after the tournament was over, of course. And so, as
there's like decades of history.
Finals tournament began. In a series of intense matches, Holly swept the competition, crowning Gakoro as the champion of the tournament and leaving Pokoro and Takoro in the dust. As the players gathered in the center of the field, Takua inadvertently revealed the Mask of Light, which activated at his touch due to his secret Av-Matoran nature. But Takua was irresponsible and shirked from his duties, instead shining the light on his companion Jalur, tricking the Turaga and the crowd into naming Jalur as the herald of the seventh Toa, bearer of the Mask of Light. After gathering for a brief meeting to discuss the future of the mask, the Turaga sent Jalur and Takua on a quest to find or summon the seventh Toa, a new Toa of Light who would wear the Kanohi Evoki and provide a massive advantage over Makuta Pterodax. After these events, the Toa and Matoran dispersed their own homes and roles. Holly wished
listen, I understand. Gotta listen to music, but if you need a break, please come listen to Chris speak for 7 more hours.
Pterodax grew anxious, seeking to stop the coming of the seventh Toa, whose powers of light would pose a significant threat to his shadows. And so, he was forced to unleash grotesque reptilian creatures known as Rakshi from the shadows, born from his own shadow and flesh to execute his will as the sons of Makuta. As Toa Galinuva meditated at the great temple of Kini Nui, the ground beneath her split, 3 Rakshi soaring outwards towards Takoro.
We're almost at 3 hours. This is so exciting.
To evacuate the city immediately, while Toa Tahu stood as the final defense against the onslaught. In the ensuing battle, Tahu was injured, his mask scratched by the poisoned staff of the Rakshi. Unable to continue his fight, Tahu was forced to flee as the Rakshi destroyed his home in Takoro in their search for the Mask of Light. As the poison slowly spread throughout his body, infecting his mind, Tahu swore vengeance on Makuta and the Rakshi, watching a now destroyed Takoro sink into the lava, never to be rebuilt. Makuta Pterodax was equally angry as Jalur and Takua had
circle. The heavy circle feels like a puck, feels like a weapon. I spent an hour doing.
Meanwhile, unaware of the ticking clock and Takoro's destruction, Jalur and Takua continued their quest to uncover the seventh Toa.
Last bag!
As they blindly followed the light of the mask, their journeys took them across the island, from Lake Kora where they encountered Toa Liwa, and Kokoro where they were rescued by the aloof Toa Kopaka from another set of unleashed Rakshi. As the Takanuva headed to the remains of Takoro to convene with Tahu and Gali, Takua and Jalur continued on, entering the dark tunnels to Onukoro.
Will Percy be able to resist his urge to come chew on Lego? We'll never know.
By a mental projection of Makuta Pterodax himself. Pterodax threatened to kill Jalur should Takua not bring the Mask of Light to him, and while Takua refused Pterodax's demands, he soon abandoned the quest.
I really liked Lego growing up. I didn't have that many sets. It's just not something that
All this time, Tahu and Galar
I had a lot of time to spend collecting or really enjoying. I did competitive dance and was really involved in my community, so
watching these battles through the eyes of his Roxy,
definitely once I got to college, my first reintroduction was I realized that there was Lego Minecraft sets, and so I started collecting them and building them, and I had so much fun. And then Chris and I became really good friends, and now I'm here.
deep within Onukoro, Takua emerged alone in the subterranean city, and
No, Percy found us again. Please, no.
However,
I was so close.
able to warn Bohatu
I
and
was
Onua
so
of the Roxy
close.
threat, and he arrived in the nick of time.
Wow, is he just gonna
then,
lay
the
down?
Roxy
That would
burst
be
through the walls of Onukoro, seeking
so
out a
cool.
mask of light and following
That
Takua's
would
scent.
be so cool.
Hot on their heels were the remaining Takanuva, who emerged in a climactic confrontation with the Roxy.
Nope, no, he's not. He's gonna try and eat. You can't eat Lego!
Turning against his comrades in a fit of rage.
Wrong.
During this fight, Takua barely escaped with his life, with Onua being forced to sacrifice the entire village of Onukoro in a massive cave-in
Hey.
to buy them time to escape from the Roxy.
Anyone who's done engineering school knows that sometimes you need to just do something mindless to get your mind off of impending math equations and just like
Part 4. Coming of the
brain
seventh
damage
Toa.
from your professors.
After a traumatizing experience deep within Onukoro, Takua was overwhelmed with guilt, and resolved to catch up with Jaller and rejoin him on his quest for the seventh Toa, especially after witnessing the Takanuva prove to be no match for the Roxy when divided. Reuniting with Jaller, Takua apologized, promising to no longer forsake
cat.
and continuing to
I have a
aid them
cat.
on their quest.
And the cat is
Hiding out in healing pools beside the
excited
river,
about Lego pieces that he will probably try and eat. I mean, he'll try and eat any of them. The ones that are worse are the tiny ones.
With Liwa nearly killed by a powerful combination of three Roxy merged as one. Remember last chapter when the Toa fused together into the powerful Toa Kaida and proceeded to destroy the Manas in a combined form of their three beings? Well, they're not the only ones who can form Kaidas, because the Roxy can do it too. And if one Roxy was bad enough, just imagine how dangerous three Roxy merged into one being could be. And even beyond the threat of
destructive.
the Roxy, the Toa discovered that the slug-like Krata worms, housed within the Roxy's armored shells, had the power to infect the minds of Matori, hinting at their true nature as spawn of Makuta. Over this time, Tahu was eventually healed, and the six Takanuva were finally united as one against the Roxy. After much traveling, Takua and Jaller found themselves at the temple of Kini Nui. Taking the Mask of Light from Jaller, Takua held it in his hands, desperate for it to reveal the seventh Toa. Unexpectedly, a burst of light shot forth from the mask, destroying part of the temple to reveal a hidden carving underneath, a carving of Takua's own face. Before they had a chance to process that
Percy's just staring at me building right now, so I really hope he's fascinated.
But they were not alone. Bursting from the ground,
I mean, Lego, like when they clink together, they do make like an interesting noise, and I wonder if that like intrigues him as if only like as if it was like a toy. I'm not really sure.
Onua and Tahu combined their powers to hurl molten lava at the remaining beasts, melting their armor and rendering the Krata slugs within powerless.
Hey.
But even with the combined unity of the Takanuva, they were too slow, and a Turok, Roxy of Fear, managed to strike Takua with a powerful blast, paralyzing him.
You can't eat that.
Leaping to defend his friend, Jaller rushed at the Roxy with nothing but a standard knife, buying Takua enough time to regain his senses, but sacrificing himself in the process, and taking the full brunt of the Turok's attacks. Overwhelmed with the full might of the Roxy, Jaller collapsed.
He also needs his nails cut
to accept his destiny and don the Mask of Light. And so, in a stunning transformation, Takua knew exactly what he had to do. Placing the Mask of Light over his own, a beam of light consumed his body, transforming him into the first Toa of Light, renamed Takanuva to reflect the honor bestowed upon this transformation. And so, in silence, Takanuva picked up Jalar's lifeless body and left Kininui to grieve alone. Part 5. Duty of the Seventh
I
Toa.
think those go over there.
Sometime later, Takanuva spoke with Taragavakama about his destiny, promising that Jalar's sacrifice was not in vain, and resolving to descend into Pterodax's lair and confront him once and for all. Instructing the Toanuva to wait for his return, Takanuva descended into the tunnels alone, convinced it was his sole duty to finally defeat the evil of Pterodax. Unbeknownst to him, Holly snuck aboard his craft made of disassembled Rakshi armor, determined to chronicle his exploits as the new chronicler of Mana Nui, now that Takua had been transformed. Takanuva had no choice but to let her come along, warning her to hang back as he ventured into the inner sanctum of Pterodax's
Where's
lair.
that piece I need, Percy?
As the Makuda's voice echoed throughout the chamber, Pterodax emerged,
Where'd it go?
revealing himself to Takanuva and Holly. Resolved to defeat the Makuda and reawaken Mana Nui once and for all, Takanuva ordered Holly to go back to the surface and summon all the Matoran to the lair to witness the defeat of Pterodax. And so, Takanuva alone faced Pterodax,
There we
who
go.
challenged him to a mock Koli match, taunting him that mentally he was still just a lowly Matoran,
Bitey cat.
just the fearful Takua who he had confronted in the cave. And so, as the population of the island slowly descended into the tunnels, the Toanuva protecting them from all sides, the battle between light and shadow commenced. Hurling balls of shadow at Takanuva, Pterodax proved to be a formidable opponent, countering Takanuva's blast of light with his own opposing balls of shadow. As the fight went on, neither opponent losing ground,
I do have a spray bottle.
found they were equally matched as they stumbled into a pit of energized
But I want him to
proteins,
learn.
a mysterious mutagen that was housed within the depths of the robot.
I don't want to, like,
And after a moment of
scare him
suspense,
off. I just want him to learn that, like,
new merged being
hey, this is not food.
Light and shadow had become one. And in a
Lego
brief
is friend,
moment, the
not
consciousness of both
food.
Takanuva and Pterodax had been overrun with a singular drive to protect the Great Spirit robot and reawaken Mana Nui. In his new merged form between Makuda and Takanuva, Takanuva opened the gate to Metru Nui, allowing the denizens of Mana Nui to flood the passageway back to their original home. As Holly rushed through the doorway,
Yeah, they're
Jalar's
just
mask
buds.
implant, Takuta
Just
Nuva
hanging
stopped,
out.
fueling what remained of his life force into the mask and resurrecting Jalar in his Matoran form. Pause time. So this action is
Pause time,
hotly
everyone.
contested throughout the Bionicle community, and for good reason. As you can probably guess, it's kind of debatable that a being like Takanuva even had the power, ability, or knowledge to resurrect a dead member of the Matoran universe. Now, if you go into the official explanation, it has something to do with the Red Star being a booster pack holding the quote-unquote digital souls of all the members of the Matoran universe. Somehow he was able to revive it just for that one moment to resurrect Jalar, but
That's
honestly,
hilarious.
it's kind of just something you have to accept. And thankfully, this never actually happens again in the entire Bionicle story. And so for a LEGO theme that ran for 10 years, I can honestly accept it as just one of the very few retcons that the story had to include over its 10-year-long run. Especially if you compare it to something like Ninjago, which retcons itself multiple times every few years. This is a pretty minor thing in comparison, and everything else about the story is very, very tight and locked down, so I can kind of excuse just this one small little resurrection, because obviously this was around 2003. LEGO was probably pretty wary about killing off a character on screen permanently in one of their first feature films, so I can see why they didn't do that. With his energy
It's about the money, the business, baby.
Makuda's antidermis spirit separated from his armor housing, and Takanuva's spirit housed within the Mask of Light. As the mask glowed with light and Takanuva's body was reformed from this combination, a light shone across the Silver Sea, revealing the long-lost island of Metru Nui, their original island home. And as the population of Mana Nui returned to the surface, the Turaga held a grand meeting, revealing the ancient origins of their history as the Toa Metru, the tales of the great city of Metru Nui, and began preparations to reclaim the old metropolis. With the Matorans sailing off across the Silver Sea to repopulate Metru Nui and restart the brain of the robot, the denizens of the Matoran universe were now one step closer to reawakening the great spirit Mana Nui once and for all. And while the spirit of Pterodax still survived in antidermis gaseous form, he would need time to rebuild and regain strength, and thus began a long-awaited time of peace for the Matoran. On the shores of Metru Nui, the Matoran migration from Mana Nui began. Old friends were reunited, with Taragaduma and the Rahaga emerging from the city to greet the new population. New buildings were built, and the great forges of Ta Metru shone with fire once again.
How many
The city
more
of
times are we
legends,
going to
Metru Nui,
rebuild?
was finally restored with its full
How
population,
many?
and the Matoran and Toa readied themselves for a new era of light and hope.
Because we have a lot of time to go.
Bionicle Retold, Chapter 5, Light. Rise of the Takanuva. An ancient failsafe resulted in the reawakening of the formidable Bara Kal, who sought to free the Bara queens from their imprisonment. In a pivotal battle, Tahu activated the legendary Kanohi Vahi, Mask of Time, freezing the Bara Kal and allowing the Takanuva to gain the upper hand. In a brief time of peace that followed, Matoran like Holly, Huki, and Jaller trained to compete in a Grand Koli tournament, while Takua stumbled upon the secret hiding place of the powerful Kanohi of Voki, the Mask of Light. But with
One full Oppenheimer down, I'm
and out
dead.
of the darkness came the dreaded Rakshi, servants.
I liked Oppenheimer.
In a quest that spanned across the island, Jaller and Takua sought to discover and awaken the seventh Toa, only to find that Takua himself was destined to transform into Takanuva, Toa of Light. After descending into the darkness to face Pterodax himself, Takanuva claimed a major victory over the Makuta, shattering his armor and paving a way back to the city of legends, Metru Nui. And so, as the Matoran began a great migration back to their original homeland, they were unaware that Pterodax had
I don't think any Lego sets are terrible. I'm sure that Chris has other opinions, but yeah, I don't think any are terrible. I think it depends on like the value. I know sometimes like Lego sets, like their prices are just like coming from the new sets, right? Like the older sets, I understand there's other value adds, completely get it. But then there's some sets that like recently have come out, and you're like, that's a little expensive for my liking. So
Trilogy, Part 1.
I think if it's not priced fairly, then it's kind of, I don't know, less fun.
After 1,000
because you definitely want it to be more accessible, right?
Back to their island home of Metru Nui.
Or at least you would hope.
As the Matoran worked with Taragaduma, the Rahaga, and Kitongu to
I need the pink one.
City of Legends.
Right now I'm building the modern art set from the August release. If anyone is curious and missed that intro earlier.
Their efforts to rebuild and restart Metru Nui, the brain of the robot, were too little, too late. It was here that Taragaduma told the Takanuva of the ancient Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life, and its power as a failsafe to restart the Matoran universe and save Mana Nui from death. Recap time! In Chapter 1 Beginnings, we explained that there were 3 legendary Kanohi masks, the most important of which was the Kanohi
My Lego hot take is that
the Matoran universe and the Great Spirit's life should its life force ever
I don't know, I'm a big fan of accessibility, and I feel like, you know, fans should be able to enjoy all different, you know, themes that they're interested in, and not like gatekeep. And there's some parts of the community that can sometimes feel a little gatekeepy, and I think that we should invite all different, like, you know, whether or not you have enjoyed like Lego previously, like you should be able to enjoy it now, and it should be accessible to get into. And sometimes, you know, I've heard, you know, you don't even know where to start, and these sets are expensive, you know, like I've mentioned. So
save the Great Spirit from death, while Takanuva stayed behind to protect Metru Nui in their absence. Meanwhile, as the Takanuva settled into stasis for the long journey to Voyanui, trouble began to brew back on the now abandoned island of Mana Nui. 6 dark hunters of the Skakti race heard rumors that Makuta Pterodax had been killed, and many treasures lay in the Dark Lord's former lair. So as a quick refresher from Chapter 2, the Skakti were a race of beings that started out as very peaceful, but after being experimented upon by the Makuta, they turned into vicious and brutal warriors. In an effort to curb this violence, the Makuta made it so that each Skakti had innate elemental abilities, but they could only use it in conjunction with another Skakti, which means that at the very least, 2 of them had to work together to actually use their powers. In Chapter 4, we met a green-skinned Skakti named Zaktan, who was a member of the Dark Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't accessible, and I think I don't
Terax's
know if that's
grand
like
plan
a
to take
hot
over the
take. I'd say
entire
it's more of like a
universe, which he's
lukewarm
about to
take,
use that
but I
information for
definitely would
himself.
like to see
As of
it
right
be
now,
more
Zaktan is one
accessible.
of the only beings
I
to
mean,
claim existence and
knowledge-wise, I
idea
think
of what
this video is a
Pterodactyl
really
Lore
good
is, and
example
even us
that
as the
there are
viewers don't
some
know the full
creators
asset yet.
that want to,
Years ago,
share
Zaktan
that
plotted with some of
knowledge
these fellow
and
Skakti to
educate
overthrow the
people,
Shadowed One and take
so
over
that
the
they
Dark
can,
Hunters with him in command.
join
After
as
reaching the inner
well,
chamber of the Shadowed One,
which
their
is
betrayal
a
was
great
uncovered, and
start,
in
but
an
there's
attempt to
always more work
execute
to be
Zaktan for his
done.
betrayal, the Shadowed One assaulted him with his
And
disintegrating
obviously,
violence. To
there
his
are some people
surprise,
that can,
Zaktan's body instead
afford
dissolved
it,
into
and some people
billions
that
of proteins.
can't, and
Microscopic
knowledge,
Rocky now
and
formed the entirety
there's
of
so many
Zaktan's body.
like
As
ways that
these
you can
insectoid
consider
creatures never
yourself,
stopped moving,
you know,
Zaktan's body
privileged
always appeared to
in
be writhing,
a
and each
system.
prototype
And I
contained a
think there's a
portion of
lot
his
of moving
consciousness and
parts
could function
with
independently of his body as a
with
whole.
this,
The Shadowed
and
One,
I
surprised as
definitely
arrest,
want to
left them wary,
see
with Zaktan's mutated and deformed state serving as
more
reminder to never
more
betray him again.
accessibility in the
Over time,
future.
Zaktan learned to use his new form to his own advantage, allowing him to send parts of himself on the attack as a swarm, fly unhampered through the air, evade physical attacks more easily, and even slip through spaces too small for an insect. These 6 Skakti, led by Zaktan, officially broke off from the Dark Hunters, forming their own group called Paraka, an appropriated obscenity that roughly translates
Baraka.
to murderer or gangster thug. And so, after sneaking away from the Dark Hunter fortress on Undina under the cover of night, these Parakas schemed to loot Pterodax's former lair, get rich with
I
powerful
was told I
artifacts, and
give
cash out.
Paraka. I
Besides their
serve
cunning leader
Paraka.
Zaktan,
Feels
this
wrong.
gang of villainous thugs
It
comprised of Thaw,
feels
a
wrong.
clever and manipulative loner who exploited conflict between the team and used it for his own benefit. Avak, a talented engineer with a powerful psychic ability to project the perfect living prison for his enemies. Radak, an intelligent, famed hunter with extraordinary tracking abilities. Hakan, an egotistical, cruel, and unpredictable brute disliked by many of his fellow Paraka. And Vezok, who is arguably the most dangerous of them all, with a calm and collected personality combined with excellent tactical skills and a high intelligence. As these former Dark Hunters arrived at Pterodax's Mangaea lair, they came upon
Everyone's
his
a
body,
Paraka
crushed
fan in
and
this
mangled by the
house.
fallen gate. Unaware of the true nature of the Makuta, the Paraka happily ventured onwards, ready to claim the treasures within. When Radak attempted to steal the Kanohi Kraken Mask of Shadows, it revolted against his touch, activating an automatic defense mode to hurl bolts of shadow at any being other than a Makuta that tried to access it. And so, giving up on the Kraken, the Paraka ventured deeper into the lair, coming across more and more ancient tools and weapons. One of these artifacts was the mysterious Spear of Fusion, created centuries ago by Artaka with the power to merge beings together or split them apart. Toying around with the spear, Hakan accidentally set it off in reverse upon Vezok, splitting him in two. In Vezok's place were now 2 beings, a deformed half-being they dubbed Vezon, who was imbued with Vezok's tactical thinking but driven completely mad, and what was left of Vezok, whose once calm, intelligent, and collected nature had disappeared, with only a brutish, rage-filled being left. Immediately, the rage-filled
There's
Vezok
a
attacked Vezon in a
Paraka
blind
rap.
rage, and with the commotion that followed, the ancient Manako Rahi awakened, guardians of Makuta's lair. As the Paraka fled Mangaea, the gaseous spirit of Makuta Pterodax seeped into their minds, implanting the idea into their heads to travel to Voya Nui and claim the Mask of Life. The Paraka, unaware that Pterodax had given them the idea, decided to seek out the mask for fame, glory, and power, unknowing of Makuta's true purpose for the Mask of Life. As a recap of Chapter 2, the Makuta species evolved to no longer actually have any organic components. Instead, every
I don't know
Makuta
if
exists
being
in the
called a
form of what
Paraka
we
is a
call an
bad thing now.
anti-human spirit, which means that they can essentially possess any suit of armor or purely robotic being, but that also means that if their spirit were to be left too out in the open for too long, then they would eventually die. However, this comes with an added benefit, because essentially the Makuta are like ghosts, which means they can act as spirits and influence the minds of others in their vicinity to do their bidding. As the 6 original
No
Paraka scattered
pause.
and
I'll
fled
watch
from
the
the
Paraka
Manako,
rap after
Vezon took
though.
advantage of the commotion to
If my
seize the
brain
Spear of
isn't
Fusion
rotted,
for
maybe like
himself, and
tomorrow.
began a journey to Voya Nui on his own. As the rest of the Paraka emerged onto the shores of the island of Mana Nui, they discovered the original 6 canisters that Toamata used to travel to the island. Formulating a cunning scheme, Zaktan suggested that when the Paraka arrive on Voya Nui, they fool any native Matoran claiming to be a unique breed of Toa heroes sent to protect
So
and lead
Chris
them.
is
As they
literally
began preparations
called
to
me a
arrive on
slur.
Voya Nui,
Awesome.
Hakan secretly sent a message detailing their plans
Swag.
to the Shadowed One, leader of the Dark Hunters, in the hopes that selling out his teammates would earn him a reward. One by one, the Paraka arrived on Voya Nui, claiming to be Toa. Its Matoran, who had not encountered Toa since Jovan had led his team there in the Great Disruption, believed the Paraka's ruse, although some had their misgivings due to the blatant violence the Paraka displayed. Immediately claiming to be their saviors, the
I'm
Paraka put
beefing
the Matoran
now.
to work to drain the lake
Chris
of
and I are
lava and
beefing.
construct a massive stronghold. Within this Paraka stronghold, Zaktan collected Pterodax's antidermis energies in a large vat, though he did not realize its true nature. This action preserved the life of the Makuta, which had anchored to the Paraka back in Mangaya Lair. As Zaktan spent more and more time alone in the darkness of the stronghold, under the thrall of the spirit of Makuta Pterodax, he began to ponder dark designs, evil contraptions, and mysterious sciences. Zaktan summoned Avac to his chamber to create strange launches from
They
mysterious
degrade
ideas planted in
themselves?
his head by Pterodax,
We should be
one of which was
promoting
stolen by the
self-love.
Matoran Gara, who grew more and more suspicious of the Paraka's presence on Voya Nui. Meeting with a few other trusted Matoran, Garan examined the launcher, realizing it was a weapon constructed to fight the Matoran themselves. Realizing the Matoran were growing suspicious of them, Hakan and Avac joined together to create a creature of fire and stone, summoning it to attack the Matoran near the base of Mount Valmai. While Hakan controlled it, Avac drove it away from the villagers, pretending to defend the Matoran. The two false Toa boldly defeated the monster, winning the admiration of the Matoran at large. And yet, Garan and his companion Balta remained suspicious, following the Paraka and overhearing them discuss their past as Dark Hunters. Appalled, Garan officially formed the Voya Nui resistance team in their mountain hideaway, consisting of himself, Balta, and 4 other Matoran named Kazi, Dalu, Pirak, and Velika. In the prologue to this series, we revealed that Velika was actually no normal Matoran. In fact, Velika is the great being in disguise who actually is responsible for giving sentience to the entire Matoran universe.
I finished.
And so you may be wondering what he's doing just kind of running around on Voya Nui. Well, essentially, he joined the Matoran resistance team mostly just to observe his so-called
Which means they could have avoided building that giant circle.
Fight back. Another thing to note about Velika and the rest of the Matoran on Voya Nui is that every single Matoran on that island was actually sent there by Karzani, the Mad
This is
Tiger.
what the set looks like.
In Chapter 1, we described
This is like the A version. There's like 4 versions, and then I think you can just like make it your own too. You don't have to do what the booklet says, but then leftovers is giant pop. And then
these Matoran are a lot shorter
like
and more
so many extra pieces. Like I can't even hold them all. Hold on.
Of course, every Matoran
Like a handful of extra pieces.
Karzani's land before he was driven even more mad and just closed off his gates and took all the Matoran
You win some, you lose some.
as his own servants. And we'll get to that in a second. Meanwhile,
but this is the original, and then it also comes with these little like nail hangers, so you can actually like hang this up, which is really cool. It'll definitely end up on the wall somewhere.
Placing a prominent Matoran leader under their sway,
I'm gonna put that back in there,
all the Matoran for a meeting where they
and all the extra pieces throw into a bag.
All but the 6 members of the Matoran resistance had gathered
They
together.
don't just fly around the box.
Zammersphere launchers, the Paraka succeeded in enslaving the minds of nearly every Voya Nui Matoran. Tragically, the Matoran resistance team was too late, and as they returned to their village, they discovered the entire populace transformed into mindless slaves, laboring day and night to empty the volcano. As Matoran fell into the lava and perished, or were outright killed by the Paraka for working too slow, Garan grew more and more disgusted and outraged. With Voya Nui now shrouded in darkness and disrepair, its only hope was the powerful team of Takanuva en route to the island, guardians of peace and justice. Part 2. Fall of the Takanuva. After traveling through the oceans around Voya Nui, the Takanuva finally made landfall on the west coast of the mysterious island, unaware of the dangers now present on the island. Moving inland,
Literally,
they were
all
spotted
I
by
can
Bara
tell
and Prevail,
you
who attacked the Takanuva with a hail of boulders that kickstarted a
is
massive battle between the two forces.
that I'm
Even with
a
six
Takua
Takanuva against
fan,
just two Paraka, the battle was vicious,
and
and neither
Paraka
side
is
managed to
not
gain
something
the
that I
upper
want to
hand.
be called.
Hearing the sounds of battle on the far side of the island, the rest of the Paraka rushed to join the fight, unaware that in this distraction, Balta, a member of the newly formed Matoran resistance team, had managed to sneak into their stronghold to steal some Zamrospheres to study them. Radak proved to be almost
I'm
unstoppable,
slowly
causing the Toa to
slipping
concentrate
into
on him while the other
insanity.
Paraka arrived. Unaware of the Paraka's abilities, the battle quickly went south for the Takanuva. Hakan defeated Gali with a mental blast, Avak imprisoned Kopaka in the perfect jail, and after a brief but intense sword fight, Tahu was overwhelmed by Zaktan's prototype swarm. Liwa, Pohatu, and Onua finally downed Radak, but were subsequently defeated by the other Paraka, with Liwak's arrow blade snapped completely in half. In an instant, the battle was over just as it began, with the Takanuva completely overwhelmed by the surprise attack. Stripping them of their mass and weapons, Zaktan ordered the rest of the Paraka to throw the Toa's lifeless
6
bodies
more
into the fiery
hours.
depths of Mount Valmai. Meanwhile, back on Metru Nui, Jaller became suspicious about the prolonged disappearance of the Takanuva and attempted to question the Turaga, who refused to answer him. Furious,
Okay,
he ordered a strike in the city, ordering all reconstruction
closing
work to
this
stop until the
box.
truth was revealed. Knowing that news of the rapidly approaching death of the Great Spirit Mana Nui would destabilize the Matoran populace and spread panic, the Turaga refused to relent, only stating the
Oh,
Toa
my
were aware of great
legs.
mission
Okay,
and urging the Matoran to return to work.
I'm going to now
However,
clean up.
Turaga no Kama pitied Jaller and secretly informed him of the dire consequences of the Takanuva's quest, and the fact that it had been many months without any word from the famed heroes. And so,
Percy's
Jaller
like,
decided to
what
take
is
the initiative and
that?
set off for Voya Nui to help the Takanuva with a team of 5 other Matoran. Among this company was Holly, the
No,
Gakuma Holy
bestie, it's not a
Champion from
toy. It is a
Takanuva, who had
wrapper.
aided the Toa in their previous adventures. Kongu, the captain of the Lake Horoguko Air Force who led efforts against Makuta's Rahi attacks years ago. Nuparu, the Onu Matoran engineer who created the powerful box sword to use against the Borak. Huki, the sports champion of Pokoro. And Matoro, the translator to Turaga Nuju and sole keeper of the secrets of the Turaga. He also recruited Takanuva, Toa of Light, who was eager for an adventure. The Matoran and Takanuva traveled through an underwater chute to find themselves on a narrow strip of land in the south of Metru Nui's dome. After scouting ahead for some time, Jaller found a tunnel leading to the south. He could not tell what was beyond it, and Takanuva decided that, as a Toa, he should go in first. When he ventured forth into the tunnel, however, he vanished from sight, despite
My
the bright light he was
legs.
exuding. Despite repeated efforts, the mysterious tunnel seemed to absorb all light and sound. After several failed attempts to pass through the tunnel, Jaller instructed his friends to travel through in groups of 3. Jaller, Huki, and Kongu went first and immediately disappeared from view. Nuparu told the remaining 2, Huki and Matoro, to tie themselves together so they would not get lost. In the darkness of this mysterious passageway, Matoro felt a presence clutch his hand. Initially scared, Matoro realized it meant him no harm, and the stranger was potentially also seeking a way out of the tunnel. And so, as they ventured on, Matoro gripped the hand of this mysterious stranger, leading them onwards. He emerged to find Takanuva and the rest in front of him, but as he turned to see who had grabbed his hand, the stranger let go and disappeared back into the tunnel. To
Yeah,
not alert
sitting
his
for
fellow
so
companions,
long. Kind of
Matoro
rough.
chose not to mention this peculiar event, and the company continued onwards towards Voya Nui by land. Little did he know, but this mysterious presence was actually the consciousness of the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life itself. Seeking a new bearer, the mask had decided to test the morality and worthiness of Matoro, who had passed this first test by being willing to help a complete stranger when he himself was in a time of need and surrounded by darkness. Back on Metru Nui, Turaga Duma discovered that Takanuva, Jaller, and his companions had left for Voya Nui.
Okay, next
Enraged, he
set.
summoned the Turaga to his chambers and accused one of them of revealing their secret.
This is the
Finally,
pink
Nokama
parrot
stepped forward, confessing she had
from
informed
the
Jaller
August
of the
release as
Toanuva's
well.
quest, but had not anticipated he would set out for Voya Nui and take the
Also
city's
very
last
exciting.
defense,
I think it'll
Takanuva,
still take
with him.
less time though.
In the shadows around Metru Nui, the Dark Hunters,
It's
led
a
by the
3-in-1,
Saga
so it could also
searched
be a
for the Mask
frog
of Time.
or fish.
Realizing that the city was undefended, they
But it's
prepared to strike.
exciting. Only
Meanwhile, on
253
Voya Nui,
pieces.
the Matoran resistance team were holed up in their mountain hideaway on the slopes of Mount Valmai, anxiously awaiting
Remember
Balta's return
Matoro?
with the intel gained
Got
from the
it.
Paraka stronghold. They were interrupted by Piruk, who brought bad news. 5 of the Paraka were coming their way,
Percy is
accompanied by 6
unhappy that he
strangers.
cannot eat Lego
The
right now.
strangers, of course, were the powerless Takanuva, who Zaktan had ordered to be thrown in the burning fires of the volcano. Just then, the ground shook and the volcano erupted, disturbed by the non-stop mining underneath. As the Paraka fled the molten lava, the Takanuva began to slowly regain consciousness. Tahu called out to Pohatu, who raised walls of stone to keep the lava at bay. With little time to spare, Liwa carried Gali to safety as Pohatu helped Onua to his feet. During the scramble, Kopaka burned his leg badly as the Toa ran northwest to escape the hot lava. As the maskless, weaponless Takanuva fled the eruption, they were watched and followed by the Matoran resistance team, who had mistaken them for allies of the Paraka. And so, just as the Takanuva made their way down to safety, they were confronted by the Matoran resistance team, and despite their efforts to explain that they were Toa, Tahu and the others failed to convince Garan and his team that they were not false Toa, much like the Paraka. A quick skirmish broke out between the two groups, with the Toa reluctant to harm the Matoran,
Percy
but
is like picking up Lego pieces and running away.
To buy the Toa
If anyone wanted to know.
Tahu generated a wall of fire, but it was too late.
I'm surviving. We are over 3 hours in.
Degree and drove her into madness. Frustrated and outraged, Kopaka proceeded through the wall of fire and quickly froze 3 of the Matoran, while Tahu attempted to subdue a now mad Gali as she rampaged through the wilderness. Onua and Liwa kept Kopaka from using lethal force, and the battle came to an uneasy pause, where the Toa once again attempted to explain who they were. But the wary Matoran
Well, there were Kim Possible minifigures? Was that like an official Lego?
Near the base of the mountain, Balta fled with a Zamersphere in tow, discovered by the Paraka Vezok, who chased him in a brute rage. Terrified, Balta hid inside a cave, which was promptly sealed shut by Vezok, leaving him there to die. Just as Balta was about to slip into unconsciousness, a mighty axe cleaved the cave entrance in two, and he stood facing the Titan Axon, member of the Order of Nui, who had been stationed on the island years ago. Axon bid Balta to go to his friends and tell them to stop fighting the Takanuva, and then departed. Encountering Gali stumbling through the woods, Axon healed her minds with the Mask of Truth, and sent her back
I think that Chris is going to ask me questions, but I said earlier that unless they get $1,000 in super chats, which I still don't even really understand what they do, to be honest, but that is when I would do like a standardized test. My brain would probably actually rot if I did the test.
The Great Cataclysm, Brutaka lost his faith in Nui, believing that the Great Spirit had forsaken them and slowly falling closer and closer into darkness. Axon, on the other hand, held steadfast in his resolve and essentially stayed as the sole protector of the Mask of Life as well as the Matoran of Nui. During this time, Axon has been biding his time and essentially trying to decide what is the right time to strike against the Paraka, whereas Brutaka was beginning a downward spiral into darkness, harboring ideals to claim the Mask of Life for himself. Back at the base of the mountain, the Takanuva found themselves in a standoff against the Matoran, right as Balta rushed in and urged his comrades to stop fighting the Takanuva. As a show of faith, Onua removed his armor, making himself vulnerable in front of the Matoran and promising he would not fight back should they attack him. Convinced by this gesture, Garan ordered the rest of the Matoran to stand down, and the two factions allied against the Paraka. During all of this, the Paraka themselves were facing some internal conflicts of their own. Angered that the rest of the gang hadn't confirmed the Takanuva were dead, Zaktan lashed out at the rest of the Paraka, ordering them to find and kill the Takanuva at all costs, and have the Matoran work harder to speed up the draining of the volcano, not to mention the looming mystery of what happened to Vezon and where he went. As Zaktan left the stronghold, the devious Hakan lurked behind him, curious as to why Zaktan was so urgently attempting to claim the Mask of Life. Hakan discovered Zaktan deep in conversation with the mysterious Brutaka, Axon's former companion, and watched as Brutaka was struck with a Zamersphere that, to Hakan's surprise, made him stronger and angrier rather than susceptible and weak-willed. Zaktan, who knew all along Hakan was trailing him, made efforts to lead him closer to Brutaka in his angered state, hoping the Titan would dispose of Hakan for him. During all this conflict on the island, the brave company of Jalar, Takanuva, Matoro, and the rest of the Matoran ventured onwards over the dangerous land passageways to Nui. They proceeded along a narrow land bridge, surrounded by a violent ocean, and neared a stone archway, leading to a dizzying path that ran between two mountains. There, Huki discovered a great mask left over from a fallen warrior and alerted
I'm
his
sure it's
friends.
gonna get great
Takanuva
at the
tried not to
9th
include
hour.
Hali's thoughts,
I might
realizing it
be
was a Suletu,
deranged
of
by
Trilogy.
that.
The group then stopped to rest, Jalor keeping first watch while Takanuva scouted ahead. Plagued with confusion and fear over his experience in the tunnel, Matora was restless, and in the dark of night, he reached out to Jalor to discuss his fears, but was interrupted by Takanuva's return. He had seen a Matoran on the other side of the archway, and so the group moved closer to the arch. As the 6 Matoran passed through the gateway, Takanuva was repelled back by an invisible force field, which then blocked the Matoran from returning back. As the group realized the barrier was built to keep Matoran in and beings of light out, Takanuva gave up and began his return to Metru Nui, nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, the Matoran proceeded along the path, unsure of what dangers awaited them in this mysterious land, and why the invisible gateway had herded and locked them in. Part 3. The Realm of Madness. Without their Toa protector and friend, Jalor's group of brave Matoran ventured alone, traveling through unfamiliar territory and climbing a vast cliff. As scuttling noises were heard all around them, they were beckoned by a frightened Matoran, soon quickly surrounded by an escort of Manas Raki, the powerful beast who once guarded Pterodax's lair. Their Matoran guide led them into a huge canyon, populated by more
If
twisted
you
and anguished Matoran,
find
where
something
common laws of
niche,
nature did not seem to apply.
there's someone that wants it and someone that will pay so much money for it. So much money for it.
Holly observed a terrible metal castle
At
far in the
BrickCon
distance,
today,
comparable
there
in
were some
size to
things that were
Coliseum of
like
Metru Nui and
so
covered with twisted
expensive.
and jagged towers.
I was like
Soon enough, they
really
encountered the
shocked.
mad Titan
Like
Karzani,
minifigs, they were like
who they
hundreds of
recognized from the legends
dollars.
that Taraga told. Again, to
Which
recap
obviously
Chapter
there's
1
lore,
beginnings,
but
Karzani was one of the
I was
most powerful
not
beings created and
aware.
birthed
I was
into this
not
whole
aware.
universe by the Great Beings, whose job was to repair damaged Matoran and send them back to their respective homelands. However, after suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of his brother Artaka for the Mask of Creation, Karzani was driven more and more insane, and after the Great Beings departed, he began to lose his skill of repairing Matoran, just mutilating them and giving them weapons to compensate. Because of this shame, he began first sending Matoran to Voyanulu,
You lost
which
an
is why all
auction
the
for
Matoran
that
in Voyanulu
much?
look kind of
Oh
deformed
my
and are wielding
lord.
very strange weapons. And after this, as Taraga realized that
Birdie obviously does not know the economy right now.
they began to just block off all paths of entry to his land, which drove Karzani even more insane and caused him to enslave all of the remaining Matoran he had on his island as his own personal workforce. Karzani has essentially
I don't
remained there to
know
this day
exactly all the sets, but there were some sets and some minifigs that were like very, very expensive.
Brought before Karzani, the Mad Titan confirmed the legends about him were true, but did not recognize the names of Makuta or Madanui. At his order, strange and grotesque Matoran emerged from the darkness to take their belongings, and Karzani ordered Jalor and the rest to take off their masks. In a show of defiance, Jalor refused, stating his mask had once belonged to the great Toa Khan and would never be separated from him. In response, Karzani used his Kanohi Olisi, the Mask of Alternate Futures, to force a vision on Jalor and the rest, depicting what would have happened had he not sacrificed his life for Takua months ago in their battle with the Rakshan. Startled and overwhelmed by the horrific vision, Jalor took off his mask and succumbed to the rule of Karzani. Just then, Matoran workers brought the company sets of strange, new masks as symbols of their identities being stripped away in servitude to Karzani. Only Kongu managed to avoid this mask, slipping on the Suletu they had found abandoned on the path earlier. Karzani then ordered all of them to tend to the fires, with the exception of the chronicler Holly, who was to tell Karzani of the goings-on in the outside world. As the rest of the Matoran were sent to a colossal furnace, Holly engaged in deep conversation about the current events of the universe, explaining to Karzani the dire mission to save Madanui. Karzani, of course, scoffed at this mission, believing none in the universe to be more powerful than himself and Artaka, and not believing any tales whatsoever of the great spirit Madanui. As the hours passed, Holly took a short rest and sat down on a rock, only to hear it scream underneath as her feet slowly began to turn to stone. After Holly recoiled in fear, the mad Titan Karzani began to chuckle, warning her that all the rocks around them were once Matoran, forcibly turned to stone for pausing his infernal work. In the meantime, the other 5 Matoran managed to slip away from their mindless work at the furnace, discovering a stone tablet that detailed Karzani's fall to madness and his original purpose in the universe. Realizing their lives were in immediate danger and Karzani would never let them leave, Jalar and the other 4 Matoran made haste to escape the realm immediately, desperately searching for any exit. In their
I love
search,
everyone
they stumbled
talking
upon
about
an old,
the
mysterious
economy
Matoran,
of the
who,
pieces
despite
right
being
now.
completely insane, managed to explain that he was once the builder of all Toa canisters back in the Matoran refuge of Karda Nui, the heart of the robot, explaining that
You're
6
teaching
experimental
me.
Toa canisters were stored in a
You're
secret
absolutely
chamber beneath
teaching me.
Karzani's island. This mysterious builder led the 5 Matoran into the depths. Done listening to Holly's tales, Karzani brought her to the furnace, only to discover her 5 companions were missing. Furious that Matoran would oppose him, he scoured his island, both with his eyes and mind, and located them in the vault. Dragging Holly behind him, Karzani advanced towards the vault to punish them. By this time, deep in the underground chamber, Jalar announced his plan to retrieve Holly and escape in the canisters, but the builder objected and told them the canisters were only for Toa. Ignoring him, Jalar instructed Nuparu to decipher the canister's workings while the other 4 left to get Holly. However, they were stopped by Karzani, Holly in his grasp, who denounced them
Who's
as
enjoying my
liars,
misery?
claiming that there were no such things
Please
as
tell me
Toa or
someone
Mana Nui,
is.
and prepared to destroy the canisters. Thinking fast, Matoro goaded Karzani into using his mask and showing him the worst vision possible, a future in which Mana Nui were to die, and the Matoran universe with him. At the end of the vision, the Matoran were shaken by the tragedy, but Karzani even more so, astounded that Mana Nui had greater power.
Big leaf!
The Matoran seized their chance, collecting Holly and entering the canisters, while the mysterious builder elected to stay, having been heartened by the knowledge that Mana Nui was not dead yet. Jalar's group activated the canisters and departed Karzani, setting a course for Voya Nui. As they left, Karzani realized that Holly's tales were true, and that Mana Nui, for all his great power, was currently asleep. Intending to fill this power vacuum and expand his empire, he began to follow the Matoran to Voya Nui. Part 4. Reign of the Piraka. As Jalar and their friends faced their trials in Karzani's realm of madness, conflict was brewing on the island of Voya Nui. Lurking behind Brutaka, Hakan offered the fallen warrior a deal. Brutaka would help Hakan dispose of Zaktan, and Hakan would procure more Zamor spheres filled with antidermis for Brutaka to make him more powerful. Of course, neither had any intention of keeping their word whatsoever, but with this shaky alliance struck, Brutaka and Hakan began heading back to the Piraka stronghold. Meanwhile, as Avak and Thok searched for the Takanuva throughout an area of Voya Nui known as the Green Belt, they suddenly came to a realization.
I think you can enjoy something and also be miserable, right?
The Green Belt, despite the rest of the island being mostly a barren wasteland,
Right? Please, please, let me know.
Underneath the belt, and Zaktan had been focusing their efforts on the volcano as a distraction to claim the mask for himself under the Green Belt. Furious with their leader and intending to confront him once and for all, the pair of Piraka rushed back to the stronghold. Confronting Zaktan, Avak used his mental powers to generate the perfect prison that produced ear-splitting sounds every time Zaktan tried to break out, driving the prototypes out of their minds. Thok eagerly appointed himself the new leader of the Piraka, but Hakan arrived with guns blazing, thinking they had staged a coup and wanting in on the action. As Avak was struck with Hakan's blast, he nearly lost focus to maintain Zaktan's prison.
This is modern day torture.
Just then, Hakan introduced Brutaka,
It
who advanced inward,
definitely
intending to kill all
is.
6 Piraka with his bare hands and claim the antidermis for himself. Coincidentally, the maskless, weaponless Takanuva and the Matoran resistance team had chosen this exact time to also strike against the Piraka stronghold. Tricking an approaching Radak into bashing in the door, the Takanuva and Matoran slipped in, retrieving their tools and moving inwards to reclaim the Kanohi masks and gain back their full strength. By this time, Radak had stumbled upon the chaos within the stronghold. Avak and Thok were fighting Brutaka as Hakan watched gleefully. Radak, realizing Hakan was behind all of it, approached Hakan from behind and threw him into Avak, knocking the Cage Master unconscious and freeing Zaktan from his prison. At that exact moment, the Takanuva blasted open the eastern door, armed with their reclaimed masks and tools and accompanied by the resistance team. Zaktan tried to rally up his fellow Piraka to fight, but they stood back, realizing the Toa could defeat Zaktan for them. Resorting to desperate measures, Zaktan offered to give Brutaka the secret of the antidermis spheres if he could help him. And so, in one mighty swing of his sword, Brutaka downed all 6 Toa and 6 Matoran, ending the conflict before it could even begin.
Thank you for leaving and coming back to see the progression of me losing my mind.
The bodies of the unconscious Toa
It
holding cell, Brutaka left
means a lot.
elemental powers and eventually died. As the Matoran resistance team was taken to the interrogation chamber, Dalu regained consciousness and began to study her surroundings. As Zaktan boasted
I'm also being
Takanuva, admiring their masks, Dalu saw her chance to
not forced, but I'm being put to work.
Briefly recaptured until
I'm building some sets.
Blaming Zaktan for his negligence in letting her loose,
Turn on the lights.
Green Paraka in an argument that soon turned violent. And so, in a vicious fight that ended with Hakan defeated and crushed by a boulder, Dalu managed to escape once again as the Paraka fought each other. Meanwhile, Thok and Radak had separated from the group and roamed the slopes of Mount Valmai, discussing the power of the Mask of Life. As this discussion quickly turned into an argument over who would claim it first, Thok saw his
I really hope me kicking that did not make any of those pieces fall.
Enraged, Radak managed to climb back up.
That would be so sad. It's kicked
Back in the stronghold, as
the
alliances began to
F
crumble all around
out of a pile.
Proposed an alliance with Vezok, who in turn told him he already had made a secret deal with Radak to kill the rest of them, but offered to spare Avak's life once they found a Mask of Life. Just then, the 2 Paraka were ambushed by Axon, who had finally decided to reveal
I do not think that many people are going to be enjoying this stream at midnight. PST.
Temporarily trapping Avak and Vezok within. And so, as Axon rushed to confront the other Paraka,
that's just my guess, though.
Brawling amongst themselves, with all 6 members engaged in a massive free-for-all. Avak and Vezok burst free from the cave, and the conflict between the 6 Paraka and Axon spanned to undiscovered regions of the island, where all 7 combatants stumbled upon the remains of a 7th Toa canister, the one that Vezon had used to get to the
definitely an X-Wing.
Vezon had become a servant to the
I think X-Wings look the coolest.
Axon prepared to strike down all 6 Paraka at once, ending their blight upon Voya Nui, but was attacked from behind by Brutaka, knocking down the 2 Titans. As Axon and Brutaka squared up to battle, the 6 Paraka entered an uneasy truce, fleeing.
I'm not even halfway done.
As they fled, Hakan devised a devious scheme to steal Brutaka's power for themselves.
I'm far from halfway done.
And Avak on the plan to create a Zamor sphere that siphoned the power of its target into the user. As all this happened, deep within the hidden chambers underneath Voya Nui somewhere on the island, Vezon discovered the Mask of Life calling to him, taking advantage of his maddened mind to convert him into its own servant and protector. Upon arriving in the majestic Chamber of Life, Vezon attempted to seize the mask for himself, but was instead cursed by it. The mask fused Vezon to an enlarged spider Rahi named Fenrak, and gave him the power of foresight and the ability to absorb kinetic energy, and the mask itself fused to Vezon's head, making him one of its guardians. Vezon remained in the chamber for the next few weeks, toying with the Sphere of Fusion and waiting for his quarry to arrive. And so, as the fighting
listen, if you want to hang along, you know, join the ride all night, I will not stop you.
Paru and Matoru began their approach to Voya Nui in the midst of a great storm.
I'm just saying, I don't even want to be here.
Lanced downwards, striking all 6 canisters and transforming the Matoran within. No longer were they mere Matoran adventurers. Now they were powerful and unique new Toa, lightning coursing through their veins and electricity emanating from their very bodies. These were the Toa in Nika, and as 6 new Toa spirit stars appeared in the night sky, the time for new heroes was upon us. With the 6 Paraka scattered, Axon and Brutaka still continuing their non-stop battle, and the Toa Nuva imprisoned and alone, the fate of Voya Nui and the world was more dire than ever. Near the interrogation chamber of truth, Balta awoke and freed the rest of his comrades, save Dalu, who had already escaped. It was then that Velika introduced the resistance team to a pool of
oh shoot, there's like little branches.
Material that had split Spheris Magna apart millennia ago.
I missed the little branch part.
The Matoran from the effects of the Makuda's antidermis. Quickly gathering the substance in Zamor spheres of their own, the Matoran resistance team took refuge back in their hideaway to plan their next moves. Meanwhile, ashore on the island, Jalar and his companions awoke in their strange new bodies, still reeling from their sudden transformation. The Toa took shelter in a cave to plan their next actions, and and as they examined their new armor and masks, they discovered that the masks themselves were somehow sentient and alive, and their maskless faces gave off bright, blinding glows.
Yeah,
As
I
they
mean,
experimented with their new abilities, the six Toa discovered that
honestly,
their
at
elemental
this
powers,
point, I'm like,
combined with innate lightning,
Bionicle
and their
is just a
unique powers could
completely
reactivate against
different,
their will.
like,
Inadvertently using
brand.
the power of his Kanohi Iden, the Mask of Spirit, Matoro's body crumpled to the ground as his soul flew onwards, spotting the Matoran resistance team nearby. He reported this to the other Toa, who agreed to meet these Matoran and ask them about the island. As
Imagine
the
I was like,
Matoran
hey
resistance
boss,
is
can I
about to
have
prevail,
off? I just
the
got
six Toa
info
Inika
dumped.
finally met the Matoran rebels and discussed their situation. Armed with new energized protodermis Zamor launchers developed by Velika, the Toa Inika and Matoran managed to free many enslaved Matoran while catching up with Axon, who had been badly injured by Brutaka and made them promise to stop the unhinged warrior at all costs. As the Toa and Matoran rushed to the stronghold to free the Takanuva and defeat the Paraka, a great battle began. Fighting off the stronghold's automated defenses, the Toa rushed in, preparing to end the menace of the Paraka once and for all. While the Matoran rushed into the fortress to find and free the Takanuva, the Toa Inika clashed with the Paraka in one-on-one duels, Nuparo engaging his Kanohi Kaden, the Mask of Flight, to propel Zaktan far away from the battle. Deep within the fortress, the Matoran resistance team encountered
No,
ancient carvings and
Percy.
historical documents seized by the Paraka.
No.
Documents that spoke of a village that once existed thousands of years ago, named Mari Nui, that had sunk into the black waters of Voyanui in a devastating
The
catastrophe.
cat is back.
Mari Nui was first mentioned in Chapter 4 Infection, which was essentially describing how the Matoran had built a
Listen,
great village
I'm
on the
not
island of Voyanui,
doing this
but
to
in a
myself
catastrophic
willingly.
accident,
You
the
all wanted
landmass
this to
containing
happen.
Mari Nui sunk beneath the waves and essentially caused the Matoran to be forced to adapt to this underwater environment, creating
You
and
liked
farming
the
large
photo.
levels of airweed to produce domes above their heads and encase their city in oxygen.
You wanted to see
We'll be
this.
seeing this underwater city very, very soon.
No,
So
Percy.
the are kind of being laid down here first. Just then, Hakan put his devious plan into motion, firing the power siphoning sphere at Brutaka. Just as Thok realized this deception and arranged to also be overloaded with Brutaka's
Every
strength.
single person in this
So, in a
stream,
blast of energy,
I'm
Brutaka's raw
assuming,
strength and
liked
power
the
was
photo.
drained from his body and transferred to Hakan
So
and Thok,
you have
who
all
forced him
contributed to my
finally reveal the
madness.
secret location of the Mask of Life underneath the green belt. With their newfound strength, Hakan and Thok defeated the remaining 5 Toa Inika and the rest of the Paraka, leaving all the combatants imprisoned in the fortress as they headed to claim the mask location alone. Part 5. Race for the Mask of Life. Having defeated Zaktan in battle, Nuparu returned to the fortress to find a devastating sight before him. His Toa Inika comrades were reeling from the fight, still imprisoned in the fortress, while Brutaka, Avak, Radak, and Vezok lay beside them, all weakened and bruised from battle. Just then, Axon arrived, still wounded, and while he desperately wanted to head directly for the Mask of Life to stop Hakan and Thok, Jalar convinced him to stay with them and band together as one. As the Toa realized the best way to stop the pair of overpowered Paraka was to return Brutaka's power to him, it became clear that only the remaining Paraka, namely Avak, knew how to do that. And so, an uneasy alliance between the Paraka, Axon, Brutaka, and the Toa Inika was formed, all 4 separate parties working together against a larger threat. While the Paraka created a unique Zamor sphere that would reverse the effect of Brutaka's power theft, Axon warned Jalar of the many guardians protecting the Mask of Life, and discreetly handed him a glowing Zamor sphere for use in emergencies. And so, the Alliance left for the Green Belt, while Axon stayed behind to tend to his former friend Brutaka. As they scoured the Green Belt, Hakan and Thok turned on each other and began to fight, devastating their surroundings and exposing the entrance to the 777 stairs, secret hiding place of the Mask of Life. Following this trail of destruction, the Toa Inika and the remaining Paraka confronted them, launching their surprise weapon and restoring Brutaka's powers back to him in a flash of energy, leaving every member involved unconscious save for Zaktan, whose prototype nature saved him from the blast. Back in the fortress, Brutaka's power and
This
strength
is all
returned to him
Aatrox's
in an
fault.
explosion of energy.
To be
Despite
honest,
Axon's promises of forgiveness,
he sped it up
Brutaka
at
refused
least.
to submit, and the 2 former friends
Yeah,
prepared
every
for
time we
deadly
take
combat
photos
with the Paraka
for
stronghold.
the Instagram,
Reawakening before the Toa
and
Inika,
it
the
has
Paraka
to do
slowly
with
caved
the
in, banding together
Bionicle
under Zaktan's lead once
And I was handed a mask. I was like, yummy, mask. And
Soon
Chris
afterwards,
is like,
the
no,
Toa
you,
Inika regained
no
consciousness,
eat.
quickly following the
No
Paraka
eat.
in a
Very
race for the Acorn.
expensive.
As they
I did
ran
not
down the
realize
slope,
how
the
expensive
Paraka
it
came to a
was.
fork in the tunnel with the left path blocked
To be
and
honest,
descended
I
the
had no
saga
idea.
of nightmares. There, they came face to face with a grotesque being with golden skin, the legendary Urnak, a nightmarish creature from Skakti mythology who had been manifested from their worst fears into flesh and bone. Collapsing to the ground in fear, the Paraka recoiled from the sight of the monstrous being, all except Zaktan, who challenged Urnak to a battle of wits. Realizing Urnak was merely an illusion of fear manifested by the mask
Hey,
of life, Zaktan threatened to
hi.
kill the rest of the
No
Paraka
need
to
to do
purge the
that.
fear from their minds, thus killing the false Urnak as a result. Claiming that the horrors in his past deeply
We can
changed
just be
him and that
friends.
he was the true embodiment of fear itself, Zaktan passed the first test and forced the projection of Urnak to melt away. Meanwhile, the Toa Inika soon came to a fork in the path, but this time the left path was open, and the right path to the Paraka's zone of nightmares was closed off. As they headed down the path, the Toa Inika
The
came
cat
face to
doesn't
face
want
with
to
a
leave.
projection of Toa Likan, who
The
warned them
cat
to
is
turn
very
back before
excited
they
to
met
be
the
here.
same fate as him. Ignoring the warning and continuing to press onwards, the Toa Inika came face to face with some of the many monsters, beasts, and evil beings that threatened them during their time as Matoran on the island of Mana Nui. Facing them was the insectoid Nui Rama Rahi, the fearsome Muwaka, the dreaded Borak and Borak Kal, the exact Rakshi Turak that had killed Jalar as a Matoran, and Makuta Pterodax himself. As the Anika leapt into battle, they found themselves radiating with lightning and elemental ability, and despite their intentions, they killed every single one of their opponents. In an instant, the bodies of their enemies shifted before them on the ground in the forms of the Toa Nuva.
I just want to
Recoiling
say,
in
if this
horror, the
becomes
Toa
a
Inika were
trend
convinced they had been tricked
to
into slaying the
react,
Toa Nuva,
we
and
all
their
have
new
to
powers had
remember who
spiraled
did
out of
it
control.
first.
All except Jalar, who took the
Right?
lead and convinced the rest of his team that this was a trick by the Mask of Life, and that they must press on despite their fears. As the Anika moved onwards, the corpses vanished behind them, and they realized it was all an illusion.
Let's just remember
Back in the
who
Paraka
reviewed it
stronghold,
first.
the heated combat between Axon and Brutaka raged on. Brutaka used his Kanohi Olmec to open a dimensional portal to the field of shadows behind Axon and tried to force him into it. Meanwhile, the Matoran came upon the Toa Nuva, who had been enslaved by Antidermis and weakened by a device that drained their elemental powers. Utilizing their own Zamor launchers, the Matoran freed the Toa Nuva and informed them of the existence of the Toa Inika. Back in the catacombs below the island, the Paraka continued their quest, finding themselves trapped in individual cylinders as the water level beneath them began to rise, filling the room with a mysterious
I
black
don't think
liquid.
Atriarch finished
After the
it.
events of Chapter 3 where the
I don't
Great
think he got
Cataclysm
through the
destroyed
9
most of the
hours. Not
Matoran
on
universe,
stream, at
a lot of
least.
its radioactive energies, energized protodermis, and other materials began to seep into the black waters surrounding the pit jail, transforming it into a pit mutagen, which transformed the Baraki from proud warlords into grotesque underwater freaks. This same black pit mutagen was about to mutate the Paraka very slowly before they actually did anything. Just then, a voice rang out amongst the chamber, an ancient recording of a great being itself. The voice stated that the Paraka would be released if they all pulled their levers at the same time, but if one of them pulled his lever early, then only he would be released, free to claim the mask for himself and himself alone. Scrambling to each pull the lever first, Radak managed to be the first to free himself, but to his confusion, pulling his own lever freed all 6 Paraka, exposing the group to the mutagenic black waters of the pit. Unaware of these mutagenic effects, the Paraka swam through the passage, eventually encountering the lava chamber gate, where they prepared to battle the Toa Inika, who are currently facing their own trials. Within the Chamber of Death, the Toa Inika encountered the recorded voice of a great being as well, who stated that in order for them to pass, one of them must sacrifice his or her life. Jalar nearly volunteered for the sacrifice, but his guilt and fear held him back. Having been killed once before by a Rakshi, he was traumatized from the experience, paralyzed by fear. In his place, Matoro volunteered, claiming that as an interpreter and not a warrior, he was of the least use to the team. As a beam
What
of
a
energy
hero.
shot forth from the ceiling, Matoro was seemingly destroyed, but his body was reconstituted, and the voice proclaimed that they had passed the trial. As the Toa Inika continued onwards, facing unique enemies like enlarged Protodax and the being known as Umbra, sworn guardian of the Mask of Life and servant of the Order of Mana Nui, they finally approached the great lava chamber gate, and the Paraka laying in wait for them. In a brief battle, Kongu inadvertently created a massive cyclone that buried the Toa Nika beneath the bridge, and the Paraka left them for dead to claim the Mask of Life. As the group approached the Chamber of Life, the Paraka were finally reunited with the mad half-being Vezon, who wielded
My
the
Taylor
Spear of
Swift
Fusion. Fused to the back
is
of his head was the legendary
actual
Shinoki
Taylor
Nika,
Swift.
Mask of Life, which had siphoned Vezon's mind and turned him into its protector. Vezon offered to give it to them if they had killed Vezon, but Zaktan discerned that Vezon couldn't even give the Ignika to them if he wanted to. Vezon then used the Spear of Fusion to merge Vezok and Radak into a monstrous giant, which lashed out in a blind rage, defeating the other Paraka. Back in the Paraka stronghold, the battle between Brutaka and Axon raged on, with Axon warning Brutaka that his outwardly treasonous actions against the Order of Mana Nui would summon the omnipresent jailer Botar, who would send Brutaka into the pit prison. As previously mentioned in Chapter 3, when the pit jail was struck during the Great Cataclysm, most of it sunk beneath the waves.
Welcome.
And despite Botar still transporting prisoners there to this day, most of the pit has
I'm pretty sure everyone is sane but me.
Seeping in causes any inhabitant to be teleported into the pit to be automatically mutated by the black water.
Food delivery.
In Days of Glory, in Chapter 2, when the pit was still fully operational, Botar teleported prisoners there such as the Baraki warlords in their failed revolt against the Great Spirit Mana Nui. Driven to rage by Brutaka's corruption, Axon attacked with unbelievable force, shrugging off Brutaka's attacks entirely. In desperation, Brutaka looked to the vat of Antidermis, looking for a power surge increase, but Axon destroyed it before he could reach it. Managing to strike down Brutaka with a blast of power, Axon left Brutaka unconscious, and Makuta Pterodax's spirit unleashed from the Antidermis vat yet again. In a flash of blinding energy, as Axon foretold, Botar, the
you gotta go through every single part of this
materialized
to be a true warrior.
Of Brutaka, and warning Axon that
no slacking.
Interfere with his punishment would be met with the same. Nevertheless, Axon privately vowed to free his friend and redeem him back to the light. Back in the Chamber of the Mask of Life, Vezon separated the rampaging Baraka fusion back into Vezok and Radak, both falling unconscious from the strain. As the Toa and Nika came face to face with Vezon and Fenrak, final guardians of the Mask of Life, an epic battle began, and all 6 Toa and Nika managed to force Vezon back into the lava. But the Mask of Life still fought to protect itself and test the Toa and Nika, mutating Fenrak into a monstrous card-ass dragon. As the fight recommenced twofold, the Paraka slowly regained consciousness, biding their time.
I really hope you're all enjoying this.
Mutated beast. Just then, Jala realized that the Mask of Life had sentience, and ordered Kongu to read its thoughts with a mask of telepathy. To his surprise, Kongu discovered the Ignika desired Metoro as its bearer, rather than Vezon. Transferring these thoughts into Vezon's mind, Kongu sent the half-being into a rage, distracting him long enough for Jaller to fire Axon's special Zammer Sphere, which froze Vezon and Cardass in stasis and allowed Metoro to remove the Ignika. But before Metoro had a chance to claim the Mask of Life and save the life of the great spirit robot Mana Nui, the Paraka sprang into action, seizing their chance to take the mask for themselves. In this commotion, the Mask of Life began to glow, blasting upwards through the 777 stairs with the Toa Ignika and Paraka in hot pursuit. The Ignika led them onto the surface, and then plunged into the depths of the Voya Nui Bay. Immediately diving after to retrieve it, Holly was overwhelmed by immense pressure and began to drown. Just as all seemed lost, a mysterious Tomatoran emerged from the deep underwater depths, bringing Holly back to shore and saving her life. Sickened by the change in pressure, he gasped out a cryptic plea for help beneath the waves and died, his final act to save a Toa he never knew. With the Mask of Life plunged into the ocean, the Toa Ignika were forced to hang back, confused and disoriented from the whole ordeal. Little did they know, but the Mask of Life was sentient itself, and sensed that many Matoran deep underneath the waves needed help and assistance, and so plunged down beneath them in hopes the Toa Ignika would follow. And as they stood on the bay of Voya Nui, Axon and Botar approached the Toa Ignika, with the Matoran resistance team leading the now freed and recovered Toa Nuva behind them. Naturally, the Paraka quickly fled back, deciding to watch from a safe distance and not attract the ire of the combined forces. And so, in the aftermath of the battle, the Toa Nuva met the Toa Ignika for the first time, marveling at their mysterious transformation and applauding their deeds and defeat over the Paraka. During this time, Botar spoke briefly with Tahu, informing him
I said this earlier, I'm gonna be jamming out to the Bionicle soundtrack.
Scroll of preparations as decreed by the order of Mana Nui. As such, the Toa Inika were told to continue the quest for the Ignika alone, for it was not the destiny of the Takanuva to save Mana Nui's life just yet. To keep the Takanuva's mission completely secret, not even Jaller nor his team were informed of where they were headed next, and Tahu's promise to see them when this was all over turned out to never be fulfilled. As the dust settled, Axon volunteered to watch over the Matoran of Voya Nui, finally coming into the light as their public protector and leaving the Toa Inika free to
Is it
pursue
Stockholm Syndrome if I'm starting to actually enjoy it?
Toa Inika descended into the depths of the black waters surrounding Voya Nui. This chapter of their story closed, and the fate of the Great Spirit Mana Nui and the entire Robot Matoran universe hung in the balance. With the stakes higher than ever, and the two Toa teams embarking on separate, crucial quests for Mana Nui, this ends Chapter 6, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 1, Doomed. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 6, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 1, Doomed. Countdown to catastrophe. After thousands of years in disrepair,
I definitely have
the Great
Stockholm
Spirit
Syndrome.
Mana Nui, sentient energy source behind the robotic Matoran universe, is dying. In a perilous quest
I'm
to claim
eating
the
a poke bowl.
Mask of Life, and kickstart the rebirth of the robot, the Takanuva traveled to the dangerous island of Voya Nui. There, they faced a
But like, what do I do after this? Like, where do I go? Like, if I survive this, there has to be a next step. Like, it can't just be done.
For his own purposes. Concerned with the fate of the Takanuva, the brave Matoran Jaller assembled a party of courageous Matoran to venture to Voya Nui. After a harrowing journey across the hellish realm of Karzani, 6 new heroes washed ashore on the beaches of Voya Nui. Mutated by cosmic lightning from the Red Star and glowing from electricity coursing through their veins, they became the Toa Inika. Taking the fight to the Paraka and aided by powerful members of the Order of Mana Nui, these Toa fought and they won. But before they could claim the Mask of Life, the Ignika dove deep between the black waves of the dark oceans below Voya Nui, sensing Matoran in danger and lives to be saved. This is Bionicle Retold.
I can't believe the mask is sentient. I feel like my brain is like trying to trick myself into liking it to want to survive the rest of it. But for some reason, I'm starting to like it.
Chapter 7, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 2, Sacrifice. Prologue, Ancient History. Thousands of years ago, the Great Spirit Mana Nui created the 6 Baraki warlords. Radiant and noble, these Baraki were the prime beings of the universe, and divided the realm into a league of 6 kingdoms. Their rule was firm and absolute, but as their power grew, so did their ambition and greed. Plotting to overthrow Mana Nui and claim total control over the Matoran universe, the 6 Baraki began to raise armies amidst their kingdoms, preparing for a great revolution. But one among their ranks was uncertain of their success. Hoping to gain the favor of the Brotherhood of Makuta, he sold them out, and in a preemptive strike, Makuta
See, the Mask of Life gives life.
Grand army of the Makuta,
That doesn't mean it had to be alive, but that's really cool.
And captured the 6 treacherous warlords. But before the traitor could reveal himself, the mysterious Botar, servant of the Order of Mana Nui, revealed himself to the assembled warlords and Makuta, teleporting the Baraki to the darkness of the pit prison as penance for their crimes. Thousands more years passed in darkness, where the Baraki stewed and rotted away in their confinement. When Pterodax himself enacted his grand plan to overthrow Mana Nui and cast him into a deep slumber, the great cataclysm's violent earthquakes ripped the prison of the pit apart, flooding it with the mutagenic waters of the pit. No longer were the Baraki prime physical specimens.
It'd be really funny if Chris was eating sushi.
Of the deep,
I don't think he is, though.
The waves of Aqua Magna. In their escape, the Baraki began to seize control of what little land they could beneath the ocean, erecting a massive stronghold above the ruins of the pit. But their brief rule was not to last, and during a freak accident, a chunk of land broke off from the island of Voya Nui and crashed deep beneath the waves, carrying a small population of Matoran with it. Utterly demolishing this Baraki stronghold, the landmass known as Mari Nui settled beneath the waves. with the Matoran farming the potent airweed disturbed by its landing to form colossal spheres of malleable oxygen, keeping the mutagenic waters out. Furious and scattered, the Baraki were driven even deeper within the ocean, becoming more twisted and deformed as their hatred for the Matoran of Mari Nui grew, and their singular drive to escape the black waters grew even stronger. Years passed, with the Matoran of Mari Nui unaware of the Baraki's presence and barely managing to survive beneath the waves, being picked off one by vicious sea creatures or unknown threats. But all that was about to change as the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, sensed their peril and dove deep beneath the waves. The future of the Baraki, Matoran, and all the universe was about to change, and a great conflict beneath the waves was primed to begin. If you're interested in learning a little bit more about the story, it was actually covered all the way back in Chapter 2, Rise of the Brotherhood, in a lot more detail, but of course I wanted to recap it now, just so you know the most relevant bits for this particular legend. Part 1. The Lost Land. Welcome to Mari Nui, a former coastal village now sunk beneath the waves. This lost land stood as a bastion against the darkness of deeper waters, anchored to the island of Voyanui by a cord of solid protodermis, left over from the eruption of Mount Valmai ages ago. In this underwater village, Matoran farmed the precious airweed, harnessing it in grand bubbles to keep out the mutagenic water. Over the years, this society radically diverged from all other civilizations, with the Matoran growing stronger, adapting to become great swimmers, and even experimenting with unstable underwater craft to delve deeper to more and more unexplored parts of the ocean. At the heart of this underwater refuge was the Matoran Council Chamber, inner sanctum where the Matoran of Mari Nui would gather monthly to discuss the latest issues and defense strategies. Here, the Matoran formed a direct democracy, with different Matoran leading the meetings each month. This council chamber was the largest room in all of Mari Nui, with a vast dome ceiling that allowed light through crystal skylights lined with light stones. Items that floated down from Voyanui were also stored here before being moved to the Matoran Holy Sanctuary, a place of peace and worship to the Great Spirit Mata Nui. But as more and more Matoran began to mysteriously disappear each day, a state of emergency was declared throughout the underwater city. The current council leader of the month, a lay Matoran named Defilak, ordered a search through the perilous black waters of the
My
pit to
brain.
investigate these disappearances and launch a preemptive strike against these mysterious threats. It was at this time of exploration and upheaval that the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, plunged deep beneath the waves surrounding Voyanui, sensing the Matoran of Mari Nui in grave peril. As the glowing golden mask descended into the deep, it was observed by the Matoran of Mari Nui, who sent out a search party to retrieve it, unaware of its true value. But deep in the darkness of the pit, the Baraki also watched the mask's descent, and prepared to seize it for themselves. Twisted by their time beneath the waves, the 6 former warlords reconvened for the first time in ages and plotted to seize the Mask of Life together, hoping its transformative power could provide salvation, curing them of their mutations. The first of them was the cold and ruthless Kalma, whose mutations gave him regenerative properties and squid-like features. Commanding an army of giant squids, Kalma was a formidable threat, and was responsible for breeding an army of smaller sea squids, parasitic life forms that could be fired from specialized launchers. Next was Elek, a bitter but cautious former warlord, suspicious of the other Baraki in his firm belief that one among their ranks had betrayed them. Elek led his own army of venom eels, and was protected by a brutish lieutenant named Nocturne, who he'd recruited during his time in the pit prison. Moving onwards, Mantax was the most secretive of the Baraki, who spent most of his time alone, lurking beneath the sand with his incredible hunting skills. He too led a unique army of underwater rays, using them as packs of hunting animals to forage for food and prey amidst the ocean. Most dangerous of all was the scheming Takadox, always seeking an edge over friend and foe alike. He was the most skilled of the Baraki at planning, seeing life as a game board and everyone as pieces to be moved as he wished. Despite not being physically strong, Takadox's greatest ability was a powerful hypnotic sway, which he could use to command the minds of lesser beings. Takadox used his hypnotic ability to continually hypnotize Karapar, the
Pain
fifth
and
who once had a
suffering
strong mind, but whose mental
and
skills were
pain.
eroded due to centuries of Takadox's hypnosis. The strongest and most brutal of the Baraki, Karapar devolved into little more than a brutish bodyguard, commanding an army of Karas crabs and pit war tortoises to ride into battle. And lastly, they were led by Pridak, the vicious and arrogant shark-like Baraki, whose wit and speed propelled them to the top of their ranks. Establishing himself as the alpha male of a group of Takia sharks, Pridak transformed them into his personal legion, becoming one of the most dreaded forces
The
of nature.
music slaps,
These
though.
6 Baraki met and schemed as they discussed plans to seize the Mask of Life for themselves. In the past, they had seen no strategic value in attacking Mari Nui, so they let the Matoran be. But now that the Ignika was about to fall into the possession of these underwater Matoran, things were about to drastically change. Part 2. Darkness of the Pit. As the Baraki plotted and formulated plans, the Mask of Life fell into the possession of a Ga-Matoran scout named Kyrex. As she took hold of the mask and brought it back to Mari Nui, the raw energy of the Mask of Life leaked out, bringing inanimate objects to life all around her. Little did she know, but every being who touches the Mask of Life is cursed with a unique and twisted power, which in this case was to bring objects around her to life and sentience. As seaweed and plants sprouted mouths and began to scream and writhe
I
around
found
her,
the pieces
Kyrex
I
recoiled in
needed.
horror, terrified by the raw power of the mask. Just
They're
as she was
very
about to be
dark
overwhelmed by the
pieces
plants come
on
to life,
my
a
black and
Matoran
white
hunter named Dekar
blanket.
leapt into action, saving her from their grasp. Terrified into silence, Kyrex gave the mask to Dekar and fled without any other words.
Felt kind of
Meanwhile,
impossible.
deeper in the ocean, Takadox began to form schemes of his own, hypnotizing Alex Lieutenant Nocturne to deliver the mask to Takadox should it fall into his hands. After being caught by Kalma, Takadox managed to convince him that he was spying on Mantax, whose secretive and distrustful nature caused many of the Baraki to not trust him in turn. And as the 2 Baraki began to scheme against Mantax and followed him deeper and deeper into the pit, they were ambushed by the monstrous Zyglak, who had retreated into the depths of the Black Waters eons ago after being driven forth from Metru Nui in the early days of the Matoran universe. If you recall back to Chapter 1 Beginnings, the Zyglak were hideous lizard-like creatures created by the Great Beings by accident. They were opposed by the Hand of Artaka and the very first Toa teams, who eventually succeeded in driving them from the face of the Matoran universe. In a quick skirmish, Takadox and Kalma struggled to free themselves from the grip of the Zyglak. Thinking fast, Takadox directed his hypnotic abilities to Nocturne once again, provoking him to rush at the Zyglak and allowing himself and Kalma to escape. During this brief conflict, the Matoran of Mari Nui geared up for an underwater exploration
I'm
into the waters of
slowly
the pit.
making
Council leader Defalak and his
progress.
close friend Gar gathered a small strike
This
force of
build
Matoran on an expedition
feels
into the
so
unknown.
much,
The 4 Matoran,
so much
joined
more.
with a Ta Matoran named Sarda and a Ga Matoran named Idris, clustered together in
But
Defalak's
it really
ramshackle
isn't.
submarine and descended
It's
into the
actually a lot
depths. As they
smaller
delved
than the
deeper and
last
deeper,
one.
they came upon the territory of Pridak and his
There's
Takia
just
shark
so many
army,
little
who attacked their
pieces.
craft from all sides and utterly destroyed their submarine. In the commotion, Sarda was tossed out as bait for the sharks, mutating into a water breather in the process, while the rest of the Matoran were captured by Pridak and brought to his chambers for interrogation. Unaware of this catastrophe, Dekar, the Pole Matoran who currently held the Mask of Life, began to ponder the nature and powers of the mysterious Kanohi. On his way back to the city, he was assaulted by a vicious venom eel, and despite all his attempts to harm or kill the creature, Dekar was unable to injure the creature whatsoever. In shock and fear, Dekar witnessed a massive swarm of venom eels headed directly for the city, led by the Baraki Elek, who believed the Mask of Life to be held within the city's gates. Quickly retreating back to the safety of the city, Dekar rushed to warn the others, unaware that he had been cursed by the Ignika to radiate healing energy from his body, making him unable to deal harm to any living being. Meanwhile, Takadox ordered Karapar through hypnosis to kidnap Kyrex for information regarding the mask. And although the overall interrogation had proved to be a failure, Takadox and Karapar both learned
Everyone
that the
be
Mask of Life was
solving
still
things
in
with
Mari Nui.
violence.
Fearful that Elek's attack would totally destroy the city and the Mask of Life, Takadox ordered Karapar
Solve
to
things
stop
with
Elek,
friendship
while he took
instead.
Kyrex back to the city as a gift of peace. In turn, Karapar managed to
Right
force Elek to
now,
stop launching
I
attacks from Mari Nui in
am
case the mask was still there.
building
As the commotion took place, the large army of venom eels began
the
their assault
parrot,
on Mari
the
Nui.
pink
The
parrot.
brave Matoran fought
It's
hard
in
to
the
defend their
3-in-1
homes and
set
defeat the eels,
that
but due to
came
Dekar's
out
healing presence, no
in
damage was done to the
August.
army.
There's a
Quickly
parrot,
realizing
a
it was the fault of the
frog,
Mask of
and
Life,
a
Dekar
fish.
rushed
Yeah.
to remove it from the city, planning
But
to
I'm
smash
just
the mask to
building
pieces
the
and eventually
original
kick Gara
parrot.
from the city. Meanwhile, in the territory of Pridex Takia sharks,
Yeah,
Gar
yeah, they're like a pair. There's the pink and the blue one. I don't know why I thought the other one was red,
Their companion, Defilak, was still being
but
interrogated by Prydak, and the other Matoran began to lose hope that he would ever break free.
we joked about that for a long time. But yeah, they will sit next to each other,
who chased him to the isolated cavern.
on
And
Chris's
with a swift
shelf.
stroke, Dekar brought a sharp rock down on the Mask of Life, sending shockwaves of energy as he cracked the surface of the legendary Kanohi.
But as you've seen, he's been traveling and has a backlog, and so I want to get this build so we can put it up. I think it'll be really cool to see them next to each other.
And transforming it into a 300-foot-long monster. The massive growth and transformation of this creature drove it mad, and as it writhed through the waters, both Dekar and Kalma were knocked unconscious, with Mantax quickly burrowing beneath the sand to escape its unfocused wrath. As Prydak continued interrogating Defilak about the Mask of Life, growing tired of his stalling tactics, they were interrupted by the maddened 300-foot eel, which had dove deeper into the ocean with chaos in its wake. In the chaos, Defilak caught up with Gar and Idris, barely managing to return safely to the city, with news that Sarda, the Ta Matoran who had accompanied them, was lost and likely killed. Little did they know that Sarda was rescued by a mysterious stranger, but that story is for another time. As the Matoran
No, not more lore that we won't get into.
And filled him in on the chaos unfolding around them. As the two Baraki headed for the cave where Dekar planned to destroy the Mask of Life, Elek and Karapar quickly followed them, suspecting that Prydak secretly knew the truth of who betrayed them years ago and planning to confront him. As the Baraki approached the cave, they found that Dekar was long gone, and in his place was a mysterious golden-skinned stranger, partially mutated by the Black Waters. This titan was Brutaka, who had recently been teleported deep beneath the waves to the pit prison by Botar. Now twisted into a water-breathing creature, Brutaka demanded the Baraki take him to the Mask of Life at once. If you recall from Chapter 6, Brutaka was the former member of the Order of Metru Nui who broke off from his friendship with Axon to pursue his own intents and seize the Mask of Life for himself. After aiding with the Paraka, Brutaka was defeated by Axon in a great battle that smashed Makuta Pterodax's antidermis vat, and was teleported by Botar to the remains of the pit prison. Unfortunately though, because the pit prison is basically pretty much destroyed underwater, this only brought Brutaka one step closer to the Mask of Life. As the 300-foot eel was distracted by the lights and glow of Mari Nui, it swam towards the city, with the Matoran rushing to smash their lightstones and plunge the city into darkness. As it approached the cord anchoring Mari Nui to Voya Nui, the eel was distracted by the sounds of a great battle raging inside the cord itself, a battle that we shall revisit shortly. As the eel reached the cord, it slowly began to squeeze, forcing the unknown combatants closer and closer to the entrance of the Black Waters. Amidst this chaos, Dekar regained consciousness and saw the Mask of Life laying beside him. As he reached out and touched it, the mask shone with light and radiated a desperate call for help. For the first time in its existence, the mask felt fear. In this physical contact, the mask shared all its memories and deep history with Dekar, who was overwhelmed by this onslaught of information and the true nature of the Matoran universe. Meanwhile, bolts of energy flew as the 6 Baraki worked together to subdue the 300-foot-long eel. Arriving at the scene, Brutaka made a beeline for Dekar, who was still stunned by the power of the Mask of Life. But before he could claim the mask, Brutaka was dragged deeper into the Black Waters by a giant squid, and Prydak broke off from the battle to seize the mask for himself. Just as Prydak made contact with the glowing mask, it reacted violently, glowing with immense power and energy. In the mask's blinding light,
how's everyone doing?
Energy radiated outwards, surging massive transformative beams in every direction, and changing the course of destiny for the 6 Toa Inika, who had just begun their descent into the pit forever. Part 3. Descent into the Deep. As the Baraki, Matoran, and Brutaka clashed over the
I hope we're having fun.
The Inika had finalized their preparations and began their descent into the depths of the Black Waters. Traveling through the hollow cord that anchored
I'm
Mari Nui,
slowly getting this bird built.
Immediately embroiled in a non-stop 3-way battle with the Zyglak beasts and the mad half-being Vazon, who had followed them from the chamber of the Master
Feels so slow, but we're making progress.
As the Zyglak captured Vazon and dragged him away, the Toa Inika continued to blast through their ranks, voyaging deeper and deeper to the depths of the ocean. Just then, as Dekar touched the Mask of Life and it sent out a transformative cry for help, the 6 Toa were struck by its energy. their very bodies and anatomy transformed to adapt to the ocean environment. No longer were they Toa in
This is the beginning of my villain arc.
Complete with new masks, weapons, and armor that were perfectly suited to their new habitat. As the Toa reeled from their transformation,
like this is definitely my villain arc.
As energy shockwaves radiated from the mask, the Po Matoran Dakar, strangled by Kalma and close to death, was transformed into a reincarnation of the long-dead jailer of the pit, Hydraxon. Memories flashed through Dakar's mind as ancient history was reborn before his eyes. He witnessed glimpses of Hydraxon's early life.
I'm gonna survive this and then become a menace.
The Order of Mata Nui by the first Toa, Helrix herself.
Mark my words.
He saw himself train the 6 Toa Mata in tests both physical and mental, building their team bonds. He witnessed Hydraxon train his personal energy hound Spinax and use the powerful beast to test
We're
the Toa Mata.
almost halfway though.
Toa Mata descended into stasis in their canisters. Dakar witnessed firsthand how Hydraxon was assigned to be the guardian of the pit prison, with a fleet of emotionless Maxilos guards protecting him. And then there was darkness. When the great cataclysm struck and demolished the pit, Hydraxon was gravely injured. And to all of history, his story ended when Takadox, stumbling upon the injured jailer, took the opportunity to finish him off once and for all. But to Dakar, these memories were lost, and the power of the Mask of Life overrode his consciousness completely, bearing his original personality. In Dakar's place was the mighty Hydraxon, Titan jailer of the Order of Mata Nui, with a quest to capture everyone in the open ocean, friend or foe, as he pit prisoners. As this happened, the new Toa fought for their lives against the 300-foot-long venom eel.
I guess in the lore we might have added a different part, but in the video we still have 5 hours left.
Activated his new mask, discovering to his repulsion that it was a Kanohi Trina.
9 hours and 20 minutes. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. We have 5 hours left. So we're close.
Resurrecting them to serve as brainless servants of the user's will. Using the mask, Metoro reanimated the long-dead carcass of a Takia shark, sending it forth against the mighty eel. Huki, using his new mask of gravity, forced the eel to rapidly sink to the ocean floor, knocking it unconscious and ending the chaotic battle. Appalled by the gruesome power of his new mask, Metoro vowed to never use it unless under extreme circumstances. Throughout the events of Chapter 6, the Kanohi Ignika, or Mask of Life, wished to continually test the morality and willpower of Metoro. As Matoran, it tested him deep within the dark tunnels to Karzani's lair, and it also tested him in the Chamber of Death, where Metoro volunteered to sacrifice himself for his friends. Now, bestowing this very corrupted moral mask on Metoro was the latest in a long line of tests of Metoro's morality and willpower. With the battle won, the Toa approached the city of Mari Nui, but the Matoran were wary of these 6 strangers and asked that they prove themselves as Toa by fighting back against Karapar's Keras Krab army, which was ransacking their airweed fields. As leverage, they demanded one among their ranks stay with them while the other 5 Toa undertook the quest, and so Metoro stayed behind, soon realizing the power of the Ignika had changed them forever, and he could no longer breathe air. In these airweed fields, the remaining 5 Toa were ambushed by the Baraki. Claiming to be fellow prisoners of the pit like them, the 5 Toa managed to trick the Baraki into trusting them, but this ruse only served to further confuse the Matoran of Mari Nui, who drove out Metoro from their city, thinking him to be allied with the Baraki. As Metoro fled the city, he was captured by Hydraxon and taken to what remained of the pit prison to be confined in a solitary cell. Distrustful of the Toa, the Baraki placed the 5 remaining members in sea caves while they discussed amongst themselves.
I am currently building the 3-in-1 parrot set. It's the pink parrot from the release in August. I was planning on building it during my last stream, but I did not finish the Corvette. So I didn't get to the set or the modern art set. I was supposed to do all 3, but I was having way too much fun talking, and so I spent 5 hours talking instead of building.
Abandoned his post, taking the mask with him. Unbeknownst to him, but cracks in the mask made by Dakar were seeping life energy, and uncontrollable forces began to permeate the animals and creatures around the mask, including a microscopic plankton-like Gadunka, which began to ever so slowly grow in size. As the Baraki schemed, the five Toa made plans of their own to escape, with Holly using her Mask of Kindred to mimic the hypnotic power of a deep-sea Rahi, tricking the animal guards outside the cave to disperse. As the five Toa quietly made their escape, they came upon some unique Kordak blasters and
I'm
firearms,
halfway through the
designed for
build though,
underwater destruction.
which is
Coming back up to
very
Mari Nui,
exciting.
Holly acted fast, asking Kongu to use a blast of air to push Deflek outside the air bubble, and swiftly saving him in a sphere of water.
Because I
Stating
need
that if
my
they wanted
brain
to
to
kill the
just turn
Metoro, they
off
had the
for
power
a
to do so.
second.
Holly returned Deflek to safety, and in turn earned the trust of the Matoran of Mari Nui. Swearing to protect the underwater
Funny enough,
city
I
and reclaim
actually
the
am
Mask of Life,
not
the Toa were
on
renamed the Toa
YouTube,
Mari, symbols of their duty
and
to protect the city. Splitting up to cover more ground, the Toa Mari headed to different
I do
sectors of the
not
ocean in
plan
search
on
of the
it.
Mask of Life,
That's a very
encountering their own
common
trials along the
question,
way.
but no.
In a
I
desperate battle
will
that
be,
ended in
though,
stalemate, Holly made a truce with
appearing
Mantax, who was also searching for the mask on his own,
continuously
and the two
in
agreed to
DuckBricks
temporarily
content.
help each other
So,
locate the mask and defend against the vicious sea creatures. Jaller and
if you want to
Kongu
see
confronted
more
Kalma
of
and
Birdie
Karapar
Bricks,
and were immediately
make
engaged in
sure
battle with
to check
energy-sucking
out
squids.
the DuckBricks
Meanwhile,
channel.
Nuparu and Huki were trapped in an undersea trench, attacked by Alex
More and
undead
more
beings who
videos
knocked
coming
unconscious.
soon
During all this time,
that I will be a part of,
Takadox's
I
location was
promise.
unknown. While all this was happening, Matoro
The
remained
Birdie
confined
Bricks
in the remains of the
fans
pit prison, alone
are
with his thoughts.
so
His hype-track
amazing.
son, Jailer of the Pit,
Um,
went off to track down more
so
escaped prisoners,
supportive
and
of
Matoro was left to be
me
guarded
learning
by an
things for the
automated
first
Maximus
time too.
security robot.
And
But to his
I
surprise,
cannot
the
thank everyone
Maximus
enough.
robot
So
began to speak, and the voice
hopefully
behind
can
it was
continue to
darker,
learn
deeper,
more
and one
and
Matoro
have more fun
recognized
in these
immediately,
videos.
for it was the voice of Makuta Pterodax himself. In
Stop
Chapter 2,
it.
we discussed the evolution of Makuta
Stop.
and how they exist
Christopher,
in an
go away.
anti-dermis state, which is fully
No.
gaseous and basically,
No.
for all intents and purposes, like a ghost. Every Makuta, in this form, can possess the body of a robot without a mind to think of its own, just like the automated Maxillos security robots here, as well as influence the thoughts and perceptions of others around them.
No.
This comes with a big downside, though, because if a Makuta stays in the anti-dermis state for too long, then they'll eventually dissipate, eventually just killing the Makuta
You would have
themselves. So
to
they
pay
do have to
me
find a host at some point.
like
In Chapter 6,
enough to
when
cover my
Axon smashed
therapy
the
bills from
anti-dermis
like
vat,
that
Makuta
like
Pterodax's
3 months
spirit was released,
after.
and eventually, somehow, he made it down to the waters of Mari Nui and possessed this Maxillos robot. As Matoro claimed that Pterodax would never win, and the Toa would triumph over the Makuta, Pterodax only laughed, and in a single swing, he freed Matoro from his cell. The reason? Pterodax was now on his side, or so he claimed. Wary of Pterodax but thankful for his newfound freedom, Matoro agreed to keep Pterodax's identity a secret, just as he had kept the secrets of Turaga Nuju safe for years upon the
We're
island of Mari Nui
only
as his soul
streaming
source.
here on
Leaving the cell
YouTube.
together, Pterodax
So
instructed
YouTube
Matoro to
Live and
travel
then
with him
always a
to
new
regions
YouTube video,
unknown
which is
in deeper
exciting.
parts of the ocean. As Matoro and Pterodax traveled together, the 5 remaining Toa Mari continued their search for the mask. Holly and Mantax traveled together, while Jaller superheated the waters around him to force a truce between him, Kongu, Kalma, and Karapar. In this uneasy stalemate, Jaller proposed an alliance with the Baraki, promising to revert them back to their original
This is
planet
my
form should they
first
retrieve the mask.
ever
Kalma
YouTube
and Karapar
stream
agreed
though,
with one
so
condition.
still getting
Tridak would
used
have to be
to
killed, as the two Baraki
the
already
way it
suspected him
looks
for knowing the
and
truth
all
about
the
the witch
different
rebirth
parts,
eons ago
but
and hiding it from them. Meanwhile, Huki and Nuparu
definitely
came too,
exciting.
blasting past Elexiels and heading for Mari Nui to regroup. In deeper, darker waters, Pterodax and Matoro encountered hundreds of Takia sharks, remnants of Prydax's vicious army. In a desperate battle, Pterodax refused to help Matoro, forcing the Toa to activate his Mask of Reanimation to resurrect the bodies of dead sharks to rip their living kin apart. Winning the battle but revolted at what he had to do to survive, Matoro continued onwards with Pterodax, who in turn was pleased at how quickly Matoro had used the immoral power of his mask. As they delved to deeper echelons of the pit and places long forgotten,
Yeah, I thought they were like
Pterodax led
Transformers
Matoro to
because
the
of
corpse of
the
Toa of
kind of
Water,
the way that they
none
look.
other than the insane serial killer
Like,
Toa Tuyek, who
and
had
just
menaced
based
the
upon
Matoran
their
Metru Nui in her quest for the
mechanical
Nui
like
Stone centuries
features,
ago.
I was more like,
Recap
are
time.
they like
In
Transformers?
chapters
Like,
2
do
and 3,
they
we met the dangerous Toa Tuyek,
transform their
who
body into
lusted
having
after the
multiple
power of the
purposes?
Nui
I
Stone.
wasn't
The Nui Stone
trying to
was
be
a
like, are
dangerous
they
artifact that allows
Transformers?
any
As
being
in
to absorb the powers of Toa in
the
a wide radius,
actual
essentially taking all their
Um,
powers and granting them onto the wielder of the
like the
Nui stone,
franchise
making them one of
Transformers.
the
I
most
know that they're
powerful
not
beings in the universe.
Transformers,
Toa
but
Tuyet actually
Chris just took
possessed
that
this
so
stone
out of
back on
proportion because
Metru
he
Nui
thought it was such
thousands
a
of years
crazy
ago, but
idea.
after a series of
But
murders that she preyed on
thankfully,
the Dark
you
Hunters,
agree with me
Toa Khan and
because
Toa Nidui
I
eventually found out and
I don't
confronted her.
know. I
During this
think that they
confrontation,
look
the Nui stone
kind of
exploded and
similar
fragments of it were
in
embedded in Toa Tujet's
technology,
chest, right
at
before she
least.
was captured by Botar and taken to a mysterious location. Now, the corpse on the ocean floor is presumably Toa Tuyet, or at least what appears to be her. But there's a few more things going on here that not even Makuta Pterodax is aware of, which probably won't even be covered in this chapter alone. So as of right now, just know that, at least in terms of what everyone thinks, this is the dead body of Toa Tuyet. But is it though? Be sure to check in with the future chapters to find out exactly what's going on here. Toa, Matoro, and Pterodax stood over the battered armor and
Stop
mask
coming in
of the
here to tell me to
long-dead
pay
Toa Tuyet.
attention.
Threatening to kill Matoro,
I'm
Pterodax
listening.
demanded he resurrect the body of Tuyet in the hopes that she could provide clues to regaining the Nui stone. As Matoro was curious himself as to what Pterodax's plans entailed, he agreed to resurrect the lost Toa,
They
using
always
the
come
terrible power
back.
of his mask to bring a semblance of life back to Tuyet's corpse. At his feet, the Kanohi mask and armor began to move, slowly coming together. What had been a pile of junk a moment before had now taken on a form. Other pieces of armor were rising up through layers of mud, struggling to rejoin the rest. In a sickening and amazing display of power, the body that once belonged to Toa Tuyet rose from the floor of the pit and stood unsteadily, waiting for commands. And that was when Matoro noticed something. Incredibly tiny, almost microscopic pieces of crystal embedded in the dead Toa's armor. These, proclaimed Pterodax, were the fragments of the Nui stone, and all he needed was the proper tool to recreate the stone as it once was. Pterodax boasted that the tool was the ancient Staff of Artaka, and the Takanuva were about to claim it for him. Interlude. Scroll of Preparations, Part 1. While all this conflict happened beneath the sea, the Takanuva, original heroes of Mana Nui, were on a wildly different quest of their own. Sent by Axon to fulfill a scroll of preparations to awaken the Great Spirit Mana Nui once and for all, the Takanuva set forth to fulfill this duty and prepare for the reawakening of Mana Nui. First on the list was the task to awaken the Borak swarms in their proper purpose, to cleanse the surface of the face of the robot, and utterly demolish the island of Mana Nui. Despite some trepidation and resistance within their ranks, Onua finally made the decision to free the Barag queens, and all around the former island refuge of Mana Nui, the Borak began to awake and achieve their duty, ravaging everything to the ground. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the Makuta's lair, the core leaders and generals of the Brotherhood of Makuta began preparations of their own. Telepathically contacted by
I said I would give my favorite update, when I got halfway through. Am I halfway? I don't think I'm halfway through yet.
Designed to drain the light from any Matoran and turn them into servants of the Makuta. On the side, Pterodax ordered his top general, Makuta Icarax, to intercept the Takanuva and seize the powerful staff of Artaka. As this was happening, the Takanuva in turn ventured to retrieve the staff of Artaka, the second item on their list to prepare for Mana Nui's awakening.
Why'd you say
With
follow the
new power to
instructions? I
recreate any
am.
broken object, the staff would be crucial in repairs
Stop
to
being a
severely
hater.
damaged sectors of the robot. Learning it had been stolen by the Dark Hunters long ago, the Takanuva confronted the Shadowed One, who made a deal with the Toa. Kill the treacherous Rudaka,
I think
who
I'd
had
say
betrayed
I'm
the
a
Dark Hunters
Takua
ages ago
fan
to serve Pterodax,
for
and he
now.
would tell them where to find the staff. And so, the Takanuva traveled to Rudaka's home island of Zia, where they were caught in the crossfire between two rampaging
Chris,
Rahi,
everybody is
the mysterious
important to
Tachan of
you.
Metru Nui, who had been teleported across the lands in adventures of its own, and the ancient Kanohi dragon, which had been transported to Zia ages ago by Toali Khan. In the chaos, they managed to capture Rudaka,
There's not just
and under
one
threat of
person
death,
that's
forced her to
important.
reverse her mutations on the Rahaga. And so, in a flash of energy and light, 6 Toa of old stood tall and firm after years of their powers drained. The Toa Haga had returned. Returning to the Shadowed One and promising him that Rudaka was in the hands of the 6 Toa she had mutated long ago, who would show her no mercy, the Toa were then sent to the now abandoned realm of Karzan, where they encountered Makuta Icarax, who had seized the staff of Artaka first and defeated all 6 Takanuva in battle.
I have not seen anything Bionicle before this. This is my first time watching anything Bionicle.
In hot pursuit. Part 4. Terror of Karzani. Back in the waters of the pit, Pterodax led Metoro and the mindless, reanimated body of Tuyet to a rendezvous point with Icarax. Along the way, they encountered Holly, who was confused and horrified to see Metoro leading the dead body of a mysterious Toa with him. Pterodax remained physically silent in the body of the Maxillos robot, but telepathically threatened Metoro. Should he warn Holly of Maxillos' true identity, he would kill them both. Knowing the Makuta meant his word, Metoro kept Pterodax's true identity a secret, but also secretly warned Holly in a coded message that something was wrong, and he was in serious trouble. As the two parted ways, Holly hurried to gather the other Toamari and help Metoro. At this point, it's time to revisit some prior events, and investigate what some other major players in the universe have been up to. In Chapter 1, we met the noble Toa Lesovic, leader of the universe's first Toa team, who tragically lost his entire team to a swarm of Zyglek in a fatal mistake.
Yeah, his name is Chris.
Toa status,
We
Lesovic
use his
returned
name
to his village in
interchangeably.
sorrow,
Sometimes he's
prepared
Chris,
to lay
sometimes
down
he's
his Toa
DuckBricks. It
tools
depends on the
forever.
mood that I'm
To
in.
his horror, he discovered that in his time away, the Turaga of the village had gone mad and banished the entire Matoran population to the realm of Karzani, where they would never be seen again. Among these were Lesovic's old friends, Sarda, a Ta Matoran, and Idris, a Ga Matoran. As fate would have it, Sarda and Idris had been on Voya Nui when Mari Nui sank beneath the waves, and were the two Matorans sent on the submarine mission earlier this chapter. Since that point, Lesovic spent tens of thousands of years wandering the universe, looking for his friends and trying to redeem himself. On his journeys, Lesovic met Toa Jovan, fought the Rahi Nui, defended an island from a group of Vizorak, and explored unknown lands in the south. His wanderings often took him as far north as Karzani's realm, but he failed to get past the Manas guards protecting it and find his friends before they were sent to the southern continent. Following Karzani's departure from his homeland, Toa Krukua, now full-fledged member of the Order of Matanui, sought out Lesovic and told him that Karzani had allied with the Zyglek and was going to attack Mari Nui. That brings us to weeks ago, where in the first Matoran expedition to the Black Waters, Defilak's submarine was ripped apart and the Ta Matoran Sarda was presumed dead. But just as Sarda was about to be ripped apart by tequila sharks,
Mr. Duff.
Lesovic arrived just in time, fending them off and saving his old friend. But there was no time for a reunion, for they had spotted the mad titan Karzani, now mutated beyond
I feel like I
recognition
can't
by the
avoid
waters of the
him
pit,
just
searching
popping
for the
in.
mask of life on his own quest. In a brief battle, Karzani trapped Sarda in a horrific vision, mutating Lesovic into a water breather as well. As Karzani fled, Lesovic and Sarda met up with their old friend Idris, and the trio vowed to destroy the mad tyrant once and for all, and stop him from gaining the power of the Mask of Life. As Karzani ventured deeper into the ocean, he came upon Pterodax, Metoro, and the reanimated Tuyet. In a heated battle, Pterodax seized control of half of Karzani's Manas Crab army, causing the powerful Rahi to rip each other to shreds. Enraged at Karzani's attempts to trick him with visions of doom, Pterodax lashed out at the Titan in a devastating mental blast, ripping Karzani's mind to shreds and sending him into the depths of the ocean. Following Karzani's tumbling body, Lesovic, Sarda, and Idris devised a trap to ensnare the wounded Titan once and for all. As Pterodax, Metoro, and Zombie Tuyet left the battle and continued onwards, the trio of Toa and Matoran engaged the still wounded Karzani in combat. And after a brief but intense fight, Karzani was temporarily defeated, and in a flash of energy and blinding light, the omnipotent Botar materialized before the four combatants, seizing Karzani and taking him away to places unknown. His fight finally over and his honor redeemed, Lesovic left Mari Nui, accompanied by his companion Sarda, ready for more adventures ahead. Meanwhile, at the edge of the pit, Icarax arrived to deliver the Staff of Artaka to Pterodax, who dismissed him and attempted to use the staff to recreate the fragmented Nui stone from Tuyet's armor. Acting fast, Metoro rushed at Pterodax to prevent him from gaining the ultimate power of the stone, but was too late. Just as Pterodax was about to recreate the Nui stone, Brutaka appeared out of nowhere, revealing he had been following the Makuta for weeks, and seized the Staff of Artaka. Over his many weeks in the pit, Brutaka had been given time to reflect and ponder on his actions, and the betrayal of his closest friend Axon, and came to the realization that his greed would lead him nowhere. Overwhelmed with immense guilt, Brutaka summoned Botar and gave him the Staff of Artaka for safekeeping, overcoming his personal greed and lust for power, and taking the first step on his long journey back to the light. Telling Metoro to get back to his friends, Brutaka prepared to hold off Pterodax for as long as he could, buying Metoro time to escape as he battled with the Dark Lord. In the chaos as Metoro fled,
Welcome
the
back.
reunited body of what appeared to be Tuyet
See, that's the great thing, is that this is a 9-hour video, so you can just come back.
The Titans were forced into a stalemate. To buy himself some time to recover, Brutaka told Pterodax that the Mask of Life was in the hands of the brainless brute Nocturne and was ripe for the taking. Forced to break off the engagement by this news, Pterodax left and warned Brutaka that their fight was not over. And so, the final countdown was about to begin. Seeping life energy and leaking cosmic rays, the Mask of Life began to curse all around it, with its current bearer, Nocturne, none the wiser. The resurrected Hydraxon continued his patrols around the pit, Nocturne in his sights as one of the most notorious escaped prisoners. Metoro had reconvened with the Toamari, who had formed an uneasy truce with some members of the Baraki, while others, like the treacherous Takadox and their leader Prydak, were nowhere to be found. The robotic Maxilos robot, possessed by the spirit of Makuta Pterodax, was on a direct course to the Mask of Life, which in turn was slowly succumbing to its sustained damage. Time was about to run out for the universe, and in these final moments, everything was about to change. Part 5. Final Moments. As Nocturne held the Kanohi Ignika Mask of Life, he gloated at the terrible curse it granted him, suffocating all life where he walked. Just then, Hydraxon was the first to encounter him, and in a quick fight, Nocturne was soundly defeated. As Hydraxon stared at the Mask of Life, small pieces of memories began to flash before him. The original memories of the Pomatoran Dekar, whose dying will was to destroy the Mask of Life, which he deemed too dangerous to be kept intact. With this small part of Dekar's consciousness fueling his actions, Hydraxon prepared to fire upon the Ignika and destroy it once and for all. But his blast was knocked off course by Toahali, who had arrived first with Mantax to protect the Mask of Life. In the explosion,
At this
the Ignika
point,
fell
it
in
is like
possession of
mental.
Mantax, who was cursed to drain the
I am
energy
at
of
like a
all around
mental
him,
state where I'm like,
instilling the
I
process.
just need
Reveling in
to
his newfound
survive.
power, Mantax broke off his shaky alliance with Holly and left with the mask in hand, Hydraxon hot on his tail. And finally reunited at last, the 6 Toamari assembled to assess the situation and plan their next steps. Metoro warned the other Toamari that the cord of cooled protodermis connecting Voya Nui to Mari Nui must be destroyed for Mana Nui to be revived, which would allow Voya Nui to sink back down to rest in place on the surface of the robot. This destruction would immediately kill all Matoran living on Voya Nui and in Mari Nui, so the Toamari hurried to get them to safety as their first priority.
This
Alright, so I'm
is
just going to interject
survival.
here with a quick bit of geography that is a little bit confusing to a lot of fans, myself included when it first came out, so I'm going to try to boil this down in the simplest possible terms. So this is the Great Spirit Mana Nui robot. So you've got the head here, you've got some sort of a body with a chest plate and whatnot, and it continues from there. So, of course, this was basically the standard configuration, and as I've said many times throughout many videos, the heart of the robot was Karna Nui. So we've got...
This is hilarious, because I know where this is.
This is essentially what serves as the power source for the entire robot. Above the sphere of Karna Nui was a place called the Southern Continent, and this is essentially just a piece of armor that is inside the robot that Matoran were living on to perform maintenance. During the Great Cataclysm, a portion of the Southern Continent broke off and rocketed upwards, so it burst a hole from the Southern Continent right here. So now there's a hole directly to Karna Nui. It broke through the chest plate of the first outer shell of the robot and skyrocketed upwards to the surface of the waters of Aqua Magna. So essentially this is the island of Voya Nui. It was once part of the Southern Continent, but now it's essentially broken off and become its own thing. So of course that means that the waters of Aqua Magna, particularly the mutagenic waters, are now starting to seep inwards into Karna Nui through the hole it created, causing a great waterfall to be formed and essentially filling up the base of Karna Nui with a swamp. But that's not really relevant for right now. What is relevant though is that during a freak accident several thousand years later, the coastal village of Mari Nui,
He will
on
just
Voya
keep
Nui,
speaking,
sank
regardless of
down
if it's
back
relevant.
beneath the ocean
And
and
just make
rested
you
somewhere
listen.
near the Karna Nui hole spot right here. So we've got Mari Nui underwater, part of Voya Nui above water, and then of course on top of Voya Nui we have Mount Valmai, the secret hiding place for the Mask of Life. So eventually when Mount Valmai erupted, you've got a ton of molten protodermis cascading down the island. This molten protodermis went down the side of Voya Nui and connected itself to Mare Nui underwater, forming this core that eventually got cooled over time because of course it was molten protodermis trickling into the water. And that's what this whole core thing is. To kind of expand out from here, you've got the whole island of Mare Nui here, this cooled molten protodermis core that's essentially a spike that's anchoring Voya Nui, the larger island.
This video having a geography quiz is like
is if they want
so
to repair the Great
insane.
Spirit robot, right? They've got to repair and plug the holes in the exterior wall as well as the hole above Karda Nui. And in doing so, they got to somehow get Voya Nui back down. And they realized a way to do this. So actually, Makuta Pterodact explained part of this to Metoro, and Metoro was sharing it with the others. But what they had to do was essentially just destroy the cord here. If you blow up the cord, then Voya Nui will come crashing back down to the original spot it was supposed to be. But of course, this is pretty catastrophic, and it will destroy all life on the island of Voya Nui, as well as completely destroy Mare Nui in the process. So obviously they have to do some sort of evacuation first. But if the Toa succeed, then Voya Nui rockets back down, let's get rid of this extra stuff here, would destroy Mare Nui, plugging back the hole, and Voya Nui would have been no longer on the surface of the water. And now you've got the hole completely plugged in to Karda Nui, which is stopping this great waterfall from flowing inwards and essentially repairing this large exterior damage to the robot itself. So that's essentially what the goal is of the Toa Mari to do. The other thing that I do need to mention is that don't forget the Paraka from last chapter are actually still hunting after the Mask of Life. And these Paraka have been tailing the Toa Mari along their journey. So we'll be seeing them pop up very soon. And one final thing, in order to actually resurrect the Great Spirit robot, someone needs to actually bring the Mask of Life into Karda Nui, because that is
I've hit halfway.
Somehow get past
Yeah.
while Voya Nui is plummeting.
I live in a city, so you get lots of random city noises.
Voya Nui returning back into place. So
I'm going to tune it out.
or at least prevent Mana Nui from dying, you gotta get into Karda Nui with the Mask of Life first. So that's essentially where the
I have no idea. Probably someone who is driving questionably.
The Toa Mari made preparations to save both the Matoran of Voya Nui and Mare Nui, leading both to underground chambers with the help of Axon, protector of the Matoran of Voya Nui. The Toa temporarily housed the population of both cities in these safe tunnels to prepare for the descent of Voya Nui. During this migration, the Toa Mari were ambushed by the Paraka, who had been mutated into reptilian snakes. Zaktan took some Matoran hostage as the other Paraka swarmed around the Toa in a brutal ambush. Just then, Axon came to the rescue, charging in to defend the Matoran and managing to capture the Paraka under the watchful eyes of the Order of Mana Nui. With the brief battle behind them, the Toa Mari prepared for their descent back into the deep. Housed in an organic half-beast, half-machine, the Toa Mari's armor and weapons were repaired as the powerful transport blasted through the waters to carry them into battle. And as the Toa emerged from their transport, they were immediately attacked by the armies of some of the Baraki, who in turn were chasing after Mantax.
I'll be losing pieces again.
On the scene of the battle were freaks of nature transformed by the mask, like Gadunka, the microscopic plankton now enlarged to massive stature and fueled by a drive to consume. As Holly, Nuparu, Huki, and Kongu engaged the sea monsters, Jaller and Matoro rushed after Mantax to claim the Mask of Life. Ambushing the Baraki with his powers of fire, Jaller separated Mantax from the mask, only for it to fall back into the hands of Hydraxon, who once again prepared to destroy the Mask of Life. Just then, the Maxilos robot appeared on the scene, finally revealing his true identity as the puppet master Dark Lord, Makuta Pterodact, to all who stood before him. Defeating Hydraxon in a duel and leaving the mask on the seafloor, Pterodact only stood by as Matoro seized the Mask of Life, making no attempts to stop Matoro and stating that he had his own reasons for the Toa to succeed, and that he had not lied in the beginning when he claimed he was an ally to Matoro. Elsewhere, the Baraki met at the Razor Whale's teeth, where Mantax revealed that they had been betrayed by one of their own thousands of years ago. Before he could reveal the traitor through a tablet he found on the ocean floor, explosions from a fight between Maxilos and Hydraxon, who now knew Pterodact's true identity, caused an avalanche. Takadox exposed himself as a traitor by stealing the tablet and trying to kill Mantax, but the other Baraki did not kill him, instead opting to keep him around just as long until they recovered the Mask of Life. Immediately afterwards, they were confronted by Maxilos, who revealed himself as the reason behind their imprisonment years ago, Makuta Pterodax. After a brief battle that left 5 of the Baraki seemingly unconscious, Takadox presented the ancient Tablet of Transit to Pterodax, which had been carved centuries ago as proof of his loyalty to the Brotherhood. Takadox hoped to be spared and offered to betray his fellow warlords once again, but instead, Pterodax cast him into a horrific vision of his sea insects turning on him, and left him to suffer alone. While he was distracted, the Baraki, who had faked their unconsciousness, gathered their armies. They ordered them to attack the Maxilos robot, damaging it beyond repair and departing with their armies, intent on acquiring the Ignika again. Hydraxon then found the damaged Maxilos, but noticed that it no longer held any sign of Makuta Pterodax, who had once possessed it, but now had mysteriously transferred to another unknown host. The Toamari, once again reunited with the Ignika, fired their blasters at the cord and destroyed it, sending Voya Nui plummeting to the depths, where it smashed Mari Nui to pieces and sank ever deeper towards its original location on the robot. Pulled along in its wake, the Mask of Life was tossed into the current, with the Toamari and Baraki in hot pursuit. Catching up with the mask, Metoro seized it to make a beeline for the gap to Karda Nui to restart the heart of the robot, but as he swam, the color slowly faded away from the mask, and all around it felt its life force weaken and die. Metoro had been too late, and the great spirit Mata Nui was dead. Refusing to let their journey end that way, Metoro still continued on his path to Karda Nui, desperately fighting to save the universe. To buy him time, Jaller and the rest of the Toamari made a final stand against the armies of the Baraki and their vicious attacks, fully prepared to sacrifice themselves for Metoro. As Voya Nui continued its ascent, Metoro managed to catch up, slipping through the holes in the Karda Nui dome and plummeting down a vast waterfall in the heart of the robot, just before the Voya Nui armor plate slammed into place. As the Toamari fought a losing battle against the Baraki and their armies, Jaller realized he would have to make the ultimate sacrifice: perform a Nova Blast. An extreme ability that would prove fatal to all around the vicinity of the explosion, the Nova Blast is the ultimate expression of a Toa's elemental power that would kill all 6 Baraki,
Who else
their
is
armies,
losing
but also
it?
the remaining Toamari with it. Despite the
Me.
protests of his
I'm
teammates,
losing it.
Jaller prepared this suicide detonation, superheating the water around him and radiating with fire and light. Meanwhile, as he fell, Metoro felt a strange sense of peace and purpose. Slowly donning the Kanohi
Nar.
Mask of Life, Metoro was overwhelmed with information, viewing the entire history of the mask and learning how to activate its sacred power to restart the heart of the universe. And so, as the consciousness of the mask merged with his mind and Metoro fell through the heart of the robot, he prepared to commit the ultimate sacrifice. Using the last remnant of his individuality, Metoro used the power of the Ignika to teleport the Toamari safely back home to Metru Nui, reversing their mutations and allowing them to breathe air once again. And in his final moments, Metoro felt no fear. He knew his friends, the Toamari, had succeeded, and they could resume their lives in Metru Nui. The Turaga and Matoran across the city would know his friends as true heroes. But Metoro, he never considered himself a hero. As Matoran translated to Nuju, as noble Toa Inika, and as Toamari, all he ever tried to do was his duty. And now, that duty had led him to his destiny. Since the day the Mask of Life chose him as its bearer, all roads led to this moment. Metoro's energy mingled and merged with that of the mask, only to be released in an incredible explosion of light and
A
power
fallen
and
soldier,
life
for
that
real, for
surged
real.
through the Great Spirit. In that instant, Metoro, Toa of Ice, Keeper of Secrets, and Hero, truly died, so that Mata Nui can live again.
True.
No one could explain the wonderful
Oh,
feeling
did
that
I
swept
just
across
knock
the
off?
universe, but all knew the reason for it. Back safely on land in Metru Nui, Jaller deactivated his Nova Blast charge, and the 5 remaining Toamari sat in silence, remembering their comrade and friend. In a grand ceremony to honor Metoro, the population of Metru Nui celebrated his life and sacrifice, bathed in the warm glow of Mata Nui's light. The Toamari's fight was over, and all their trials had led to this moment. Epilogue, Scroll of Preparations, Part 2. While the death of the Great Spirit Mana Nui had been prevented, the quest for the Takanuva was far from over, and while Mana Nui had been saved from death, he was still entombed in a great slumber. The Nuva's duty still remained: revive the Great Spirit Mana Nui and restore him from this slumber. And so, while they had failed to recover the Staff of Artaka, the Takanuva continued on their quest to fulfill the Scroll of Preparations. Tahu and Kopaka went to Ardedax to quell a series of active volcanoes, while Onua and Pohatu journeyed to obtain an artifact known as the Heart of the Visorak, controlling the Visorak hordes to gather in Ardedax, wiping the scourge of the insectoid spiders off the face of the universe once and for all. With the Visorak extinct, meanwhile, Liwa ventured to what
I
remained
have
of
parroted.
Mana Nui to find a sundial, ordered by a strange and mysterious telepathic voice inside his head. Gali also went to Mana Nui to mark the location of the Red Star. While doing so, she activated her Kanohia Kaku and discovered that, to her shock, there was movement within the mysterious satellite and potential living beings trapped deep in space. As she hurriedly went to find the other Takanuva, she was transported by Botar to Daxia, where the Takanuva were reunited. There, Botar gave them the Staff of Artaka, which was used to repair the damage done in the Great Cataclysm.
He's gonna be annoying to transport.
With their list complete, the Takanuva were ordered to gather
Thanks.
in the mysterious realm of Artaka, where their
I'm doing my
next mission was
best,
about to
y'all.
commence in an epic final battle in the heart of the robot, Karda Nui. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 7, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 2, Sacrifice. In a deadly countdown
Honestly,
to the death
I
of
made
the
it halfway.
universe,
I should be
the
allowed to put it at
Kanohi
least on
Mask of
1.5
Life
speed.
spiraled deep beneath the black waters of the pit, forever changing the course of destiny for the Matoran dwelling in the underwater city of Mari Nui.
Oh
Hunted
my
by the exiled
lord.
Rocky warlords and encountering ancient hunters brought back to life, the Toa Mari, led by Jala and Matoro, fought bravely beneath the waves. As they struggled to bring Mana Nui back to life, they were unexpectedly aided by the Dark Lord Makuta Pterodax, who pulled the strings of their success for his own mysterious reasons. And finally, in a tragic
Kua is my
sacrifice to save
favorite.
the life of the Great Spirit Robot, Matoro donned the Mask of Life, giving his own life to save the universe. And in faraway lands, the Takanuva, original team of heroes, sought to fulfill the Scroll of Preparations, an ancient document detailing a list of tasks to prepare for Mana Nui's revival. Along their journeys, they restored the Rahaga to their rightful forms, resurrecting the powerful Toahaga, and ultimately gathered in Artaka to face their final destiny. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 8, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 3, Rising. Part 1, Siege of Karda Nui. In the darkness of the Brotherhood of Makuta's lair, factories churned and dark experiments on Krata worms brought vile shadow leeches to life, parasitic insects capable of draining all light and morality from Toa or Matoran. After delivering the Staff of Artaka to
I'm gonna
Pterodax
go
within the pit, Makuta Ikrax
use the
returned to their
bathroom.
fortress on
I'll be
Destro,
back.
eager to test his new shadow leeches. Calling for his Matoran servant Voltraz, the twisted Ta Matoran with an ancient rivalry with Mazika, Ikrax drained what little light was left in the devious Ta Matoran's heart, completing his first successful test of the insectoid creatures. During his missions for the Brotherhood, Voltraz discovered a secret entrance to Karda Nui, the heart of the Matoran universe, and reported his findings to the assembled Makuta. Still deep in the waters of the pit in his Maxillos form, Makuta Pterodax telepathically received the news and ordered all available Makuta to venture into the core of the universe and seize the land for the Brotherhood. And so, the gates of the Brotherhood's Destro fortress swung open, with an army of Makuta sweeping forth, headed straight for Karda Nui, the heart of the robot. Leading the strike force was the aggressive yet honorable Makuta Antros, general of the Brotherhood's armies and tactical commander of their legions. Wielding the Kanohi Jutling, Mask of Corruption, Antros possessed the unique ability to break down any inorganic object with a single thought. Close behind him was the incredibly ambitious Makuta Biddle, who followed Pterodax only to gain more influence and prove his worth. Biddle wore the Kanohi Motrek, mask of time duplication, which allowed him to summon past versions of himself to fight as his own personal legion. Aiding them was a fanatical Gorast, a true believer of Pterodax's plan who was willing to face death to see it carried through. With the Kanohi Felness, Mask of Disruption, Gorast had the incredible dangerous ability to disrupt any natural powers of an enemy via touch, which she could use to interfere with the Toa's innate elemental abilities. Assisting them from above was Makuta Vampra, the mute hunter who never spoke a single word, using his Kanohi Avsa, Mask of Hunger, to drain positive emotions from his target. In addition to the warriors, 2 top Brotherhood scientists were brought along to assist their research and creation of new Rahi. The first of these scientists was Makuta Chirox, infamous for creating vicious and destructive Rahi. His rival was Makuta Mutron, an eccentric, nearly insane scientist who specialized in mutations that were extremely destructive in nature. Both scientists wore copies of the Kanohi Shelek, which allowed them to deafen or mute targets. Neither scientist had respect for the other's mutations, driving a professional and personal rivalry between the two. And finally, there was Krika, the reluctant and regretful Makuta who believed that nothing good would come out of Pterodax's grand plan if it succeeded, but supported him out of fear and self-preservation. Krika wore the Kanohi Krast, Mask of Repulsion, which allowed him to repel any object away from himself at high speeds, including the ground itself, which he used to fly through the air. And as the hordes of Makuta rushed to Nui with their shadow leeches, seeking to turn the entire Matoran population to darkness, Ikarak stayed behind, tired of following Pterodax's orders and believing the attack on Nui to be a suicide mission. Okay, so I just introduced, or at least reintroduced, many characters that really haven't gotten a lot of focus until this particular chapter. So I wanted to take this time to really address which of these are really important to follow throughout the course of this chapter, and which ones you can kind of just see as background enemies or background Makuta. So first off is Makuta Krika. So Krika is really the closest thing we have to a quote-unquote good Makuta. Again, as I mentioned, he's very reluctant to follow Pterodax's plan, and actually, he was the Makuta to free, secretly, Makuta Mizrix. He spared Mizrix's life, who was the original ruler of the Makuta thousands of years ago. So Krika has already kind of revolted against Pterodax in his own ways, and what's really important is that Makuta Mizrix, who was the original leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, will actually be reappearing this chapter, making some major moves. So just remember that in the past, he was kind of thrown out by Pterodax, overthrown as the ruler.
And my first break in like 5 hours.
Instead took him to a deserted island instead of killing him. So Mizrix will be coming back in a bit. With those folks aside, basically what we have next is Makuta Antros here. Honestly, Antros is just the leader of the army, but really he doesn't have that much to do character development wise. He basically just stays steadfast as a strong leader for the Makuta.
Thanks for the welcome back.
He's the main guy you'll see in many of the fight sequences and many of the.
I honestly should have taken a break earlier. I was so into my build.
The same goes for Vampra over here, because Vampra is literally mute. Vampra does not speak whatsoever. There's not a lot of character stuff going on here. So you can really just see Vampra as another one of the Makuta enemies. Next up, really the only thing you need to remember about Makuta Chirox here is that she's very, very devoted to Makuta Pterodax's plan. She's willing to risk anything to make it happen, so just remember that about her character, and she really doesn't ever change. She's just very much a fanatic for Makuta Pterodax. Makuta Biddle here is basically just another enemy. Not really much to do character development wise, but just some other enemy for them to fight. And the 2 scientists that we've got here are really only important during these scientist scenes. They actually have a really fun interpersonal dynamic between them because they're very much rivals.
The thumbnail meant no pauses.
Each other's work, and there are many scenes set within their laboratories. So when
I can
relevant,
get up
not too much
if I need
going on. You just have to know that these are the 2 scientists
to be a true human.
For the Makuta, and that's why they've been brought alongside for the ride.
I'm not pausing the video.
Now, Makuta Icarax
I have to
here,
have Chris
actually, as I mentioned, sits
speaking
out
into
most
my
of the
brain
action,
at
least
all
for the
times
first half of this chapter.
for the 9 hours and 20
Very,
minutes.
very important in the later halves of this chapter, where he actually kind of joins the fray and starts to embark on his own personal missions that deviate from Pterodax's main plans. But for the most part, you're not going to be seeing Icarax.
I wouldn't wish this upon my worst enemy.
Initial Karda Nui invasion, so you can kind of just set him aside for now and just remember that Icarax chose not to go to Karda Nui because he basically believed Pterodax's plan to be crazy. And speaking of Pterodax himself, we last saw him in the Maxilos form in the Mari Nui chapter, which was last chapter, and Pterodax basically just will not appear throughout this entire chapter until the very end, because he's been setting a lot of stuff up on his own, very mysterious things going on with Pterodax, so there's kind of a big reveal near the end of the chapter. I'm not going to spoil it here, but that's why you're not actually going to see him for basically all this chapter, because Pterodax is really the guy pulling the strings behind all of these Makuta. He's the one who mysteriously sent all of the Makuta to Karda Nui. He wanted to make sure they were all there, so there's something he's planning, and you're going to find out in a little bit.
I'm a human. I'm gonna go to the bathroom for 9 hours stream.
If you recall back to chapters 1 and 2, Voltraz was one of the most evil
It's like a subathon, you know?
People and essentially murdered the
you stay on stream, but you have to do normal things.
So Mazeka has this very strong rivalry
it's interesting.
with Voltraz and presumed him dead. So when Mazeka thought he killed him, Voltraz actually was recruited by the Brotherhood of Makuta to be a Matoran spy for the Makuta. And at this point in the story, he's basically just serving Icarax, and he will actually crop up quite a lot. However, Voltraz and Mazeka kind of have their own story that's completely tangential to Karda Nui. It's still not for
bunkles.
Remember that they're relevant for their own particular parts of the story. They actually go explore some alternate dimensions. Things get really crazy. Doesn't really matter for the main Karda Nui plotline, though. And with all those Makuta summed up, it's time to get back to the main story. In a swift attack, darkness descended upon Karda Nui. The 7 Makuta blasted through the secret entrance to Karda Nui, taking the Avmatoran population by surprise and converting each village one by one to darkness with their shadow leeches. The Makuta strike force split up, one half led by Antros to infect the villages, with the other half led by Krika to descend into the swamps at the bottom of Karda Nui, blocking off any escape routes. In this decisive attack, all Avmatoran villages succumbed to darkness, save for one. And just as the final village was about to be destroyed, a colossal rumbling shook the stalactite villages of Karda Nui. The Toa Mari had just succeeded in their quest to restore Voya Nui, plugging the hole in Karda Nui's dome, and in the distance, Matoro fell along the great waterfall, completing his noble sacrifice and restarting the heart of Karda Nui. As Matoro donned the mask of life and a flash of incredible light engulfed the surroundings, the 3 Makuta who had been laying siege to the final village were struck with this outburst of light, permanently blinding them. Disoriented and enraged, Antros, Vampra, and Chirox faltered in their attack, allowing 3 Avmatoran from the final village, Tanma, Solek, and Photok, to strike back, quickly trying to gain the upper hand with their customized jetpacks and blades of light. As the battle continued, the 3 blinded Makuta called for their newly turned Shadow Matoran to merge with them, acting as their eyes via telepathy. As the battle for the final Karda Nui village raged on, the 6 Takanuva were granted the honor to set foot in the realm of Artaka. Having completed the scroll of preparations to prepare the universe for Mata Nui's awakening, the 6 original Toa were greeted by the mysterious Artaka, who had opened the gates of his fortress for the first time in millennia to welcome in the Toa. All around them, an indescribably ancient yet young voice rang out from the fortress, the rocks, the trees.
So not only do you want to see me suffer, but you want to see me suffer again with the test.
Artaka was
pleased. You guys are cruel.
Materializing from the very air in front of them were sets of strange armor, weapons, and masks. These were the adaptive armor pieces, Artaka's greatest creations. Wherever the Toa should journey, the armor would adapt to their surroundings. No terrain, no climate, no wind or wave would ever again be their master. And as the Takanuva donned their new gear, their surroundings began to morph before their eyes, teleporting the 6 heroes to the world that feeds the world, the heart of the Matoran universe, Karda Nui. When their vision finally cleared, they were in midair, high above a strange Matoran village. Somehow their armor had shifted in 100 ways, making it possible for them to stay aloft. But there was no time to wonder about that, for all around them, a battle raged in the sky. Go, Takanuva! The voice of Artaka echoed throughout this new land. Go and find your destiny at last. And so, in a blinding flash of light, the sixth Takanuva appeared on the scene. Tahu, Toa of Fire, now sprouted quadruple jetpacks and a blazing shield of fire. Gali, Toa of Water, utilized a high-powered scoped rifle complete with aerodynamic
No, all brain.
Liwa, Toa of Air, was truly in his element, soaring above the ground with dual jetpacks and an energy sword. Kopaka, Toa of Ice, now sported metallic wings and a laser scope on his adaptive Akaku. Pohatu, Toa of Stone, had his armor morphed to an orange color, with dual propeller claws to keep him afloat. And Onua, Toa of Earth, used ankle-mounted propulsion engines in conjunction with a blaster shield combo. As the six Toa engaged the three blind Makuta, they quickly realized that the Makuta could only see through the eyes of their shadow Matoran. Targeting the corrupted former of Matoran, the Toa temporarily drove back the three Makuta, giving them a chance to meet up with Tanma and the other of Matoran to discuss the situation. As Pohatu examined their surroundings, memories flashed before his mind, and he soon realized that not only had the Toa been to Karta Nui before, but it was the source of their original power. Quickly catching up on recent events, the sixth Takanuva realized that Matoro had sacrificed himself to save the universe, and the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, had fallen somewhere in the swamps at the base of Karta Nui. Eventually, the team decided to split up. One half of the team, consisting of Tahu, Gali, and Onua, would fly down to the swamps to search for the Kanohi Ignika, while Kopaka's team of himself, Pohatu, and Liwa stayed to fight Antraz's Makuta strike force. And so, as the Takanuva split up on their separate missions, the final battle for the Matoran universe was upon us, and the stage was set for the ultimate clash between Toa and Makuta. Part 2. Elsewhere in the Universe. While the Takanuva fought bravely in Karta Nui, other Toa teams throughout the universe were pursuing their own vital destiny to awaken Mata Nui. The Toa Mari, led by Jaller, were sworn in as the official guardians of Metru Nui.
I think I am going to have brain damage.
Which had left Voya Nui after being separated from Vezon and had been drawn to the Grand City of Legends. Meanwhile, the Toa Haga, recently restored from their Rahaga forms and back in the action, had turned over the devious Rudaka into the custody of the Order of Mata Nui, and were given a new task: find and destroy the elusive Makuta Pterodax, who had last been seen in robotic Maxilos form, but whose spirit was nowhere to be found. To aid them in their task, the Order of Mata Nui delivered the Paraka Zaktan to their custody, who had a special telepathic link to Pterodax due to his prolonged antidermis.
I've lost the concept of time because I cannot believe I've spent 5 hours watching this.
Vision from her mask of clairvoyance, which showed the Haga journeying to a place of death, and that one among them would never return. During this time, the Order of Mata Nui dispatched many of its most powerful agents elsewhere in the universe, dealing with trials of their own. After Brutaka had overcome his personal temptation and surrendered the Staff of Artaka to Botar in the pit, the Order of Mata Nui rescued him, fitting him with a breathing helmet to survive on land again and declaring him a probationary member of the Order. Brutaka's first mission brought him to the city of Metru Nui, where he was accompanied by Toa Helrix, leader of the Order, and Krakua, Toa of Sonics, who had finally passed his trials to become a full member of the Order. In Metru Nui, this Order of Mata Nui strike team recovered the ancient sundial of Mata Nui, which Toa Liwa had left in the archives.
Yes, my eyes are burning.
Sent secretly by the Order during their time achieving the Scroll of Preparations. Using a Kanoka disc of shrinking, Brutaka miniaturized the sundial, placing it in the care of Toa Krakua. Elsewhere, Botar
Thanks
and
for joining my misery.
Another member of the Order, were on a secret supply run to the weapons manufacturing island of Zia to prepare for Brutaka's next mission. Unbeknownst to the pair of Order agents, but Makuta Icarax, pursuing his own goals, had also been lurking on the island of Zia, and in a surprise attack, he ambushed Botar and Trinuma, using his magnetic power to crush Botar's armor, killing one of the most powerful members of the Order. Barely escaping with his life, Trinuma managed to store the weapons elsewhere and hurried to report the tragic loss to Helrix. Managing to seize Pterodax's old Mask of Shadows, Makuta Icarax returned to the Brotherhood Fortress, crowning himself as the de facto leader of the Brotherhood in Pterodax's absence. Back on Metru Nui, Takanuva, Toa of Light, patrolled the streets, defeating vicious camps of Frostilis Rahi that preyed on the Matoran and serving as guardian of the
I
City of
can do
Legends
this.
alongside
I
the
can
Toa Mari.
absolutely do this.
Just then,
I'm
Makuta Icarax descended
trying
upon the city with a
to.
sole target in mind, Toa Takanuva. As Icarax deployed his shadow leeches, Takanuva was struck by surprise, and to his horror, the leech began to suck the light from him, draining the gold from his armor and filling his mind with dark thoughts. In the final moments of this agonizing struggle, Takanuva managed to blast the leech with a thin ray of light, just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing on the ground. Pleased with this display, Icarax swiftly departed Metru Nui without alerting the Toa Mari, hoping he had permanently turned Takanuva to the dark. Dimensional Interlude 1: Trials of Takanuva. When he awoke, Takanuva found himself deep beneath the archives, and realized that as a result of his light being partially drained, he now wielded control of both shadow and light. Just then, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of Mata Nui, and Toa Krakua of Sonics approached him. Using the mental powers of a specialized Kratana Rahi, Helrix cast Takanuva in a vision of the past. The Toa of Light watched as memories flashed before his eyes, showcasing the Toa Mata training in Kara Nui and being sent to slumber. The visions delved deeper into the past, showing the construction of the Great Spirit Robot himself, and how the Mata Nui AI consciousness took over from the entity Tren Krong, awakening the heart of Kara Nui and filling the entire land with lethal energy storms. As Takanuva awoke from his vision, Helrix and Krakua informed him that if the Toa Nuva succeeded in awakening Mata Nui, these devastating energy storms that powered the heart of the robot would be unleashed once more, destroying everything in their path except for the spherical Kodrex structure within the swamps. Helrix then tasked Takanuva with a vital mission, to warn the Toa Nuva to take refuge within the Kodrex should they succeed, and aid them in their battle against the Makuta. As a recap of Chapter 1 Beginnings, the Kodrex was a mysterious metal sphere housed within Kara Nui, which is the heart of the Great Spirit Robot. Inside this metal sphere were 6 giant light stones, which were designed to be fueled by the powers of the 6 Toa Mata. If they fueled their elemental energies into these light stones, they could essentially use these to shock the heart of the Great Spirit Mata Nui, reawakening him should he ever fall into slumber. Think of it as a giant defibrillator for the massive Mata Nui robot. Now, of course, as soon as you wake him up, the massive energy storms inside his heart would consume any living being within Kara Nui, killing them instantly because it's essentially a massive factory of energy deep within there. As Takanuva agreed to follow Helrix's plan, Brutaka emerged from the shadows, introducing himself as a member of the Order of Mata Nui. Having heard tales of the once greedy fallen warrior, Takanuva was suspicious of the Titan, but was forced to let Brutaka
This
assist
is
him
actual
with the power
torture.
of his Enohi Olmec, Mask of Dimensional
At
Gates.
least you know what you're
Krakua then
supporting.
handed Takanuva the shrunken Great Sundial of Mata Nui, explaining that the great beings themselves had forged the sundial for a singular purpose, to locate the Kodrex in Kara Nui. And so, Brutaka activated the power of his Olmec, ripping open an interdimensional gateway. As Takanuva prepared for his journey through the inner space between dimensions to teleport to Kara Nui, Brutaka struggled to gain control over his mask, which had been severely damaged in the pressurized waters beneath the pit. As Takanuva rocketed through space and time, he viewed glimpses of other worlds beyond space and time, pushed through countless alternate timelines by the power of the damaged Olmec. For every decision made in the core universe, an alternate timeline sprung up where a different outcome occurred, and the possibilities of this infinite multiverse were endless. Branches of energy rippled through the timeline, and Takanuva found himself thrust from our main timeline, careening into a pocket dimension. When he came to, he found himself surrounded in a forest of black trees and dying grass. Within this strange parallel universe, he came upon a majestic city of silver, rising from the barren wasteland. Within the city, he encountered a breed of biomechanical beings known as Kastora, and over his time spent in this silver city, he found the Kastora to be devious, unfeeling beings, and encountered the Spectral Mask, where after many trials and battles, Takanuva earned the respect of this mysterious being, which opened up a new dimensional gateway for him on his long journey back to our core universe. Dimensional Interlude 2: The Kingdom of Mata Nui. Enter the Kingdom Universe. As Metoro rushed to save the life of the Great Spirit Mana Nui, he faltered for just a moment, failing to reach Karda Nui in time and dooming the entire universe to darkness and death in this alternate version of our main world. In his failure, Metoro was disgraced, and all in the Matoran universe shunned him, naming him the Disgraced One, and forcing him into life in solitude in a tiny hut to himself. As the Matoran universe collapsed and fell into disarray, a mass migration of all species fled in panic from the dying universe, seeking refuge on the island of Mana Nui. It was in this time of chaos that the Order of Mana Nui finally revealed themselves, teaming with Takanuva to beat back the Brotherhood of Makuta and stop them from escaping. In the narrow tunnels
This
to
is
Mana Nui,
literal
Hippy and
torture.
Powhatu were tragically killed
Can
by
you
rampaging
say
Rakshi,
anything else?
and Jalar,
You are
Tahu, and
so
Kopaka
lying
were
to
too late
me.
to save them. To force the Makuta in, Takanuva erected great barriers of light to instantly destroy any beings of shadow, and in this final act of power, Takanuva of this universe used his remaining light energy to create a team of 6 Toa from the Voya Nui Resistance Team plus Tanma, transforming into a Turaga in the process. In this act of sacrifice, Turaga Takanuva established the kingdom of the Great Spirit, where all previously warring species worked together in harmony to survive. He then named Toa Helrix, Turaga Duma, Rudaka, the Shadowed One, the Skakti warlord Nektan, and a Ninra ghost weapons manufacturer as members of this ruling council. The Dark Hunters became his new law enforcers, and the Toa assisted in keeping the island of Mana Nui together, as well as creating new land to expand this glorious kingdom. 10,000 years after the establishment of the kingdom, the Takanuva of our prime reality found himself careening through interdimensional gateways, finally landing in a blast of energy and light on the shores of this kingdom of Mana Nui. Landing a meeting with his alternate Turaga self, Takanuva was tasked with a new quest. Recent attacks on the kingdom had increased in ferocity, and somehow the Rakshi commanded by Makuta Pterodax were slipping past the barriers of light. Turaga Takanuva then promised to help Toa Takanuva return to our prime universe, should he assist the kingdom in their defense against the beings of shadow. And so, Takanuva was armed with a Power Lance and Midax Skyblaster cannon, teaming with Tanma, now Toa of Light. Before embarking on their mission, Toa Takanuva insisted on visiting Metoro first, convincing the disgraced Toa of Ice to accompany them as a chance to be seen as a hero again. And so, the trio set forth to the abandoned Powahi Borak tunnels, encountering SWATs of modified Rakshi sporting shadow armor, which allowed them to pass through the barriers. After a long fight with the Rakshi, the 3 Toa watched as a monstrous behemoth emerged from the darkness. This was Makuta Pterodax. He had driven Makuta Icarax from his armor and possessed it, and went on to absorb all other Makuta in his essence. As Takanuva, Tanma, and Metoro engaged this monstrous opponent, Toa Tanma was disintegrated completely, but not before he and Takanuva were able to knock the Mask of Shadows off Pterodax's face and destroy it. In a last-ditch attempt, Makuta Pterodax created a Shadow Hand to absorb Metoro into his essence, and while Takanuva attempted to stop this, Metoro willingly let himself be absorbed, overpowering the will of Pterodax from within, and sacrificing himself to destroy the Makuta. Returning to the surface alone, Takanuva told the populace of the brave sacrifices of Metoro and Tanma, staying just long enough to see a statue made in honor of Metoro, until asking the alternate Brutaka of this universe to use his Olmec, ripping open yet another dimensional gate for Takanuva to travel to destinations unknown, and get closer to our prime universe. Part 3. Rise of the Ignika. Back in Karda Nui, the Toa Nuva's battle against the Brotherhood of Makuta raged on. As Tahu, Onua, and Gali dove down into the mist-filled swamps of Karda Nui, Kopaka, Powhatu, and Liwa had a chance to talk more with the Matoran of Karda Nui, learning of their past while defending the village from attack. In a brief moment between battle, Solek, the Matoran of Light, told the Toa of the mysterious, fragmented keystone, a device that, according to legend, had an important role to play in awakening Mana Nui. Giving Kopaka his piece of the keystone, Solek explained that there were 5 other hidden keystone pieces scattered across Karda Nui, and the Toa Nuva would need to collect them to awaken the Great Spirit. Meanwhile, Liwa and Tenma managed to ambush and capture a flying Shadow Matoran who turned out to be Kirop, the former leader of the Av Matoran village. After Tahu's team arrived in the swamp, they decided to split up in order to cover more ground in their search for the Kanohi Ignika. While searching, Tahu discovered the massive spherical Kodrex, hurled backwards by the sphere's powerful energy field. As Tahu crashed into the swamp, he was discovered by Makuta Krika, who now sported a monstrous, insectoid appearance due to his exposure to the pit mutagen in the swamp. As Krika approached the fallen Toa of Fire, he began to explain his personal philosophy and motivations, all while using the power of his mask to drain the heat around Tahu. Desperate for help, Tahu then used his remaining power and launched a fireball into the air as a signal to his teammates. Meanwhile,
Have fun doing your work.
Makuta's shadow leech hive, which had been erected on the ceiling of the Cardinal.
I'm looking at Lightning McQueen
the
shirts.
two Makuta scientists were hard at work creating a monstrous Rahi beast by order of Antros. As they bickered over the qualities of the beast, Chirok summoned a shadow Matoran to him, throwing the helpless servant into the vat and creating a foul and gruesome Rahi. Arriving at the cave, Antros explained his plan. The arrival of the Takanuva had foiled their plans to convert all the Cardinui Matoran to their side, and in order to win the battle, they would need to call on Makuta Icarax, self-proclaimed leader of the Brotherhood, to turn the tide. Wary of underestimating their opponents, Antros sent the Rahi abomination out to distract the Toa long enough for Mutron's personal assistant, a shadow Matoran named Vika, to split past the Toa and summon Icarax. Back in the swamps of Cardinui, Onua fended off wild Nui Koken Rahi, searching for the Mask of Life. Just then, he was ambushed by Makuta Biddle, who used his time duplication mask to surround Onua with an army of his past selves. Thinking fast, Onua engaged in battle, and as his adaptive armor shifted to mirror a strange blaster Biddle was wielding, Onua struck Biddle with a sphere of energy, sending him plummeting to the swamps below. And as Onua fought Biddle, Gali was attacked by Makuta Gorast in another part of the swamp, but not before claiming another keystone for the Takanuva. As Gorast struck Gali with her light-draining stinger, Tahu's emergency fire blast rose in the distance, and as Gali struggled to get free, Onua arrived on the scene. With Gali saved from Gorast and the Makuta temporarily defeated, Gali and Onua rocketed off to save Tahu and reunite with their team leader. While the Takanuva searched for the keystones in the Ignika, the Mask of Life itself was sitting deep beneath the waters of Cardinui Swamp. Reaching out with its life energy, the consciousness.
I'm glad someone finds this relaxing because my brain is on fire.
Itself a body. Inspired by Matoro's sacrifice, the Ignika wished to experience life and serve as a hero like Matoro and the rest of the Toamari. And as this new being generated a skyboard, he flew out of the water, sensing the Takanuva up above, hoping to establish the first friendships of his life. And with that, the most powerful Toa in the history of the Matoran universe was born, Toa Ignika, sporting the consciousness of the Mask of Life itself. Interlude: The Federation of Fear. As Takanuva hurtled through the multiverse and the Takanuva faced trials and danger in Cardinui, the Order of Madanui was occupied with a singular task: find and kill Makuta Pterodax. And so, the Order tasked their probationary member, Brutaka, to assemble a team of outcasts, rejects, and criminals to find and free the former leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, Makuta Miserix, who Pterodax had overthrown centuries ago and was secretly saved from death by Makuta Krika. And so, after preparations were made and an odd assortment of beings were assembled, Brutaka approached a prison cell holding 5 criminals, captured by the Order of Madanui.
I've taken one break this entire time.
Approached to explain their mission, stating that there were
Rough
two
life.
and only 2 ways they would ever be allowed to leave their cell. Either by carrying out a mission for some friends of his, or by being promptly killed and dumped in an unmarked grave. All the inmates had something in common. They all dealt with the Brotherhood of Makuta at some point in their lives. First up was Rudaka, former queen of the Vizorak, who betrayed the Brotherhood to the Dark Hunters, then betrayed the Dark Hunters as well. Now both sides wanted her dead. Next were Takadox and Karapar, former Baraki whose armies were crushed 80,000 years ago by the Brotherhood, who had been quietly kidnapped from the waters of the pit and recruited for this team. Sulking in the corner of the cell was the 4th member, the disgraced Makuta Spiria, who had fouled up an experiment on the island of Zakaz so badly that his own people marked him for death. This was, of course, the Makuta responsible for mutating the Skakti race into criminal thugs, barbarians, and warriors. And lastly, there was Vezon, who had recently been saved from the Zyglak who dragged him away in the pit and now found himself face to face with the rest of the strike force. Despite Vezon's objections that he had never had any dealings with the Brotherhood, and they likely confused him with his other half, Vezok, Brutaka forced him in line, revealing the second thing that the band of criminals had in common with each other. They were all completely expendable, and their deaths would make no difference in the grand scheme of the universe. As such, this Federation of Fear was made up of the perfect candidates for a suicide mission. So if you're a fan of DC Comics, it's probably pretty clear exactly what this is. The Federation of Fear is basically Bionicle's answer to the Suicide Squad, and this is actually a direct influence because the writer of Bionicle, Greg Farshti, is a big fan of comic books. Now this story serial is probably one of my favorites throughout all of Bionicle, and it really does wonders to Vezon's character, making him one of the funniest and most entertaining characters in the entire Bionicle world. If the Federation of Fear is Bionicle's version of Suicide Squad, Vezon is definitely Bionicle's version of Deadpool. And unfortunately, because I have to recap the story as quickly and concisely as possible, a lot of Vezon's most funny remarks and actions really aren't covered too closely within this retelling. So if you are interested in this concept and want to learn more about this, definitely go check out the Federation of Fear online story serial, which actually is fully hosted on Biosector 01 today, which is the biggest Bionicle wiki. Brutaka and his team, Rudaka, Vezon, Karapar, Takadox, and Makuta Spiria, had arrived on the shores of the island of Stealth in a small boat. As soon as Rudaka recognized the skyline, she began to protest. Stealth was the home of the late Sidorak, her former comrade, and his people. Worse, Rudaka had set up Sidorak to be killed, and it was likely everyone on Stealth knew that. But Brutaka
This is going to be exciting when I inevitably do get quizzed on all of this.
The only other team member to voice an objection was Spiria.
If I had to guess how much I was retaining, I'd say like 20%.
Just as Rudaka began to question Brutaka as to how they would purchase a boat, she was swiftly bound by Karapar, and Brutaka approached the Stealthian craftsman with a deal. He could give them his largest boat, and in return, they would surrender Rudaka to him, or he could claim the bounty for one of the most wanted beings on Stealth. As they bartered, Takadox snuck away, hypnotizing the crew of the ship with his mental powers to jump overboard, while Vezon distracted the traitor long enough for Brutaka to knock him unconscious, ending the ruse and claiming the boat for the Federation. After days of sailing, Makuta Spiria made his move, betraying the team and summoning a contingent of Zyglak to commandeer the boat. Despite this quick and sudden betrayal, Brutaka made no attempt to stop the rogue Makuta, and as Spiria changed course to seek revenge on the Skakti, his Zyglak armies were beset by members of Elex species, allowing Brutaka to regain control of his team and threaten to reveal Spiria's location to the Brotherhood should he attempt to betray them again. It was then that Brutaka revealed the sixth member of the team, the devious Dark Hunter Lariska, who he'd secretly hired to follow them and intervene with Brutaka's allies should any member betray the team. Journeying to the southern regions of the universe, the Federation of Fear came across a barren island, where the weapons collected by Botar and Trinuma had been deposited in haste following the attack by Makuta Icarax. Just as the squad of anti-heroes approached the central cavern on the small island, they began to hear the sounds of a massive organism breathing, a wet, hollow sound as if inhaling through mud. Before the Federation had a chance to flee, vast walls of rock suddenly sprang up from the shoreline, forming a 200-foot-high wall around the island and cutting the team off from their boat. Sharp spears of stone erupted from the ground itself, impaling the wings of Makuta Spiria, who attempted to flee. All around them, a slimy, repulsive voice echoed from deep within the cave. A massive tentacle shot out, wrapping itself around Brutaka and pulling him inside. The next moment, he was in the presence of something so horrible, so alien, that it took all of his willpower just to hold on to his sanity.
Everyone who was here from the beginning, you are insane and I love it.
Tentacles emerging from a gelatinous central core, with two dead yellow eyes that somehow followed every movement without ever moving themselves. To recap the prologue in Chapter 1 Beginnings, Trenkrom was the original entity the Great Beings created, which was a purely organic being, to rule the entire Metorn universe while they were still constructing the Mata Nui AI. Of course, once they instated Mata Nui as the Great Spirit ruler of the entire robot, there was really no more need for Trenkrom, and he was cast off to live the rest of his life in exile on a remote island where he was basically cut off from the rest of the Metorn universe. Now, Trencrom has the power to invade the mind of any Matoran universe member who approaches him, and unless they're members of the Order of Mana Nui who have their minds mentally shielded, he can really just read every single one of your thoughts and even sometimes invade your mind, controlling your body. Trencrom's appearance is also completely disgusting and horrific. There is no canon image of Trencrom throughout the entire Bionicle history because the writer Greg Farshti preferred to leave his appearance up for interpretation. That being said, any being to gaze at him for too long will be driven mad because their minds just simply aren't built to comprehend what they are seeing. Of course, behind me, I've put a fan illustration of what Trencrom could look like, just for purposes of illustration here. The entity seemed over time to have merged with the stone floor and walls of its cave, so that lurker and place of concealment were one. The acrid stench of decay hung over everything, and in vain, Brutaka tried to break free of the grip of Trencrom's tentacle. He could feel the strange being trying to probe his mind, but so far Brutaka's mental training had allowed him to resist. If that should fail, he knew the secrets of the Order of Mana Nui would be exposed to this monster. As Trencrom demanded they tell him what wonders had come into the universe in the millennia since his exile, Lariska stepped up, claiming that Trencrom's universe was in danger, and if he kept them there, he would be hurting the one thing he helped bring into being. Karapar edged slowly to the side, sword in hand. No one paid any attention, for all eyes were on Lariska, who had been grabbed by one of Trencrom's many arms. Without the discipline Brutaka possessed, her mind was an open book to the entity. She screamed as a lifetime of memories were sifted through in an instant, crying out as she saw glimpses of the ancient mind of Trencrom. When he finally released her, she collapsed on the stone floor, and in the distraction, Karapar began to make a move, raising his sword to strike the entity. Then, a third eye suddenly appeared directly on Trencrom, one gazing right at Karapar. The Baraki froze in mid-blow. A shaft of energy shot out from the eye, bathing him in its glow, and in the next instant, Karapar shattered into fragments as if he had been made of crystal. There was nothing left of him but a pile of glittering dust on the stone floor. And with Karapar disintegrated, Trencrom left them with his final words. He had helped birth a world of order, but the denizens of the Matoran universe had turned it into a universe of madness and fear. It was no longer worth saving to him, and he saw it as greater punishment to condemn the rest of the Federation to their deserved fate, life in the universe they and their kind had made. With no one taking the time to argue, they gathered up Brutaka and Lariska, fleeing the cave even as the stone walls that surrounded the island receded into the sand. Only Takadox paused to look back at the cavern where Karapar had died, wondering for a moment just what it would take to end the life of a being older than the stars. As the band of misfits journeyed onwards, they finally reached their destination. Looming out of the mist was an island.
Why does everyone want to see me take a quiz?
Volcanic peaks and strange rahi arcing and wheeling through the sky. Despite the bright light that played off the waters around it, the island seemed to be in perpetual shadow. This was the island of Ardedax, home to the imprisoned Makuta Miserix. As the squad crept into the tunnels deep beneath the island, they heard the entrance slam shut behind them, and realized the devious Takadox had sealed them in. Now down to just Brutaka, Vezon, Rudaka, Lariska, and Makuta Spiria, the team ventured ever onwards, with Spiria being threatened with death should he not join them. As they blasted past strange rahi and automated defenses, they came upon the largest occupant of the chamber, a massive dragon-like beast chained to the stone floor. All around it flew much smaller rahi, darting and dodging the shadow hand that occasionally shot out from the creature's chest. This 40-foot-tall creature was Makuta Miserix, original leader of the Brotherhood, now chained to the caverns and surrounded by strange, flying clack rahi with piercing sonic screams. Glancing around the chamber at the squad, Miserix caught sight of Makuta Spiria, and in an instant activated his shadow hand, devouring Spiria's essence and absorbing his life force, for Spiria had been one of the first to side with Pterodax in their revolt. Now down to just 4, the Federation of Fear began to attempt to convince Miserix to join them, breaking his chains and freeing the monstrous dragon Makuta. Despite Rudaka's attempts to betray the team and side with Miserix alone, the great dragon was convinced by Rudaka's promise, a promise of revenge against Makuta Pterodax in exchange for working with them. And so, as the dragon sprouted wings, Brutaka, Lariska, Vezon, and a stunned Rudaka climbed on his back. They soared high above the island, pausing only long enough for Misericks to make a muttered vow to come back and destroy the place one day. Brutaka noted that the team's boat was gone. Takadox had gotten away. But it was of no concern to Brutaka, who stayed firm in his resolve. A storm was coming to this universe, and when it hit, there would be nowhere for anyone to hide. Misericks spread his wings and turned to the north, carrying his passengers into the unknown. Part 4. Shadows in the Sky. As the Federation of Fear freed Makuta,
Everyone who wants to see me take a quiz, there's a video posted like very recently, maybe a day or two ago, of me, Jake, and Rob getting info dumped, a lot of this information in like 30 minutes, and then taking a quiz on it. You should check out that video. It is a hilarious video. We were all struggling. It was really fun.
Allowing him to overhear a false conversation about a planned raid on the Shadow Leech Hive, the location of which the Toa had still not deciphered.
I don't know if you could see it or not. I'm getting mixed reactions. Like, I never left, but watching you all say F was really, really hilarious. The stream is actually independent. It's actually really funny how we're doing this, but the stream will not go down. It's whether or not I do. I'm just gonna wait till I get confirmation that Chris can see everything. We blame it on him, is what I'm gonna say. I've just been sitting here, like maybe it'll unfreeze eventually. Cool. I'm just gonna keep playing it. I swear I've literally just been sitting here. I paused it actually, like once I realized that actually no one was seeing. Chris is all seeing, to be honest, yeah. I didn't even rest my mind. Like I kept watching, I guess, through some of this, and then I got really confused. It's okay.
He was dazed for a split second by fear powers, allowing Mutron to use his mental abilities to begin to drive the
We
Toa
keep going.
insane. And as the battle with Mutron raged on, Pohatu and Liwa begged Toa Ignika to stop killing them, realizing in shock and confusion that the mysterious stranger was wearing the Mask of Life. As they pleaded with the mask, the other Makuta burst in the hive, Antraz rallying Vampra and Chirox to defend their lair and strike back against the Toa. Knocking Kopaka unconscious with their powers of shattering and magnetism, the three Makuta
Yeah, anything I missed will come to me in a dream. So,
and Matoran, ending the battle within the lair. As the Toa fought within the Shadow Leech lair, the Shadow Matoran Beacon.
Listen, I never promised to anyone that I was interested in this lore. That is not what I promised. I said if I got 1,200 likes, I would watch this video all the way through. I never said that I was interested in the Bionicle lore.
Scoffing at the fact that Antraz would attempt to give him orders, he agreed to go to Karda Nui and join the fight, if only to persuade his fellow Makuta to
Though I am enjoying, this is actually entertaining. If this was dry, I would be so upset right now.
Meanwhile, within the Shadow Leech Hive, Pohatu managed to escape.
But this is actually pretty interesting.
Stone, freeing Toa Ignika, who slowly began to trust him again. Thinking fast, Pohatu activated his Kanohi Kakamanuva, Mask of Speed, and vibrated through the Shadow Leech vats, shattering the glass and casting the Makuta into mayhem.
It was a low number because, you know, we don't usually get a huge number of likes on the account. Like, you know, we have fairly consistent interaction with really amazing fans, but we don't get like a ton of, you know, interaction, not like thousands of likes. So I was like, 1,200 seems like we might hit it, but it would take a while to do it. But then Atrioc showed it on stream, and then we just blew that out of the water. So miscalculation on my part for who would be really interested in watching me suffer, but my first time watching Bionicle, I've never shown interest in Bionicle. My only idea of Bionicle before this was when I got essentially brain crammed with 30 minutes just straight in a quiz immediately after. That was a really fun video, so you should check it out if you haven't yet. But I am enjoying the lore. Yeah, I'm gonna be dreaming of this.
Sending all around him hurtling downwards to the swamp, including Pohatu, the Avmatoran Photok, as well as Antros and his Shadow Matoran servant Radiac.
Honestly, I don't think anyone else is going to do a video like this. It was just kind of like a funny one-off thing that I mentioned. Like, I mentioned this on my last stream, joking around, hey, if I get 1,200 likes, I'll watch the video straight through. And then that actually happened. No one else really wants to do this. So, no, I do not think anyone else will be sitting straight through and streaming. We are on YouTube live now. We will not be live streaming on other sites, at least not for the foreseeable future. So,
until all his antidermis transformed back
yeah.
into organic tissue, and dealing Icrax waves of excruciating pain, for his armor was intended for energy, not organs and muscle. Capturing Icrax and the scientist Mutron, Ignika prepared to fight the rest of the Makuta, who fled from the gruesome scene. And with the battle temporarily over, both the Toa and Makuta were scattered, wounded, and reeling from the climactic clash in the sky. Interlude: Destiny War, Part 1. As battles continued in Kara Nui and Takanuva grew ever closer to returning to his home universe, the Order of Mata Nui
I should tag another streamer to watch this. I should curse another streamer to have to do this.
The colossal dragon-like Makuta Miserix had been brought to the Order's main stronghold. As Axon stood firm as a defender of Voya Nui, he was contacted.
I'm so happy you got a chance to meet Chris in real life today at BrickCon. We had so much fun at BrickCon. We were recording some content, meeting a bunch of fans. The booths were so amazing. I really had a great time today.
Astonished to see Brutaka redeemed and once again a full-fledged member of the Order, Axon was overjoyed, finally reuniting with Brutaka. But there was no time to catch up, for Toa Helrix had put out a major announcement. After all these years, the Order was about to come out of hiding. First of the Order of Mata Nui's agents to respond was Mazika, the Ko-Matoran warrior who had held a brutal rivalry with the Ta-Matoran Vultraz, now servant of Makuta Icrax, for killing his mentor years ago in a senseless spree of murders. Mazika was training with fellow Order of Mata Nui agent Tobduck when he heard Helrix's call, and his first destination was to seek out and detain his old rival Vultraz, who potentially held great secrets to be used against our Brotherhood. Sailing forth to the island of Stelt, Mazika tortured a Ninra ghost for information about Vultraz, learning that the devious Vultraz had paid that Matoran to build a sleek skyfighter for him. After learning that Vultraz was headed for Kara Nui, Mazika made a beeline for the Order of Mata Nui headquarters, demanding to be told of the secret location to the entrance of Kara Nui. There, he met up with his old partner Tobduck, who promised to lead him to Kara Nui after Mazika helped him attack the Brotherhood of Makuta's fortress on Destro, in the hopes that they could force the armies of the Makuta to teleport directly to Metru Nui and be faced with the Order's most powerful legions there. Meanwhile, on the beaches of the island of Odina, Dark Hunter's stronghold, Ancient, the right hand of the Shadowed One, and secret double agent for the Order of Mata Nui, stood on the beach, waiting for Lariska to return from her suicide mission. As strange
Yeah,
vast
we're
and
just
unique
happy
patterns in the
to
sky,
be
Ancient
streaming
received a clear
here
message
on
from the Order of
YouTube.
Mana Nui, convince the Shadowed One to
We
side
have
with the
such
Order in their war against
an
Makuta, or
amazing
kill him
and,
personally. Next on the
a
list of
large
the Order's
majority of
allies
our
was the
audience is
resurrected
here on
jailer
YouTube, so
Hydraxon, who
we're
had
gonna be
once
streaming
fought
here on
alongside
YouTube.
Toa Hellbricks in his original form and would answer the call to battle once again. Plunging deep within the
I don't
black
know how
waters
I
of the
got
pit,
so
Toa
lucky to
Lesovic met
be
up with
doing this
Hydraxon,
with you
who
all.
had just received a list of secret orders from Hellbricks. As the two warriors paced through the now partially
This
reconstructed
should
pit
become
prison,
the next ice
Hydraxon
bucket
came upon the
challenge.
4 remaining Baraki warlords, Prydak, Kalma, Mantax, and Elek, who he had rounded up and recaptured over the past few months. Promising their freedom and a chance to rebuild the League of Six Kingdoms, Hydraxon convinced the Baraki to fight with the Order against the Brotherhood, a chance the Baraki readily accepted to return to the land once again. Back in the Fortress of the Order,
What is an alternative Lego set product?
Across from him were
Like,
makeshift water tanks holding what remained
something
of
that
the
isn't an
Baraka,
official
all
set?
except Zaktan,
I've
who
only
had been
ever
sent off with
built
the
like
Toa Haga on a
official
secret mission
box
months ago.
sets,
In the
like
opposite
that
tent
come
was
from
the Mad
Lego.
Titan
I don't
Karzan,
know if that's
now
what you're
driven
talking
fully
about.
insane and mutated by the waters of the pit. Just then, the crimson-armored Order of Mana Nui agent Trinuma opened the door to his cell, and despite Vezon's claims that they must have freed him to draw on his self-proclaimed great intellect and strategic expertise, Trinuma merely replied that the Order needed someone who could die horribly without being missed. And just like that, Vezon was recruited to yet another suicide mission. As the Order began to make their moves, the first mission was to the Skakti-ruled island of Zakaz, where the Order wished to make a deal with the Skakti warlord Nektan to arrange an alliance between them. And as Axon and Brutaka were brought before Nektan, they lied, claiming that they had already gained the allegiance of other Skakti warlords to share in the spoils of war with the Brotherhood, and Nektan would be missing out on sacking their fortresses, looting their weapons, and slaying their warriors. And so, Nektan agreed to lead his Skakti forces in a battle against the Makuta's armies, and first in their sights was a contingent of vicious Rakshi, sons of Makuta, on a neighboring island. Meanwhile, the Toa Haga were on mission for the Order of Mana Nui to uncover the secret hiding place of Makuta Pterodax. Led by the devious Zaktan, who now was little more than a head and spine floating in a makeshift fishbowl, the Toa Haga had arrived in the gates of Metru Nui with a terrible mission: destroy the Colosseum. For Makuta Pterodax likely seeped in gaseous form beneath the structure to secret caverns below. As the Haga arrived in the Colosseum, they were confronted by Jalar and the Toa Mari, who were on edge due to the mysterious disappearance of Takanuva, and willing to defend Metru Nui at all costs. Despite the Haga attempting to explain their mission to find Makuta Pterodax and destroy the Colosseum in the process, the Toa Mari refused
I've
to believe
never
them,
built
and seeing the Haga as a
bootleg
threat to the
Lego.
city, the two Toa teams engaged in a destructive conflict throughout the city of Metru Nui.
Alright,
As this was happening, Trinuma
not
explained
sponsored,
Vezon's mission: to arrive at the Makuta fortress
but
on Destiny,
I'm about to
where he
drink
would let
an
people
energy
kill,
drink.
and pretend to betray the Order of Mana Nui, announcing an attack on the Makuta fortress in the hopes that the Makuta would activate the ancient teleportation engine within, which could move the entire
Cheers,
stronghold
stream.
anywhere in the Matoran universe. As Vezon was captured on arrival, to his surprise, he was led to the only Makuta left on Destral, a lone warrior named Tridax, who
I
was the
needed
sole
that.
Makuta left to guard the fortress while Antraz's strike force and Icarax were away in Karda Nui. Just then, a blast rocked the side of the fortress.
Oh,
and to
okay.
Tridax and
Actually,
Vezon's
no.
surprise, the fortress was already
Because
seemingly
Chris
under
made
attack.
me
Baziga
that
and Tonda
Percy
had arrived to
mosaic
bring their deceptive plan
for
to motion,
my
hoping
birthday,
Tridax would teleport
so
the great
technically
fortress
that's
and
not
all
a
of
real
the Makuta's
set.
armies to Metru Nui. Far to
That
the
is a
west,
DuckBricks
Prydak
1-of-1
watched as
exclusive.
another
So yes,
Brotherhood
I've built
Makula
something
fortress
that
outpost burned
was
and
not
smiled at
made
the
from
sight.
Lego.
He had been fortunate
True,
since his
true.
release from the pit. His captors had provided him with ships and the resources with which to raise an army. From the worst holes in the universe, Prydak had found ex-Dark Hunters, exiled Vortex, even a Skakti or two for his crews.
I'm
Before
just
Kalma even had
cracking
chance
open
to
a cold
devise
one.
battle plan, Prydak
A cold
had
one
sounded off
of
without him on a voyage of conquest.
114
His men had routed the forces of the Makuta who
milligrams of
occupied this
caffeine.
place, but had found no actual member of the Brotherhood of Makuta, for all of them were occupied in Karda Nui. And as Prydak claimed this Makuta refuge, he discovered the pieces to a grand tablet on the wall, inscriptions detailing dark plans and evil schemes. Piecing together the message, Prydak sent his armies outside as he alone sat and read the inscriptions, for this was the grand plan of Makuta Pterodax himself. Meanwhile, back on the islands near Zakaz, Axon and Brutaka stood on a steep rise overlooking a battlefield. Down below, the assembled might of the Skakti of Zakas were locked in combat with a small army of Rakshi. Initially, the Skakti had suffered horrible losses, but they were capable of something that the Rakshi could only pretend: rage. Hungry for victory and filled with hatred for their enemy, the barbarians regrouped and tore through the Rakshi ranks. To Axon, it was overwhelming, thrilling, and sickening all at once. And as the Skakti distracted the Rakshi
Shout out to everyone
Mutaka and Axon crept past the battle and came upon an ancient sanctuary.
liking all the Instagram stories. You are blowing up my phone. Thank you.
Where the great spirit Mana Nui first created
I think the Bionicle design
is the source of all new Makuta.
is like really interesting. A very interesting use of
as they prepared
parts.
to strike, the waters of the pool
They're also like
upwards
are aesthetic. So this goes back to me calling them Transformers by accident. They fit pretty aesthetically to what I would assume
temporarily blinded and in pain,
for
the two warriors staggered
a
and
mechanical component to what was once an alive
back in the
thing.
Shadowed One's lair, Ancient managed to convince the Dark Hunter ruler to ally with the Order of Mana Nui, his hatred for the Brotherhood of Makuta fueling his actions above all. As the Shadowed One recalled all Dark Hunters to fight for the Order, their first mission was to seize the island of Zia, pacifying the local vortex and preventing them from joining the Brotherhood like their devious Rudaka. With the population of Zia imprisoned and corralled in a matter of hours, the Shadowed One had grown bored, coming across a vortex worker frantically clearing rubble to seize a treasure deep within. Binding the worker with crystalline protodermis from his staff, the Shadowed One began to dig, never taking his eye off the vortex. The deeper he got, the more visibly upset the Xian natives seemed to be. Several feet down, he came upon a proto-steel box. Burned into the lid was the symbol of the Brotherhood of Makuta. Opening the box carefully, the Shadowed One's eyes widened as he gazed upon a mysterious set of virus vials, which may soon make him master of the universe. And in the far edges of the universe, skies darkened as the great Makuta dragon Miserix roamed free once again. Announcing to all corners of the world that he was back, Makuta Miserix began his sole mission to find and kill Makuta Pterodax, in the hopes of finally getting revenge on the man behind his suffering for eons of years. During all these events at the start of the Destiny War with the Brotherhood of Makuta, Toa Helrix, original Toa and leader of the Order of Mana Nui, sat in the command chamber of her fortress on Daxia. The war against the Brotherhood of Makuta had begun, and it had not begun well. Although the Order, through the Dark Hunters, now held Zia, they had been unable to dislodge Makuta forces from the island of Ninra. In other places, the Order's surprise attacks had met unexpectedly fierce resistance from Rakshid and Exo-Toa. With battles erupting on multiple fronts and the brunt of the Makuta's legions currently occupying Karna Nui, Helrix had little to do but watch and wait, observing where the Great War would lead. The greatest conflict in the history of the Matoran universe had just begun by her hand, and the outcome would change the destinies of all who called the Matoran universe home. Again, going back to the comic book references, this time with Marvel, the Destiny War, which was led by Toa Helrix, the leader of the Order of Mana Nui, is basically Bionicle's version of Marvel's Infinity War, where everyone rallied together from all different parts of the universe against a major threat. This is why there's just so many characters doing so many different things throughout the universe, because all of this is culminating in one final battle. But we'll get there in a second, and the outcome of at least the movie version of Infinity War.
The first time I called them Transformers, I got called like an idiot.
But we'll get there in a little bit. Part 5.
Like, I got called an extreme idiot. And I don't think I'm an idiot. We're calling them Transformers. I think I'm a human with eyes.
And the Makuta and Karna Nui were none the wiser, engaged in their own heated conflict for the heart of the Great Spirit Mana Nui. While Kopaka led his team in raids on the Shadow Leech Hive in the skies above Karna Nui, and the Mask of Life rocketed upwards in the form of Toa Ignika to join the fight, Tahu, Onua, and Gali were still locked in battle with Makuta's Krika, Gorast, and Biddle in the swamps below Karna Nui. Still battling with Krika,
I'm surprised it was my first sneeze, to be honest.
When Gali and Onua rushed to his aid. In the skies above, explosions echoed from the fight with the other Toa, and Makuta, Gorast, Biddle, and Krika rushed to save the falling Makuta Chirox, who had been caught in Icarax's gravity blast. In this lull in the conflict, the Takanuva in the swamp were stunned to encounter a clearing of Av Matoran. Watching from a distance, they observed as the Avmatoran lay on the ground, writhing as electronics replaced organics, and the once sentient individual beings evolved into the mindless Borak. To Tahu's horror, he realized that all the Borak they had fought on Mana Nui years ago were once Avmatoran, and this was a natural part of their life cycles. In this clearing now filled with Borak, Tahu and his team claimed another piece of the keystone, dropped by a Matoran that had now been fully evolved into a Borak. From there, the Takanuva of the swamps had little time to ponder this dramatic reveal about the true nature of their world, for the Makuta were distracted by the falling Chiroks, and now was the time to strike. In a surprise attack, the Toa launched into a volley of attacks, each temporarily knocking out their opponents to claim yet another piece of the keystone. During this brief conflict, the Makuta of the swamps were distracted yet again by a telepathic message from the other Makuta in the skies. Icarax had fallen, and the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, had created a Toa form of its own, who had bested the Makuta with a fraction of its power.
I think that we should definitely have some sort of follow-up. I don't think it'll be like a quiz, but like a recap, a learnings, like a post-review. The takeaways, definitely. So I don't know if it'll be like right away. Probably be in a video or some kind of social media post. But I think that would be really fun. Like, I survived the 9-hour stream. Here's what I took away.
As the battle continued, Krika informed Tahu that he should check his surroundings. And
basically, what I've gotten so far is every time something is peaceful, some dude goes, nah, I don't think we should be peaceful anymore. Then a bunch of people fight, a mask gets launched to go somewhere, and then it just starts all over again.
Thousands of years ago,
oh my god.
The deranged serial killer Toa Tuyet attempted to frame the Dark Hunters for her spree of murders around the city of Metru Nui in her quest to keep the Nui Stone. But unlike our main universe, just as Toa Likan confronted Tuyet, in this dark mirror alternate world, Toa Nitiki instead chose to side with Toa Tuyet, and the pair of corrupted Toa killed Likan. The Dark Hunters were successfully blamed for the murders, and Tuyet set about convincing the other Toa that they were better off forcefully protecting the Matoran, forming an empire in order to deal with threats. Along with the Dark Hunters, the Brotherhood of Makuta were targeted for extinction, and the weapons manufacturer Ninra Ghosts were also attacked, because their creations could potentially be used against the Empire.
I like the ice people.
The was discovered, and
I think they look clean.
To launch their Toa canisters, freeing them to join
the white and blue stick.
As Taragaduma was publicly opposed to the Empire's ruthlessness, he was quietly dealt with Tuyet toppling his rule and establishing her grand regime over all of Metru Nui as a base of operations for the new Empire of Toa. While some, like Toa Lesovic, fought back, sticking to their morals.
Yeah, that would be such a funny shirt to have as like a merch item, like not just for me, but like for any fans that actually watch the whole thing. Like, I survived! DuckBricks 9.5 hour Bionicle Lore video.
It was at this time of
and that is such a niche thing that I feel like if you saw someone on the street wearing that, you'd be like, I know your pain, and we are on the same level.
His old friend from the island of Mana Nui, Takanuva was shocked to see the Matoran beg for his life before him, and statues of the Toa Mata lining every street. As Kapura begged Takanuva to let him pass, the temperature dropped sharply all around them.
If I say Ma, Taka, and Kui, probably in some arrangement, I can come up with a couple answers at least.
As Kapura cried out in pain, Takanuva looked up to see Toa Kopaka descending upon them, accompanied by Toa Tahu. As they demanded to see Takanuva's identity tablet,
at this point in the lore, we are saying so many names at once that it is actually a foreign language.
Refusing to answer his questions and locking him deep within the Colosseum of Metru Nui. As Takanuva examined his cell, a weak voice echoed from behind him. Illuminating the cell with a fraction of his light power, Takanuva saw a Matoran hanging from the wall, with chains around his wrists and ankles. This imprisoned Matoran was none other than Takua, an alternate version of Takanuva himself that had never become a Toa of Light. Freed by his variant, Takua began to explain the history of the Toa Empire universe, and how he, like countless other Matoran, had been left to rot in prison
My cat
for
is
not
now
meeting the
yelping
Toa's strict
again.
productivity requirements. When
It
Gali
really
and
do be
Karsani's
like
Matoran
that.
re-education facilities failed, and even hours of Vaki conditioning failed
Obedience
to break
is
the
not
will of Takua,
happiness.
they had simply dumped him in the cell for all of eternity. As Takanuva took in Takua's tales of the state of this universe, he was resolved to immediately escape and return to his main world, but not without trying to improve this dark mirror dimension first. Escaping from their cell, Takanuva and Takua crept through the archives, which to Takanuva's disgust had been converted to a twisted trophy room of fallen foes, a museum of conquest and suffering. A long-dead and mounted Vizrak Karpa stared from the shadows with glassy eyes. A collection of weaponry was nearby, each item identified with a small inscribed tablet. The Staff of the Shadowed One, Spear of Fusion, Zammer Sphere launchers, Rotuka launchers, and more. Next to those was the most amazing sight of all, the Kanohi Mask of Shadows, property of the leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, now nailed to the wall like just another trophy. And most terrifying of all was a massive stasis tube, imprisoning Duma to barely keep him alive in eternal suffering. Acting fast to free the Turaga, Takanuva introduced himself, begging Duma to trust him and help fix this broken world. As the trio of escapees delved deeper within the archives, they came face to face with two hooded, cloaked beings of shadow, the Makuta of this universe. Behind them echoed a voice all too familiar to Takanuva, the voice of Makuta Pterodax. In this world, he wore a rusted and pitted Kanohi Hau, explaining that even touching his former Mask of Shadows would immediately alert Toa Tuyet and her Vaki enforcers. Threatening to kill Takanuva and his companions, the Toa of Light revealed himself, stating that he was in opposition to Tuyet's rule, and his powers as a Toa of Light could help turn the tide of battle in their favor. Pterodax and Makuta Krika offered Takanuva a deal. They would help him find this universe's version of Brutaka to transport him back to the main universe, but only if Takanuva agreed to help the Makuta claim a valuable artifact to fight back against the Toa Empire, the legendary Mask of Time, which in this universe had been forged by Ataka himself. This Mask of Time was en route to Metru Nui in the hands of a Toa Empire convoy, protected by Toa Bomanga and Koalas, and led by fanatical Matoran Jaller, Takanuva's old friend in the Prime Dimension, now turned devout servant of the Toa Empire. Cooking up a specialized virus that gave Takanuva the power of flight, Makuta Krika and Pterodax bid him on his journey, agreeing to protect Takua and Turaga Duma while he was away. And so, Takanuva encountered the
Honestly, you can make
introducing
up
himself to
whatever
Jaller,
names, and
Koalas,
you're,
and
again,
Bomanga.
you'll still
Claiming
probably
to
be
one of
close
Tuyet's
if
secret
you
Toa
try.
enforcers, Takanuva managed to earn their trust, learning that the Brutaka of this universe had been killed by Toa Bomanga himself during the Empire's so-called lawful expedition to Voya Nui. Right before Takanuva was about to be exposed, a gust of wind swept past the caravan, and in an instant, the two Toa Haga and Jaller were downed, and in their place was Toa Lesovic, who had spared Takanuva's life in the hopes that he would aid him in the rebellion against the Toa Empire. And under the cover of darkness, Toa Lesovic and Takanuva darted through the sculpture fields of Po-Metru. Leading Takanuva to a misshapen and haphazard throne of stone, Lesovic introduced him to this universe's version of Toa Pohatu, former enforcer for the Toa Empire, now leader of the resistance efforts against the brutal dictatorship. Pohatu explained that over time, he had grown wary of Tuyet's regime, and the final straw was the senseless massacre of 4 dozen Matoran, which Pohatu refused to be a part of. After making contact with Lesovic, Pohatu had established a full-on resistance effort, comprised of Makuta, Dark Hunters, and even Matoran within the Toa Empire's ranks as secret agents. Joining this resistance was the Matoran Akmau, who had been a devious trickster in Takanuva's prime universe, but in this world, any being opposing the Toa was an ally to Takanuva. As the resistance team met in Pohatu's secret hideout, their plan was laid out. Akmau would alert every available Makuta in the city, while the Dark Hunter Darkness would rally together what remained of their organization. Any Matoran or Toa willing to revolt would be drafted into the rebellion, and in one night, every force that sought to oppose the Toa Empire would descend upon the city in a full-scale assault. It was a dangerous plan, but Takanuva had no choice but to agree, if he wanted any chance of breaking into the Colosseum and stealing Brutaka's old Olmec. It had all started out so well. Lesovic's band had made it close to the Colosseum before being spotted. As planned, Takanuva used his newfound shadow powers to blind the guards, Pohatu following with a massive fist of stone that cracked the walls of the huge structure. To the east, Makuta Pterodax led Makuta Krika, Makuta Kojol, Taragaduma, and Takua into battle. At first, they made short work of the Matoran and Toa who guarded Tuyet's fortress. Then, it
I'm
went
trying to
all wrong.
retain.
A Toa of iron appeared
I'm
on the
using
walls,
too many
and to
senses at
Takanuva's
once.
horror, a hail of spikes impaled Takua, ripping his body to shreds and killing Takanuva's alternate self. Makuta Kojol fell next, his armor crushed by the Toa's power and his essence incinerated by a Toa of plasma. Forced to pull back, Pterodax fled from his opponents, circling back to aid Lesovic's squad. The Dark Hunter Primal had run into Tahu in the eastern entrance, and in a surprise attack managed to kill the Toa of Fire.
Ripping him
As
to
revenge, Gali
shreds.
summoned a sphere of water around Primal's head, suffocating him on dry land. Toa Krakua hit Gali with a wave of solid sound, blasting apart her mask and armor, and Bohatu cried out too late, for Akmau had already dashed ahead and slain the fallen Toa of Water. He didn't get to enjoy his triumph long, for Kopaka flash froze Akmau, and a swipe from Onua's claws shattered the Matoran into little pieces of crystal and protodermis. Now, it was no longer one battle, but a dozen separate ones being fought at once, the lines moving back and forth. Pohatu fought his way into the Colosseum, but found himself too evenly matched with Onua to make much progress. Lesovic fell with an ice dagger in his shoulder, but rallied to blow Kopaka off his post high atop the Colosseum. Takanuva only could wince as the Toa of Ice hit the ground and lay still. As Takanuva, Pterodax, and Darkness rallied to storm the gates of the Colosseum, a battle like no other lay ahead of them. All around him, allies fell and familiar faces cried out in pain and death. Surrounded by suffering, Takanuva found the resolve to charge ahead, blasting his way past a group of Toa and finally reaching the inner chamber, the throne room of Toa Tuyet. There, framed in the chamber doors, was Tuyet, Nui stone in one hand, mask of dimensional gates in the other. Takanuva barely had a chance to react before he was blown through half a dozen walls by a focused tidal wave, Tuyet immediately making the first move to kill the outsider. Takanuva charged, and the next few seconds were a blaze of battle. Lasers turning water to steam, waves crashing
I'm
against
gonna
walls, a race to
hallucinate.
see what would happen first, Takanuva drowning in the tide or Tuyet drowning in darkness.
Probably.
When the fight was through, Tuyet stood once more triumphant. But just then,
After
a
this,
distant
like
sound
tomorrow.
echoed through the halls of the Colosseum, and as the two combatants surveyed the now demolished central square of Metru Nui, they could hear the sound of thousands of armed Matoran marching up to the building, finally rising up against the oppressive regime. In the distance, Takanuva could see airships and sea-going vessels carrying other Matoran, Dark Hunters, Vortex, and other beings, all bent on descending on the city, their eyes fixed on the Colosseum. In a moment of distraction, Tuyet activated the Mask of Dimensional Gates, intending to scour the multiverse to raise an army to return and crush the rebellion once and for all. As an energy portal opened in the center of the room, Takanuva seized the opportunity to steal the Olmec, snatching the mask from her face. The second it lost contact with her, its power shut off and the portal began to slowly close. Takanuva, mask in hand, dove through,
3 hours.
but Tuyet was not about to let him escape so easily. And even as he cleared the portal, she grabbed onto his leg, trying to follow him. Blasting him with hard bolts of water, Tuyet caught his hand and tore the mask, causing it to float away in the space between dimensions. Takanuva turned back, and what he saw horrified him. Tuyet was halfway through the portal, trying to drag Takanuva back in. She was so consumed by rage that she never noticed the portal closing until it was much too late. Screaming as the gates of reality slammed shut on her body, Tuyet's upper half was left in the void, and her lower half in the Colosseum on her world. Mercifully, death came instantly. Takanuva hovered in the inner space for a long moment. He wondered what would happen in Tuyet's universe with her gone. Would the Toa become protectors again? Would the Matoran take control? Or would some group of the Dark Hunters and Makuta become the new dictators? Perhaps someday, if he was able, he would return to find out the
I
answer.
think that
Turning his head away from the
after
remains of Tuyet,
finishing this, I will
wondering how it could
become
go so wrong, Takanuva realized with a shudder what a fine line it could be
like
between justice and tyranny.
I feel like
Tuyet's life
Bionicle and I are gonna be like
but the lives of
exes
no
that
Toa would
end
be
on
lost
good
if he
terms.
prevented.
Like
With grit
we
resolve,
respect each
he resumed his
other,
journey to
but we
Cardigan.
keep a
As
healthy
he opened the
distance.
dimensional gateway which
No
would finally
drama.
bring him back to his core universe. It's time to
Oh.
return to Carda Nui.
I'm
and
like
return to the
actually
events of the
losing
core
my
timeline,
mind. It's
and battles being fought and won during Takanuva's multiversal journey. Part 6. Battle for the Codrex.
I don't get any
Meanwhile, back in
margaritas
Bara
before this
Nui,
video.
the final battle was about to begin. As Toa Ignika held guard over Makuta, Icarax, and Mutron, the rest of the Takanuva followed the Makuta deep into the swamp. Reunited at last and combining all the pieces of the keystone, the 6 Takanuva engaged in the final battle for the Matoran universe. Hurtling towards each other through the air, each Toa locked in battle with each Makuta. After a brief struggle with Tahu, Vampra had flown into the mist and now silently hunted the cautious Toa of fire. Krika, who had been attacked by Gali, finally decided to make his moves while the Makuta were distracted. Partially draining some of Gali's energy, Krika carried her off into the swamp, hoping to have a peaceful conversation. Liwa, Kopaka, and Onua failed to notice this, occupied with the rest of the Makuta while Pohatu battled Gorast one-on-one, unable to deal any significant damage while the Makuta used the powers of her mass to disrupt his elemental power of stone. During this, Tahu managed to hurl a fireball at the plants below Vampra, causing a massive explosion and distracting the Makuta long enough to rejoin his friends. With Gorast distracted, Pohatu regained control over his elemental powers, reuniting with the Takanuva and realizing that Gali and Krika were missing. Still flying towards the Kodrex, Tahu
Absolutely
ordered Pohatu
sober.
to find Gali,
I
while he
am
went
of
to help the others
age,
fight.
so I am allowed
Away
to
from
make
the battle,
that
Krika spoke with Gali, still dazed from the attack.
a
Revealing to her
comment.
that he had
I
stupidly
promise.
betrayed Pterodax and left Makuta Miserix alive, Krika outlined the history of the
In the
Brotherhood.
multiverse, there's a version of
As
me
they
that will
spoke,
never have to
Krika
watch
gave
this
Gali a
video,
tablet of
and I hope
transit
she's doing
and told her to leave Karda Nui before the other Toa could awaken Mata Nui, so she could save herself from the death that awaited all who lingered there. Questioning his motives, Gali continued to doubt Krika, who simply told her that he wished to be different from the other Makuta, and show mercy, rather than an endless cycle of pain and death. Meanwhile, back in the former lair of the Makuta, Mutron's assistant Vikon was left to guard the equipment and Rahi experiments. One of these Rahi, the perplexing clock creature, attacked Vikon from a shattered vat with a piercing sonic scream. To Vikon's confusion, he felt the shadow within him begin to drain, replaced back with his Moralite and returning him to a lay Matoran, and Vikon came to the crucial realization that the Rahi Clack held the power to revert the Shadow Matoran back to their true selves and cure the Shadow Leech infection. But just as Gali was about to ask Krika about the true nature of Pterodax's plan, a bolt of lightning coursed through the sky, and a crackling dimensional gate ripped open in front of Gali and Krika. Emerging from the portal was Takanuva at last. Due to his nature as a Toa of Light, Takanuva felt the raw energy of Karda Nui fueling him, increasing his size to titanic scale and feeding energy and light throughout his entire body. Firing a bolt of light at Krika, Takanuva forced the Makuta to escape, sinking beneath the waters of the swamp with a resigned look on his face. For he had tried to warn Gali, but with the arrival of a Toa of Light and Shadow, there would be no stopping them from awakening Mata Nui now. Retrieving the miniaturized sundial of Mata Nui, Takanuva shone light upon it, instantly locating the hidden entrance to the Kodrex. As Takanuva gazed at the sky, he noticed Pohatu soaring through the air, but due to his orange armor and altered appearance from the adaptive armor, Takanuva failed to recognize him, and the darker, shadowy part of his nature instinctively pushed him to lash out with shadow. Mistaking Takanuva for Pterodax in disguise, Pohatu prepared to attack this new Toa of Light and Shadow, only for Gali to step in. Bridging her mind with Takanuva's just as she had done when he was merely Takua on the island of Mata Nui, Gali learned of the multiverse of madness Takanuva had just hurtled through, and realized his command over Shadow was the result of Icarax's Shadow Leech attack. Convinced that the armored titan before him was truly Takanuva, Pohatu apologized, and the 3 Toa flew onwards to reconvene with the rest of the Takanuva. Interlude: Destiny War, Part 2. As Takanuva joined the fight in Karda Nui, the rest of the universe was engulfed in turmoil. The war between the Order of Mata Nui and the Brotherhood of Makuta raged on, and no faction or land was left untouched. Across the universe, each major player was embroiled in their own individual conflicts, unaware that their paths were all about to collide. Axon and Brutaka had just tumbled in a pool of antidermis, their fates unknown. Vazon had been captured by Makuta Tridac, just as the fortress was attacked by Mazika and Tobduk in a major diversion in the hopes that Tridac would teleport the vast fortress and what remained of its armies to Metru Nui, where the Order would ambush them with all their forces. On the island of Zia, the Shadowed One, under command of the Order, had seized the populace, preventing them from supporting the Brotherhood, and he had just made a startling discovery of his own on the island. Elsewhere, Pridak, leader of what remained of the Baraki, had discovered a tablet detailing Makuta Pterodax's grand plan, and learned of the intricacies on how to cast the great spirit Mana Nui into slumber with a concoction of special viruses, the viruses that the Shadowed One himself had just stumbled upon. As Kalma, Mantax, and Elec waited to receive word from Pridak on the war efforts, the only other remaining Baraki alive, Takadox, had sailed away, making schemes of his own. In other corners of the universe, the intelligent Rahi Kitongu waged a war against the Visorak Scourge, driving the Makuta servants from their land and freeing their captives. Meanwhile, Toa Helrix watched the war from her inner chambers, observing and plotting. And in the darkness of the pit, Hydraxon and Toa Lezovic finally left to join the Order of Mana Nui in battle. During all this, a heated battle between the Toa Mari and Toa Haga had broken out, with the Haga resolved to destroy the floor of the Colosseum to root out Makuta Pterodax once and for all. And all this time, the colossal dragon Makuta Mizrix soared in the skies of the universe, searching for Pterodax on his own quest of revenge before being directed to the Colosseum, the same place the Toa Haga hoped to find Pterodax. All across the universe, the Order of Mana Nui launched surprise attacks on the Brotherhood of Makuta and used their allies to conquer key positions. The Brotherhood was taken unaware and lost their footing in much of the lands, though managed to keep up a resistance effort. As battles raged from Ninra to the southern islands, the Order of Mana Nui began to claim victory one by one. It was at this time that Toa Helrix began to set her grand plan into motion, fortifying the city of Metru Nui with large walls and sentinels at every coastline, transforming it into a fortress. Despite the complaints of Turaga, Vakama, and Duma, the fortification continued, and Helrix ordered double agents on stealth to begin leaking rumors that the Great Furnace on Metru Nui was being converted into producing a virus that could destroy Makuta armor, luring a final battle to Metru Nui. With the main Makuta fortress on Destral under siege and Makuta Tridax tricked into rushing to teleport their armies to Metru Nui, the ultimate battle to end the war was about to begin. Back in the city of Metru Nui, the Toa Mari and Toa Haga were still locked in combat, decimating most of the city in their wake. As their fight brought them to the archives, Kualis activated his mask of Rahi control as a desperate measure, summoning a massive Rahi beast to erupt from the pavement and attack the Toa Mari. Acting fast, Toa Hali blasted Kualis with a stream of water, which proved to be a fatal error, for the enraged Rahi broke free from Kualis' control, rampaging through the streets of the city. Putting aside their personal feelings in this crisis, the Toa Mari and Haga reluctantly worked together to subdue the beast, teaming up to beat it back to the archives and sealing it deep underground. As the 11 battle-weary Toa stood around the unconscious beast, the Toa Haga had enough time to explain to the Toa Mari what was going on, and what their true mission was. As they detailed the Takanuva's daring battles in the core of the universe to fight for the Great Spirit, the Haga revealed that the true secrets of the cosmos and its workings were somewhere beneath their feet, in a place that no Toa, Matoran, or Turaga had ever been. Right now, they had reason to believe Makuta Pterodax had reached that place, and if they were right, it may have already been too late. And so, after hours of planning and half a day to convince the Turaga to support their endeavor, the Toa Mari and Toa Haga finally worked together to create an entrance to the Colosseum. And as the Haga descended into the darkness, they begged the Toa Mari to stay behind, for they were their last line of defense against Makuta Pterodax, should the Haga fail and Pterodax were to escape. Reluctantly agreeing to sit out the fight below the Colosseum, Jalar and his companions watched Norik lead his team of Toa Haga into the tunnel, as the entrance sealed behind them. Just then, a mysterious stranger materialized behind the Toa Mari. Carrying the golden heart of the Visorak, the stranger introduced herself as Jomak, agent of the Order of Mana Nui, and bid the Toa Mari on a dire mission to summon the Scourge of Spiders to be trapped in their final resting place. This heart of the Visorak had been obtained by the Takanuva for the Scroll of Preparations months ago, and now was the time to use it. Refusing to leave Metru Nui undefended, Jalar bid Huki and Kongu farewell to guard the city, while he, Holly, and Nuparu ventured to Artidax to summon the Horde. Meanwhile, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of Mana Nui, had chosen that time to take drastic action. Traveling to the island of Ninra, one of the last strongholds of the Makuta, and home to the weapons-crafting Ninra Ghost Matoran, Helrix arrived at the site of a grand struggle between the Brotherhood of Makuta and the Order. The Makuta had kept a strong resistance of Rakshi and Exo-Toa on Ninra, which had held for most of the war, but after a recent climactic battle, their beach was now littered with dead Rakshi, and the Order had claimed victory. Now, Helrix wandered the sands, occasionally picking up a piece of Rakshi armor, studying it for a moment, and then discarding it. Using the power of her mask of psychometry, Helrix could read the past of an object simply by touching it. Her goal was simple. Since the Rakshi were
Is
created
everyone
using
else's
energized
brain going?
protodermis, the Order wished to know every source of that substance used by the Makuta so they could capture or destroy those sources. Without them, no new
Might be
Rakshi could come into being,
moosh.
and it would be far easier to defeat the Brotherhood by cutting off their source of power rather than beating them in battle. As a vision flashed before Helrix's eyes, she saw an island directly to their north, and caught a glimpse of the scientist Makuta Chirok standing before a silvery pool, one that had a being emerging from it, made of pure energized protodermis. Focusing on that location, Helrix visualized the path to the final pool, and summoned the intelligent Rahi Kitangu, who had agreed to temporarily break off his efforts to save the victims of the Visorak long enough to help in the war. In return, Helrix had promised him that the Visorak would never again be a threat to anyone else, a mission that Jalar and his companions were about to fulfill. Arriving on the mysterious island, Helrix and Kitangu warily ventured forth, seeking the final source of Rakshi. Their destination at first seemed uninhabited, but that illusion didn't last long. Helrix spotted things skulking among the rocks. They weren't Matoran or Rahi, but looked like something in between. Something was very wrong on this island, and the air, ground, and even the inhabitants all felt off, somehow, in a way that made even Kitangu uneasy. There were no buildings on this island, just a large, central cavern entrance that beckoned the two warriors forward. Deep within this cave, Helrix and Kitangu came upon a vast lake of energized protodermis, the largest source in all of existence. Rising from the center was a figure of a living being, a head, two
I think
arms,
I'm gonna
and
be
a
the
torso
biggest
ending in the lake
brain
itself. Its
person.
features were barely there,
Can I
and its
survive
substance
this?
was the silver color of energized protodermis. This was a mysterious protodermis entity who claimed to be a raw force of nature, born of creation and destruction. This entity explained how it had once lived in the core of a planet, until one day a portion of its substance forced its way onto the surface. It did not take long for the inhabitants of that world to discover its power or to begin warring over it. But some of what makes up its form was taken and placed inside the Matoran universe, and so escaped before Cataclysm overtook that world. This was, of course, the events of the Shattering and the Core War for Spherus Magna, spoken for the first time in the Matoran universe. Now, the energized protodermis had taken on a will of its own, experimenting on the island around it, and even allowing others, like the Takanuva, to make use of its power if it found their intentions intriguing enough. As Helrix threatened to destroy the entity of living energized protodermis, it only laughed, bubbling up and threatening to cascade downwards towards the two warriors in a wave. Meanwhile, back on the Makuta fortress on Destral, Tridax rushed out of the prison chamber to investigate Mazika and Tobduck's attack, leaving Vezon to wander free around the fortress himself. Reaching a sub-basement, Vezon encountered a Kanohi Olmec, Mask of Dimensional Gates, in front of a large number of stasis tubes, which to his horror held twisted and dark versions of Takanuva, fully converted to darkness and plucked from the multiverse of madness to serve the Brotherhood in the war. Before Tridax was able to unleash the Shadow Takanuva army on the attackers, Mazika and Tobduck burst in, exposing Tridax's armor to a protosteel-eating virus and incinerating his antidermis cloud with Tobduck's staff, killing the Makuta where he stood. As Tobduck surveyed the Shadow Takanuva army, he ordered Mazika to kill Vezon. But seeing as Vezon did not appear to be allied with the Makuta, Mazika spared his life, allowing Vezon to escape with the Kanohi Olmec to a random destination in the universe. Fleeing through a portal, Vezon left the fortress, and with their duty completed, Tobduck told Mazika where to find the Nui entrance, who left to seek out Voltraz immediately. As the fortress began to crumble from their attack, most of the Shadow Takanuva were crushed by rubble where they lay. But unbeknownst to Tobduck, a few managed to escape, plotting their next moves in service of Pterodax. While all this was happening, back on the island of Zia, Ancient encountered the Shadowed One knelt over a small box of viruses, laughing to himself with the body of a dead Vortex beside him, crystalline protodermis covering his face. The Shadowed One then explained to Ancient that long ago, a Makuta by the name of Kojal had visited Zia with a stash of viruses, looking to combine them into the ultimate weapon. The official story was that Kojal had succumbed to his own viruses, but secretly, Ancient knew that the Order of Metru Nui had him killed, but the viruses were never recovered. Trying not to look as worried as he felt, Ancient attempted to convince the Shadowed One to ransom the viruses off or give them to the Order, but the Shadowed One took him by surprise, stating that the viruses were the original mix that Pterodax had used to overthrow the Great Spirit Metru Nui, and that a secret shared was no longer a secret. In an instant, 2 beams of power lanced out from the Shadowed One's eyes, striking Ancient. The veteran Dark Hunter
I think time is going slower
disintegrated
now.
by the force of the blast, for the Shadowed One
It
was
needs
willing
to
to
speed
kill
back
even his
up.
most trusted advisor to keep this a secret. Weeks later, Prydac conveyed everything he had learned of Pterodax's plan to his fellow Baraki, and so Kalma, Mantax, and Eleg traveled to Zia, hoping to strike an alliance with the Shadowed One, who they believed to be in possession of some sort of virus left by Makuta Kojal ages ago. Confronting the Shadowed One, the Baraki stated that if the virus was on Zia, he had it, but only the Baraki had the information on how to use it, gained from Prydac's knowledge of Pterodax's grand plan. And so, the Shadowed One agreed to meet Prydac on neutral ground, in the abandoned land of Karzani, planning for Dark Hunters and Baraki to walk side by side into a new dawn. Meanwhile, back in Metru Nui, the city continued to be fortified for battle. Objecting to the Order's goals to have Metru Nui be Stage 1 for the final battle, Huki and Kongu were swiftly removed by the Order of Metru Nui, temporarily imprisoned so the Order could continue its work. Unaware of the commotion above, the Toahaga continued to delve deeper into the catacombs beneath the Colosseum, traversing into the inner sanctums of the brain of the robot. Just then, in a crash of tearing metal and dust, Makuta Miserix plunged into the tunnels, teleporting directly beneath the Colosseum and confronting the Toahaga. After briefly discussing their intentions to beat Pterodax in his own lair, the Toahaga agreed to team up with Miserix, despite the protestations of Zaktan's floating head in the fishbowl, whose pleas for the Toahaga to kill Miserix were ignored. After what felt like hours of travel, the tunnel at last came to a stop. It ended in a mid-sized chamber, lined with sophisticated machinery. But that wasn't what captured the attention of the Haga. No, they were focused on the 2 corpses in the room.
I wish I could
Above
fall
them was
asleep
a
for 4
large scroll
hours.
of text, and
That would
Gaki
be
could only make
awesome.
out one phrase: Bara Magna.
This
Scraping
sleeve
off
that
a
I'm
piece of the
about to
armor of the
get,
long-dead
the
warriors,
honk
Toa and
shoes.
Miserix were amazed to find that their armor was not made of protodermis, and the
This is
warriors
just like a
sported
9-hour
mostly
long
organic,
bedtime story.
decayed tissue. Since all things within the Matoran universe were made of protodermis, the mysterious corpses had to be from somewhere else, somewhere older, outside their known world. These were, of course, the bodies of Glatorian warriors who had somehow made it into the brain of the robot during the shattering, but were trapped in the catacombs beneath the robot. And as the Haga, Miserix, and Zaktan ventured forwards, they prepared to confront the darkness of Pterodax. Meanwhile, Jaller, Holly, and Nuparu set foot on the land of Ardedax. Placing the heart of the Vizrak in the center of a massive volcano, the Toa Mari prepared to summon the millions of Vizrak from around the universe, trapping them there. Just then, Takadox slunk from the shadows, revealing that he had been following them from some time. Trapping all 3 Toa Mari in his hypnotic sway, Takadox forced them to stand still on the island as the Vizrak approached, stealing their boat and stowing away for further exploits. As the horde of Vizrak approached and the Toa Mari stood helpless on the beach, all seemed lost. But just then, a voice began to rattle through Jaller's mind. Taunting him, he recognized it as the voice of Makuta Pterodax himself, who for reasons unknown, wished for the Toa Mari to be freed of their hypnosis. Laughing at the Toa for making such good statues, Pterodax sent a sharp jolt of pain through Jaller's mind, leaving him with the parting words that it would be a shame if Pterodax didn't have a chance to see Jaller's expression as he found out the truth. As the pain cut through the fog of Takadox's hypnosis, Jaller awoke, and with no time to even try and figure out why Makuta Pterodax had saved them, he quickly shook Holly and Nuparu awake, and as they fled the island, the volcanoes erupted behind them, instantly killing every single Vizrak and decimating one of the most powerful armies of the Makuta, finally completing one of the major tasks on the Scroll of Preparations. Back on the mysterious island of energized protodermis, Toa Helrix and Kitangu prepared to face the wave of the mutagenic material. Just then, a portal opened in front of them, and Vezon rushed out, fleeing from the Destro Makuta fortress's destruction. The mad half-being had opened the portal to a random location, which just so happened to be directly in front of Helrix and Kitangu, just as they fled the wave of protodermis. Charging through Vezon's portal, Helrix redirected its location to Pterodax's lair below the Colosseum, seeking to confront the Dark Lord once and for all. As the portal closed behind them, that left only Vezon, holding the Olmec to his face as the wave of energized protodermis crashed towards him. Barely having a chance to speak, Vaison cried out as he was transformed by the protodermis, fusing him to the Olmec and granting him the innate ability to open trans-dimensional gates. In an instant of madness, Vaison hurtled through the multiverse, and portals to other worlds began to rip open all across this universe and beyond. It was at this exact moment that Axon and Brutaka found themselves submerged in the pit of Antidermis. To Axon's horror and surprise, the Antidermis had bonded with Brutaka, who already shared a unique connection to the twisted essence of the Makuta after his time on Voya Nui. Brutaka then began to speak, but in a voice that was not his own. And as Brutaka seized Axon in a grip of iron and burning touch, he used his Olmec to open a portal to the catacombs beneath the Colosseum, and in an instant, Axon and Brutaka materialized before the Toahaga, Makuta Mizrix, and Zaktan, followed directly by the materializing forms of Toa Helrix and Kitongu. There was only the briefest of moments for the stunned warriors to reunite, for all around them, the voice of Makuta Pterodax began to laugh. In an instant, a bolt of lightning arced out, shattering Brutaka's Olmec, for Makuta Pterodax did not want them to be able to escape. At the same moment, a loud hum filled the room, and Zaktan's water tank shattered, leaving the former Paraka leader presumed dead, for he had known too much of Pterodax's plan. The remaining combatants stood and faced the voice of Pterodax, and their own final battle was about to begin. High above the catacombs below the Colosseum, the final battle for the Destiny War had begun. Surrounded by towering walls with weapons mounted on the top of each, Metru Nui was converted to a full-on fortress, weapons belching fire and smoke at the attackers. Ships flying the banner of the Brotherhood of Makuta ringed the island city, while flying Rakshi assaulted from every direction, firing bolts of energy from their staves while others pounded on the walls. In one section, a portion of the wall had already crumbled, and warriors fought in the gap, trying to keep the invaders out. By the time Jalar, Hali, and Nuparu returned, the battle was in full force, and even Huki and Kongu had been freed to defend against the Brotherhood's forces, allowing the Toamari to reunite at last. Inside the Colosseum, Turaga Vakama rushed to a secure room, the chamber in which he housed the legendary Kanohi Vahi, Mask of Time. He was halfway down the stairs when he heard the crash. Racing down, Vakama found a dozen heavily armed Tamatoran scattered like leaves in a windstorm. The door to the chamber had crumpled and rusted with age, and stepping through it was a being Vakama hoped to never see again. A little over 1,000 years ago, when he was still a Toa, Vakama had battled a being called Voparak. Surrounded by a field that aged everything it touched, Voparak now worked for the Dark Hunters and sought one thing in Metru Nui, the thing he now held in his great claw, the Kanohi Mask of Time. Looking back at Vakama with contempt, the Dark Hunter shrugged and left, rapidly aging any Order of Madanui agent who tried to stop him. Resigned to the loss, Turaga Vakama rushed out of the Colosseum, prepared to man the defenses and muster the armies to battle with all the strength he had. And all around him, Jalar watched as his city crumbled under the power of the Brotherhood's forces. In his day as the captain of the Takuro Guard, Jalar had honed his mind with battle strategies, and it was clear that the Order had badly underestimated the ferocity of the Makuta attack. As he watched, the defenders of the wall fell back, and the invaders began pouring through. Metru Nui, the city of legends, was almost lost, and it would take a true miracle for the Brotherhood's forces to be beaten back. Part 7. Mata Nui Rising. As the climactic battle began both above and below the city of Metru Nui, the Takanuva continued on their singular quest to reach the Kodrex and reawaken Mata Nui once and for all within the swamps of Karda Nui. With Takanuva, Titan Toa of Light and Shadow on their side, the Takanuva prepared for one final battle against the Brotherhood of Makuta's most powerful enforcers. Meanwhile, Icarax, still guarded by Toa Ignika, telepathically sent a message to his Shadow Matoran servant Voltras to rendezvous in Karda Nui and cause a distraction to allow Icarax to escape. Soaring into Karda Nui, Voltras arrived in the Skyfighter, unaware he was being tailed by his mortal enemy, Mazika, who had been following him ever since gaining directions from Talbduck and encountering Vaison in Makuta's Destral Fortress. As Mazika moved to intercept Voltras, he managed to distract the Shadow Matoran from his mission to help Icarax escape. Consumed by rage at the sight of his mortal enemy, Voltras changed course, making a beeline for Mazika. Just then, a mysterious dimensional gateway opened between them, an after effect of the many portals opened by the crazed Vaison. In an instant, both Mazika and Voltraz were sent careening through the multiverse, hurtling towards another alternate universe, while Vezon disappeared into yet another portal, his newfound powers spiraling out of control. Seeing that his distraction had not come to pass,
This portal stuff
sought to distract Toa
is really far from where we started.
As he taunted the
We're in like
warrior,
magic world now.
realized that the Ignika did not know it was designed with a countdown that signaled the time when the mask would absorb all life in the universe. After Icrax informed Ignika that this countdown would end when the Kanohi's coloring changed from its current shade of silver to pure black, Ignika forgot all about his prisoner and sped down into the swamp to warn the Takanuva. Back in the swamps below Kara Nui, Tahu and the others collected their 6 keystones, reading inscriptions detailed on the stones as instructions to unlock the Kodrex and open the heart of Mata Nui. At this moment, Toa Ignika arrived and told the Toa, using his new knowledge of spoken language, that he was not simply wearing the Mask of Life. He truly was the essence of the Kanohi Ignika, and on an unstoppable countdown to destroy the universe. Even beyond that, Takanuva added that should they succeed in awakening Mata Nui, devastating energy storms would decimate the entire region of Kara Nui, leaving only the Kodrex as a safe space. Refusing to give up, Tahu came up with a daring plan. Sneak inside the Kodrex, use the Mask of Life to awaken Mata Nui, and somehow escape faster than the storms could hit. And with that, the ultimate battle began. Clashing through the sky and spiraling down to the swamp, all 8 Toa fought all 8 Makuta, with Icrax and Metron joining the fight. Words cannot describe the immense scale of this clash of epic proportions, so I won't even try. As the battle outside the Kodrex raged on, Tahu slipped away to unlock the force field around it, allowing the Toa to enter the mysterious structure while Takanuva and Toa Ignika kept the Makuta busy. Unbeknownst to them, Makuta Antros managed to slip in behind them, trailing the Toa as they began to
I think it goes back to what I was talking about earlier with just general accessibility of Lego. I don't think Lego has ever necessarily been super easy to get into.
Sporting technology the likes of which they had never seen
So,
before. Just as Pohatu and Liwa claimed their vehicles, seeing
I think that's something important to bring up.
Rushed in, seizing the final vehicle and blasting out of the Kodrex, with Liwa and Pohatu in pursuit. As the rest of the combatants made their way into the Kodrex, Icrax lashed out with shadow energy, threatening to destroy the Kodrex to stop the Toa from awakening Mata Nui. Takanuva left to try and restore the Shadow Matoran to their original
I think it's about approachability too. I mean, if I saw a 9-hour video, I wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, a 9-hour video, that's something that I can consume. I would probably be super overwhelmed, super intimidated because it's a super long video. I knew I wouldn't be able to finish it in one sitting, and it would make me not want to watch the video. But if there was like Bionicle for beginners, or Ninjago for beginners, or here's everything you need to know to be able to understand Bionicle lore. So like definitions, key people, and you learn who they are before, kind of like how sometimes in like textbooks, like history textbooks, or science textbooks, you get definitions in the beginning of a chapter of like, here are some key points or key things that we need to define because this might be your first time seeing them. Let's define them so you have context, and then we give you all of this lore, or how they're important or what they do. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of names and a bunch of places and a bunch of things, but you're not really grasping contextually, and that's what makes it difficult.
Sending each of his atoms scattered across the universe and killing the so-called leader of the Brotherhood once and for all. In the skies above Kara Nui, Takanuva encountered the scientific assistant Vikon, who told him of the clock Rahi and the curative powers of its sonic scream. Rounding up as many Shadow Matoran as he could capture, Takanuva brought the Av Matoran to the recently captured clock, where they began to slowly be cured of their shadow. Just in time for a cured Shadow Matoran to explain that the Makuta actually wanted the Toa to win and awaken Mata Nui for reasons unknown. Rushing to warn his friends, Takanuva made a beeline for the Kodrex, unaware that Makuta Krika had overheard his revelations about the energy storms, and began to slowly piece together the true depth of Pterodax's plan. As Takanuva hurtled downwards to the swamps, he was attacked by Chirox and Biddle, using his power of light to rend holes in their armor and force their antidermis essence out. Giving in
Yeah,
to
I
his
don't want
battle
it to be
rage and
like
shadow
for
side,
dummies
Takanuva
though.
fired devastating blasts of shadow from every limb, tearing the Shadow Matoran from the backs of the Makuta and focusing his power on burning the Makuta within. As Kopaka caught the Matoran as they fell, he managed to calm down Takanuva, bringing everyone back inside the Codex to discuss the plan to reawaken Mata Nui. Despite Takanuva's warnings that the Makuta
Everyone
wanted this to happen,
is
the Takanuva felt that there was no other way to achieve their destiny. And so,
allowed to, you know, learn things at their own pace. I don't think anyone's dumb for not just immediately figuring all of this out.
to reawaken Mata Nui.
Yeah, there's a dictionary link,
caught up to his fellow Makuta, desperate to save his
and he does define a lot, but the problem is over the 9-hour course period, there's like, stop, pause, let me tell you this. Okay, I'm gonna define it, then I'm gonna talk about it, I'll define more, and it's just a lot. So I feel like if there was an easier way to break it down, like before you watch this video, Bionicle for beginners, start here. You know, here's a little bit of history, here's the idea. Let me define some key terms, some key people, some key ideas, and kind of setting the scene. I think that would make, not that it would make it super more approachable, but it's definitely a start. I mean, 9 hours is just a really long video.
And just like that, Makuta Krika died, failing to save the universe.
Oh yeah, I think you can still enjoy the lore however way you want to consume it. But thinking of those who might be super new and could be intimidated, I think there are other ways that we can communicate and kind of invite them into wanting to learn more. I think I'm pretty sure there's like studies done on why people, you know, back down from learning a new hobby or learning something, like just learning something new, and it's because that fear of like, what do I not know, and the information gap, and trying to feel like you're getting something, and that turns people away if they don't feel like they get it.
The battle was over. Pterodax had been defeated, and there would only be peace and happiness wherever they looked. As the Toahaga happily sauntered out of the chamber, Pterodax then turned his attention to the remaining foes, teleporting Brutaka, Axon, and Kitongu out of existence to the far southern reaches of the universe. And now, all that was left was Toa Helrix. Taunting the first Toa, Pterodax promised to keep her imprisoned for all eternity in the mind of the Great Spirit, sharing his plans, dreams, hopes, and ambitions with her, for as long as she remained sane. Anyone else would have been filled with dread at Pterodax's words, but not Helrix. Instead, she saw an opportunity. She would be alive, her memories would be her own, and she would be in the center of Pterodax's thoughts. Right then, she made a vow. She would not break. She would not crumble before the weight of his darkness. No matter what, she would defy him. And
yeah, I don't recommend anyone to watch this video. I would totally recommend, though, breaking it down into each of the sections. Like, that would be
the heart of the great spirit robot. Only
probably
flash of darkness slipped through the cracks between the Kanoki and Nika, and there was little
like a you know, watching it over the course of a longer time. That'd be really helpful.
The remaining members of the Brotherhood of Makuta tried fruitlessly to escape, save Gorast, who was stunned and driven mad by this treachery. And so, each Makuta was disintegrated, one by one, with Pterodax's main competition all taken out, leaving him the sole living Makuta in the universe. Climbing onto their vehicles, the Toanuva soared out of Karda Nui, passing the clack creature which cured Takanuva just as the dome was enveloped by light, for the great spirit Mata Nui had awoken again. Meanwhile, back in the grand city of Metru Nui, the battle continued to rage on. Just then, all around the combatants, everything began to change.
I'm definitely going to follow this up with reading something, and you're probably like, oh, you want more? And like, I swear, I think I'm going to like recount better if I go back through and read and go like, oh.
They had broken through the walls in 4 places.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Just then, Vakama
I'm like
and Jar
connecting
put a daring
dots.
plan
I'm
into motion.
totally missing
Hailing
things.
Krakua, Toa of Sonics, they convinced him to cycle through a series of sonic frequencies before he found just the right one to awaken the Borak that had been stored in the archives below Metru Nui. And so, the ground itself erupted before the Rakshi, and hundreds of Borak poured out with a singular mission to reach and cleanse the island of Mana Nui. As the Rakshi attacked the Borak, the city slowly shook from a series of explosions, and a cry echoed from the highest towers of Kometru. There were fighter vehicles inbound. Holly looked up to see 3 incredibly fast aircraft soar over the city, bank as one, and head back to where the ships waited. One slowed and dipped its wing to her, and she recognized Pohatu in the pilot's seat. The Takanuva had come home. Peppering the Rakshi with blasts of light from their vehicles and decimating what remained of the Brotherhood ships, the Takanuva and Takanuva had arrived to turn the tide, and finally the storm was over. The Brotherhood ships had sunk to the bottom of the Silver Sea, and while the walls around the city had been battered down, the rubble was littered with dead Krata and shattered Rakshi army. Metru Nui was safe, and as the Takanuva confirmed, the Great Spirit
What do you
had
mean this is
awakened.
not something to
The
do on
power
a
of the
Sunday night?
Brotherhood
This
of
is what
Makuta was
everyone
broken
should be
for all
doing on
time.
a Sunday night.
Taragaduma and Taragavakama appeared side by side to
Oh yeah,
announce
no, I'm
that
definitely
tomorrow
going
would
to
be a
read.
citywide day of celebration in
Absolutely.
the Colosseum. Only
I want
Toa
to see
Holly
how
stood
it
aside.
was also like
Despite all
intended
the
to be
wounded and dying
consumed.
among the defenders, she could not help but feel it had all been a little too
I think there's like a certain bias in the
True,
way
there
that
had been some unexpected help.
Chris like
The
presents the
airships, the
information, like
Borak,
how he
the
presents the
storm.
information, which is
But they had
probably really
faced an
helpful, but
army
I want to
of
make my
Rakshi.
own
Something told her they should
judgments
not
on the
have won,
situations.
at least not with so much of the city still intact. And as she returned to aid to the wounded and shook off these troubling thoughts, she failed to hear the sound of dark laughter on the wind. Outside of the Matoran universe, beneath the endless ocean, in the heart of a massive cave, energy pulses course through rock. Machines which sat immobile for 1,000 centuries shuddered and slowly moved, shaking the universe. Power raced through long disused conduits and streamed further and further from Karda Nui. Water rippled around the barren island of Mata Nui, stripped of all life and vegetation by Borak hordes. Powerful quakes shook the earth, and massive megaliths of mountain and bedrock crashed into the ocean. An immense chasm ripped upward through the middle of the doomed island, each side sliding toward the ocean as something massive pushed up from below. Far away, to the south and east and west, water foamed and boiled as underwater shockwaves spread from the movement beneath the sea. Gigantic whirlpools formed and disappeared. The sea itself heaved up towards the sky. 2 halves of the island churned, already frothing waters as they slid apart and dissolved into the maelstrom.
What should be
A
the
tremendous
first
head
Bionicle
made of
set I
metallic
get?
protodermis rose from beneath the shattered remains of the once beautiful island. Water, soil, and rock cascaded off
Like
its face
I'm
as it
thinking now,
rose
like
higher and
I
higher
have
into
to
the
at
sky.
least get like
Titanic
one
shoulders
moth or
breached
something,
the
right?
ocean,
Like
and an equally immense chest
as a
pivoted
trophy for
upwards.
survival.
Slowly, the robot climbed to its feet and towered above the clouds for the first time in 100,000 years. Yellow light gleamed from its eyes as it surveyed the ocean below. Mata Nui has risen. Colossal eyes flashed for the briefest of moments before turning dark. Within the Grand Colosseum of Metru Nui, Taragaduma gave a thrilling speech praising the exploits of the Takanuva in their efforts to reawaken Mata Nui. As he proclaimed that the age of darkness was over and they could finally live in the light, his words were cut off by a fleeting shadow that passed over the twin moons, and an ice-cold breeze cut through the Colosseum. High above, the stars of Metru Nui were darting across the sky, spinning wildly. It looked as if the universe itself was being undone and remade at the same time. Slowly, the stars began to realign, coming to rest in a pattern both bizarre and horribly familiar. From random stars in the sky, they had arranged themselves into a shape, the shape of the Mask of Shadows, symbol of Makuta Pterodax. As Kopaka slowly began to realize why Makuta Pterodax wanted them to reawaken Mata Nui, a dark, humorless laugh boomed from every stone, every star, from the ground, the sky, the ocean. Matoran huddled in fear even as the Toa drew their weapons. As Tahu yelled into the sky, promising to fight back against the Makuta, Pterodax only continued to laugh, explaining that when the Takanuva awakened Mana Nui, the antidermis spirit of Makuta Pterodax had been in the brain of the robot already, and managed to slip in and take the place of Mana Nui's spirit. And so, the Takanuva had awakened Mana Nui's body, with Makuta Pterodax's spirit taking his place. And to the Toa and assembled crowd, the voice of Pterodax chuckled. How could they fight the air they breathed, the ground they walked on? For Pterodax was no longer a physical opponent. To the denizens of the Matoran universe, he was their god. Omnipotent and all-powerful, the only threat to Pterodax now was the spirit of Mana Nui himself. And as the great spirit robot's eyes turned red, the ground beneath the Toa's feet shook violently as a surge of energy flowed through all existence. Outside the robot, the mask of life was ejected from the Matoran universe, carrying the life force and spirit of Mana Nui. And as the Matoran, Toa, and the Order of Mana Nui prepared for an eternity of misery under this reign of shadows, their only hope now was the spirit of Mana Nui. Somewhere in the endless void between planets, the mask of life flew. Free of the bounds of the Matoran universe, it had turned from silver back to gold once more. It carried within it the mind and spirit of Mana Nui, on a journey whose destination no one could know. But if anyone were able to hear the being within the mask, one statement would have been clear, ringing through the void like the tolling of a bell. I will return. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 8, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 3, Rising. Thousands of years ago, battles raged across the planet of Spherus Magna in the cataclysmic Core War, shattering the planet in 3 chunks and decimating the population of Agori villagers and Glatorian warriors. In this extinction-level event, scientist kings known as Great Beings devised a last-ditch attempt at survival, sending a colossal Great Spirit Mana Nui robot hurtling into deep space to survey and collect data on other worlds, societies, and technology, with the hopes of returning after thousands of years to repair the planet. Thanks to a rogue Great Being, the inhabitants of this microcosm of a universe gained sentience, and over these 1,000 years paved their own path forwards in the legend of Bionicle. As the evil Makuta Pterodax overthrew the Mana Nui consciousness governing the robot, and the Matoran universe plunged into darkness and suffering, it's time to shift our focus to the now barren remains of Spherus Magna, and how this post-apocalyptic world evolved since the shattering. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 9, Rebirth. Part 1, Sands of Bara Magna. Welcome to the wastelands of Bara Magna. Once a thriving, rich world full of life and resources, Bara Magna is now a husk of its former glory. With scarce food and water, only the strongest and most resilient manage to carve a life amidst the desert. Agori villagers, struggling to survive, were aided and protected by stronger Glatorian warriors who defended their elemental tribes from the dangers that lurked in the sands. The deadly warrior faction of Skrull managed to coexist with these other villagers, forming a unique culture and society of their own. To the far north of the planet, treacherous mountains rose from the desert, an icy wilderness filled with the remnants of the Great Being's experiments. Like the shape-shifting Batera, robots programmed to instantly kill any being holding a weapon. Even further north lay the mysterious Valley of the Maze, an ancient fortress of the Great Beings from long before the Shattering. During the final stages of the Core War, the Great Beings ordered the Batera to construct an impenetrable labyrinth around their fortress complex, designed to keep the Element Lords from acquiring the ultimate power source housed inside. As some of the most powerful beings on Spherus Magna, the Element Lords survived the Shattering, and were trapped for thousands of years somewhere in the northern regions. If you recall from the Prologue, the Element Lords were the original rulers of Spherus Magna, created by the Great Beings to have ultimate control over each of the elemental tribes. Of course, they're also the ones that started the Core War, and because of them, the entire planet was split apart. So essentially, these element lords are power hungry and will do anything to regain the control they once had over the Agori and Glatorian. Now, just a bit of a behind the scenes info here as well. Now, the element lords were supposed to be the main villains of the Bionicle 2010 storyline, but unfortunately, since Bionicle was cancelled, they didn't really end up doing anything. And for the most part, their fate is left pretty much unresolved. We'll touch on this a lot more when we actually get into the epilogue for Bionicle Retold, so stay tuned for that if you want to hear more about where the Element Lords were probably going. All across the planet of Bara Magna, remnants of experiments left behind by the great beings littered the landscape, largest of which were the scattered body parts of the first prototype robot, activated and destroyed years ago when its power source grew unstable. Colossal limbs, joints, and machinery stood stark against the desert sands, a reminder of the once great technology this world boasted. Directly following the shattering, a contingent of water tribe Agori, led by the Glatorian Tarix and Kina, ventured far south to the sea of liquid sand. While most of their tribe perished en route, those who survived established the village of Tajun and created their own isolated society there. Likewise, the Ice Tribe migrated to the icy Equinox village amidst the White Quartz Mountains, creating vast mines and villages within the ice, and discovering rich deposits of a precious, metallic element known as Obsidian, valued for its endurance and ability to withstand sand erosion and rust. Soon, all aspects of society began to use Obsidian for their weapons, armor, helmets, and even vehicles. Meanwhile, the Agori of the Jungle Tribe were embroiled in a vast political conflict, with the Agori population deeply divided between those who supported
Good
the war
morning.
and those who did not. Thus, their elders issued a challenge. Whichever faction built the quickest and best settlement would be allowed to live in the small pocket of jungle on Bara Magna. However, the elders carefully arranged for neither side to have sufficient resources, forcing them to turn to each other for help. This cooperation healed the rift in the tribe as they worked to create the twin villages of Tisara, taking refuge in the shade underneath the fingers of the colossal prototype robot. Lastly, the Fire Tribe, boasting the largest surviving population on Bara Magna, took up residence in Volcanus, a pit of cooled lava that provided shelter and vast spaces to construct villages and trading outposts across the sand. Far beyond the civilized pockets of society, the open desert was the home of the Sand Tribe, who lived in the ruins, foraging for food and mentally regressing into the primal, animalistic Vorox and Zesk. North of the Black Spike Mountains, the Skrull race and their rock tribe following established a secluded empire, only venturing to civilized lands on rare occasions. And following the genocide of the race after the Great Dreaming Plague, the only two remaining Iron Agori, Samad and Telluris, became
Over 9
desert
hours,
bandits,
yeah.
preying on travelers in their makeshift vehicles and battlecraft. Soon, the four civilized tribes of fire, water, jungle, and ice began fighting over resources, such as the Obsidian peddled by the Ice Agori Metis. Seeking to avert another war, a group of Glatorian, led by the grizzled Korwar veteran Sertavis, developed a system of arena matches using new Glatorian fighters. Instead of fighting in all-out wars, villages could challenge each other by sending forth champions to the Grand Atiro Arena, a free city where combatants fought one-on-one to determine the victor with a strict no-killing rule. As this system prevented the needless deaths of both Agori and Glatorian, all four civilized tribes agreed, and the inhabitants of Bara Magna entered a new phase of their lives. Part 2. Fall and Rise of the Skrull. As the Agori and Glatorian established their arena system and began to settle into the four separate villages, the Skrull warriors, led by the last surviving member of an elite breed of Skrull named Tuma, were cut off from their homeland after the global disaster of the Shattering. Following this, the Skrull resolved to tame the lands in which they found themselves, the volcanic, unstable, and dangerous territory north of the Black Spike Mountains. Although some parts of it remained too treacherous even for the Skrull to explore after tens of thousands of years, they became the undisputed masters of their empire. The Skrull ventured onwards, conquering more and more land and delving deeper into unexplored regions of Bara Magna. Tens of thousands of years after the Shattering, a Skrull patrol led by the warrior Braynar searched the Black Spike Mountain for supplies. As the snowstorm around them increased in ferocity, Braynar slowly lost contact with all other Skrull legions, and to his horror, he came upon all his allies brutally slaughtered, torn limb to limb by mysterious attackers. for the Skrull patrols had inadvertently awoken the Batera, silent, lethal shapeshifters who struck from thin air and vanished again. As another recap from the prologue, the Batera were robots created by the Great Beings to seek out and kill anyone holding a weapon on Spheres Magna, as part of a last-ditch attempt to stop the Core War. Unfortunately, the Batera proved to be a little bit too effective, and eventually were about to decimate the entire population of the planet.
We're
When the
7
Great Beings
hours
tried to shut
in.
them down, the AI programming of the Batera became
Losing
too smart,
brain cells.
locking out the Great Beings from their systems and continuing to operate to fulfill their prime directive: kill anyone they see holding a weapon. After the planet split into 3 chunks, most of the Batera were left stranded on the northern regions of Bara Magna, where of course that's where the Skrull just rediscovered them today. As Braynar returned to the Skrull fortress to report his findings, Tuma rushed to contact all other Skrull outposts, and heard nothing but silence. Realizing all other outposts had been systematically destroyed by the Batera, which had followed Braynar back to the Skrull Empire fortresses,
Are you enjoying the
Tuma led
lore?
legions of Skrull out to combat the threat. In desperate battles and surprise ambushes, Skrull died en masse, and even small tactical advantages gained by warriors like Stronius, who discovered the Batera were machines, were not enough to hold them back. In a violent massacre, most of the Skrull armies took refuge in a forest of trees, only to find that the trees themselves were shape-shifted Batera, leaving only Tuma, Stronius, Braynar, and a small legion of Skrull left. As they holed up in the remaining Skrull fortress for the night, Tuma sent out search parties to retrieve food and supplies. As one single search party returned with firewood, Tuma realized too
Oh yeah,
that the
I'm
firewood
still
itself
going.
was Batera in disguise.
I'm not
In
going
vicious
anywhere.
attack, the Skrull Empire was nearly completely decimated, with Tuma forced to set the stronghold on fire to temporarily trap the Batera inside. And so, the beaten, weakened Skrull were led south, towards Bara Magna villages, forced to abandon their vast empire among the mountains. In the aftermath, the psionics-imbued Sisters of the Skrull, only female members of the Skrull species, established a separate haven from the males, and lived in isolation, gradually descending into myth and legend as witches lurking in the shadows. As the remnants of the Skrull established a new base in the southern, civilized lands of Bara Magna, Tuma began to make plans to conquer the remaining 4 tribes, so they would be better prepared for the Batera when they eventually arrived. To track their migratory patterns and hunting capabilities, the Skrull established regular Vorox runs, in which they led captured Vorox into the Black Spike Mountains as bait for the Batera. During this time, the Skrull also entered the Glatorian arena matches, winning resources and training their superior warriors in preparation for their coming conquest. As the years went on, new Glatorian were born, and warriors like Vastus and Galu were trained by the veteran Glatorian Sertavus, who eventually passed away of natural causes. In a freak Vorox attack, the leader of the Volcanus fire tribe was killed by wild Vorox, and the Agori
Move
Mai
Along is
eventually
a
came
great
to lead the
song.
tribe, becoming a devoted and respected elder across all the tribes. During the many Glatorian matches, a young trainee from the village of Jungle named Gresh managed to
If you
defeat
want,
the
I
match,
can restart and I'll go to
rising quickly
bed.
as one of the most promising young
I can,
warriors
yeah.
from the jungle village of Tessara. Culture evolved and Glatorian
I think
forged their own
if,
paths over the years, with a subculture of
I think there
high-octane
would
racers
be
and vehicle pilots developing to
definitely,
raid resources and settle their own disputes
definitely
through
people
vehicle
that were
combat.
interested
Even some
in
Glatorians,
like a
like
movie.
Perdidas, gave up their arena
But I
posts to
don't think a
participate in these
movie would
races,
do,
which stretched
you know,
across the
as well
desert
as some of
sands
these
and
other
provided a source of
blockbuster hits.
entertainment, danger, and
I
even
think
fun
it
for
would
some
need to
horde
be
and
maybe like
Glatorians.
a show.
In the unexplored regions of the desert, the Iron Agori Samad continued his life as a bandit, clashing with roaming parties of bone hunters, less civilized Agori who chose a life of bounty hunting and piracy, traveling in packs. Eventually,
You can
as
watch
the Skrull military
all the
force grew,
previous
Samad
streams
was
just
recruited as a slave
on
hunter to
2-speed.
Skrull, capturing any Agori traveling
You
alone
can catch
and
up. There's
forcing them
still
into
time.
servitude to the Skrull Empire. In the meantime, the Water Glatorian Kina discovered an underground laboratory near Tajun and made it her hideaway. Little did she know, but this was a secret laboratory of the Great Beings, and inside was proof of the Matoran universe and sentient life beyond Bara Magna. As Kina delved deeper into this conspiracy, her dreams of one day leaving the planet and meeting other sentient life forms beyond their barren desert were scoffed at by the other Agori and Glatorian, who dismissed her as a mad conspiracy theorist. As time went on and culture further evolved, vehicle combat was factored into the great Glatorian tournaments, which became more and more of a cornerstone of society. One Glatorian warrior, a fire tribe combatant named Malum, began to become more and more unstable, beating the jungle tribe Glatorian Vastus senseless in an arena match, only to be stopped by the ice Glatorian Strak. Ranu and Akar talked to Malum about his growing rage, worried that he may cause the downfall of the arena system, but Malum refused to change his ways, and in a fateful match against Strak, Malum's rage consumed him, and after attempting to kill the Ice Tribe warrior, Malum was only stopped when the rookie Gresh and veteran Fire Glatorian Akar stepped in to stop him. After Equinox filed a formal protest against Malum, Elder Agori Ranu was forced to banish Malum to the Wastelands, where he encountered a group of Voroks and defeated the Alpha Male, becoming their new pack leader. As the Glatorian evolved and their society grew, the Skrull readied their blades and honed their warriors, prepping to seize all of southern Bara Magna for themselves in a grand defense against the Batera. Part 3. Fall of Atiro. As the Glatorian and Agori settled into life in the sands, one such Agori, a water tribe member named Barracks, began regular scavenging expeditions across the desert, searching for armor and weapons he could use in the arena to counter even the power of the Glatorian. Over one of these many expeditions, Barracks was saved by Gresh, Strak, and the water Glatorian Terex after being assaulted by bone hunters, who reassured the Agori that payment was not necessary when it came to saving lives. Just as the group was attacked by a pack of vicious Voroks, the creatures mysteriously retreated, revealing that the exiled, disgraced Malum was now leader of most Voroks packs, and had chosen to spare the lives of the three Glatorian and Barracks. Back in the Atiro arena, Gresh returned to face off against a Skrull warrior who had challenged his village of Tessara for control over a desert oasis. Despite fighting bravely, Gresh was soundly defeated by the Skrull, who claimed another victory for his tribe in a series of major successes for the Skrull race. Over time, as matches continued and battles were fought and won, some Glatorian began to grow sick of the conflict, with Akar becoming increasingly bitter in his
I
role as
literally
Glatorian,
needed to
and Strak
look up who
growing more and
Essinger
more
was
violent
because I
and
was like,
reckless, losing
why
his
does their
warriors,
name sound
and
so
even becoming
familiar?
willing to sell out his fellow Glatorian to gain more riches for himself.
He's like the
Skrull
guy.
warriors
He's like
and search
the
parties
music
became
guy.
more and more aggressive, blatantly stealing from the Agori and looting their trading caravans,
See,
defeating
I know
all those who
things.
opposed them in the arena. And as Kina, Akar, and Gresh began to form strong bonds of friendship, they grew wary of the Skrull forces, who took what they wished, descended into the arena, and beat back anyone who dared challenge them. Meanwhile, in the Skrull village of Roxtus, Braynar was on a regular patrol north when he and his companions were ambushed by Batera, who had begun their migration south far sooner than anticipated. Panicking, Braynar rushed to warn Tuma, who pushed up his plans and ordered the Skrull to attack Atiro the next day, to prepare for the oncoming Batera onslaught and unite the warriors of Bara Magna against this threat. Unbeknownst to the Glatorian and Agori, there was a traitor in their midst. The opportunistic Ice Agori Metis, who seized his chance to gain riches for himself and sold out his fellow companions to the Skrull, detailing their hideouts, plans, and locations to Tuma. Claiming to know the secret weakness of the Batera, Metis forced Tuma to accept him as his partner, in the hopes that he could seize control with the Skrull. The next day, the grand tournament in the free city of Atiro began, and Glatorian from all around journeyed to the Arena Magna to participate. Some Glatorian, like Water Tribe fighter Terex, were unhappy to be there, as the Water Tribe Agori had been continually beset by bone hunters, and all their fighters were in the arena, leaving the Agori defenseless. Others, like Strak, were anxious to fight and prove their worth, training endlessly with other Glatorian to hone his skills. As the Glatorian trained and prepared for the match, the jungle Agori Tarduk took the chance to wander outside the arena, exploring the ancient ruins near the city. In these ruins, Tarduk discovered a mysterious metal map, detailing vast island spheres, a city within the brain of a robot, and the enigmatic red star at the center of it all. Consumed by curiosity, Tarduk returned to the arena to share his findings with Gresh, only for the two to be interrupted by the disgraced Glatorian Malum, who had arrived at the arena to warn his fellow Glatorian. The Skrull were marching to the arena en masse, and not even Malum's Voroks hordes could stop them. Tarduk took the chance to quickly leave the arena, gathering two other Agori, Crotetius and Kerbald, to leave with him, setting off to investigate the Great Being's carvings on the Red Star and the Matoran universe. After Ranu and the other elders were quickly warned, Tarex reacted fast, gathering the Glatorian there to defend Atiro until the Agori could leave and make it to safety. Despite this defense effort, the Skrull numbers were overwhelming, and the Glatorian were forced to escape and hide in caves. At least half a dozen Glatorian were killed in the battle, and many Agori were scattered or lost. The Skrull had claimed their first major victory, upsetting the social structure of the Glatorian fighters, and many of the warriors were forced to scatter and regroup away from the arena. Part 4. Riddle of the Great Beings. Meanwhile, the trio of Agori seeking the Great Being's knowledge ventured further into unknown lands, unaware of the fall of Atiro and destruction of the cornerstone of Agori civilization. As Tarduk, Crotetius, and Kerbald ventured into the White Quartz Mountains in a desperate search for answers in a way-off Bara Magna, they stumbled into a den of vicious iron wolves. Just as the animals prepared to strike, they were called off by their master, the ancient Glatorian Surel, who had been gravely injured during the Core War and presumed dead. Over the thousands of years spent alone in the mountains, Surel managed to train a pack of iron wolves, keeping a watchful eye on the trapped element lords, who had just managed to escape and break free from their prisons. Begging the Agori to turn back, Surel warned them that the element lords were seeking the Great Being's Valley of the Maze, hoping to gain the power of the mysterious energy source held within for themselves, and re-establish their rule over the planet. Before Surel and the Agori had a chance to converse more, the Element Lord of Ice, who had been watching them from afar, seized this chance to bury them in an avalanche, triggering a massive cataclysm of snow that was stopped last minute by the Element Lord of Fire, who took the chance to take out his competition and attack the Lord of Ice with a devastating firestorm. As the two elemental beings clashed, the Agori fled, Surel opting to stay behind and protect his wolf pack. Leaving the White Quartz Mountains and descending into the eerie Forest of Blades, the three Agori ventured onwards, passing by the petrified statues of once proud warriors, forever fused to nature by the Lord of Jungle. At the sight of this gruesome forest, Kerbald decided to leave and return to civilization, bidding the remaining two Agori farewell. And so, Tarduk and Crotetius ventured onwards alone, determined to seek out the true nature of the Great Beings and save their people. The moment the two Agori stepped foot in the Forest of Blades, they were seized by plant life, revealing the
How am I
Element
still
Lord of Jungle,
alive?
who had been
I don't
driven
know.
mad from isolation.
Uh,
Seeking to forever
I'm
take the
being
Agorious
fueled
thrones
on
and merge
spite
into the
right
forest,
now.
the Lord of Jungle rambled onwards, and out of nowhere, Kerbald returned with a torch, lashing out at the jungle vines and allowing his friends to escape. Rejoining their party after his change of heart, Kerbald led the group onwards, reaching the river Dormus, where the three Agori were attacked by the Element Lord of Water, who believed they knew how to access the secret entrance to the Valley of the Maze. Just as they were about to drown, the Element Lord of Ice froze the river, challenging the Lord of Water in a duel. As the trio of Agori fled, they were saved by the Element Lord of Rock, who lifted them onto the riverbank and questioned them about the Valley of the Maze. After Tarduk revealed their noble intentions to save their race, the Element Lord of Rock let them pass. The three Agori traveled along the bank of the river, keeping a watchful eye out for another Element Lord attack. A few hours later, they reached the headwaters, and there before them was a massive archway decorated with ornate carvings. Written across the top in Agori were the words Spirit's Wish, an ancient archway that, according to legend, would teleport the user exactly where their heart desired. And so,
Alright,
as
let's
the
make
Agori
this
stepped
fun
onto the
because
arch, they found
I'm
themselves back in Atiro,
getting bored.
surrounded by ruins and burning flames. For despite his resolve to uncover the secrets of the Great Beings, perhaps Tarduk was only truly longing for home. Crotetius and Kerbald were on their feet now, looking around at the ruins of Atiro in shock. Tarduk knew they would want to head back to their villages, and so did he. But once he was certain Tesara was alright, he resolved to head back north, make it through the arch, and find what he was seeking. He had
If
set out
you
to solve
have
riddle,
the
and Element
emoji
Lords were seeking
keyboard,
the same answer. It
go
was still out
to
there,
the Instagram
tantalizing him,
post
a question without an answer.
where
But he would
we
answer it
originally said
somehow,
if I
and
get
soon.
1,200 likes,
For the
I'll
true
watch this
significance
video
of the Red Star
and
its function
comment
within the Matoran universe and how
the
it related to the
like
Agori
the
is right within reach.
eagle,
So you might be
like the
wondering,
claw
what exactly
emoji.
was
I
the
just want
point
to
of
see
that
how many
story?
of you
Because the three
actually
Agori just
know where the
basically end up where they
Instagram is,
started, and nothing really
and I
got
will
major
like it.
change in the plot.
And
Well,
it'll
basically, what you
be
need to
stream
know from that
exclusive,
is
so
that the
nobody
Element
else
Lords are out
understands
there
why
trying to find
there
their
is an
way
eagle
to the Great
emoji.
Beings and find their way inside. There's some sort of a power source hidden inside. Not really sure exactly what that is supposed to power yet, but it'll become clearer as the story goes on. And ultimately, this was most readers' first chance to get to know the Element Lords, and also kind of get to understand some of the history and backstory with the Core War in the novel or book format. Now, of course, if you've seen the prologue video or have been following along to this point, This is probably all old news, so maybe the story didn't really offer much new things for you. That being said, Tarduk's journey to find the Red Star and uncover the secrets of the Matoran universe leads into a much more important story that we're actually going to cover in the epilogue of the entire Bionicle Retold series, because it actually takes place after the official ending of Bionicle. So stay tuned for that, and just remember, Tarduk desperately wants to find and discover the secrets of the Red Star. Part 5. Raid on Volcanus.
Random just bird emoji. Insta-like. Absolutely insta-like. Chris is going to be so confused. He has no idea why there's now birds being commented on that post.
The Sisters of the Skrull had been given psionic abilities by the
How old am I? I'm old enough to take a shot of vodka.
But instead,
in the United States,
that a great being named Angons had given them their abilities, and the legend of the great being Angons was passed on from generation to generation.
So I'm old enough to consent to this torture.
Angons and receive more powers. Tuma used this
Percy, my cat, is sleeping on bags of Lego right now. I think it's me.
But instead, he and Stronius were thrown out, only allowed to live because of this claim. On their way back to Roxtus, they were assaulted by Batera, who had grown even closer to the southern regions, and it was then that the treacherous Agori Metis made his move, commanding Tuma and Stronius to throw down their weapons, shutting off the Batera's attack mode, and allowing the three travelers to escape. Having saved the leader of the Skrull and his right-hand man, Metis negotiated a higher position of power for himself with Tuma, and the company returned to the Skrull camp at Roxtus. Meanwhile, following the destruction of the arena, many Glatorian were forced to work odd jobs and take on other duties, as the Agori elders discussed how to resolve conflicts moving forwards.
No, I'm not.
The backup Glatorian for the Ice Tribe took a job protecting caravans while he was ambushed
by a hunter
holding a detailed map of the
Mrs.
entire village
DuckBricks.
of fire, Volcanus. Quickly rushing to warn Ranu,
I am I'm an employee.
By veteran fire Glatorian Akar, who split up to venture to the different villages to convince other Glatorian to help defend Volcanus. While some Glatorian, like Vastus of the Jungle Tribe, believed the raid to be a diversion and refused to leave their hometowns unprotected, other Glatorian like Strack managed to be swindled or coerced into defending Volcanus. On the night of the attack, Akar ventured into the Vorox-infested wilderness to seek an audience with his old friend Malam, now undisputed ruler of the Vorox Pax. While Malam agreed to launch a preemptive strike on the Bone Hunter camp to prove his strength and help out his old ally, he refused to help defend Volcanus, for he wanted nothing to do with the village that had exiled him long ago.
Yeah, I actually don't have a YouTube channel. I'm not a YouTuber, but if you want to see my upcoming streams or any videos that I'll be doing or I'll be in, they'll be here on the DuckBricks channel. And if you want to see more of my content, you can follow the Instagram. I'm always posting their stories, interacting with everyone on the Instagram, and then you can also join the Discord, where we are always talking, hanging out, sending random Chris-related memes. It's a really fun time.
Veteran Glatorian mentor, Akar. It was at this time of chaos and discovery that far from Bara Magna, on the planet of Aqua Magna, the Matoran
I am doing this out of the goodness of my heart.
Makuta Pterodax had achieved his
and I spent all morning at BrickCon.
Held within the mask of light,
so I've been thinking about Lego all day.
As the Order of Metu, the Takanuva, and all the inhabitants of the Matoran universe began life under a dreaded reign of shadows, the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, blasted towards the sands of Bara Magna, fueled by one singular thought: I will return. Part 6. The Legend Reborn. All across Bara Magna, the skies glowed and a brilliant comet streaked through the stars. Tuma and Stronius, discussing battle plans and unification strategies, dismissed it as nothing more than a shooting star. In a brawl with a Skrull warrior, Gaelu watched the comet soar through the air, distracting the Skrull long enough to make his escape. In the wastelands, Gresh and Vastus conversed with Tarduk, learning of the Element Lords in his quest for the Red Star and Matoran universe, and watched the glowing object fall to the surface of Bara Magna. In Volcanus, Kina and Akkar cease their practice duel,
My
enraptured by
favorite
the mysterious
theme
glowing comet.
is the
In the barren
Lego
desert, a
Minecraft
swarm of
theme.
Scarabax beetles scurry across the
If you
dunes,
want to
scattered
learn
from the
more
harsh light of
about
the
the
falling mass.
DuckBricks
As the
team,
Ignika
there's a
smashed into the ground
video
with a brilliant explosion,
that was
intense
posted
heat
on this
fused
channel
sand to glass, as smoke drifted from
that's
the
like
two
meet the
towers' circles.
DuckBricks team,
In
and then there's
instant,
also
the mass
Instagram
rose
posts
into the air,
for some of the
swirling the sand
members,
beneath it with light
and
energy
we
in a
talk
continuous
about
sandstorm.
our favorite
Two arms,
themes and
2 legs, and a
memories.
torso formed
And
from the
my
whirling
favorite
waves
theme
of
is Lego
Terra's soul.
Minecraft,
The
but I
Kenobi
also really like the
Ignika, now housing
botanicals.
the
I think
spirit and
they're
consciousness
very
of
fun.
Matanui himself,
I
who had
also
risen in Toa form
really like
at
the Lego
last.
Star Wars theme.
Stunned
I
and
know that's
disoriented by his journey
very
through the
not
cosmos,
specific because
Matanui
there's
stumbled,
so many
unaccustomed
sets,
to his
but
new form and still reeling from Pterodactys's
those
attack.
just originate from
millennia,
interests
he had
outside of
slumbered,
Lego.
and had awoken
I'm
just
pretty
long enough
new
to feel
to
the
being a
presence of
Lego
Akina Pterodax
enthusiast.
take over his body and cast him out to worlds unknown. As a curious Scarabax beetle
Caw.
approached Matanui, he inadvertently activated the cosmic power of his Mask of Life, temporarily transforming the beetle into a living shield with the powers of his mask. Matanui had little time to ponder the abilities of his Ignika, for he was beset by a crazed, wild Vorox, who he was forced to beat back to defend himself. Just as Matanui defeated his opponent, ripping off his stinger tail as a makeshift weapon, he was approached by the devious Agori Metis, who, unbeknownst to the society at large, had secretly sold out his villages to the Skrull. Watching the display from afar, Metis quickly made attempts to befriend Matanui, realizing he could be a powerful ally in the coming conflict. And so, as Metis drove Matanui back to Volcanus, they arrived just in time to see a brutal Glatorian match between Akkar and Strack. In this fierce battle, Akkar defeated his opponent, earning Matanui's respect, who claimed Akkar fought like a Toa from his
I love how every
As the
time
devious Strack prepared to attack Akkar from behind,
I refresh
Matanui leapt
Instagram,
into action, saving
it's
Akkar
just
and
Bionicle.
transforming his Vorox
It's
stinger tail
Bionicle.
into a full longsword. Soundly defeating
Not
Strack
what I
and the
need.
respect of the Agori who watched the
Just
fight,
Bionicle.
Matanui introduced himself as a Toa to Akkar, and the two began discussing Matanui's origins, the Matoran universe, and proof of life outside Bara Magna. As they talked, the pair of warriors were interrupted by Kina, who was overjoyed to find proof that life in the stars existed, and promised to help Matanui in exchange for his promise to take her with him when he returned to his homeland. And so, the three warriors set off, all eager to help Matanui return to his homeland and gain his help in defending their people along the way. Having discovered a secret chamber of the great beings deep beneath Tajun, Kina led the way. As they traveled through the canyons and desert passageways of Bara Magna, the three warriors battled vicious Scopio monsters while bonding with each other and explaining to Matanui how society functioned on the planet of Bara Magna. Eventually, the trio made it to Tajun, and to Kina's horror, she found it utterly destroyed by Skrull and Bone Hunters, working together for the first time in history to seize more land. At Tajun, Matanui and his team quickly rescued a badly wounded Gresh, who had been the only Glatorian left to fend off the hordes, and the
I
team sought
have
shelter
been
in the
taking
mysterious
mental
lair of
notes.
the great beings. Along the way, they encountered the Agori Barracks, who had also sought refuge in the secret lair during the attack. To Matanui's astonishment, the room was filled with ancient carvings, markings, and blueprints, detailing the creation and birth of the Matoran universe. To Matanui's surprise, Kina explained how she and many Glatorians hated the great beings, for they had failed to stop calamity and simply disappeared into the night. But there was little time
This
to
is
ponder this
my
revelation,
Super
so
Bowl.
the warriors had to rush to the nearby jungle village of Tessara to warn them of the Skrull's allegiance with the Bone Hunters and rally the Glatorian to fight together as one against the united force. Before they left, Matanui continued to experiment with the Ignika, bestowing raw elemental abilities onto Akkar, Gresh, and Kina, transforming them into fully fledged Toa-like heroes. As the four heroes arrived in Tessara, Akkar used his newfound fire
This is
sword
my
to gain
Super
the
Bowl.
respect of the crowd, stopping the ongoing Glatorian match to compel the Agori and Glatorian to band together against the united army of Bone Hunters and Skrull. As the village elders discussed late into the night, Barracks noticed an Agori slip away from the crowd and sneak off into the night. As he tailed this mysterious stranger, he came upon him sharing information and secrets with the Skrull. For this stranger was the traitorous Metis, who had informed the Skrull that Matanui had rallied the Glatorian and Agori together. Before he had a chance to react, Barracks was swiftly captured, and Kina, who had grown suspicious of Barracks for sneaking off and assumed that he was the traitor, was also captured. As soon as Matanui realized the pair had been kidnapped, he immediately set off for Roxtus on his own, leaving Akkar to guard the village of Tessara. In the Skrull camp, Hina and Barracks resolved their differences while the Skrull and Bone Hunters awaited the approach of Glatorian warriors, having set up a trap to lure them away from the villages using Hina and Barracks as bait. To their surprise, only one lone warrior appeared on the horizon, Toa Mata Nui, who had come to challenge Tuma in a one-on-one battle. In a heated match, Mata Nui felled the mighty Tuma and claimed his shield in victory. Just then, Metis revealed himself as a traitor, ordering the Skrull and Bone Hunters to kill Mata Nui. But he was too late, for an army of Glatorian appeared on the scene, engaging in an epic battle between Glatorian, Bone Hunters, and Skrull. As Akar, Kina, Gresh, and the others led the charge, Mata Nui ran to confront the escaping Metis, using the power of the Mask of Life to transform him into a serpent, a cruel but fitting fate for this slippery traitor. As Metis slithered away, Mata Nui rejoined the fight, and with the elemental powers he had bestowed upon the Glatorian, they swiftly beat back the opposing armies, ending the Skrull threat. In the aftermath of the battle, Mata Nui negotiated peace between all tribes on Bara Magna, and began to physically unite all the villages, reconstructing the colossal prototype robot left over by the Great Beings. As this was done, Mata Nui turned his gaze to the maze of the Great Beings, resolved to venture forwards and uncover whatever secrets lay inside, bringing him one step closer to returning to the Matoran universe and bringing peace once and for all. As the weeks passed, Mata Nui and his team marveled at the size and scope of the united mega village of Bara Magna. With Akar named lead defender and Ranu as the chief elder of the villages, the tribes of Bara Magna had finally united under one roof after thousands of years. But Mata Nui's quest had only just begun. Shortly afterwards, the team of Glatorian, Mata
I
Nui,
finished
and Barracks
a
began
second
long journey
Lego
to the
set. I
valley of
built
maze.
the
Ambushed by a group of
parrot,
warriors
and now I'm
Barracks was
taking a
gravely
break
injured,
because
and Mata Nui was
my
forced to
brain
continue alone,
is
while
going
the rest
to
of the
rot.
Glatorian returned to the mega village to protect the city and heal the wounded Agori. Traveling north through the
And I
Black
don't
Sweat
think I
Mountains,
can
Mata
use
Nui
my brain
arrived at the
anymore.
Sacred Valley and entered the Great Maze, determined to reach the tower stationed in the middle of the labyrinth. Before him lay great trials, traps, and ancient machinery conjured by the Great Beings to protect their secrets, and Mata Nui would need all his strength, all his skill, and all his wisdom to make it inside and learn the secrets of old. Meanwhile, far away from the planet of Bara Magna, we return to the Grand Colosseum of Metru Nui in the Matoran universe, where Makuta Pterodax had just made his chilling announcement, and a wave of darkness fell over their world. Pterodax had truly become god of this world, and Toa, Order of Mata Nui, and even the Dark Hunters would need all their strength to mount a resistance effort from within the body of the Great Spirit Robot.
For me
As
to watch
lightning
any
crashed
more
through the
Bionicle
skies
on
and Rakshi
stream, I'd
rose
need
from the
like
very ground,
5,000 likes on a
the
video.
Matoran Turaga took
I've
refuge in
learned.
what remained of the archives of Metru Nui, even as agents of Pterodax and remotely commanded Rakshi ravaged the lands, leaving a trail of death and suffering behind them. Previously on
The pink
Bionicle
one, the
Retold,
new one.
Chapter 9, Rebirth. Reign of Shadows. In a climactic final battle above and below Metru Nui, the Toahaga, Makuta Mizrix, and leading members of the Order of Mata Nui were soundly defeated. In a cunning plot to seize control of the entire Matoran universe, the spirit of the Dark Lord Makuta Pterodax overthrew the Mata Nui consciousness, assuming control over the colossal Great Spirit Robot and casting the Mask of Life deep within the void of space. As Mata Nui discovered the desert world of Bara Magna and fought alongside Glatorian warriors in a quest to return home, the Matoran universe was plunged into darkness. With warriors like Vezon, Mazika, and Voltraz plunging through alternate universes in a desperate attempt to get home, all eyes are on the Takanuva.
I know this is my
members of the Order of Mata Nui,
my own
and even
fault.
the Dark Hunters, as they
I'm
lead
not from
ill-fated
the
rebellion
south.
against
I'm
the
from the
Makuta
northeast.
within, desperately struggling to fight back against the god
But
of their world. This
I
is
went
Bionicle
to
Retold.
college in the Midwest, and one of my best friends is from Texas. And so I think sometime between freshman year of college and graduating, I picked up y'all, and I was never able to shake it. It just happened. And especially when I get
Chapter
tired.
10, Destiny. Part 1, Reign of Shadows. On the desert planet of Bara Magna, the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, crash-landed in the barren wasteland, forming bonds of friendship with the Glatorian warriors and battling to find a path back to the Matoran universe and rescue his people. As Toa Mata Nui ventured across this hostile realm, we returned to the planet Aqua Magna, where the Great Spirit Robot stands tall for the first time in 100,000 years. With Makuta Pterodax established as Dark Lord of the universe, thus began a period of endless suffering. On the island
Okay,
fortress
but
of
you guys
Doxia,
don't
headquarters of the
realize
Order of
that
Mata
Chris
Nui,
and I are
armies of
friends.
Roxy
Like,
made
we've
landfall,
hung out and,
sweeping
like,
across
done
the
things
fortified cities
for
and
more than
decimating
9
most
hours
Order agents
straight.
left to guard the main
So,
gates. As
joke's
precious
on
few
you.
veteran
I've
agents
probably
like
heard
Takanuva
his
fled
voice
the
for longer
massacre,
than 9
the
hours
Pirata
straight.
vanished from their water tank
He
prison,
loves to
and the Dark
talk.
Hunter dweller,
So,
confined deep within the darkest dungeons of the Order's stronghold, fled his captivity in the chaos. The only remaining pool of energized protodermis in existence was held deep within Daxia, and quickly claimed by Pterodax. The few members of the Brotherhood of Makuta who remained alive were enslaved by Pterodax, forced to endlessly churn out new Rakshi before being swiftly eliminated, leaving Pterodax the only Makuta left alive, save for the enslaved Makuta Miserix, who was stuck in the illusion of a painting for Pterodax's amusement. In the aftermath, Makuta used his newfound godlike powers to recreate the Visorak race, undoing the efforts of the Takanuva and Toamari to wipe out the Scourge from the universe, and commanding the vicious spiders to sweep across the land in his name. In the vast city of Metru Nui, the majority of the Matoran population were enslaved by armies of Rakshi, with Matoran workers slaughtered en masse until the populace finally gave in, keeping the forges running to operate the mind and body of the Great Spirit Robot. The Turaga were subsequently imprisoned, with the devious Matoran Akmal placed in charge of city operations. What Matoran could escape sought refuge in the darkness of the archives, locating the shape-shifting Rahi Kraka, who agreed to protect the city's remaining population. And deep within these archives, the surviving Toa teams, agents of the Order, and the Dark Hunters convened, planting the seeds to a larger rebellion against the Makuta. As Rakshi roamed the empty streets of Metru Nui, killing or imprisoning all who ventured out, plans were made and speeches were given deep underground, with the Takanuva and Takanuva taking the lead as the powerful figureheads of the rebellion. Realizing they would be a bigger target if they stayed together, the Toa decided to split up, each covering different pockets of the Matoran universe to establish a secret communication network and intelligence system across the universe. Journeying to the ruins of the Makuta fortress on Destro, Takanuva and Pohatu hid in the darkness, scavenging through ancient artifacts and weapons to get an edge on Rakshian forces. Uncovering the colossal teleportation engine, Takanuva quickly summoned Toa Nuparu for his engineering skills to repair the engine, and Nuparu began the monumental task of reverse engineering the ancient and powerful artifact. Discovering the remains of the massacre on Doxia, Tahu rushed to convene with Gali and warn the others of the Rakshi army movements, who in turn was deep in research on the Great Beings, hoping to find a weakness to cripple the Great Spirit Robot and Makuta Spirit from within. All these years, the Takanuva had strived to reawaken the Great Spirit Robot, and now all their trials had led to this cruel, ironic final mission, destroying the robot which they had fought so desperately to awaken from within. As months passed under Pterodax's reign, the Takanuva rallied the resistance effort and embarked on their own missions, forming ragtag teams with former enemies and Dark Hunters to cripple Makuta's new form. As Tahu correctly assumed, it took Pterodax time and practice to master the complexities of the Matoran universe and acclimate to his new form, and the resistance effort used that precious time to their advantage. In the ruins of the deserted realm of Karzani, Tahu led a strike force consisting of the Dark Hunter Guardian, Ancient Keeper of Secrets, the shape-shifting female Rahi Kraka, Jomak, agent of the Order of Mata Nui with the Atom Reconstruction power, and Lariska, former member of the Federation of Fear and Dark Hunter Assassin. Alongside them was the new chronicler, Kopik, who once aided Takua years ago on the island of Mata Nui as part of the Chronicler's Company. Their mission was to meet up with Onua, who had led his own team of Order of Mata Nui agents to seize a weapons cache to the south of the realm, and rendezvous in the middle of the Forsaken Land. As the team discussed strategies and reassured Kopik's fears, Guardian left the campsite, wondering if there was a way off the universe, and if their fight against the god of their world was truly a lost cause. In an instant, beneath his feet, the ground opened. Bonds made of solid stone wrapped around him, yanking him down into the hole even as he screamed. Then, the barren earth slammed shut again, and he was gone. Just like that, one of the oldest and most experienced Dark Hunters was killed in an instant, fused to the ground itself and crushed under tons of rock and soil. Leaping to their feet, Tahu and his team came to a terrifying realization. Makuta Pterodax had begun to master the ability to pinpoint the locations of individual beings in the universe, and was simply leaving Tahu and the rest of his team alive to toy with them. Sounds of metallic footsteps filled the air, and to their horror, Tahu's team was immediately surrounded by dozens of Exo-Toa sentries, missiles loaded and aimed at the fugitives. As the robotic shelves spoke in the hollow voice of Makuta Pterodax, threatening to enslave or kill the dissidents, Tahu suppressed his impulse to leap into action and go down fighting. Learning from his past and drawing from his experience,
Anyone who has been here the entire time, you are clinically insane. So am I.
Prepared to surrender and stage a future escape, the ground began to shake beneath them, and erupting from the catacombs below Karzani was Toa Onua, who instantly generated a vast pit underneath the Exo-Toa, temporarily delaying them. As he caught up with Tahu, Onua explained how Rakshi had killed the remaining Order agents, seizing the weapons cache and preventing Onua from claiming the supplies. As Lariska began to brainstorm a new mission, Onua came up with a deadly plan. Makuta Pterodax was clearly not fully in control of his new power, and needed Rakshi and Exo-Toa to act as his eyes and ears on the ground. While Pterodax was all-powerful, there was still only one way to make new Rakshi, by transforming Krata with energized protodermis. And so, to stop the steady flow of new Rakshi, they had to complete the mission the Order of Metru Nui began in the early stages of the Destiny War. Destroy the final source of energized protodermis in the heart of the former Order fortress on Doxia, now heavily guarded by the most powerful agents of Makuta. Back in Metru Nui, smoke billowed as an army of heat vision Rakshi raced to Metru to pacify the Matoran workers, led by the Skakti warlord Nektan, who had sided with Pterodax against the will of his fellow Skakti warlords. Desperately defending their home and blasting through the Rakshi ranks, the Toa Mari defended Metru and the entrance to the archives, where many of the other Matoran had sought refuge. As Tahu, Onua, and the rest of their team embarked on the long journey to Doxia, the rest of the Toa were embroiled in their own personal missions. With Gali still studying the Great Beings, the Toa Mari defending the archives while attempting to break the Toa Haga out of their trance, and Kopaka on a quest of his own. That left Liwa on a simple mission: venture to the island of Artaka and convince the ancient ruler of that sanctum to join the fight against Makuta. But as he came within sight of the island, he could tell it was already too late. Shattered Rakshi littered the coastline, but more still were advancing on the fortress. Artaka's Matoran workers were fighting a desperate defense, but it was a lost cause. Just as Liwa prepared to jump into action, the voice of the Titan Artaka echoed through his head. Proclaiming the island and himself as a lost cause, Artaka teleported Liwa to a mysterious cave, bidding him to seek the aid of another ancient being should Artaka fail. And so, Liwa found himself face to face with a writhing mass of tentacles, bones, and eyes. The old god, Tren Kral. Meanwhile, on the Skakti island of Zakaz, the 5 Toa Mari assembled with a new mission. Weeks ago, they had defended the archives against the Skakti warlord Nektan and his Rakshi invasion, who had allied himself with Makuta Pterodax. Now, Nektan led his armies of barbarians south for purposes unknown. Having failed to free the Toa Haga from their trance or reconstruct the Destral teleportation engine, the Toa Mari had been sent by Tahu to gather information on the remaining Skakti warlords, and potentially recruit some of the savage warmongers to their cause. On top of that, there was a mystery to be solved. Following the widespread destruction on Doxia, the sea snakes that were once the evil Paraka had vanished. It had been believed they were just buried in the rubble, but rumors were flying that they had been rescued and spirited away
Lore.
to Zakaz. For
So
what
much
purpose,
lore.
no one could say. Quickly suffocating the Skakti guards on the shore, Kongu took the lead, and the 5 Toa ventured inland, with Huki using his powers of stone to distract the Skakti patrols long enough for Holly to use her elemental power of water to detect an underground river leading straight to the largest Skakti stronghold. As the amphibious Toa Mari dived deep beneath the water once again, they came upon a massive sanctum, where a Skakti warlord was delivering a rousing speech to a gathering of nearly 500 barbarians. As rallying cries punctuated a grand speech declaring their intent to rise up against Makuta Pterodax himself while the Toa, Dark Hunters, and Order hid in the darkness, a massive tank rose from beneath the ground, bubbling with energized protodermis. Before the Toa Mari had a chance to even process the fact that the Skakti had somehow obtained more of the substance, their attention was drawn to a group of prisoners being led to the pool. A savage Zyglak, a defeated and battered Vortex, a brutish Steltian laborer, and 5 of the Paraka, still writhing and gasping in their sea snake forms. Horrified, the Toa Mari
I'm
came to a
beyond
realization.
tired.
The Skakti would have had no idea which specific beings to throw in the bubbling pool unless the idea was planted in their heads by the god in control of destiny, Makuta
I
Pterodactyls.
finished that energy
At the
drink. I
warlord's
don't think it
signal,
did
the 3
anything.
prisoners and the 5 Baraka were thrown into the energized protodermis tank. So engrossed were the Skakti that they failed to notice a strange, greenish cloud of antidermis emerge from a nearby lake, hover in the air for a moment, and then plunge into the energized protodermis tank. As the liquid began to froth and bubble, the Toa Mari could see a shape forming in the silver fluid, something monstrous and horrible. As they watched in shock and terror, before their eyes, a new and terrible form of life began to climb from the tank. Elsewhere in the universe, the Baraki Pridak stood on a pedestal before his assembled legions of warriors and outcasts. He, Kalma, and Mentax had rebuilt their legions, while Elec had returned to the sea to gather his own troops. They were poised to strike as soon as the Shadowed One unleashed his viruses on Makuta Pterodactyls. The universe would be theirs to rule once more. But then there was nothing. The appointed time had come and gone, with only a violent earth tremor to mark it. At first, Pridak thought that the Shadowed One had succeeded, and the quake was a sign he had overthrown Makuta Pterodactyls. But it became rapidly obvious that nothing had changed. Pterodactyls was still in control, and now Pridak had a choice. March on Metru Nui and risk destruction at the hands of the Makuta, or stay put and
Did
risk
I like
rebellion by his
rewind it by
Seething
accident?
with rage at the Shadowed One's apparent failure, Pridak resolved to march on Metru Nui with the rest of the Baraki and their combined legions, rallying the armies to march on Makuta Pterodactyls' Rakji, Exotoa, and Vizorak forces in the city. In a chamber on the island of Zia, the stone floor was littered with the shattered remains of precious vials. There was no trace of the Shadowed One, or what once contained the vials of viruses. Every vortex in a wide radius had met a horrible death, pulverized into fragments without a trace. In his attempt to unleash the prototype viruses on Makuta Pterodactyls, the Shadowed One had inadvertently released a deadly viral agent, barely surviving to flee to other corners of the universe. And on an uncharted island in the southern regions, Axon, one of the final surviving members of the Order of Mata Nui, had been teleported from the chambers beneath Metru Nui by Makuta Pterodactyls. Locked in an endless illusion and desperate to find his comrade Brutaka, Axon used his mental powers and Mask of Truth to finally break free of Pterodactyls' spell, finding himself on an uninhabited beach in the middle of nowhere. He didn't know for certain where he was, nor did he care at the moment. All that mattered to him was where Makuta was, and he knew that answer. Somehow, someway, Axon was going to make it back to Metru Nui, and Makuta was going to pay for what he had done, even if it cost Axon his life. And finally, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of Mata Nui, sat alone in her prison, with only the echoing thoughts of Pterodactyls and a portrait of Makuta Mizrix to keep her company. Knowing the Matoran population could never be convinced to stop working if their comrades and friends were killed as a
I
result,
don't know. I
Helrix came to a
can't
sickening
find
realization.
where this would have
Defeating Pterodactyls and
repeated.
demolishing the machinery that ran the Great Spirit Robot would spell the eventual death of all beings that lived inside it. The very destruction the Toa Inika, Toa Nuva, and Toa Haga had fought so hard to prevent, and Matoro had sacrificed himself to save. The planet outside had no known landmasses and no place to flee to. The inhabitants of the Matoran universe would suffocate or freeze in the darkness. As leader of the Order of Mata Nui, Helrix often had to make decisions that sent agents to their deaths. It came with the job. And so, Helrix resolved to stop Pterodactyls before he killed or enslaved billions of innocents in the universe beyond. Closing her eyes and drawing on all her power, Helrix prepared to unleash a Nova Blast within the mind of Pterodactyls, preparing to doom the entire Matoran universe to save billions beyond their world. Part 2. Trials of Vezon. As the inhabitants of the Matoran universe faced their greatest battles yet, Vezon, Mazika, and Voltraz tumbled through alternate worlds, cursed by the power of the Olmec now fused to Vezon's face. With the two Matoran enemies cast out to dimensions unknown, Vezon continued ricocheting through the multiverse of madness. One moment, he was out in the sunshine of the Kingdom universe, seeing Matoran and Dark Hunters working together in perfect harmony. The next moment, everything had shifted, and he found himself in a mirror world where an evil Mata Nui spirit plotted to overthrow the Great Spirit Makuta. His body, his essence, and his mind had fused to that of the Olmec. Wherever he stepped, a new dimensional portal ripped open. And
Yeah, I
as
feel like
time
it's
passed,
just a lot of
Vezon
clips are
gained
being
more and more
reused.
mastery over this powerful new ability. In a flash of energy and light, Vezon tumbled toward a portal through the sky, finding himself surrounded by sand in every direction. As he journeyed towards buildings and jungle trees in the distance, Vezon watched as the vast desert gave way to a lush jungle, filled with workers toiling away at constructing vast villages. Some of these workers were lay Matoran, but others Vezon did not recognize. For these were Agori, and Vezon had found himself in the Spherus Magna alternate universe. Flashing back to thousands of years ago, when the great spirit Nui robot had delved deep into the unknown reaches of space, the Brotherhood of Makuta and Pterodax had chosen not to rebel against Nui, allowing the colossal robot to fulfill its purpose and return to Bara Magna with the technology to restore
Welcome
the planet
back,
to its
everyone
rightful
who's
place,
tuning back in.
recreating and terraforming the planet of Spherus Magna as it was in the old days. Here, Matoran, Agori, Toa, and Glatorian worked side by side to create a new
I'm
form of
losing my
society,
mind.
rising to prominence among the stars. There, Vezon encountered a variant of Tarduk, who assumed he was a Toa and brought him to the villages of this strange new world. Vezon watched as Toa like Jaller and Kongu worked alongside Glatorian like Gresh and Kina, and most surprising of all, saw that the Brotherhood of Makuta, who in this universe had never revolted, overthrew Tuma and his Skrull legions, taking over command of the Black
Birdie
Armored
wasn't
Warriors
meant
and the
for
villages. But
Bionicle
before Vezon had a chance to
Lore.
comprehend the changes of this world, they were interrupted by a vast army on the horizon. Platoons of Skakti bellowed war cries as Rudaka led her Vortex kin towards the village, all led by Makuta Miserix in his dragon form. Bone hunters rushed towards the village, and all around, Toa and Glatorian prepared to defend their villages. As Vezon tried and failed to activate his innate teleportation abilities, the world began to slow and freeze around him. As color faded from the
There's
universe
more
and
than
time
an
began
hour
to
left.
stop, a voice echoed in Vezon's mind.
There's an
A voice
hour
that
and a
claimed to
half
be a
left.
great being from our core universe. Eons ago, this great being made the error of touching the mask of life. As a result, everything around him,
I'm not allowed to sleep,
equipment, even rays of light,
unfortunately.
came to life. For
Otherwise,
their
this
own
would have been
safety,
so
his fellow
easy.
rulers imprisoned him, and now
I can
this
take a good
cursed
nap.
great being was perpetually
I'm a great
surrounded by
napper,
living chains,
actually.
living blocks of stone, and the screams of light as the darkness extinguished it. As Vezon quickly began to understand the plight of the cursed being, an idea came to him. Offer to free the being from his fortress, should he return Vezon to the core universe, and grant him full dimensional mastery of the Olmec. And with Vezon's fate hanging in the balance, we now shift focus to Mazika and Voltraz, who were cast abruptly from Takanuva by the power of Vezon's Olmec, and now found themselves hurtling to destinations unknown. Part 3. The
I'm
Melding
not
Universe.
someone who learns visually. I'm
Space.
someone who learns
It's
by
more than a linear path.
reading
It's
and
a
writing.
prism of endless possibilities, where one decision, one choice, could change the course of a universe forever. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the core war for energized protodermis ripped Spherus Magna apart, kickstarting the events of the legend of Bionicle. But in this universe, the great beings created the first Toa far earlier to repair the planet and protect it from the inevitable cataclysm caused by the shattering. Instead of creating the great spirit Nui robot, the great beings refined and perfected the Toa design, granting them the smaller statures of Matoran of our universe, but with greater agility and enhanced elemental and Kanohi powers. The Toa was sent underground, with containers to hold the energized protodermis and the duty of repairing all the planet's damage. And after 5 years, this task, dubbed the melding, was successfully completed. In the aftermath of the melding, the great beings continued to reside in the Valley of the Maze, adding crystal and iron fortifications to the fortress at its center. To create an order of true peacekeepers and servants of the light, the great beings brought the Makuta race into being, towering titans with blinding white armor and sworn protectors of the Glatorian, Agori, Toa, and Matoran of this universe, who are much larger Glatorian-sized beings to assist in heavy labor. And with that, we return to Takanuva, the heart of our core universe. The stage was set for two mortal enemies to collide, hurtling towards each other in a final clash. Just then, there was a sickening moment of darkness and disorientation. In a flash of blinding light, Mazika and Voltraz found themselves plummeting towards the ground, barely escaping a vast lake of energized protodermis as they fell before a massive tree banded with gold metal. In seconds, the two Matoran of Ice and Shadow had been transported to the melding alternate universe. As the Matoran awoke, dazed from their journey, they were approached by Toa Maku and Matoran Helrix, who assumed Mazika and Voltraz were other Toa, given their smaller forms. Mazika and Voltraz soon realized that in this world, Toa were Matoran, and Matoran were Toa, and they would be forced to blend in, lest they draw the attention of the Makuta, heroic protectors of the land. Explaining they were seeking passage home, Mazika and Voltraz were brought before Makuta Pterodax of the Melding Universe, who explained his purpose to uphold the values of unity, duty, and destiny, no matter the cost. In this world, a Makuta must be utterly without doubt, or fear, or any trace of
Thank
shadow,
you,
with
Bill.
years
I'm
of
at.
meditation required to
I
claim and
recognize you
build
from the
Voltraz.
last stream.
As
Yeah.
they ventured through the Valley of the Maze,
Chris
Makuta
did not
Pterodax
feed
saluted
me
Gorast and Icarus,
at all
also wearing pristine white armor,
during
and
this.
brought them before a vast council chamber illuminated by dim lightstones hanging from the chamber ceiling. As voices began
We all
to
should
echo from the
riot
dark, and flickering
and
light
demand that
illuminated
he
the
feeds
outlines
his
of six
employees. If I have to
mysterious
work
figures
a
in the
full work
darkness,
day, which is
Makuta
over 9
Pterodax of
hours,
the Melding Universe
I
introduced
should get
Mazika and Voltraz to the
I
Great
should get
Beings.
breaks
Announcing he had
and
used his telepathic
food.
abilities to peer inside their souls, Makuta exposed Voltraz as a being filled with darkness.
While I'm
Stunning the
here
great beings by this flaw in their
working
creation.
like a
As the
dog.
group conversed, the great beings explained that they were aware
You know what
of the
he's doing? He's
multiverse
having
and
pizza
their
and hanging
counterparts in
out
the vast
with like a
multi-dimensional
Masters
realities that
contestant.
exist. It was only a matter of time until visitors from mirror dimensions pierced the dimensional walls, and to the great beings, the chance to dissect and
I need
study
bird
Voltraz
food.
was an alluring
Seeds.
opportunity. And
Seeds
so,
work.
Mazika was offered an exchange. The great beings of the Melding Universe would allow him to be returned to his universe, so long as they could keep Voltraz to study him, to understand what went wrong in his creation.
I'm not getting paid. I don't know why everyone thinks that I get some salary.
Between realities. While Mazika
I am paid in friendship.
To an eternity in a separate reality, the great beings made it clear he had no say in the matter. Makuta Pterodax had seen the rot in his spirit and peered into a distorted mirror and fully supported Voltraz's punishment.
We had an agreement that this is actually funny. If we got $1,000 in super chats, that I would take like a standardized like 100-question type quiz on Bionicle Lore. Not like even a quiz, like a test. But that was like our only like our only talk about like anything related to money, because I had no idea what we were going to be doing for like, I don't know, donations or whatever, because it's not like subscribers. It's a lot different than the other sites, because now we're on YouTube. So Matt, you're too amazing. Stop being amazing. You can make sure I'm gonna screenshot this and send it to Chris and see what he thinks. I think he's gonna tell me to suck it, but we'll see.
He would beckon to the red star above and begin his journey of conquest, starting with tracking down Metru Nui's spirit in the Mask of Life on Bara Magna and crushing him and all he cared for beneath his feet. But just then, his thoughts were interrupted. Pterodax felt the presence of another Makuta deep within his body, and since the only remaining living Makuta, Miserix, was trapped in the illusion of a painting, this had to be something else, someone else, and there was only one answer. This new Makuta had come from an alternate universe, and Pterodax was about to come face to face with himself. In a blinding flash of light and energy, Mazika and the Makuta Pterodax of the Melding Universe materialized in an uninhabited portion of the southern continent. As darkness began to creep over the valley, Mazika was surprised to see the Melding Pterodax drawing light from the region to prepare for battle. For despite the fact that the Makuta of the Melding Universe had purged all darkness from their souls, they had total control over light.
Yeah, he's actually gonna be like, back to work.
And so, walking down the now darkened path, the two
I'm
allies made their way out of the valley as their
trying.
quest truly began. Approaching a sacked and demolished village of Ba Matoran, Masters of Gravity, Mazika and the Melding Pterodax discussed the circumstances of the core Pterodax's fall to darkness, and how easy it may have been for the Melding Pterodax to do the same. Their conversation was interrupted when all around them the winds rose.
Also,
In a moment, they had gone from gentle breeze to screaming maelstrom.
there was a video with Beyond the Brick TV, and so they put up a reel, and now my phone is blowing up.
Now that he looked around,
My
he could see the other bodies of Vizrak spiders scattered here and there. The villagers who had lived here had gone down fighting. But then, a voice came from the dead mouths of the Vizrak all around.
I wasn't even trying to profile.
But touched with
I was
madness and evil.
trying to
As the heroic
remember.
melding pterodax proclaimed himself as truly stronger than the pterodax of this world, for overcoming the temptations he could not, the mouths of the Visorak corpses only laughed, proclaiming a test for the white-armored Makuta. The air crackled with ozone, and then before Mazika and Pterodax's eyes,
Whenever I do a stream, like the
resembled
next time,
Takanuva,
I should just
legendary
put up
Toa of Light, but
like
their
a
armor was jet black,
here's
and
my
shadow energy
Venmo
swirled about
if you
their
want to
heads.
donate
For Pterodax
and
had his own
avoid
army of beings from alternate universes,
Chris.
and an apocalyptic final battle was nigh.
Screw my boss.
Part 4.
Support
The
my
Vengeance
lunch.
of Toa Tuyet. Thousands of years ago, in the great city of Metru Nui, the deranged serial killer Toa Tuyet sought the power of the
You're
Nui Stone,
so funny.
an ancient artifact
Chris
with
is the
ability to
exact
absorb Toa
same
energy into
in
the
real
wielder
life.
of the stone,
The
transforming him
exact
into the
same.
ultimate elemental being with colossal strength and
Insane?
power.
Yes.
Seeking to massacre all
Yes.
Makuta, Dark Hunters, and anyone who stood in her way, Tuyet nearly
Percy
succeeded in her
is in a
quest,
loaf
but after
in the
being
middle
thwarted by the efforts
of my
Toa
living
Likan
room,
and
just
Nadiki,
loaf.
she was imprisoned by the order of Matanui by the
Not
teleporting
on like a
titan
bed or
Prologue.
anything, just
Officially,
on the
she
floor.
was brought to the prison
To
of
be
the
a
pit,
cat
where she allegedly
and just
lived out the rest
vibe
of her
would be
days
so
in
awesome right
confinement.
now.
And in the depths below Mari Nui, Toa Matoro and Makuta Pterodax in the form of Maxilos Robot encountered the dead body of what appeared to be Tuyet, and while Pterodax's attempts to rebuild the Nui Stone with the Staff of Artaka ultimately failed, all in the Matoran universe believed Tuyet to be dead, and she slowly faded from history. But that is only the history you know, for secretly, the Order of Matanui wished to gain the power of the Nui Stone for themselves. Teleporting Tuyet to a pocket dimension where no Toa existed, the Order of Matanui interrogated her for thousands of years, studying the fragments of the Nui Stone embedded in her armor, and managing to extract samples of the powerful artifact safely from her armor. To cover up this research, the Order of Matanui traveled to an alternate dimension, where they found and killed the Toa Tuyet of that world, transporting her corpse back to the Prime Dimension, where she was placed in the pit with false crystal fragments resembling the Nui Stone embedded in her armor. Meanwhile, after 1,500 years passed in her prison, Tuyet managed to sway a prison guard into believing in her vision. Faking an explosion and claiming Tuyet had died in the unforeseen accident, the Order of Matanui agents secretly helped Tuyet escape, equipping her with the technology of that dimension to traverse universes like the power of the Kanohi Olmec. For years and years, Tuyet began a trans-dimensional journey, carving a path through the multiverse and charging the ancient Nui Stone along the way. After 2,000 years passed and Tuyet grew more and more powerful, she finally arrived back in our core dimension, materializing in the archives of Metru Nui right at the peak of Pterodax's reign. Meanwhile, in the archives below Metru Nui, Matoran had formed their own resistance movement, aiding the Toa in their missions to relay information and free their comrades whenever possible. Word that Tahu and Onua's mission to destroy the final
I'm really happy
protodermal
someone's
Undoxia had
vibing.
succeeded, had spread across the Matoran resistance movement, and Kapira, Ta Matoran,
I'm
and
like
old member of
almost
the
positive
Cruz
I
Brothers
can't
company
just
on
put
the
up my
island of
Venmo.
Maku,
I wish I
rushed to contend with
could.
Maku, who now walked
As a
with the Veil
plead.
Swift due to a narrow escape from an
Pleading.
armored Exo Toa. Soon, the two Matoran reunited with Hafu, Po Matoran carver, and original Chroniclers Company member who had been put to work by Akmau carving statues of Makuta Pterodax. As the three Matoran, led by Maku, ventured deeper within the archives, Maku revealed
Shout
the
out
true
to
reason she
everyone
had brought them
who
together.
went to bed
She
and the
encountered
stream
Toa
is
Tuyet
still
deep
going.
beneath the
I
archives,
think
who
that's the
claimed
most
to be willing to
hilarious
aid the
group of
resistance and
people.
defeat Pterodax. Skeptical of her
Like, how
powers
is
and
this
strength,
still
Hafu
going?
and Kapira questioned Tuyet, who was overjoyed to realize the
I'm
Matoran
glad
had
you're
forgotten her
enjoying.
misdeeds thousands of years ago, and her crimes had faded into obscurity following the death of Likan and Nadiki. Revealing the pulsating Nui Stone in her fist, Toa Tuyet explained how she was the perfect ally against Makuta, for he truly believed her to be dead for some 2,000 years. While Maku headed back to spread the news among the Resistance Network, Hafu and Kapira agreed to help connect Tuyet with the rest of the rebellion, who in turn had no doubt she could organize and lead a successful rebellion against Pterodax and bring him down. But she had no intention of allowing Matanui to regain control. Thousands of years to gain power and knowledge had led Tuyet to be convinced Matanui was weak and ineffective, and the Matoran universe needed a ruler like her to truly achieve greatness. Part 5. Gods of Old. As Tuyet plotted to overthrow Makuta Pterodax and seize control of the Matoran universe for herself, conflicts and battles broke out all across the robot. The Toamari, still marooned on the island of Zakaz, were witnessing a grotesque
I should
being
just
slowly
do, Chris.
rise from the tank of energized protodermis. the melding universe Makuta Pterodax and Mazika found themselves facing off against alternate versions of Takanuva, completely turned to the dark. Tahu, Onua, and their team had just won a major victory against Pterodax, overwhelming the guards of Daxia in a massive assault and destroying the only source of new Rakshi. In the ruins of Destral, Takanuva and Pohatu worked desperately to gather arms, salvage weapons and armor, and mount a defense against the Makuta from within. The Skakti warlord Nektan readied his forces of Rakshi and Paraka to venture to the southern islands, for reasons unknown. And in these southern islands, Axon, still reeling from his mind prison, reunited with Brutaka, who was now fully merged with Antidermis and levitating above the ground. Together, the two old friends set off on a long journey back to Metru Nui, fighting their way through hordes of Rakshi, Exotoa, and Vizrak as they went. In the silver sea of Protodermis, the Baraki legions, led by Pradak, sailed for Metru Nui, ready for a grand conquest against the Makuta's Rakshi and Exotoa forces. And on the island of Zia, laborers and workers were on high alert, faced with a virus inadvertently unleashed by the Shadowed One, who had vanished mysteriously. Deep to the south, Kitangu sensed the presence of Vizrak once again, and resumed his sole quest to wipe out the vicious spiders. And finally, in the mind of the great spirit robot, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of
You guys
Nui,
call me whichever.
Nova Blast,
They're
ready to
interchangeable. It's kind of like
sacrifice all
DuckBricks
life in
and
the
Chris.
Matoran universe to stop Makuta Pterodax. And on an uncharted island, Toa Liwa found himself face to face with the horrific sight of the slimy, tentacled mass of Tren Krom, former overseer of the Matoran universe.
I'm so glad that you were able to be so productive in this time and that I literally have not been able to do anything productive than sit here
Explaining that he too had heard the voice of Makuta
and drink
Pterodax
various
echoed through the
drinks.
universe. Tren Krom pondered that there may be a way to use his knowledge of the inner workings of the Matoran universe against Makuta Pterodax, but it would require great sacrifice from Liwa. As the Takanuva of Air agreed to do whatever it takes, a tentacle wrapped around his neck, and in the next instant, the world began to spin. There was light and pain and impenetrable darkness, and when the shadows cleared away, Liwa found himself staring at himself. He looked down, only for a microsecond, long enough to see a huge tentacled mass grafted to stone. Instinctively, Liwa realized he was in Tren Krom's body, and Tren Krom's mind was inside his old body. Overjoyed at his newfound freedom, Tren Krom, possessing the body of Liwa, only laughed, explaining that in return for his help in overthrowing Pterodax, he would take Liwa's former body as his own, leaving the mind and spirit of the Takanuva of Air trapped in Tren Krom's body, condemned to the Forsaken Island. As Liwa yelled and protested, straining against the cave, Tren Krom took off in his body, telepathically contacting Artaka, who was forced to teleport the body of Liwa to Metru Nui to save the universe and allow Tren Krom to join the fight against Pterodax. And so,
I did build 2 sets, but those were for Chris's backlog, so honestly that was just labor.
And dust-covered artifacts. He had never physically been to this place before, but he knew what it was, the Metru Nui archives. As he surveyed his new surroundings, the parting words of Artaka echoed through his mind. Carry out his end of the bargain, or Artaka would find a way to utterly destroy Liwa's body rather than allow Tren Krom to steal it for all eternity. As Tren Krom in the body of Liwa surveyed his surroundings, he was hailed by Hafu and Kapura, who had brought along Toa Tuyet in the hopes of her turning the tide of rebellion. Reading her mind in mere seconds, Tren Krom was amused at her ambitions to overthrow Pterodax, and while she was powerful and dangerous, he surmised that she may have some use as well. Sensing this intrusion into her mind, Tuyet quickly deduced that Liwa was not who he claimed to be, but kept that knowledge to herself. And while Kapura was overjoyed to see a second Toa materialize before him, Hafu began to grow suspicious of both warriors, who seemed to each harbor ulterior motives to aid their cause. Leaving the archives, Tren Krom, Tuyet, and the 2 Matoran came across Toa Pooks and Bomanga, still casually strolling through the city, stuck in their illusion. Intrigued, Tren Krom touched the minds of the 2 Toa Haga. A fraction of his mental power tore Makuta's artificial reality to bits. Pooks and Bomanga shook their heads, as if waking from a dream. Even as he restored them to the real world, Tren Krom sent his power cascading to the minds of the other Toa Haga, freeing them as well. As the Toa Haga reeled from the illusion, finally breaking free from their prison at last, Tuyet, Tren Krom, and the Matoran ventured onwards, demolishing the wall to Toa Helrix's prison just as she was about to unleash a devastating Nova Blast. Quickly recognizing the Dark Toa, Helrix powered down her Nova Blast and moved to confront Tuyet.
Oh yeah, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of diving into lore. But if you want me to watch Ninjago, you want me to watch Bionicle stuff, the like count's gonna need to be at least 5,000. I'm gonna have to at least make this
Makuta
hard.
looked dazed at first, then his eyes filled with rage. Quickly catching up on the situation, Helrix ordered Hafu and Kapura to leave that sanctum and get word to the rest of the resistance, and be prepared to make peace with the Great Spirit and with each other, for the end of everything was nigh.
Oh, I didn't lose a bet. I just said that I would watch this if I got 1,200 likes on an Instagram post in my last stream. And it was like kind of joking, but I didn't really think it was gonna happen, and then Atrioc pulled it up on stream and just demolished my goal. We're at over 2,000 likes now.
Returned to Metru Nui. To Axon's surprise, Brutaka declared that Trenkrom must be allowed to complete the task he set out to do, and in response, Helrix demanded that the universe must die, and Pterodax with it. Before the startled eyes of Kapura and Hafu, battle lines were drawn. On one side stood Helrix, Mizrix, and Axon, all three determined to demolish the brain of the robot and commit the ultimate sacrifice to kill Pterodax once and for all. On the other stood Tuyet, Trenkrom, and Brutaka, who were convinced the Matoran universe could be salvaged, all for their own goals. Helrix avoided Tuyet's slashing attack and landed a sidekick in her midsection. The corrupt toe of water staggered backwards, only narrowly avoiding being accidentally struck by Brutaka. The battle had begun only moments before, but already the chamber in which they fought was in shambles. Mizrix thought he would have the easiest opponent. He could sense that Liwa Nuva was not himself, but under the control of another. Whoever that was, they had no access to the Toa's air power, which he thought would make him ripe for defeat. Unfortunately for him, Liwa's body was now home to Trenkrom, ancient entity with enormous mental powers. Mizrix's first solid blow knocked Liwa to the ground. The fallen Toa responded with a mental shock blast that came close to turning Mizrix's brain to ash. But still, Mizrix had been through a lot in the past millennia. Imprisonment, torture, humiliation, and no mind power was going to be enough to stop him. He gathered Liwa up in his claw and slammed his foe against the wall once, twice, and 3 times. Meanwhile, Axon's heart wasn't in this fight. He had only recently rediscovered Brutaka and regained their old friendship. He couldn't believe they were already at each other's throats once again, and he wasn't certain Brutaka was wrong. Maybe Helrix's plans were too extreme. Perhaps duty lay in protecting the Matoran until the very last moment. But for this moment, he had to concentrate on protecting just himself, for one good hit from Brutaka would take his head clean off. Helrix, on the other hand, had not wavered in her determination, but she also knew that this battle was sure to draw Makuta Pterodax's attention. Her chance to act could disappear at any moment. She had to do the Nova Blast now, before anyone could stop her. Tuyet could guess what was about to happen. Slamming an elbow into Axon even as Brutaka struck him, she took advantage of the moment, wrestling the warrior's axe from him. With a yell, she vaulted into the air and smashed Mizrix with the axe. In a roar of pain, the reptilian Makuta fell backwards, right towards Helrix. Tuyet hit the ground and watched, but to her surprise, just as Mizrix was about to crush Helrix, the ancient female warrior vanished. The Makuta landed in a heap, but was barely slowed by his wound and already seeking out his attacker. And just then, in the chaos, the world began to blur in front of the combatants' eyes. At the chamber entrance, space itself appeared to be warping. The next instant, a massive figure stepped out of the distortion and stood before them. All around them, a voice both young and old echoed through the chamber, berating them for their squabbling to save existence. No one in the room had ever seen the newcomer before, but there were some who knew his voice, and all felt a chill of fear at the sound of it. Only Helrix had the presence of mind to give their visitor a name, and even she spoke it in a whisper. Artaka. Part 6. Descent into Madness. At the sight of Artaka,
I'm descending into madness. They just like me for real.
Stood in the shattered doorway, facing some of the most powerful beings in existence as their superior. First, his cold eyes fell on the body of Liwa. Reaching out and placing his palm on Liwa's forehead, Artaka closed his eyes. The Toa's body spasmed, then dropped to the floor. After a moment, Liwa's eyes opened and he looked around, dazed, for he had returned to his body for the first time in weeks. As Helrix began to challenge Artaka, still preparing for her Nova Blast, the combatants were frozen solid by a reverberating voice around the chamber. The voice
I appreciate
of
it.
Helrix, who now had drawn his attention to their gathering.
I need the
Locking their
luck.
efforts to stop
We
him,
have
Pterodax extended the
almost
greatest
an hour
benefits to the
left,
gathered beings. One instant, Axon, Brutaka,
and I
Helrix,
think my
Artaka,
brain might
Miserix,
actually
Tuyet,
explode
Hafu, Kapura,
before
and
we get
Liwa
there.
were inside the half-ruined chamber deep beneath Metru Nui. The next, they were floating in the airless, icy void of outer space, slowly losing consciousness as the cold crept through their armor. On the surface of Aqua Magna, they could barely make out the dizzyingly colossal form of the great spirit robot look to the stars beyond the planet and blast off to the shattered planet of Bara Magna in search of Matadui, the mask of life, and victory over all life itself. In the void of space, Liwa summoned a thin bubble of air linked around the heads of each castaway, calling them to join hands and link up as they drifted in the cold reaches of space. Despite his efforts, not even Artaka had the power to defy a true new god, and Pterodax had blocked their return to his form. Before the warriors could make any moves, a hole appeared in space before them. Reaching outwards was a clawed hand, and before they knew it, the 9 beings found themselves sprawled on a damp stone floor. Kapura was the first to realize that the stone itself was moving, not to mention breathing. He cried out and got to his feet, backing against a wall. The bricks in the wall reached out to embrace him, holding him fast. Stepping out from the shadows was the mad half-being Vezon, who called their attention to their host. As the occupants of the chamber turned to face the being before them, they could barely make out a figure seated on the floor, chains affixed to arms and legs. The chains were writhing like serpents, and the voice of the insane, cursed great being echoed out. He had made a deal with Vezon and brought him back to this core universe, but after realizing Vezon did not have the power to free him from his prison, he tasked him to rescue some of the most powerful beings in the Matoran universe from the darkness of outer space. And so, as the cursed great being demanded his freedom, Liwa glanced out the window of his cell. He was stunned to see a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, far larger than any jungle he had called home on the island of Matanui. For Liwa, Vezon, Artaka, Helrix, Miserix, Axon, Brutaka, Tuyet, Kapura, and Hafu had been transported to the jungle planet of Bota Magna, moon of Spheris Magna. Meanwhile, back in the Matoran universe, on the island of Zakaz, the Toamari watched in horror as a terrifying fusion emerged from the pool of energized protodermis. A mixture of a Zyglak, a Vortex, a Steltian laborer, and the 5 surviving Baraka, it had been created by the barbaric Skakti in an elaborate ritual. And now, it was free. It was terrible, and it was beautiful. Towering 12 feet high, with gleaming golden skin, powerful muscles, and piercing green eyes, it regarded the assembled Skakti with the benevolent gaze of a creator. Only the vaguely reptilian cast of its face took away from its stunning appearance. As this new, golden-skinned being cried out in hunger, its hypnotic mental powers took hold of the assembled Skakti and Toamari, binding them in its sway. Throwing down their weapons, the 5 Toamari rose and walked forward, ready and eager to obey the commands of their new Dark Master. Back in the Southern Islands, the Pterodax of the Melding Universe and Komator and Mazika readied for combat against the 3 Shadow Takanuva who blocked their path. The Pterodax of our core universe had expected the Melding Pterodax to react nobly and fight from a distance, using his long-range abilities to hold the Takanuva at bay. But the Melding Pterodax had no such weaknesses. Unlimbering his warhammer, Pterodax charged. Before the startled Shadow Toa could react, Pterodax had swung his hammer, striking one Toa in the face and shattering his mask to pieces. Whirling, he landed another hammer blow to the chest armor of a second Toa, cracking it straight down the center. Mazika moved in then, catching the 3rd Takanuva with a scissor kick and sending him to the ground. Pterodax made sure he would never be getting up. The now maskless Toa staggered forward, firing shadow energy from his hands at random. One blast caught Pterodax in the shoulder, badly damaging his armor. Without the luxury to feel pain or worry about his escaping antidermis, Melding Pterodax created a swirling fog of darkness to conceal his movements. Using the cover to his advantage, Mazika reached out with all his senses, leaping and whirling in midair with his eyes fully blinded, sensing the scrape of
Thank
Shadow
you for the
Takanuva's
super
boots on the ground.
chat.
His foot connected with the Toa's mask, knocking it
I
askew but not
appreciate
dislodging.
it. We are
Even as his
almost
momentum
at
carried
1
him
hour.
forward, Mazika landed a second blow to the
We are
Shadow
all
Toa's
in
neck.
this together.
Enraged, the Toa hurled tendrils of darkness that began to strangle the Matoran. But just then, there
For
was
some
a
reason,
sickening
there are
crunch,
some of us
and
that
the
are
Shadow
all in
Toa's
this
face
together,
broke
and we are going to
Behind it
survive
was
this 9
Pterodax
hour
and his
video.
warhammer, which had smashed Takanuva's mask
The
and brains to
entire
pieces.
DuckBricks
The 2
team
warriors had finally
is
overcome their
not
trials,
doing this.
but the final battle was only about to begin.
This was just
Part 7. In the valley
I
of the
was like,
maze,
oh yeah,
as Makuna Pterodax
I'll
and
never
the
get
body of the
1,200
great
likes on
spirit
this
robot
Instagram post, and then
blasted
I
off from
did.
Aqua
And this
Magna
is
to
what
challenge
happens when you
Mata Nui on
promise
Bara
people
Magna.
things
The Toa of Life was encountering his
in
own trials
stream,
and
and you have to see
tribulations
it
in the
through.
desert
This was
sands.
one
While
of
rebellions
those
were fought across the
I got
Matoran
to
universe
see it
and the
through
Toa Nuva led
moments.
their
Like,
allies to victory, Mata Nui struggled
I
in the
did this to
valley of the
myself,
maze, ancient
and
fortress of the great beings which
I
housed a
had to see it
mysterious
through.
power
Right?
source deep
I
within.
promised.
Meanwhile,
And
the
I'm
Praetorian continued
not
to defend
someone who
Midgard
doesn't
from wandering
deliver. Like,
bandits
if I
like Saga
promise or
and
I say I'm
remnants
gonna
of
do
small
something, I'm
patrols who
gonna do
still
it.
sought to conquer more land in the wake of Tuma's
But
death.
my
With all
body
the
is
warriors
so
unaware of the
unhappy
impending
with
threat
me
of the
right
Metera
now.
legions, Akar and Kina set off to the north of Bara Magna,
Not
seeking out Mata
happy.
Nui to aid in his quests. At the same time, Gresh scoured the wastelands for superior armor and weapons, preparing to act as one of the few defenders of the recently constructed mega village around the prototype robot. During this time, the Agori Tarduk, still consumed with questions about the great beings and the mysterious Red Star, ventured back north to complete his journey to the Valley of the Maze. Managing to enter the fortress of the great beings and outwit the element lords who sought the secrets for themselves, Tarduk was quickly tied in chains and suspended above a pool of lava by automated defense systems, which detected his foreign presence in the fortress of the great beings. And after facing many of the maze's automated defenses, elemental traps, and endless riddles, Mata Nui finally arrived at the center of the maze, where he encountered Tarduk. Quickly freeing the Agori of Jungle, Mata Nui ventured deeper within the fortress, where he discovered a computer stationed within the mechanized volcano. Before his eyes, images projected on the walls around him, detailing his mission to study other cultures and civilizations throughout the galaxy, to understand the reason for war and how to prevent it from arising on Spherus Magna again. On the screen, the
I think it would
progress
be
of the Great
super
Spirit
funny if
Robot was
we all
tracked,
had to
which
sit
showed how
down for
Mata
the
Nui had
Ninjago one,
completed his
but like
mission and was
together.
headed home
Like,
just
we
as
all
Makuna
sit
Pterodax
there
struck him down with a virus,
and
causing
you
the
watch us
robot to
all
crash
just
towards the
melt.
planet. As the impact
That
blew
would be
into a
really
dense
good.
cover and erased his memories, Mata Nui was surprised to see that the restoration of Spherus Magna required a second colossal robot. And so, as Mata Nui and Tarduk delved deeper within the maze, they encountered the ancient power source to the second robot and left the maze after seizing it for themselves. At last, Mata Nui was closer than ever to regaining control of a massive robotic form, and our journey is about to come to an end. Part 8. Journey's End. Returning to the mega village with the power source, Mata Nui intended to use it to reawaken the prototype robot and restore Spherus Magna once and for all. Despite being confronted by Gresh and Ranu, who accused him of being willing to destroy their only shelter just to gain more power, Mata Nui convinced them of his noble intentions, and Ranu reluctantly allowed him to use the mega village, but not before warning him that should he betray the Agori, they would find a way to make him pay.
I have no
The Agori and
idea
Praetorian of the four
the
tribes
next
then left
time
the
that we
village,
would be able
taking
to
shelter in the
align
mountain's
everyone's
caves, and Mata
schedules.
Nui prepared to enter the
So
prototype robot.
this will
Bidding
have to
him
be a
tearful
work in
farewell,
progress
Kina, who
because
had grown close to
I
Mata Nui
travel
over
a
his time in
lot,
Bara Magna,
Chris
was
travels
the
a
last to
lot,
send him
Jake
off.
travels a lot.
And so, in an
I don't even
explosion
think
of
we'd be able to
energy
get
and light,
Rob.
Mata
Rob
Nui's
doesn't even
spirit
know how this
exited his
goes.
body and traveled
So
into
I
the
don't
prototype
know if
robot,
we'd be able to get Rob,
awakening
but
it
at least
after
for Jake, Chris, and I,
150,000 years.
we all
As energy
travel.
rippled
So it'd be
across the
really
land and
funny to
tendrils of
see
glowing
what
green light beamed
possible
from the
weekend
sides of
we
the
can all
robot,
align together.
Mata Nui rose once again. Barely managing to keep control over the ancient internal systems with the mask of life, Mata Nui struggled to his feet.
I think at this point we're
Power
an
surged
hour.
through his body,
Yes,
out through
we're
his
less
metal
than an
fingertips,
hour.
and he began the cosmic process of reuniting the moons of Aqua Magna and Bota Magna with Bara Magna. As gargantuan forces of gravity rippled through space and Mata Nui concentrated on restoring Spherus Magna, Makuna Pterodax, in the body of the original Great Spirit robot, grew ever closer to Bara Magna. Inside the Matoran universe, Tahu and Onua had just succeeded in destroying the
Great
final supply
being.
of energized protodermis. Reconvening with Gali, Pohatu, and Kopaka, the 5 remaining Takanuva had little time to ponder where Liwa had gone before rushing to the southern regions of the robot, tracking hordes of Rakshi that had abandoned their posts and flooded to spaces unknown. Ordering all remaining agents of the Order of Mata Nui, active Toa teams, and Dark Hunters to rush to the southern islands in pursuit, Tahu watched as legions of Exotoa, Visorak, and Skapti, led by Nektan, followed the Rakshi to the southern legions. As the forces of both good and evil rushed to the south, there was impact on Bara Magna. Makuna Pterodax, commanding the most powerful weapon of destruction in existence, had just made landfall on the planet's surface.
Bonkles is great.
Pterodax vaporized a peak in the Black Spike Mountains, killing
everybody
several
has
Skrull and proposing
different
alliance to conquer the universe together to Mata Nui.
different travel
As Mata
goals.
Nui refused, in response, Pterodax used his own gravity powers
Lots
to
of people
tear
are
off the mountain
traveling
above the
all
cave where
over.
most of the Agori and Glatorian were hiding, forcing them to
I'm
flee
gonna be
onto the
doing a
desert
lot of
sands. In
US
an instant,
traveling.
Makuta Pterodax engaged Mata Nui in a full-on robotic duel above the clouds. On the ground beneath Pterodax's feet, Gresh and the Glatorian concentrated their blasters at single spots on his armor, hoping to distract him long enough for Mata Nui to gain the upper hand. But before they had a chance to deal any damage, hatches opened by Makuta's feet, and out of the darkness poured countless legions of Rakshi, Skakti, and Vizorak, followed
They're
closely
so
by the
funny.
forces of good. While the two armies
Yes, we
clashed,
can totally replace
Takanuva
Rob.
and the Toanuva emerged from the opening, joining forces with the Glatorian in a climactic battle. To avoid standing out and being targeted by Rakshi, Takanuva altered his armor color to silver, blending in with the Toa and Glatorian of Ice as he blasted through waves of villains. In the distance, Stronius watched the proceedings and, seeking revenge for the Rock Tribe's earlier defeat, led bands of Skrull warriors into the battle, which had now begun in earnest. In a different section of Bara Magna, Tahu-Nuva stumbled out of the Matoran universe, faced with the blinding light and heat of the desert. Cast into a vision of Tawahi by the Mask of Life, Tahu was shown a flashback to thousands of years ago, where the great beings had designed a set of golden armor to be worn specifically by Toa Mata Tahu in the event of an emergency. With the ability to destroy all solid antidermis in the area, the armor could act as a vast explosion of energy to decimate all Rakshi forces, which of course used armor made of solid antidermis. All around Tahu, the golden armor began to materialize, and the Mask of Life devolved him purposefully into his original Toa Mata form, as he was needed in his unaltered state to fulfill this crucial task. But before Tahu could don this golden armor and destroy the Rakshi, Pterodax noticed the blinding glow of light, and sent a gargantuan blast of energy from his hands, scattering the pieces of golden armor all across Bara Magna. Meeting up with Takanuva, Tahu began a search to recollect all the pieces of the golden armor, all while other Toa fought bravely against the forces of Makuta. Introducing himself to Gresh and the Glatorian, Tahu had only moments to explain the threat before the battles resumed. The Toa Haka, now fully cleared of Pterodax's illusion, held a desperate defense alongside the Glatorian, protecting the Agori villagers. In other regions of the desert, Gali and Pohatu clashed with Skakti barbarians, decimating entire legions in their wake. And in the skies above them, Mata Nui and Makuta Pterodax engaged in their climactic final battle, Pterodax dispatching Vizorak spiders to rapidly seal breaches in the hull with their webs, and Mata Nui barely managing to hold off the titanic foe. As Mata Nui declared that the Agori and Glatorian would never submit to Pterodax, Pterodax crushed Bara Magna with his gravitic powers. In desperation, Mata Nui shoved Pterodax and redirected the blast towards the two moons of Aqua and Bota Magna, accelerating their descent toward the planet. He then redoubled his efforts, forcing Pterodax backwards towards a falling fragment of Aqua Magna. And in the desert, Tahu encountered Nektan, the Skakti warlord who now seized a piece of the golden armor for himself. Challenging him in a one-on-one duel,
Ew,
Tahu sliced through
Bionicle.
his crescent scythe, melting Nektan's armor with his fire blast and utterly defeating the Skakti warlord. In the desert, Gresh, Takanuva, and the rest of the Glatorian and Agori battled Pterodax's forces for the golden armor, desperately fighting to regain and get each piece to Tahu. In a truly epic battle stretching across the planet, Tahu managed to finally regain control of the golden armor. The Toa of Fire concentrated, focusing his thoughts just as he would do to activate a mass power or control flame. But this time, he was willing the golden armor to do whatever it could to end this battle. Power surged through him. He screamed as electricity locked his muscles and suffused his body with blinding light. Tendrils of energy shot from Tahu, coiling around every Rakshi on the battlefield. In an instant, the creatures fell to the ground, seized by spasms as their power raced back along the tendrils and into Tahu. As the
This
combatants
is
on
the
both
final
sides
battle.
watched, the Rakshi's armor disintegrated and the Krata slugs inside them exploded into shards of shadow. On the horizon, Tahu was still screaming as the energies of hundreds of Rakshi threatened to overwhelm him. Then, abruptly, the nimbus of power around him disappeared and he dropped like a stone. And just that quickly, the battle was over. With the Rakshi gone, the Skakti and Skrull were badly outnumbered by the Glatorian and Tahu's Toa Legion. Some surrendered, while others scattered back in the desert to fight another day. But no one was celebrating. They all knew victory meant nothing if Makuta killed Mata Nui, and it seemed there was nothing they could do to prevent that. But what none of the fighters on the ground realized was that they had already done more than they realized. Each Krata was bound to its creator in some way, and in this case, Makuta Pterodax. While he did not feel their pain, he could sense their debts. The loss of so many at once made him hesitate for just a moment. For that instant, Makuta Pterodax was paying no attention to the world around him or the sky above him. Metru Nui saw it coming. It was why he had forced Makuta to this northern edge of Bara Magna. His last gambit was about to pay off, and by a miracle, he was going to live to see it. A shadow fell over the robots, the shadow of the moon of Bota Magna returning to its place of origin. Using the last of his energy, Metru Nui rose and shoved Makuta backwards into the path of the planetoid. Its edge impacted the robot, smashing in the metallic head with a sickening crunch. Pterodax's armored form began to topple towards Metru Nui and the Bara Magna desert, and using every last bit of mechanical muscle he possessed, Metru Nui caught Makuta and pushed him aside, causing the massive robot to fall and be impaled on the black spikes. The impact of the robot crushed the mountains to powder, even as the twin collisions of Bota Magna and Aqua Magna shook the entire world. And with that, thousands of years of anguish, of suffering, of death and darkness, all of it was gone in an instant. Metru Nui had prevailed, and Makuta Pterodax was no more. The three fragments of Spherus Magna were one once again. Destiny had been achieved, but this journey was not yet at its end. The battle was over. The Bara Magna desert was a disaster area. The surrounding mountains had been pulverized or flattened, and massive scorch marks scarred the sand. The ground was littered with the bodies of those who had lost their lives in the clash, alongside countless shattered pieces of Roxy armor. Dominating it all, of course, was the fallen robot that had once been Makuta Pterodax's greatest weapon. Tahu and Takanuva stood on a dune, looking at the metallic shell inside which they had lived their entire lives. No doubt the inner workings had been heavily damaged and there would be casualties. But as they watched the multitude streaming out of the robot, they saw many familiar figures. More than likely, most had taken shelter after the initial quake, and so survived the much larger shock. They stumbled out onto the sands. Toa, Matoran villagers, Vortex traders, Skakti barbarians, agents of the Order of Metru Nui, Dark Hunter bandits, animals, Rahi, birds, insects, and more, all shielding their eyes against the bright sun of this new planet. Towering above the clouds to the skies above, Metru Nui surveyed this brave new world. He watched as new species and populations mingled and met, witnessing the birth of new culture and world order before his eyes. The Matoran and Agori had much to learn from each other. The Toa team with the Glatorian would now safeguard both sets of villagers from any threat. Natural alliances were being forged even now. Metru Nui turned his attention then to the fallen form of Makuta. There was another alliance that should have existed, but never came to pass. Had he and Pterodax worked together, they could have restored Spherus Magna without the devastation and loss of life. But Pterodax's greed and ambition wouldn't allow that, and in the end, both his mad dreams and the body he had stolen were wreckage. Makuta was the past. It was time to worry about today and tomorrow for this world. When he had gone to Ranu and asked to take the Agori city from them, Metru Nui had made a vow to the Agori and himself. If he succeeded in rebuilding this planet, he would not stop there. He would give the Agori a new life, a new chance to thrive here. And now was the time to begin that work. And even though he knew that this final act of creation would doom his spirit, his mind, and his body, Metru Nui knew just what he had to do. Just as Matoro had sacrificed himself to save the life of Metru Nui, it was his own turn to pay the great debt owed to the world of Spherus Magna and its people. And so, with no fear or doubt in his heart, Metru Nui looked to the sky and stretched out his arms. He summoned the energies that coursed through his body, even as he called out to the Mask of Life. The mask at first resisted. It too knew that it might well not survive this, and it did not want to cease to exist. Metru Nui could have forced the Ignika to aid him. He truly had a stronger will, but he did not. Instead, he simply pictured in his mind how Spherus Magna could be if this was successful. He knew the mask would sense what was in his thoughts, and it would know this would be the ultimate use of its power. A moment later, Metru Nui felt the power of the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, merge with what little remained of his own. Then, he willed that power to flow from his body and sweep across the planet. Everywhere it touched, mountains rose, forest flourished, life appeared where none had been before. In the desert of Bara Magna, time seemed to flow backwards as barren sand gave way to a jungle teeming with trees, and plants and long-dead rivers returned to life. The vast ocean of Aqua Magna felt Mata Nui's touch as well. Underwater, plants flourished, providing a bounty for the fish that swam in the sea. The power of the Mask of Life touched even the twisted, mutated beings who lived in the depths, curing them of the worst of their afflictions while leaving them to survive beneath the waves. In the great forest of Bota Magna, the giant biomechanical reptiles created so long ago by the great beings watched, amazed, as their homeland shifted and changed all around them. Areas where trees and foliage had ceased to grow suddenly were green again. Smaller animals emerged from their hiding places to feast on the new growth. Agori and Glatorian that stood in the once desert were speechless. This was not the world they once knew. It was better. After 100,000 years of struggling to survive, of scraping for every morsel of food and drop of water, there was now enough for all. As they watched in awe, clouds gathered above their heads for the first time in living memory. It began to rain in Bara Magna. And with this final act of creation, Mata Nui fell. Toppling downwards and crumpling under the strain and energy of life, both the robot and spirit of Mata Nui lay dormant once again. Arriving on a ridge by the collapsed form of the robot, Tahu, Akar, and Kina sat and mourned the loss of a god and friend. Agori, Matoran, and Glatorian had gathered now, drawn by the sight of the great robot's collapse. Some looked grief-stricken, others merely puzzled, and some fearful. Mata Nui had granted them a new life and a new world, and no doubt they expected him to lead them into the future. Instead, he was gone, and they were on their own again. Kina turned back to the pile of wreckage, damp from the gentle rain. For a moment, she thought a shaft of sunlight had forced its way through the clouds, for there was a faint glow in the center of the rubble. But then, the glow grew brighter. Akar saw it too, and climbed over the twisted metal to reach the source. He reached down and emerged with the Mask of Life, now gleaming brighter than a sun. Flaring so brightly that all present had to shield their eyes from the light, the spirit of Mata Nui echoed from the mask, thanking his friends and proclaiming destiny fulfilled. And so, with the last remnants of his energy, Mata Nui bid his friends with one final task. Seek out the great beings, tell them that the planet is whole once more, and convince them to share their gifts. For Mata Nui himself had learned what it meant to have friends, not subjects, workers, or soldiers, true brothers, and he hoped that the great beings may be
Yes, wait, it is still going.
And to quote Mata Nui, "All journeys must come to an end, but this time there is a new beginning as well. There will be challenges to face and enemies to fight, but I know you will overcome. All that has gone before, my friends, has only served to give birth to this new day. Let unity, duty, and destiny be your guides. Be well, be strong, care for this world and for each other. Farewell." Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 10, Destiny. Journey's End. Under the Dark Lord Makuta Pterodax's reign of shadows, brave resistance groups fought back against the god of the Matoran universe, staging epic battles to topple the great spirit robot from within. With his legions of Exotoa, Rakshi, and Visorak, Pterodax kept a firm grip on the populace, all while preparing to blast off to Bara Magna and crush Mata Nui once and for all. In these many battles, the deranged serial killer Toa Tuyet, recently revealed to have cheated death, joined the fight, all while plotting to seize power for herself. Old gods like Artaka and Trenkrom made legendary appearances for the first time in millennia, while the vast multiverse was cracked open, with alternate versions of heroes and villains materializing in our core world. In climactic journeys, heroes like Toa Liwa and Helrix were teleported to vast jungle regions of Bota Magna, while others like the Toamari fell under the hypnotic sway of terrible new beings. Finally, in a desperate battle like no other in the skies and sands of Bara Magna, Mata Nui triumphed over Makuta Pterodax, striking down his vast robot form and healing the planet of Spherus Magna in a glorious restoration. And with Mata Nui's final request to seek out the great beings and reunite their society, our heroes pave the way to an uncertain future in a brave new world. This is Bionicle Retold.
8. No scratch, please.
Epilogue, New Beginnings. Part 1, The Restoration. Across the newly reformed planet of Spherus Magna, plants bloomed and oceans teemed with life. Metru Nui had triumphed over Makuta, and in the wreckage of the great spirit robot, countless new life forms emerged onto the sands of what once was Bara Magna. Toa, Glatorian, Matoran, and Agori stood together as one, while Tahu delivered a final speech to his gathered friends. The light and warmth of the mask of life washed over the land, healing ruined ecosystems and covering much of the wastelands with vast flora and fauna. Even the mutated denizens of the pit felt its warmth, the surviving Baraki in particular reverting back to their normal, prime forms after so many years. In the aftermath of the conflict, what remained of the old Chronicler's company reunited, with Maku, Taipu, Tamaru, and Kopik helping to free those trapped in the rubble and evacuate the now destroyed Metru Nui archives. Little did they know, but Kapura and Hafu,
I'm rethinking every life choice I've ever made.
The planet on the chunk of land that once was Bota Magna, still held deep in the fortress of the cursed great being with the other legendary warriors and heroes. As the weeks progressed and the denizens of the Matoran universe became more and more accustomed to life on Spherus Magna, culture began to evolve, and an ideological split began to emerge. As mostly organic, intelligent beings, the Glatorian and Agori would be forced to accept the beings of the Matoran universe in their ranks, who were much more mechanical, evolving from initially purely artificial intelligence.
Yes, I can sneeze. It was due time.
The great being responsible for the sentience of every single Matoran universe species pondered his next moves. No one would ever suspect him, of course. No one ever had. In the earliest days of the Matoran universe, this great being was curious about the robot's inner workings and how Metru Nui would perform his task. Announcing to his fellow great beings that he was going into exile to remove suspicion, he transferred his mind into the body of a diminutive Matoran named Velika, taking his name as a pseudonym and placing his true body somewhere in stasis. As time passed, Velika recruited agents on the remnants of Spherus Magna who had come to believe one crucial truth. The events of the Core War and shattering of Spherus Magna had only the other great beings to blame for their poor leadership.
I appreciate you blessing
to sit
me.
Back and only watch as society collapsed around them. Despite being responsible for granting full sentience to the inhabitants of the Matoran universe, Velika
only 2 sneezes for 9 hours? Like,
he and all Matoran universe inhabitants acting outside
pretty good.
the parameters would have to be dealt with and eliminated, with the most powerful being his first targets. As for the rest, he could deal with them at his leisure. For to Velika, this new world of Spherus Magna needed a firm, strong hand to maintain order and rule over all, and Velika was convinced he would succeed where his fellow great beings had failed. And so, Velika made preparations to embark on a grand plan, which to him would be a time-consuming, if amusing, exercise, a sort of living strategy game in which only he knew the rules. Sending secret messages to his agents on the ground, Velika prepared his list of targets, setting forth to fulfill his dark plans. For to him, the inhabitants of the Matoran universe were only truly alive because of his gift, and to prevent another catastrophe like the Shattering, Velika would be willing to do anything and kill anyone to keep the peace. Elsewhere on Spherus Magna, the great being Angons paced in fear. When the great beings created the Metru Nui robot, their plan was a simple one. Metru Nui would return when the time was right, heal the shattered remains of Spherus Magna, and then power down. Neither it, nor the beings inside who kept it running, would be needed anymore. Some great beings wanted to keep a few intact to study, while others felt the materials could be better used in other projects. No one advocated letting Toa, Matoran, and all the others run free on Spherus Magna. They weren't independent beings with a right to life and liberty, after all. To the great beings, they were mere tools to be used to keep Metru Nui robot functioning. But things had not gone quite as planned. Evidently, there had been glitches in the AI of Makuta, Metru Nui, and the great beings' other creations. Instead of a simple repairing of the planet, there had been a robot war in the bizarre sight of nanotech creations nobly sacrificing themselves in battle, and in many cases, dying to save others. This was not the behavior of biomechanical servants. That was an actual new species fighting and dying for their freedom. Ordinarily, this would have been a cause for celebration, but at the same time that the great beings had failed to predict the future, they had also planned a little too well. During the Core War, the Great Beings had unleashed a doomsday weapon that came to be called Batera. Their goal was to end the war by force, by eliminating any armed combatant they encountered. Once it became inevitable that the shattering would happen, the Great Beings tried to use their failsafe to shut the Batera down. It failed, and the Batera remained active to this day. This failure made them think about how much power each Toa would have. If something went wrong upon Metru Nui's return, and the Toa were unleashed, the Agori would stand no chance against them. Suppose the Toa went bad. Suppose they wanted to conquer this new world. If so, then once again Spherus Magna would be in mortal danger as a result of the Great Being's actions. That could not be allowed to happen. They had little time, but they put it to good use, designing and building a new creation. It existed for one purpose and one alone: to destroy Toa. The Great Beings believed no single Toa or team of Toa could hope to stand against it. It was christened Merendar, an Agori word meaning salvation, and placed in a vault. There, Merendar slept for thousands of years, with no Toa to hunt or destroy. But the collision of the Matoran universe with the newly restored Spherus Magna meant a massive influx of new Toa on the planet, and the automated sensors Merendar utilized were immediately activated. Rushing to the vault, Angons came upon a horrible sight. It was too late. The living weapon had already smashed its way out through 3 feet of metallic protodermis and was gone. It would carry out its programming and kill any and every Toa on the planet. Angons pondered to himself. The Toa thought they had found a new world, but how could they know that nothing waited for them here but death? Part 2. Salmad's Tale. Centuries ago, before the Core War and the Shattering, the Agori of the Iron Tribe lived in the mountains of Bota Magna and worked the mines. They sent the iron dug out from the rock to the Fire Tribe for forging, and in return were provided with finished tools and weapons. They were rough and coarse, but honored for their hard work and treated like any other Agori. Iron Tribe members lived a life full of hard, honest work and didn't ask for anything more. Besides some minor quarrels with the Skrull, the Iron Tribe was at peace with all who dwelled on Spherus Magna, a respected corner of society. But when the end came, it came swiftly and quietly, like a dagger to the back. On the outskirts of Iron Agori land, miners began to act strangely. Distracted, quarrelsome, and outright hostile, these disturbed Agori reported only one thing: their sleep had been disturbed, for they had stopped dreaming. At first, the symptoms were laughed off. What use were dreams when all that mattered was the strength of their backs as they carved metal from rock? What did it matter if their sleep were unmarred by illusions or fantasies? But as the weeks grew longer, one troubling fact became clear. If you can't dream, your waking life becomes the nightmare. The affected miners went from irritable to violent in short order, and from violent to mad. For the Agori, dreams were needed to release the bad
I'm gonna be
energies that
Metru Nui
accumulated
for
all around.
Halloween.
Without them, the mind tears itself to shreds, and this dreaming plague was spreading. As more and more of the Iron Tribe lost the ability to dream, they began to die as raving lunatics, and those recently infected were seized by horror and desperation, knowing the fate that awaited them. Those who were seemingly immune, like Samad and Teleris, were unaware as to why they retained the ability to dream. As their village descended into chaos around them, Samad was forced to leave the love of his life, a female Iron Agori afflicted by the plague who was driven mad and eventually died from the plague. Desperate to find a cure, the mad Iron Agori swarmed Samad and Teleris, who banded together and fortified a cave hideaway. As things got worse, the village leader appealed to other tribes for help. The Skrull just laughed.
It'll be
The other
awesome
tribes wouldn't even
because
allow him
like
to cross the
maybe
borders
2
into their
people will know
lands.
what I am.
No one wanted the little bit of iron they still dug up, believing it somehow might
And
carry the
if they do
disease.
know,
And
I'll
so,
give them a big
all
hug.
trade came to a stop. When one of the still healthy Agori tried to join another tribe, he was driven off into the forest and killed by one of the beasts there. As far as Samad was concerned, he just as well may have been killed by the Agori who rejected him. Being a member of the Iron Tribe now carried a death sentence. If the plague didn't claim you, your one-time trading partners would. As the months stretched on, the entire Iron Agori tribe was eventually killed off in a terrible genocide, either by other Agori or the Dreaming Plague. The only survivors were Samad and Teleris, who used minerals to alter their armor color to avoid attention while the rest of their kin died off. As the Korwa erupted and the Agori killed each other with weapons made of the very iron Samad and his kin had mined, he only stood by and laughed, bitter at how quickly
No, two people other than
Chris
Chris would probably
Following
get
the
it.
shattering, Samad had only one regret. The truth behind whatever or whoever had caused the Dreaming Plague was broken off on Bota Magna, and he had no way of reaching the planetoid to learn the truth. Eventually, Samad and Teleris went their separate ways, with Teleris constructing a massive war machine based on the Scopio creatures, robbing Agori caravans to make a living. Samad, on the other hand, chose a different path. Consumed with spite and rage against the other Agori, he forged an alliance with the Skrull, turning the Agori themselves into commodities and selling them as slaves, leaving them wishing they had died in the plague along with Samad's friends. All that time, one burning question consumed Samad. What was responsible for the Dreaming Plague, and why had it only affected his race? And as the Skrull were driven from Roxas, two giant metal men battled in the skies, and a host of new species emerged on the Spherus Magna, only one thing held Samad's interest. The chunk of land that was once Bota Magna had been restored to Spherus Magna, which meant that the answers behind the Dreaming Plague were once again in his reach.
This stream is
Awakening
canon.
from nightmares about losing his lover for a second time, Samad embarked on a quest back to the region of Bota Magna, desperate to find the truth behind the plague. Along the way, he reunited with Teleris, who had since lost his massive Scopio war machine, and promised to help him rebuild it when they returned. They were surprised to encounter a long, gray serpent coiled in the sand, with madness in its eyes. Just as Teleris was about to kill the serpent, it spoke, begging for death. For the serpent was Metis, the treacherous Isagori Matanui had transformed into a snake to reflect his true nature. As Samad and Teleris stopped to hear what Metis had to say, the serpent reflected on his drive to take revenge on all who had wronged him, if not for the fact that something had recently changed. As Samad questioned Metis on what was different, the serpent slithered through the sand and looked up at him with desperation in his ice-blue eyes. "I've stopped dreaming," it whispered. Suddenly, the desert seemed to grow very quiet and still, and all Samad could hear was his own voice. It's starting again. Part 3. The Yesterday Quest. As Samad, Teleris, and Metis sought answers to the Dreaming Plague, and Merendar awakened from its slumber, the Takanuva were absorbed in their next quest, fulfill the final task of Mata Nui, and seek out the Great Beings. And so, Tahu, Gali, and Onua split off on this pivotal journey, while Kopaka and Pohatu stayed behind to help the Matoran and Agori build their society together and embark on their own missions. Joining Tahu and his team were 3 freelance Toa, who had been stationed in other regions of the Matoran universe on their own personal quests. In the early years of the Matoran universe, Toa Kiara was a Vo-Matoran turned Toa of Lightning who defended her village against Vizorak invasions, successfully fending off the Scourge of Darkness. Even earlier than this, Toa Ord was created by the Great Beings as one of the first Toa, and was the first Toa of psionics in existence. His first task was to use his mental powers on the savage Zyglak to end the threat of the vicious beasts. Unfortunately, due to his temper, Ord lost control, using his powers to make them even angrier, and as a result, all subsequent Matoran and Toa of psionics were later made female, as the Great Beings believed them to be gentler than males. During his career, he once used his powers to save a dozen trapped Matoran from the Dark Hunters, only much later rescued by his team. And lastly, Toa Zaria was a Fey Matoran who eventually transformed into a Toa of Iron. After rebelling against the Great Spirit, the Brotherhood of Makuta began hunting down and killing Toa of Iron, which resulted in the death and massacre of most of Zaria's closest friends. Under these circumstances, Zaria was forced to kill a Makuta to survive, violating the sacred Toa code in the process. While the event haunted him to this day, it sparked a rumor that he had made a habit of killing all his enemies, and Tahu planned to use this troubled but driven individual.
No, I look like I'm literally going
Gathering this team
insane.
of freelance Toa, Onua explained their mission, for both Tahu and Gali had already embarked on their own quest to seek out a site in the northern Bota Magna jungles to build the city of Nuatero. In the makeshift campsite they had constructed, Onua introduced the trio of Toa to the veteran Glatorian Galu, who would serve as their guide on Spherus Magna. Traveling north to what was once the independent celestial body of Bota Magna, Galu and the 3 Toa rode into a narrow valley bordered by
You
deep
can open
woods.
the door.
Preparing for an ambush, Galu tasked Ord with scanning for mental energy. Sensing dozens of minds buzzing and suddenly going silent, the 4 warriors prepared for an ambush, Kiara hurling lightning energy into the trees to draw out their attackers. Just then, there was a blast of energy, and the warriors
so
were hurled
cool.
into a net, trapped by mysterious combatants. To Galu's surprise, their captors were Voroks, but instead of using crude spears and stinger tails, these Voroks wielded sophisticated weapons and spoke perfect Agori, for these were the intelligent Voroks of Bota Magna, who had evolved radically differently compared to their southern kin on Bara Magna. As the Toa bickered and struggled against their captors, Galu was focused on only one person, the leader of the Voroks tribe. Introducing himself as Kabrua, the chief Voroks explained how they had evolved differently, thriving on Bota Magna, unforgiving of how his Voroks kin were treated on Bara Magna.
This is
devised a cruel plot. Hunt Galu,
from the
Kiara,
August
and Zaria,
release as
just
well.
As the Voroks were hunted on Bara Magna, as revenge for the
The new
atrocities committed
Corvette.
to their race. And as the 4 prisoners were led away, Galu came to a crucial
The one
realization.
from the 5-hour
There was no
stream
way
that I
Kabrua
didn't
would have known
finish.
anything about the Bara Magna Voroks, nor did he possess the knowledge or intellect to create such sophisticated technology, unless he was working with a great being. Little did Galu know
Do a little
that
spin
Kabrua
around.
was one of Velika's secret agents and fully committed to his cause. The next morning, the warriors were released into the forest, hunted by Voroks. Setting up an ambush in the jungle, Galu and Ord split off from the group, sending Kiara and Zaria to act as bait as they prepared to ambush the Voroks. But to their horror, none of their elemental powers were working.
Literally so
Laughing
cool.
in victory, Kabrua explained that he knew the secret to shut off the power of a Toa, only further cementing Galu's suspicions that he served a great being.
Yeah, I'm way
As
too
Galu
far
and Ord fled
gone.
the scene, they realized that Kabrua's
My
power
brain
anchors
is in
only
the
worked
Corvette,
short
and I'm
ranges,
just gonna
and Ord's psionic
send her
powers were
off.
quickly flooding back to him.
Just
And as he rushed through the jungles of Bota Magna, scanning the minds of beings around them, he stopped in shock and horror. In brief flashes, Ord had scanned the mind of Kabrua, who knew of Velika's dark plans. One of the beings from his universe, one who was on Spherus Magna now, was really a great being, living among the Matoran all this time.
my dreams are gonna be
In
haunted.
horror, Ord explained that this mysterious great being had waited
Not
over
even
100,000 years to return to Spherus Magna, concealed in another body, and his dark plans for their world must be stopped if there was still time. Part 4. The Powers That Be. While Velika began to set his grand plan into motion, and the team of Toa encountered trouble in the jungles of Bota Magna, Toa Kopaka traveled across the lands, gaining information on his new environment and acting as scout for the rest of the Matoran universe beings. Over his journeys, he had come across a band of barbaric Skakti, trailed by a seemingly subservient team of Toa Mari on a journey across Bara Magna. Leading this bizarre entourage was a massive, golden-skinned being, the combination of all 6 Paraka with other life forms. As Kopaka watched, the golden-skinned being generated a massive castle with just a wave of his hand, materializing the fortress from thin air. Rushing back to camp to warn the others, Kopaka came across Toagaki, who offered the help of the Toahaga in seeking out this dangerous new life form. Promising the Toahaga would scout out the situation and report back, Gaki and the others left Kopaka in the village, who reunited with Pohatu, assisting the villagers with salvage missions and creating cooling shelters for those laboring in what was left of the Bara Magna desert. Just then, Kopaka and Pohatu were accosted by Toa Lezovic, who was consumed with rage and guilt. Demanding to know who among them had freed the mad titan Karzani from his imprisonment, Lezovic set out on a singular quest to relocate Karzani and bring him to justice, for somehow
I'm
he had
teaching
been
Chris
freed
right
from
now how to
captivity by
say
beings
war,
unknown, and was
'cause he
now
says
free
it
to
kinda
prey on
silly in the
inhabitants of this
videos.
new world. While Kopaka suggested a search party, Lezovic refused and left to search for Karzani on his own. Making his way to the Iron Canyon,
He got
Lezovic
it,
finally
guys.
tracked down the Mad Titan, but just before he had a chance to confront Karzani,
We're almost
Lezovic
at 20
was struck in a flash of
minutes.
blinding light and was knocked down by the great being Velika, who stole his air sword and brutally murdered Karzani with Lezovic's weapon, smashing his armor to bits and carving up his organs in a gruesome display. When Lezovic came to, his sword and Karzani were both gone, and he was left blindsided as to who or what had attacked. For Velika, in his hopes to inspire fear and distrust among the villagers, had just framed Lezovic for the murder of Karzani, and it didn't take long for Kopaka and Pohatu to come across the mutilated body, Lezovic's sword still impaled in his back. Gathering the body, Kopaka and Pohatu brought it back to the Agori and Matoran camp. Tahu and Gali had returned from their scouting mission to the north, only to be greeted with this grim news. A rogue Toa on the loose would only encourage distrust among the Agorian Glatorian, and this was the worst possible time for such a murder to take place. As the four Toa conversed, groups of Agori began to spread rumors amongst themselves, suspecting the Toa of killing Karzani themselves. And so, Tahu and Gali stayed behind to quell their fears and suspicions, while Kopaka and Pohatu set off to find Lezovic, or whoever was framing him. The two Toa rode north for 3 days. The land turned from brown to green, lush forest replacing sand dunes. They saw no sign of Lezovic or anyone else. More than once, Pohatu wondered aloud what had happened to Liwa, but Liwa had vanished before the defeat of Makuta and had not been seen since. As Kopaka and Pohatu began to argue over who the true killer was and why exactly Karzani had been killed, they were interrupted by movement up ahead. A scream rippled through their minds, one made up of pure agony and something more, complete shock. The mental cry was so powerful both Toa fell from their mounts, hands covering their audio receptors. That did no good. This scream wasn't a physical one, but a telepathic one, and it brought with it flashes of imagery neither Toa would ever forget. When it finally subsided, Kopaka was the first to his feet. Before Pohatu could stop him, he ran for the woods, and when the Toa of Stone caught up to Kopaka, he found him standing over
he's back.
Gelatin. Pohatu glanced around and saw that similar objects covered the ground for hundreds of yards.
I'm deteriorating, my body hurts.
Tren Krom, who had seemingly been transported to Bota Magna just to be brutally murdered in another twisted display. Someone or something had reduced him to pieces in an instant and left no obvious clues behind. And while there were now 2 high-profile murders to solve, Kopaka was rattled by something else. Out of all the images thrust into his mind by Tren Krom's throes of death, one stood out among the rest, the enigmatic Red Star. Before Kopaka and Pohatu had a chance to process this revelation, they were interrupted by a grotesque being who had been lurking in the trees. A strange, multi-limbed and winged life form who called himself Gardus. Years ago, Gardus had once been a Matoran. Then, a group of Ninra ghosts pushed their experiments too far. Moving to scientific tests on other living beings, these now exiled Ninra ghosts took Gardus and subjugated him to horrific tests and mutations in a quest to make the perfect weapon. Imbuing him with powerful teleportation abilities, the Ninra ghost constructed Gardus to wield a powerful skill.
I was talking to a toy Corvette. What's your problem?
But Gardus escaped.
My only friend, okay?
Until none of them were left.
I got
Remaining
Percy
in
sleeping.
for the Ninra ghost to be returned following the repairs in the Red Star. Gardus lurked for
I got
years,
nothing.
operating under a
I
single
got
plan to brutally kill those who had mutilated him again and again for all eternity. For Gardus knew the true secret of the Red Star and its proper function in the Matoran universe. In the early days of the universe, the great beings created the remote Red Star satellite as a booster pack to the universe, serving one crucial function: conserve the robot's finite resources by reviving its inhabitants when they died. The deceased were transported from the Matoran universe to the Red Star, where they would be placed in a new body and sent back. To man the Red Star, the great beings created the Kistora, and for centuries, the Red Star operated as created, reviving any beings who died and transporting them back to their homes in the Matoran universe. But something went horribly wrong when Gardus was eventually killed. Due to his incredibly mutated and misshapen form, the Red Star's systems were not prepared for such a deviation from the standard species, and malfunctioned. Sending Gardus back down to the Matoran universe in a final burst of energy, the Red Star fell dormant, and any being who was killed in the Matoran universe would be trapped on the Red Star permanently. Worse still, while revived beings were intended to retain their memories and intact mental functions, the traumatic and damaged process of revival resulted in their thoughts being scrambled, transforming them into little more than reanimated, violent corpses. And so, the Red Star continued to soar overhead, orbiting the Great Spirit robot, but unable to perform its key task. When Makuta Pterodax flew the robot to Bara Magna, and Metru Nui restored the planet, the Red Star still circled overhead, enigmatic and out of reach. With the robot destroyed, the Red Star would not be summoned into use again. And yet, it still hung among the true stars, waiting for a call that would never come. Meanwhile, Gardus had sought to make a peaceful life in isolation on Spherus Magna, escaping the Matoran universe only to witness Trenkrom materialize before him in an instant and be murdered by something moving faster than his eye could see. He could not understand what he was seeing, but this was the work of Velika yet again, who had murdered the ancient entity in a cruel and terrifying manner to spread panic and fear so the populace would be ripe for his rule. But in the last seconds of his life, Trenkrom had used his mental powers to warn Kopaka, Pohatu, and Gardus of one crucial thing. Something up on the red star was connected to
I'll
his
get
death,
like
and was now their mission to
1
find
hour out of the
And so,
dungeon
despite
this
his
week
complaints,
for
Gardus
doing
agreed
my
to
share.
teleport Kopaka and Pohatu up to the mysterious red star, and as the world swirled around them, the three warriors found themselves inside a curved hallway, the walls made of a combination of metal bands and organic tissue, much like the biomechanical insides of the Toa themselves. Just then, they were accosted by three Kastora, who were amazed to see sentient beings materialize in the star, for all others who were revived were mere shells, inhabiting shambling bodies. When the Kastora refused to listen to reason and explain the purpose of the red star, Kopaka flash froze them solid. But in the commotion, Gardus disappeared, and the two Takanuva were left alone on the red star. The two Toa had gone about 100 yards when the lights suddenly went out, and now
17
they could hear
minutes.
movement from all around them. There were whispers, too, but they couldn't make out the words. Kopaka triggered his Takanuva, piercing the walls around him with X-ray vision. In one direction, there was nothing to see but outer space, but in the other, he saw terrible things, sights that left him trembling and terrified. As he urged Pohatu to move, awful sounds began to rattle all around them, growing ever closer. Some sounded like rodents skittering, others like bodies being dragged across a metal floor. At one point, the Toa saw a lighted corridor up ahead, but as they approached, the lights went off there too. And worse, the noises were starting to come from up ahead as well as behind. Boxed in, the Takanuva could barely make out grotesque shapes in the fog, reanimated corpses of long-dead friends and foes alike, all driven by a basic desire to hunt and kill. Part 5. Nightmare. While Kopaka and Pohatu faced the horrors on the Red Star, Gaelu and Ord uncovered the secrets of Velika's plan, and Marendar drew ever closer to the Toa civilization.
Thank you for the super chat. I can't believe I'm still alive to say that.
Had been struck with the Dreaming Plague, and how to avenge the Iron Agori who had been needlessly killed so many years ago. But before Samad had a chance to question Metis further, the ground opened up beneath them, slimy red tentacles seizing the three beings. There wasn't even time to yell as the sky above Samad was replaced by earth and clay, as he was ripped from the realm of light and sent hurtling down into a world of shadows. After what seemed like an eternity of darkness, Samad awoke with a start. He was lying on a cot in a large room filled with wounded or ill Agori. Approached by a water Agori nurse, Samad demanded to know exactly what had happened, only for the Agori to claim he had been asleep for
I'm imagining I'm asleep because I want to sleep but I can't. So I'm just imagining if I was asleep, what would it feel like?
All had been forgiven, and Samad was now welcome.
And it would be peaceful except for the fact that I'm going to be dreaming about Bionicle.
Sounded and felt real, but he knew it wasn't. There was no way Kina and the rest of the Glatorian would ever forgive him, and 750 years was not enough to wipe out over 100 millennia of suspicion, fear, and disgust. As Samad rushed from the healing chambers, racing past familiar faces all around him, a sight in the center of the market square stopped him firm. It was his old lover, who had died from the Dreaming Plague more than 100,000 years ago. Aiming a glistening silver weapon to his head, Samad's lover fired at point-blank range. There was impact, a flash of light, the dull roar of an explosion, and Samad was dead again. Then darkness became light. Samad was back in his healer's chamber, but this time he was surrounded by Iron Agori. Simultaneously, the patients sat up from their beds, speaking in one voice. Claiming he was just as weak as Teleris, Metis, and all the other Iron Agori, the voice laughed and stated that to them, weak souls tasted lovely.
Chris, we were talking about this earlier, that we should absolutely have that.
All with glazed expressions and muted eyes. Speaking as one, the sisters began to laugh yet again. and the voice that echoed from their mouths was the terrible
Like
voice of the
we
ancient
were
entity
saying as a
Anana,
community, we
consumer
need
of
to have
dreams,
that shirt.
and
It would
source of
make
the
so much
original
sense.
dreaming plague
And
that
it's
ravaged
so
tribes
niche
so
that it's
many years
like,
ago.
who
Explaining
else?
that she had
Who
consumed the
else would
minds of
have
the
that? Like,
sisters of
who
the
else would
Scroll,
know?
now
It's like
using their
just
bodies
us.
as her puppets. Anana finally revealed herself to Samad, too hideous to even comprehend.
Yeah, we also need
As
to make
Samad
this a
faced
trend.
Anana's
I don't
true
know who
form,
else would
she
be
revealed that
insane
all
enough
that
to do
tragedy,
this.
all that lost so many
But we
years
need to
ago,
make this a
was
trend
merely her
somehow.
lunch, for she had gotten hungry and feasted on dreams. As the sisters of the Scrawl shambled towards him, Samad was rescued last minute by Teleris and Metis, who was perplexingly in a gory form once again. Stumbling upon the surface of Spherus Magna, Samad, Teleris, and Metis fled Anana's den, the immense tentacled being breaking free into the skies of the New World. Radiating with brilliant red light and thrusting tentacles in every direction, Anana blasted forwards to Aqua Magna, followed closely by Samad and his gang. Materializing in the ocean regions of Aqua Magna, Samad observed a colossal fortress, gleaming in the moonlight, and Anana slowly rising up towards that fortress.
I would unironically wear that shirt so proudly.
A nightmare scene faced them.
So proudly.
Stalking barbarians poured forth in droves, fighting thin air, for Anana had diverted them with illusions. The radiance moved towards the vast doors of the fortress, with nothing standing in its way. Nothing, that is, until the doors burst open from the inside, and something stepped out into the light. The newcomer was 12 feet tall, with golden skin and rippling muscles. Its eyes and face were vaguely reptilian, and
Stop
it looked at Anana
spoiling.
through the narrow slits of those eyes. This was the
Hold on.
golden-skinned being who stood forth to challenge Anana, who had come to his fortress to feed. For the golden-skinned being had the hypnotic power to turn dreams into reality, making him the prime target for a primordial being like Anana. As she flared brighter, Samad and his team were blinded, and they could only hear the voices of the two foes around them. As the ground shook violently beneath Samad and Anana began to scream in pure pain, the golden-skinned being prepared his counterattack. Anana, all crimson and fiery brilliance, was in agony. Spears of rock had suddenly erupted from the ground and pierced the energy being, and she writhed in pain. The golden-skinned being proclaimed that the dreams of his people give him life, and now they dreamed of her death.
I hope that when Aatrox eventually looks at this, he just comes to the end and sees my dead face. And how many feelings I still maybe have. Or the lack of brain that I have left.
Stumbled backwards, all while Anana wrenched herself free of the spikes, a peal of laughter coming from her core as she consumed the latent dream energy of all those around her. Samad watched in horror as the golden-skinned being recoiled.
I'm also watching in horror. Don't worry, gold-skinned being.
Worse, there were things appearing in the windows, others slithering or crawling across the landscape. In fear, the golden being lashed out at Anana, explaining that he had no choice but to bring the dreams of his followers to life, even the dreams of the mad. All around Samad, the ground buckled, the fortress itself melting, and the dreams of the deranged began to spiral outwards all around them. In the confusion, the Toamari broke free of their trance, coming to their senses just to witness the epic clash between the golden being and Anana. With the fortress completely dissolved, the horizon was full of.
I still don't get the meme because this guy's swole.
Forms you could still see even when you closed your eyes.
He's jacked.
The golden being was retreating back towards them, but he was off balance and rattled. It was going to be over in a matter of minutes. At that moment, Teleris snapped, brandishing a stick and screaming as he rushed to Anana. The Iron Agori died mid-scream, in a stupid, reckless, and idiotic sacrifice. Just as he died, Samad and Metis rushed to the rock spike that had once wounded Anana, and they hurled the spikes as hard as they could toward the miniature tentacled star. That was when Samad saw the golden being looking right at him. Somehow, he could hear what the being was saying, even from so far away. Then, Samad knew exactly what he had to do.
Why is everyone doubting me?
Powerful entities thrived on dreams.
Also, Chris, what option would I have had? Just leave?
Or bad.
Just get in my car and drive away, just leave it going.
The darkest parts of your soul, the aspirations, hopes, wishes, and true desires, and made them real. There were 100 ways he could attack Anana, but only one that would really hurt. Samad closed his eyes again and dreamed a dream. and in a stream.
No, when
No
the
one
stream
on Sirius
crashed, I
Magna,
was so
no one on
annoyed.
any world
I thought
anywhere
you
near
did that
could dream
purposefully
or
because I
wish
was
or
like
hope. He dreamed that there
so
were no more dreams.
confused.
Opening his eyes, Samad felt it. The emptiness, the void left behind when dreaming stops. The same feeling his tribe had experienced just before they died. But this time, the dream energy had not been stolen from them. It had simply ceased to be. Faltering, Anana hovered in the air before the Golden Being until she finally proposed a deal to end their conflict. Should the Golden Being create a pocket universe, a world filled with beings where she could live and feed, she would leave Sirius Magna and the Golden Being's empire alone, and she would be sated. And so, the Golden Being bestowed the gift of dreaming upon Samad, and he envisioned the perfect punishment for the ancient entity. Dreaming up a world
I'm so
filled with
Anana
beings
coded
just like
for
her,
real.
Samad created the perfect death trap. Anana and her kin would feed off of each other for all eternity, eventually killing each other off in this pocket dimension. And so, as the golden-skinned being made this dream a reality, and Anana faded from our world, he approached Samad, who dreamed one final dream. That all on Sirius Magna could dream again, thus restoring the power of the golden-skinned being, and preventing anyone from ever succumbing to the dreaming plague again. Promising Samad would hear from him again, the Golden Being set off to rebuild its fortress, with plans to seize all of Sirius Magna for itself. As for Samad, he headed north, finally at peace, and seeking to pay his respects to all the Iron Tribagori slain by Anana. Part 6. A Dark Horizon. In the jungle of Bota Magna, the cursed great being regarded the assembled beings before him. Takanuva.
Why are you laughing? What did I say that was funny?
Tuyat, Axon, Brutaka, Makuta Mizrix, Vezon, Hafu, and Kapura all stood before him, demanding his freedom in exchange.
What? Do you disagree?
As the assembled beings debated on whether or not to free the captive great being, Liwa left the fortress, flying high.
Am I not Anana coded?
The area in
For
which
real,
he
for
now
real?
stood was one of the most beautiful he had ever seen, even more stunning than the jungles of Metru Nui. He used his power to soar above
I'm
the
still in
trees,
my
taking in
Paraka
the
core
majestic
phase. Like, I didn't
forests,
get over
beautiful
from like
rivers,
4.5
glowing
hours
fields,
ago when
and
I
even
said that I got
cybernetic
called a
lands,
Paraka.
giant reptiles,
We're still on
vast
that.
dinosaurs,
That's
and
where my mental
technological
state
impacts
is
that roamed the
actually
lands.
4 hours
Zooming down for a
ago.
closer view, Liwa spotted movement
I don't
on
even
the
know where the
forest
last
floor.
4 hours
This
went.
time, it wasn't reptiles, but villages slightly different in size from Matoran. As these strange jungle Agori approached him, brandishing crude axes, spears, and clubs, Liwa attempted to communicate with them. And despite him not speaking their language, he managed to explain that he had come from the fortress of the cursed great being. And the next thing Liwa knew, the points of countless spears were at his throat. Back at the imposing fortress of rock and mortar, Velika lurked in the jungle. The cursed great being inside was of little importance to Velika. What was important about that building was who else was inside it now. Axon, Brutaka, and Toa Helrix, veteran warriors. Makuta Mizrix, with all the power his title implied. Artaka, wearer of the Mask of Creation. Toa Tuyat, who was mightier than all the others knew. And Vezon, gifted with the ability to move through dimensions the way others move through air. So many beings of power, all in one spot, an alluring target for Velika's plans.
Yeah, I've
So
also
far,
waited
he had killed
in an airport with
and
Chris,
Azani.
and I would
One
rather
madman, the
actually
other a
wait in an
gelatinous
airport
mess
with
of hot
Chris.
air. Neither proved to be much of a challenge. Although the two heroes investigating the murders, Kopaka and Pohatu, had recently vanished, Velika was not overly concerned. They would turn up eventually, for his plan required it. In the same way, the sight of Toa Liwa being dragged off by nature-loving
Yes,
Agori
more
was at
blurry
best a minor
pictures.
If need be,
There's
Velika would
nothing I
attempt
want
to rescue
more.
in some indirect way before the Toa of Air could get into any real jeopardy. For of course, the Toa Mata were far too important to have their lives sacrificed needlessly. Velika planned to kill them eventually, of course, but it would be at a time of his own choosing. But now, fate seemed to have altered his circumstances. So many of his targets, all in the same place, offered the opportunity to accelerate his timetable, and it was much too good of an opportunity for Velika to miss. Preparing an explosive device to render the fortress
I
and its
can't repeat that on
inhabitants
stream, Chris,
Velika
but
looked
just
at Bara's
know.
work and
True.
pronounced it good. Humming to himself, he began to carve a memorial marker for all those about to die. Back on the Red Star, Kopaka and Pohatu were surrounded by reanimated corpses, desperate for a way out. only to be rescued by a mysterious figure pushed into a deserted, hidden room. In the darkness, they were brought face to face with the Onumatoran Mavra, who had aided the Toa Metru so many years ago back on Metru Nui before facing a tragic end, massacred by a wild Rahi he had once loved. Somehow, Mavra had made his way onto the Red Star despite being killed, and offered to unlock many more secrets within. And with the Toa Nuva scattered and in danger, the Toa Mari still barely reeling from the control of the Golden Being, and powerful new
I'm
threats on the horizon.
spiraling.
Thus ends this biological chronicle, with the story cut off just as major new developments arose. All journeys must come to an end, but to our heroes, their trials and conflicts were older than true, Matanui had defeated Pterodax and created a brave new world, but with this world came conflict, death, and turmoil, one that would require the might and wisdom of every hero to pave a path forwards. And while we may never know how the story would truly have ended, the Chronicle lives on with all of you. And now, it's up to the fans to keep the flame alive and venture forwards into our own brave new dawn. For this was the legend of the Bionicle. And thus wraps up this epic tale of Bionicle Retold. A prologue, 10 chapters, and now an epilogue, all summarized in this final video. Gathered friends, thank you so much for listening to our legend of the Bionicle. And this is it. 12 full chapters combined all into one massive video for Bionicle
I'm
Retold,
finishing the video.
the entire story in chronological order from beginning to end. Thank you all so much for everyone who's given their support to these videos, and thank you for following along. Whether this is your first video or you were here from the beginning, this has been a pretty
Also,
monumental
God,
undertaking,
what
and I'm
old
really
iPhone
grateful
were
for
you
every
filming
single
on?
person who comments,
It's
who likes,
awful.
who watches, who shares. Just thank you all so much, and I hope you enjoyed this series. And now this is not the end, because of course there's still
I'm watching the entire video.
Bionicle Generation 2 will be getting a whole retold
No,
video
because
of
if I
its own
don't,
at
then
some
someone's
point
gonna
in
say I
the
didn't do
future.
it.
And I also will be doing retold series for other LEGO themes, be it Ninjago, Nexo Knights, Chima, or yes, even Galador. At
I'm
some
strong.
point, I will be
I've held
doing
planks
retold
longer
series
than
for
this.
all of these story-based LEGO themes. So definitely, if you like this type of video, stay tuned for more of those coming out sometime in the future after I take a long break, because these videos take a lot of effort to put together. From scripting to editing to rewriting and even scoring and giving each and every character their own individual soundtrack and themes from pop culture, pretty much everything has culminated in the most massive videos I've ever created for this channel. So thank you all for coming along on this journey. I'll talk to you again very soon. And subscribe to DuckBricks for even more LEGO news, reviews, discussion, and analyses coming your way very soon. Thanks so much, and bye-bye for now.
No one talked to me for like 3 days. I need like 3 days. I need 3 days. All right. That was torture. Hope you have a great night.